In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, the golden rays of the setting sun filtered into the ninja academy, enveloping the surroundings in a tranquil and elegant atmosphere. However, amidst this serenity, one child stood out as an anomaly. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, no clone materialized. Another failure. A faint smile of bitterness graced Yuya's face. Having spent several years in this world, Yuya had once fantasized about becoming a prodigy, dazzling the ninja realm with his brilliance. Yet, the harsh reality was that his body struggled immensely to harness chakra, let alone master ninjutsu. His chakra reserves were, but, a fraction of those possessed by his peers, and he could not even succeed in the most basic techniques, regardless of his relentless efforts. Though one could cultivate taijutsu and harness the formidable 8 gates technique, capable of overpowering even the likes of Six Paths Madara, what I seek is not fleeting glory, but enduring brilliance. Yuya gazed wistfully at the sky, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Alas, the second great ninja war is set to erupt in merely 2 years. At that time, not just Jinin, but even Shinin and Jinin will struggle to protect themselves. Yuya sighed once more. His arrival in this world coincided with the eve of the second great ninja war, a most unfortunate timing, merely 8 years old. His time was running short. Without sufficient strength to ensure his safety, he faced a fate akin to that of cannon fodder when the war broke out. Yuya had no desire to become such a casualty. Enough of these thoughts. I must return to the training ground and continue honing my taijutsu. Even if mastering ninjutsu proves elusive, I must not surrender easily. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts clouding his mind, Yuya rose and made his way toward the forest behind the academy. As he walked, he caught glimpses of curious glances from fellow students. I heard that guy hasn't succeeded in a single ninjutsu yet. Perhaps he won't even pass the graduation exam out of course. A kid from a small ninja village can never compare to the geniuses born in Konoha. Whispers of derision surrounded him, but Yuya chose to ignore them. These insignificant children would soon learn the meaning of despair when the second great ninja war commenced. However, in truth, his fortune was far from favorable. He had merely hoped to live a conventional life as a ninja in Konoha, and, though he did not aspire to belong to the illustrious Senju or Uchiha clans, he longed for a semblance of a normal family. Yet he had none. Yuya was not born in Konoha, but hailed from a small ninja village, which had been annihilated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. He was likely the sole survivor, discovered and brought to Konoha by its ninjas. As an outsider, even as a child, he faced disdain and cold shoulders in Konoha. Yet he had grown accustomed to it. Upon reaching the small grove behind the academy, Yuya approached a wooden post, its top marred by a distinct dinner result of countless side kicks and punches he had inflicted upon it. Despite lacking talent in ninjutsu, Yuya had never entertained the notion of giving up. He examined the bandages on his hands and feet, took a deep breath, and suddenly kicked out, striking the post precisely in the dent. 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Sweat poured from him. Soon, a wave of exhaustion surged through his body, particularly in his ankles, which began to throb and ache. Nevertheless, Yuya pressed on, gritting his teeth in determination. In the encroaching twilight, alone in this secluded place, he tirelessly practiced taijutsu that if he could not master ninjutsu, he had no choice but to exert efforts far beyond that of his peers. Gasping for breath, Yuya's clothes were thoroughly soaked with perspiration, the droplets cascading to the ground. Finally, when his legs felt numb and unsteady, he paused. Time for a break. Next, he'll do 500 straight punches, followed by 200 side kicks. Yuya sat nearby for a moment of respite, gazing at the last vestiges of sunlight on the horizon, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. If only he could maintain this routine, balancing training with the appreciation of such beauty. But alas, the specter of the second great ninja war loomed ominously overhead, rendering tranquility impossible. Just as Yuya prepared to rise and resume his training, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as the final rays of sunlight faded. He noticed a peculiar shadow illuminated in a certain direction within the grove. What could that be? Curiosity piqued, Yuya approached the source of the shadow. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, he retrieved a ninja tool to illuminate his path and continued onward. After a short distance, he halted before a patch of grass, his expression suddenly blank, as if he had seen a ghost. Clang. Startled, he dropped the illuminating tool, plunging the area into darkness. What is this? Yuye quickly crouched, feeling around until he retrieved the light, directing it toward the mysterious object in the grass. His expression remained one of disbelief. Cautiously, he extended his hand to grasp the peculiar fruit hidden within the foliage. It was an oddly shaped fruit that anyone from the Naruto world would not recognize, likely dismissing it as a toxic specimen. However, Yuye, a fervent anime enthusiast, immediately identified it. A devil fruit. How could this be in a Naruto world? Staring at the exquisitely crafted fruit in his hand, which seemed far too genuine to be a mere imitation. Yuya's face reflected sheer astonishment. It was illogical. Could it truly be just some poisonous fruit coincidentally resembling this? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he quickly shook his head. No, it was far too similar, too unmistakable to be anything else. At last, although a sense of impossibility lingered in his heart, Yuye clenched his teeth and consumed the object that resembled a devil fruit. 1 second, 2 seconds. There were no changes in his body. It seemed that this peculiar fruit was not toxic, yet it appeared that no extraordinary abilities manifested either. Standing there, a hint of disappointment flickered across Yuya's face, as he could not discern the nature of the fruit's power. After all, he had been in this world for quite some time, and his memories were somewhat hazy. However, the absence of any sensibility suggested that it was merely a whimsical notion, and that the fruit had fortuitously taken on that peculiar form. Shaking his head, Yuye returned to the wooden post where he had previously been training, lit a lantern, and prepared to commence his practice of 500 straight punches. However, just as he tightened his fist, ready to strike the post, an expression of astonishment suddenly crossed his face. What was this? In that instant, he felt a slight flow of chakra within him, accompanied by a faint white aura emanating from his fist. The next moment, realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. A wave of undeniable excitement washed over him. Could this be the power of the devil fruit he had just consumed? Wait, this white aura felt so familiar. Could it be? In his fervor, disbelief flickered in Yuya's eyes, akin to someone struck by a windfall of fortune. Although the aura appeared faint, it undoubtedly represented that power. With this thought, brimming with excitement, Yuye did not hesitate and unleashed a punch towards the wooden post. Buzz! As his fist was about to make contact with the post, the faint white aura erupted explosively. Crack! A barely audible sound resonated from the point of contact, reminiscent of ice or glass shattering, with delicate cracks spreading through the air like a mirror fracturing. It was quite eerie. Suddenly, a shockwave surged forth, impacting the post that Yuye had struck, creating a profound indentation. Crack! The post was forcefully broken at that very indentation. Retrieving his fist, Yuye could no longer conceal his astonishment. Indeed, this was the power of the fruit, known as one of the strongest in the world of One Piece, the Tremor fruit. The bearer of the Tremor fruit could unleash tremors at will, be it air tremors, earthquakes, or sea quakes. Developed to its zenith, it even possessed the power to annihilate worlds. At that moment, Yuye did not even pause to contemplate how a devil fruit could manifest in the Naruto universe. He was overwhelmed with excitement as he gazed at the faint white light on his fist, filled with exhilaration and joy. With this power, even if he could not cultivate ninjutsu, it mattered little. After a considerable duration, Yuye gradually calmed himself. Although it was astonishing to have acquired the power of the Tremor fruit, it seemed somewhat different from his expectations. After pondering briefly, Yuye approached a large tree. The previous wooden post had been destroyed, leaving him no choice but to experiment with this tree. With a thought, Yuye exerted a powerful grip on his fist and exclaimed, "Ha! Buzz!" The white light reappeared, albeit dimly. The next moment, he violently swung his fist towards the tree trunk. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as Yuya's fist did not make contact with the trunk, but halted a few inches away. Yet he still felt as though he had struck something tangible. This was the power of the Tremor fruit's air tremors. Capable of striking the air as if it were solid, and with further development, it could potentially shatter space itself. Crack! Fine fissures spread through the air, as if the very fabric of space was fracturing. However, these cracks were exceedingly slender. The tree, thick enough to embrace, swayed slightly from the impact, causing a few leaves to fall. Indeed, it was clear that immediately harnessing the power to shatter everything with a single punch was unrealistic. Diligent training and continuous development were essential. Yuye nodded in understanding, a peculiar expression gracing his face. Just moments ago, he had indeed sensed a slight depletion of chakra while wielding the power of the tremor fruit. Of course, it was merely a minuscule amount. Could it be that the power of the tremor fruit in the Naruto world was entirely linked to chakra, resembling a form of the shock release bloodline limit? With this question lingering, Yuye began a detailed series of tests. Time passed, and Yuye finally gained a clearer understanding of the power he had obtained. The tremor fruit, which Yuye now referred to as shock release bloodline limit, enabled him to infuse his punches, taijutsu, and even thrown shuriken with tremor energy. However, the magnitude of this power was directly proportional to his physical strength. In simple terms, the stronger his body, the greater the tremor force he could unleash. If Yuye were to unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates, entering the state of the 8 gates formation, shattering the moon with a single punch would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, the tremor energy consumed chakra, but the expenditure was negligible. The chakra consumed to unleash tremor energy was even less than that of a D-rank ninjutsu, and given Yuye's relatively weak constitution, it posed no burden. This meant that chakra consumption was not an immediate concern. Yuye's primary focus should remain on enhancing his physical strength and training in taijutsu. The stronger his physical prowess, the greater the tremor energy he could exert. At present, Yuye's fists could only slightly shake the tree, causing a few leaves to fall. And attempting to shatter a C-rank ninjutsu would be quite the challenge, an unsatisfactory level for Yuye. He yearned to grow stronger. There were numerous secret techniques for enhancing physical strength, such as Sage Mode, Immense Strength, the lightning release techniques of the 3rd Reikage of Kumogakure, and the 8 Gates. With each thought, hope glimmered in Yuye's eyes. Yet ultimately, he could only smile wryly, for he possessed none of these techniques, and acquiring them would be arduous. With that thought, Yuye dismissed his idle musings, resolving to focus on diligently improving his physical strength first. Once he became sufficiently powerful, he could gradually seek out these secret techniques. Just as he was about to resume his training, a sudden epiphany struck him. Devil fruit users possess a significant flaw. They are vulnerable to seawater and sea prism stone. While the latter did not exist in this world, being afraid of water would certainly be troublesome. Thus, Yuye decided to conduct a test. Returning home, he procured a wooden tub, a humble contraption typically used for bathing. As an outsider, he was fortunate to have a place to stay in Konoha, so the furnishings were quite simple, yet Yuye was unconcerned. Filling the tub with water, he shed his clothes and jumped in, crouching down to submerge his body completely. While ordinary water lacked the severe restrictions of seawater, in the original narrative, even devil fruit users would feel weak and exhausted when soaking in water. 1 second, 2 seconds. A minute passed, and Yuye felt no signs of weakness whatsoever. Suddenly standing up, a look of surprise spread across his face. Ordinary water had no adverse effects at all. Although surprised, Yuye still felt a sense of strangeness and confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be seawater? Or perhaps, recalling the memories, those who consumed a devil fruit would be cursed by the sea, becoming unable to swim. Yet that curse belonged to the world of One Piece. Here, however, was the world of Naruto. Despite not knowing how that devil fruit appeared, it was unlikely that any curse of the sea existed in this realm. Thus, even if he feared water, it should be the seawater from the One Piece world that he feared. This implied that the power of the tremor fruit in this world was no longer that of a mere devil fruit. Rather, it was the bloodline limit of tremor release. This realization brought a glimmer of joy to his expression. Consequently, Yuye decided to take a bath, washing away the sweat accumulated from his training. Today had been filled with surprises and unexpected events. He needed some relaxation to calm himself. Just as Yuye finished bathing and emerged from the tub, preparing to dress, a soft creak echoed as the door to his home was suddenly pushed open. A small red-haired head peeked inside, glancing around. It was a familiar figure, Kushina Uzumaki. "Yuye, are you home?" "Huh." Her voice abruptly halted. At that moment, the 8 or 9-year-old Kushina's little face froze in shock. Yuye was equally stunned. He had not locked the door, merely to test if he feared water. However, that wasn't the primary issue. The real concern was that it was already dark, and he never anticipated that Kushina would suddenly show up at his house. Wah! Finally, regaining her composure, Kushina let out a shriek and slammed the door shut. "Yuye, you jerk! You pervert! Just you wait. You're dead tomorrow at school." Her voice, filled with indignation, reverberated down the street. Yuye remained expressionless. Damn it, this has nothing to do with me. Moreover, did she really need to shout it out loud at night? Well, it seemed he wouldn't have to go to school tomorrow. With a pained expression, Yuye dressed and opened the door. Indeed, Kushina still stood outside, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. What brings you here? He asked, clearing his throat awkwardly and hastily changing the subject. She must have had something important to discuss, coming to find him at such a late hour. Both Yuye and Kushina were children from outside the village, having arrived in Konoha around the same time. Upon discovering Kushina was the same character from the original story, Yuye felt an innate fondness for her and sought to befriend her, and they quickly became good friends. However, their circumstances were vastly different. Kushina was practically destined to become the next host of the Ninetales, coming from the Uzumaki clan, which had an alliance with Konoha. The previous host of the Ninetales was Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Being a member of the Uzumaki clan, Mito naturally took great care of Kushina, and with such connections, Kushina even dared to playfully tug on the beard of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In contrast, Yuya's situation was rather tragic. He had no background and hailed from a small, untrustworthy village. Although that village had been destroyed, Yuye still found himself distrusted and looked down upon by the ninjas of Konoha. When Kushina first arrived in Konoha, she too was alone, without parents. After getting closer to her, Yuye often helped and looked after her. However, due to Kushina's identity being far more complex than just an outsider, their relationship gradually shifted. The one who needed help transitioned from Kushina to Yuye. Nonetheless, despite this change, Kushina never held any disdain for Yuye and willingly continued to assist him. During her lonely days upon arriving in Konoha, it was Yuye who brought her warmth and joy, alleviating her solitude. Thus, even when others regarded Yuye as a useless individual incapable of mastering ninjutsu, Kushina never discriminated against him. I'm worried you might get beaten up tomorrow, so I brought you something in advance. A faint blush adorned Kushina's cheeks as she glared at Yuye with mock ferocity, thrusting a small package into his hands. Hearing her words, Yuye recalled that there would be a practical examination at the ninja school the following day. In normal circumstances, one-on-one practical assessments posed no significant threat, as the nin teachers monitored the students to ensure they wouldn't sustain serious injuries. However, Yuye was an exception. The nin teachers had no regard for him. The student from an outsider village, and their attitude conveyed that as long as he didn't die, anything else was inconsequential, leading to Yuye frequently getting injured. Thank you, he said, scratching his nose as he accepted the small package, glancing inside to find it filled with healing ointments and similar items. While he felt grateful, a peculiar sensation tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why did it feel so strange? Who needs your thanks? I'm not doing this for you. Kushina still seemed upset about the earlier incident, her cheeks flushed with a hint of cuteness as she pouted at Yuye. Observing her flustered expression, Yuye couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly imagining that if it had been Kushina exposed instead of himself, he might have been hunted down throughout Konoha. Anyway, even if you can't train in ninjutsu, I can always protect you. If you can't win tomorrow, don't force yourself. Just admit defeat, she said, extending her small fist toward Yuye in a show of determination before breaking into a playful smile and running off, her figure gradually disappearing into the darkness. Yuye stared blankly at Kushina's retreating silhouette before abruptly coming to his senses. Just admit defeat? Protect me? Damn it. Isn't that akin to being a freeloader? His expression morphed into one of exasperation. Even if his talent for ninjutsu was poor, he was still far from being a freeloader. With a surge of frustration, Yuye returned to his room, not resting, but rather plunging into a fervent training session. 126, 127, 231, 232. He silently counted in his mind, sweat pouring down his body like rain. The ground beneath him was dampened by his perspiration. His arms grew increasingly stiff and heavy, seemingly incapable of supporting his body any longer. Yet, before him flashed the scenes of the Ninja World War, intertwined with memories of a mundane past life that ended unexpectedly. His arms were now numb, devoid of sensation. Relying solely on sheer willpower, he endeavored to extract every ounce of strength from his body, striving to shatter his physical limits. Previously, Yuye had managed a maximum of 276 repetitions. This time, gritting his teeth, he pushed himself to 320. However, his arms had completely lost feeling. He stubbornly attempted to reach 350, but ultimately collapsed at 345, collapsing weakly onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet this time, Yuye had surpassed his previous performance significantly, breaking through one of his physical limits. Excellent. My next goal shall be to increase by 100. Without such training, it would be impossible to catch up to the likes of Guy and others in the original story. Although his arms were almost entirely numb, Yuye's gaze remained resolute, filled with unwavering determination. After a brief rest, he forced himself to rise and began squatting. He resolved to exceed his previous count by 100. After setting a personal goal, Yuye began to squat repeatedly, rising each time. He was unaware of the amount of sweat he shed. Ultimately, he managed to surpass his previous record by completing an additional 160 squats, exceeding his original target. Exhausted, he stood up one last time, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber until the following day. Due to his consistent engagement in extreme training, he found that even after a day of intense fatigue, he was able to recover by the next morning. After all, this world was one of ninjas. Despite Yuye's struggles with chakra refinement and his lackluster talent in ninjutsu, he still possessed chakra within him. It seemed that after breaking through 2 limits the previous day, his physical constitution had indeed improved somewhat. Clenching his fist, Yuye felt a slight surge of strength, which brought a smile to his face. If only he could break through such limits every day. Of course, it was also possible that after recently acquiring the shock fruit and gaining the shock release bloodline limit, this newfound ability had a beneficial effect on his physical prowess. The power of the shock release bloodline limit was to add a shockwave force, generating air tremors with a punch or even causing earthquakes and tsunamis. Eager to test the power of his air tremors, Yuye displayed a hint of excitement. He clenched his fist tightly, bent his arm, and suddenly struck to the side. A faint white light flickered, followed by a sudden explosion in the air. Yuye's punch struck the air, akin to hammering against a mirror. With a crack, the mirror shattered, resembling a scene where space itself was fractured. However, the cracks were not very pronounced. They merely spread slightly outward, creating a few delicate fissures before halting. The power of the air tremors had indeed augmented. Yuye withdrew his fist, a satisfied expression gracing his features. It appeared that the shockwaves emitted from his punches could be halted as long as they did not incorporate chakra nature transformation with his kunai or shuriken. Unfortunately, the force still lacked the capacity to reach distant targets. It left Yuye wanting more. The range of the shockwaves generated by his punches was limited, extending only about a meter. Naturally, this was also related to the power itself. Should the strength of his air tremors further enhance, the attack range would similarly increase. For now, however, his punches remained confined to close combat. Yet, concerning long-range attacks, Yuye was not without means. He retrieved the kunai, gripping it tightly in his fist. A faint white light appeared at the top of the kunai. Subsequently, Yuye hurled the weapon towards a distant tree. With a crack, the kunai embedded itself firmly into the trunk, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward, shattering a layer of bark from the tree. Although this method of long-range attack would cost some shockwave power, it proved sufficient. Most lower and middle-ranked ninjas could not even apply chakra nature transformation to their kunai to enhance their piercing ability. Approaching the tree, Yuye retrieved the kunai, assessing the damage caused with a nod of satisfaction. Remembering that he had a practical assessment scheduled for the day, Yuye decided against an early morning training session at school, opting instead to conserve his energy. After a meal, he made his way to the Ninja Academy. The academy, established by the second Hokage, served to nurture ninjas. It had only been around for about a decade. So many aspects were far from fully developed compared to the events depicted in the original storyline. During this period, the Senju clan was just beginning to decline, yet had not entirely vanished. The Uchiha clan was in a thriving phase, while the Hyuga clan had to take a back seat for now. Regardless of the clan, Yuye could only observe them from afar, being an outsider from another village. He knew that even if he were born in Konoha, facing the likes of the Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga clans would still render him an insignificant figure. As Yuye entered the classroom, he noticed Kushina waving at him, likely the only person willing to acknowledge him. Other students either ignored him entirely or cast disdainful glances before turning away indifferently. Yuye smiled back at Kushina and took his seat. Kushina looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did you forget to bring the ointment I gave you last night?" I seem to have forgotten it," he replied. "How careless. What if you get hurt later?" Kushina puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance, gazing at him. Yuye thought, "Why does it seem like I am destined to get hurt? Can't you have a little confidence in yourself?" Kushina continued, "I know you boys are quite competitive, but I really don't want to see you get hurt. If it comes to that, you could always choose not to be a ninja and live a normal life instead." Hearing those words, Yuye paused for a moment. A normal life? That thought had never crossed his mind. Even when he was merely an underachiever unable to perform ninjutsu. He had never given up. His previous life had been one of mediocrity, abruptly ending due to an accident. Now, reborn into the familiar world of Naruto. He was determined not to settle for an ordinary existence. With the acquisition of the shock-release bloodline limit, his resolve had only strengthened. "I won't get hurt," Yuye said, taking a deep breath and speaking with calm determination. Upon hearing his words, Kushina felt a twinge of regret. Was that statement too heavy? However, she also pondered that perhaps Yuye, with his lack of ninjutsu talent, was indeed not suited to be a ninja. A sense of guilt washed over her as she thought that if Yuye truly chose not to pursue the path of a ninja, she would always be there to protect him. After a while, a Chunin instructor entered the classroom, uttering a few words before leading all the students outside to the training ground. The instructor then began reading from a prearranged list, calling students forward for one-on-one matches. The kunai and shuriken they used were unsharpened tools, which made lethal injuries less likely, yet bloodshed could not be entirely avoided. This was, after all, a ninja academy. And the world of ninjas was ruthless. Even though Konoha's system was somewhat gentler compared to the brutal blood mist policies of the Land of Water, they could not cultivate a generation of sheltered flowers. In the class, Yuye recognized several familiar faces, including Kushina, as well as the prodigious Minato Namikaze and Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke in the original story. However, they were all merely 7 or 8 years old at this point. Nevertheless, Minato was already an astonishingly talented young ninja, undisputedly the best in Yuya's class, and no one in the entire grade stood as a rival to him. When Minato took the stage, he was met with cheers from a group of girls. Undoubtedly, his popularity was through the roof. With his handsome visage and formidable strength and talent, Minato's status mirrored that of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha in the original tale. Yuye's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, albeit with silvery hair. In terms of popularity, at the beginning of their school year, Yuye was nearly on par with Minato Namikaze. However, as time passed, Yuye's innate talent for ninjutsu proved dismal, leading to his gradual overshadowing by his peers, resulting in a decline in his popularity. When Minato effortlessly dispatched his opponents with a few swift moves, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. At that moment, Kushina cast a sympathetic glance at Yuye, feeling a sense of injustice for him. Regardless of effort or other attributes, Yuye was no less capable than Minato. Yet, the disparity between them was largely due to Yuye's lack of talent in ninjutsu. As Kushina sighed in dismay, the Chunin instructor called out from the list, announcing Yuye and Uchiha Izumi to take the stage. Upon hearing the announcement, Kushina was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain her shock. Why is it a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and specifically Uchiha Izumi? If Minato was the top genius, then surely there must be a second contender, which was Uchiha Izumi. Even facing Minato, Uchiha Izumi could manage to hold his ground for a few rounds, making him the strongest after Minato. The Chunin instructor had deliberately paired Yuye with Uchiha Izumi. There was definitely something amiss. "Yuye, don't go up there. Just concede," Kushina urged anxiously, her gaze filled with concern for him. "No need," Yuye reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, his tranquil expression conveying an unspoken strength. "Don't worry, I won't be hurt." His words carried an inexplicable weight, momentarily leaving Kushina speechless. After saying this, Yuye turned and calmly walked onto the field. He was well aware that this was the Chunin instructor's intention. This instructor had never shown him, an outsider, any kindness. Outsiders were often regarded with disdain, a lingering enmity that was hard to dispel. Yuye's treatment in Konoha was no better than that of Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, as not every teacher could be as understanding as Irika. Especially after Yuye's talent in ninjutsu waned, the instructor relentlessly sought ways to push him out of the class. The school had its regulations. Unless Yuye chose to withdraw, even the instructor couldn't expel a student directly. "Yuye, are you sure you don't want to concede? It won't be good if you get hurt later," the Chunin instructor said with feigned concern. In his view, the more he pressed, the less likely Yuye would concede in front of the entire class, hoping Izumi would leave him half dead, forcing Yuye to apply for withdrawal. Yuye remained silent, instead locking eyes with the instructor. That gaze sent a shiver through the instructor's heart. Such calmness, such serenity, it was not the expression of a mere 7-year-old. "No need, we can commence directly," Yuye stated, turning to face Uchiha Izumi. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They hadn't expected Yuye to fight rather than concede. How infuriating. The disdainful attitudes towards Yuye were palpable. Clenching her small fists, Kushina yearned to leap onto the field but could only watch with worry. She hoped Yuya would concede before sustaining any injuries. Meanwhile, in the arena, Uchiha Izumi regarded Yuya with cold arrogance. Upon seeing Yuya refuse to concede, a hint of scorn crossed his face. Did this underachiever, unable to master ninjutsu, think he could defeat him? Since he dared to engage, Izumi resolved to teach him a lesson, making it clear that next time he encountered someone from the Uchiha clan, he should concede without hesitation. Very well, let us begin. Although the instructor was briefly taken aback by Yuya's gaze, he swiftly dismissed it and announced the start of the match. As the instructor's voice faded, Uchiha Izumi swiftly drew 2 sets of shuriken, launching them towards Yuya with precision. In an instant, 8 shuriken transformed into dark shadows, for targeting Yuya's vital points while the other 4 obstructed his escape routes. This was the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing technique, rivaled only by Minato in their class. Such an assault was nearly impossible to evade entirely. Yet, if evasion was difficult, then perhaps it was best not to evade at all. As the 8 shuriken hurtled toward him, Yuya clenched his fist, a spark igniting in his eyes. He slightly pivoted, raising his arm, and struck toward the oncoming shuriken with a powerful punch. Had he lost his mind? Was he attempting to block shuriken with his fist? The students gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Chunin instructor was momentarily stunned but soon scoffed. Even if those shuriken were blunted, they could still inflict harm. This was a reckless choice on Yuya's part. No matter how severe the injury, he would only bear a small portion of the responsibility. However, in the next moment, as Yuya's fist met the air, every expression froze. Crack! A dim white light erupted, shattering in an instant. Yuya's fist had seemingly struck an invisible barrier. Subsequently, cracks began to spread across this barrier, fracturing the surrounding air. The 8 shuriken, now ensnared in an invisible mire, progressed sluggishly and painfully until none could reach Yuya, all falling uselessly to the ground. This was impossible. How could a fist block shuriken? Indeed, Yuya had employed a technique, but what sort of technique was it? No one had seen him form any hand seals. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Kushina, too, was taken aback, covering her mouth in shock. She had not anticipated Yuya possessed such strength. On the other side, Minato, who had been disinterested in the battle, now watched intently, intrigued by Yuya's unexpected prowess. What have you done? In the arena, Uchiha Izumi was equally astonished, never expecting his meticulously executed shuriken attack would be rendered utterly ineffective. Yuya did not respond to Izumi's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly drew a kunai and charged at Uchiha Izumi. Infuriated, Izumi felt disrespected by Yuya's silence, believing he could win with some bizarre ability. Do you think a mere trick will allow you to defeat me? Arrogant fool. I'll show you the might of the Uchiha clan. As Yuya approached, Izumi, undeterred, also unsheathed a kunai to meet him head-on. In that instant, as Yuya gripped the kunai, a surge of power flowed through him. A dim white aura enveloped the kunai's tip and descended upon Uchiha Izumi. Upon seeing the white aura, Izumi's pupils constricted in fear. Yet he steeled himself to block the impending attack. Finally, the 2 kunai clashed. Strangely, no metallic clang resonated. Instead, the sound resembled the shattering of glass. Crack! Delicate fractures spread from the point of contact between the 2 kunai, radiating outward. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi felt a violent tremor in his hands, a force so overwhelming that it enveloped his entire being. The shockwave seemed poised to tear him apart. Clang! The kunai slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. While he stumbled backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. What was that white halo? What strange force was this tremor? No one came forth to answer his queries. The students present, including the Nin instructor, were left dumbfounded, shrouded in silence. Yet, Yuya did not relent. He continued to grasp his kunai, charging towards Uchiha Izumi. Having suffered once, Izumi dared not confront Yuya head-on, retreating awkwardly in disarray. It was evident that he was being pushed to the brink. As he continually retreated, the numbness and tremors in his body began to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of anger on his face. How could he be cornered to such an extent by Yuya, the underdog? A glance at the Nin instructor steeled his resolve. You have forced my hand. Do not blame me if death follows. In the next moment, Uchiha Izumi halted, his hands flying through a series of intricate seals. However, before he could complete his jutsu, a flurry of shurikens was hurled at him from Yuya's left hand. Thud! The shurikens struck true, but Izumi's form suddenly transformed into a piece of wood. A substitution jutsu. As Izumi finally unleashed his ninjutsu, a flicker of light sparked in Yuya's eyes. Yet, in the very next moment, a wave of terrifying heat surged from behind Yuya, radiating a scorching intensity before it even made contact. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. The appearance of this jutsu sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was a C-rank ninjutsu. A bead of cold sweat formed on Izumi's forehead. Casting this technique was no small feat, nearly exhausting his chakra reserves. The Grand Fireball surged towards Yuya, and Izumi smirked internally, believing that despite Yuya's strength, he could not withstand the might of Izumi's newly learned C-rank jutsu. Boom. The eruption of the Grand Fireball dazzled the onlookers, prompting them to instinctively recoil, the heat distorting their hair. Goodness, Izumi can wield such a ninjutsu. Could he truly be one of us, a mere student? A myriad of expressions of disbelief painted the faces of the crowd. Yuya. Kushina's face paled as she watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress her alarm. This ninjutsu was not merely a matter of injury, it could very well be lethal. Even the Nin instructor was taken aback, never anticipating that Uchiha Izumi could execute a C-rank technique. He instinctively prepared to intervene, but halted. A cold glint in his eyes. Unexpected occurrences in battle, are they not commonplace? At that moment, faced with the incoming Grand Fireball, Yuya felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had surmised that Izumi would likely use a substitution technique to appear behind him, he had not anticipated that Izumi could unleash a C-rank ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is categorized into various ranks, from S to E, with E being the level of a ninja academy, D for the techniques commonly used by genin, and C reserved for nin. Only exceptionally gifted genin would frequently employ C-rank techniques. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's ninjas should never be underestimated. Were it any other student, facing such a C-rank technique would likely result in immediate annihilation. Yuya's expression grew grim, and without hesitation, he retreated. Yet, his speed could not match that of the Grand Fireball's approach. Just as the fireball was about to strike him, a cold glint flashed in Yuya's eyes. The kunai in his hand radiated a white aura as he slashed downward with great force. Split. Crack. The white halo burst forth. But rather than clashing directly with the Grand Fireball, Yuya directed it to split the flames to either side. The fireball had nearly reached its maximum distance, and under Yuya's tremendous effort, it suddenly divided. Flames roared past Yuya, not striking him at all. Good. Observing this, Yuya displayed no signs of elation. Instead, he grew increasingly calm. He could not yet confront a C-rank ninjutsu directly and had to resort to clever tactics to cope. But he was not far from shattering a C-rank technique outright. The flames blazed fiercely, and the surrounding students wore expressions of sheer horror. Surely, he could not have perished. Oh dear, this could lead to a fatality. How terrifying. The students could not witness the events occurring within the engulfing flames. They could only see Yuya enveloped by the Grand Fireball. Everyone bore expressions of dread. On the other side, Uzumaki Kushina could no longer contain herself. She was ready to rush onto the field, tears welling in her eyes, filled with overwhelming guilt. Why had she allowed Yuya to fight Uchiha Izumi? Why hadn't she stopped him? At that moment, the only nin instructor capable of intervening bit his lip, forcing himself to remain still. It appeared that Yuya was doomed. Uchiha Izumi watched the Grand Fireball gradually dissipate, believing that Yuya must have been reduced to ashes. His face paled slightly, but a cold smile lingered on his lips. Yet, in the next instant, his expression froze in disbelief. His eyes widened in horror and incredulity as, from the fading flames, a figure emerged, becoming increasingly clear until it burst forth. It was Yuya. Impossible. The Grand Fireball. Yuya had withstood it. Uchiha Izumi could hardly fathom the reality before him, watching in panic as Yuya emerged from the inferno. Surely, he must be at his limit, merely holding on by a thread. With this thought, Izumi felt a renewed confidence swell within him. However, as he threw a punch at Yuya, the latter's gaze remained cold as he met it with a punch of his own. Dim white light enveloped Yuya's fist. In the next moment, the two fists collided with explosive force. Crack! The eerie sound reverberated, and fine cracks spread through the air as if the very fabric of space were shattering. A sight most terrifying. Uchiha Izumi's arm emitted a cracking sound, and as he made contact with Yuya, his body could not withstand the force. His arm was brutally shattered. The shockwave spread, sending him hurtling backward. This cannot be. Thud. Uchiha Izumi tumbled to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror. Before he suddenly coughed up blood, the agony overwhelming him, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. A profound silence engulfed the scene. At this moment, Yuye casually extinguished the few remnants of flames smoldering on his clothing and lightly tugged at the singed strands of his hair, discarding them without a second thought. After the silence, a wave of astonishment erupted. This cannot be. Good heavens! Is he a ghost? How could Yuye endure such a terrifying fire-style jutsu? It was simply unfathomable. As realization dawned upon them, the students felt as if they were trapped in a dream, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. Yuye has actually triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. This signifies that Yuye is no longer the underdog, but has instead leapt to become a prodigy, second only to Minato Namikaze. It is nothing short of an astonishing miracle. Among the crowd, Kushina Uzumaki gazed blankly at the arena, a glimmer of tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. She still could not come to terms with it. Ignoring the astonished students, Yuye turned his attention to Kushina, apologetically brushing the singed skin on his arm. I'm sorry. I still sustain some injuries. Kushina bit her lip, staring at Yuye with a mix of concern and disbelief. You idiot. Unable to hold back her emotions, she wiped her eyes, pouted, and then, resuming her lively demeanor, playfully lunged at Yuye. Meanwhile, the Chunin instructor remained in a state of shock, his expression a blend of horror and disbelief as he stared at Yuye. It seems like I lost, didn't I? Yuye calmly met the instructor's gaze and replied with a detached tone. The instructor, still grappling with disbelief, rubbed his eyes in an attempt to reconcile the reality before him. He had never anticipated that Yuye would emerge victorious, especially with Uchiha Izumi being the one left severely injured. If it had been Yuye who was hurt, it would have been inconsequential, but with Uchiha Izumi injured, the instructor bore immense pressure and responsibility. His expression was grim, yet he could only bitterly announce Yuye's victory. However, noticing the severity of Izumi's injuries from a distance, the Chunin instructor whispered into Yuye's ear, having dealt such damage to a member of the Uchiha clan. You should be cautious. You need not worry about that, sensei, Yuye replied nonchalantly, and then stepped down from the arena. Countless gazes turned towards Yuye, still infused with lingering shock. Even Minato Namikaze observed him with an unusual intensity, beginning to regard Yuye with newfound respect. Following this practical assessment, Yuye instantaneously became the center of discussion within the entire ninja academy. Many were astonished by the nature of the power Yuye had exhibited, which he attributed to the D-jutsu of the shock-release bloodline limit. This explanation was impeccable, for within the ninja world, bloodline limits are incredibly diverse, encompassing ocular techniques like the Sharingan and Byakugan, physical techniques such as the Shikatsumiyaku and the hydration techniques of the Hzuki clan, as well as chakra-based techniques like wood release and ice release. Everyone was enlightened. After the initial astonishment faded, the commotion gradually subsided. In a vacant lot within Hexia Village, twilight had begun to descend, yet Yuye showed no signs of departing. Instead, he fervently continued to train in taijutsu. Having finally tasted victory, Yuye understood that further challenges were imminent. Thus he resolved to intensify his training to augment the power of his shock-release bloodline limit. 451, 452. 499, 500. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his nearly stiffened arms and stood up. During outdoor training, he rarely engaged in extreme exercises. It was only at home that he pushed himself to his limits. Although such efforts might seem futile, Yuye consciously cultivated a sense of vigilance from a young age in this ninja world. At this rate, it was almost time to incorporate weights into his training. Shaking off the sweat, Yuye headed home. Nearly a month had passed since he consumed that extraordinary fruit, acquiring the shock-release bloodline limit. During this time, Yuye had forsaken ninjutsu and chakra-related training, channeling all his energy into taijutsu instead. As he approached the age of 8, he was now capable of enduring such grueling training sessions. Over the course of the month, his strength had increased, particularly in terms of endurance and stamina. Back at home, Yuye estimated that if this continued, he would soon find these basic exercises ineffective. At that point, he would need to begin training with weights. In this world, weight-bearing ninja tools were highly sophisticated. The inconspicuous iron plates that Lee strapped to his legs in the original story possessed tremendous weight. Yet, upon recalling how Sasuke Uchiha had managed to match Lee's speed in just a month by employing lightning to stimulate his cells, Yuye felt a twinge of envy. If only he could discover a training method suited to him. With a deep breath, he cast aside distracting thoughts, rested briefly, and resumed his training. At home, Yuye felt secure as he engaged in extreme training, which involved extracting every ounce of strength from his body, pushing beyond his limits in a hellish regimen. Through prolonged training, Yuye's physique gradually developed noticeable muscle. However, this was merely the initial stage. In the ninja world, muscle was commonplace and did not necessarily equate to exceptional strength. As training progressed, these muscles would eventually dissipate, only to reappear more refined. That moment would likely coincide with his body reaching its final form. Given the precocious growth patterns typical in this world, Yuye estimated that he could attain this by the ages of 14 to 16. But the pressing concern was whether he would survive until then. In less than 2 years, the Second Ninja World War would erupt, a fact Yuye remembered vividly. With a month of rigorous training behind him, Yuye's shockwave abilities had intensified, and he speculated that he could now shatter weaker C-rank ninjutsu with relative ease. Naturally, the impact of C-rank ninjutsu varied significantly, depending on whether it was wielded by a chunin, jonin, or even an entity as formidable as Uchiha Madara. Ninjutsu was vast and profound, but the same could be said for taijutsu and Yuye's shock release bloodline limit. If developed to its zenith, he might truly be capable of fracturing space itself. Sweat dripped onto the ground as his arms grew increasingly rigid, sustained purely by willpower. He had nearly surpassed his previous limits. Yet, a resolute expression adorned Yuye's face as he gritted his teeth, determined to continue training until he exceeded his last count by dozens, before collapsing, unable to rise again. Yuye approached his training with a harsh and relentless attitude. After all, if he did not strive fervently, how could he hope to secure a chance of survival in the impending Second Ninja World War? As an unconnected child from a foreign village, he would undoubtedly be assigned the most perilous frontline missions when the war broke out. Kushina, on the other hand, was different. She was the designated next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, and it was unlikely she would even make it to the battlefield. She would be kept under tight protection once the war truly commenced. Thus, Yuye felt no trepidation regarding Kushina's safety when the conflict began. His only concern lay with himself. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. Yuye looked up in surprise, attempting to rise, but the recent exertion had rendered him temporarily incapacitated. The only person he trusted with a key to his home was Kushina. "What have you done to yourself this time?" Kushina exclaimed, carrying a dinner tray. Her tone laced with exasperation as she gazed at Yuye's state. Ignoring the sweat covering him, she helped him to his feet. "I really don't understand why you push yourself so hard. Haven't you already awakened that shock release bloodline limit and become quite powerful?" Kushina pouted, her expression one of confusion as she regarded Yuye. Yuye pondered for a moment, choosing not to burden her with thoughts of war and darkness. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Isn't there someone even stronger than me? Minato Namikaze, perhaps?" Kushina pouted and remarked, "However, surpassing him is no easy feat. It is precisely because it is difficult that it drives me to strive relentlessly." Yuye chuckled softly. Kushina pursed her lips, but ultimately broke into a gentle smile. "I believe that one day, you will indeed surpass him." Yuye nodded, then raked his fingers through his hair, casting an awkward glance at Kushina. "By the way, could you lend me some money?" "Huh?" Kushina looked at Yuye in surprise and instinctively replied, "Of course. What do you need it for?" "Well, nothing much. Just to purchase some training tools. Hee, most of my money has been deducted." As an orphan, he received some relief funds in Konoha. However, as a child from a foreign village, much of his funds were withheld, leaving him with just enough to scrape by. Yuye felt powerless in this situation, knowing that the only way to escape such awkward circumstances was to become stronger. Those despicable individuals truly are. Kushina felt a surge of anger at Yuye's words, but could only heave a resigned sigh, patting his shoulder. "All right, I'll lend it to you. Well, I probably won't be able to repay you in the short term, but I will soon become a genin. And then I should be able to return it to you after completing some missions." Yuye smiled at Kushina. Kushina retorted with a smirk, "If you intend to repay me, then I shall not lend it." Yuye, who had anticipated such a response, sighed in resignation. All right. I will make it up to you in other ways." Kushina huffed playfully, and after lending Yuye the necessary funds, she departed from his home. Gazing at the dinner Kushina had left behind, Yuye's expression softened. He chuckled softly. "At this rate, I can't help but feel that the original storyline is on the verge of being completely altered. Yet, I cannot disregard Kushina's goodwill." Walking through the streets of Konoha, Yuye glanced around and eventually smiled faintly. It always gave him a sense of surrealism. Yet, he was indeed present here. In the world of Naruto in Konoha. Despite having been in Konoha for quite some time, Yuye had been so immersed in training and becoming stronger that he had never paid attention to the bustling streets of the village. After wandering for a while, Yuye arrived at the ninja tools shop. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly exclaimed softly. He spotted a familiar figure, clad in a green jumpsuit with thick eyebrows. However, at this time, Lee should not have been born yet, and even if Guy had been born, he would still be just a child, right? There was no doubt now. Yuye instantly recognized the ninja before him, who was also purchasing heavy training tools. The eternal genin of Konoha. Might Guy. He was indeed Guy's father. Yuye held a deep admiration for him. Or rather, he respected Might Guy, Might Dai, and even Lee. He felt he belonged to that same category of individuals now. Inside the tool shop, a loud crash echoed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. I apologize, Might Dai said with an embarrassed smile as he watched the shop owner struggle to drop a pile of heavy items onto the floor. Honestly, the shopkeeper glanced at Might Dai, his impatience evident. Just take them and go. As Might Dai turned to leave, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath. What use is it to only train in taijutsu? He'll always be a genin. Hearing those words, Might Dai's body momentarily froze, but he did not turn back. Instead, he marched away with the heavy items he had purchased. How contemptuous. Watching this scene, a phrase suddenly surfaced in Yuya's mind. He was well aware of the true strength possessed by the eternal genin, Might Dai, and how terrifying it was. However, true to his character in the original story, Might Dai had an exceptionally good temperament, able to endure such ridicule and walk away. Shaking his head, Yuya stepped into the shop. I'll take 2 of those heavy weights. Just 2 will suffice. You want those heavy weights? The shopkeeper gazed at Yuya in surprise, evidently taken aback that such a young child was so keen on taijutsu. He quickly fetched 2 pieces for Yuya. They appeared to be 2 unremarkable iron blocks. Yet they felt incredibly heavy in his hands, even more so than he had anticipated. It seemed he wouldn't be able to use them for a while. Yuya felt a bit helpless, but having purchased them, he decided to move on. Turning to exit the shop, Yuya's gaze flickered as he searched for the recently departed Might Dai's figure. He soon found him, as he was quite conspicuous. Following Might Dai into a secluded grove, Yuya observed as Might Dai donned the formidable weights and began an intense training regimen. The intensity of the training left even Yuya speechless. No wonder he was the one capable of opening the 8th gate of death in the original story, single-handedly defeating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If the shopkeeper from earlier knew the true, monstrous strength of Konoha's eternal genin, he would likely be left dumbfounded. As Yuya watched Might Dai train, he gradually realized that his own training methods paled in comparison to Might Dai's. A wave of excitement surged through him. Without hesitation, he committed the entirety of Might Dai's training process to memory. Though Might Dai was merely a genin now, Yuya believed that no one in Konoha surpassed him in taijutsu. Learning from him could only prove beneficial. After discovering Might Dai's training location, Yuya would stealthily visit to observe whenever he had spare time. Since he lacked the Byakugan or Sharingan, he could only memorize the techniques painstakingly. After nearly a month of following Might Dai's lead, Yuya made significant progress in taijutsu. Both his physical strength and speed had nearly reached the level of a full-fledged genin. He was finally able to manage wearing those 2 heavy weights during this period. Moreover, Yuya's shockwave ability had also increased substantially. In an open area, Yuya clenched his fists, a faint, dim white glow emanating from them. He then struck a nearby wooden post with all his might. Crack! The air rippled with cracks, resembling a shattered mirror. Yuya's fist did not directly contact the post, remaining a foot away, yet the wooden post fractured under the impact, ultimately splintering apart. My shockwave ability has increased significantly. Excitement flickered across Yuya's face. If he were to employ the C-rank fire technique, Great Fireball, that Uchiha Izumi had previously used, he was confident that he could shatter it with a single punch, leaving not a single ember. However, throughout this month, Yuya had yet to witness Might Dai training in the 8 gates, which left him somewhat disappointed. What he yearned to understand most was the power of the 8 gates. Perhaps I should check if Might Dai has been practicing the 8 gates. After contemplating, Yuya turned and walked toward the familiar direction. However, before he could reach the street, a young boy clad in a ninja uniform and wearing a forehead protector approached him. This was a CH Nin. While Konoha's genin wore forehead protectors, CH Nin donned special uniforms, and J Nin's uniforms differed slightly in terms of pocket count from that of CH Nin. This made it easy to identify the rank of ninjas and which village they belonged to. unless they were exceptional individuals beyond the ordinary genin. Renowned across the entire ninja world, they would not wear uniforms and would freely choose their preferred attire. Such individuals no longer needed to rely on clothing to establish their identities. Upon seeing Yuye, this nin showed no attempt to hide his haughty demeanor as he strode directly toward Yuye. "Is there something you need?" Yuye inquired calmly, facing the chunin. Despite the clear indication that the individual before him sought trouble, Yuye exhibited no semblance of fear, responding with a measured composure. After all, they were within the confines of Hexia Village, on a public street where no one dared to act recklessly. However, to Yuye's astonishment, this chunin indeed dared to provoke him. "You are the outsider who survived the destruction of your village and joined Konoha, aren't you? I believe your name is Yuye?" The chunin spoke with an air of superiority, as if looking down from a great height. It was evident that he had come to instigate a conflict. And being a chunin, he was not easily disregarded. Yet, Yuye's expression remained increasingly composed. Meanwhile, he was engaged in rapid contemplation. Although he was not well regarded in Konoha, he had not provoked anyone to this extent. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from over a month prior, when he had defeated Uchiha Izumi at the Ninja Academy. At that time, Izumi had attempted to kill him, unleashing even the great fireball technique. Yuye had not held back either, and by the end of their confrontation, he had shattered multiple bones in Izumi's body. It was clear that Izumi would be incapacitated for at least a month. Thus, the person before him must undoubtedly be affiliated with the Uchiha clan. "What is your relation to Uchiha Izumi?" Yuye countered, refusing to answer the provocation directly. The chunin's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly unprepared for Yuye's quick deduction of his lineage. "I am Uchiha Han, the elder brother of Uchiha Izumi." "Since you have guessed my identity, you may as well break one of your arms," he replied, his tone eerily nonchalant, as if it were a matter of course. Yuye was momentarily taken aback. This was the Uchiha clan? How utterly arrogant. In Konoha, while the Uchiha were indeed powerful, could they truly act with such impunity? Did they believe that the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, were of no consequence? This was the main street of Konoha. Even if it were somewhat secluded, what did it matter? Yuye responded with a mere, "Why should I?" "Simply because you harmed my brother Izumi, thus provoking the Uchiha?" Han retorted. Upon witnessing Yuye's demeanor, a flicker of anger crossed Han's face. With a cold snort, he launched a punch at Yuye. This man truly dared to engage in a brawl on the street. Yuye was taken aback. The Uchiha clan had become so brazen. Yet, who dared to challenge him in close combat? Regardless of Han's rank as a chunin, he would not hesitate. Without a moment's pause, Yuye clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful blow. Boom. The two fists collided in the next instant. Yuye's speed in taijutsu was not significantly inferior to that of Uchiha Han, a chunin of the Uchiha clan. As for strength, Yuye possessed the shock-release kekkei genkai. His vibrational force was capable of shattering a C-rank ninjutsu, meaning that in close combat, each of Yuye's punches bore nearly the power of a C-rank technique. No matter how strong a chunin might be, could they withstand a direct assault from a C-rank ninjutsu? That would be utterly ludicrous. Crack. As the white aura surrounding Yuye's fist erupted, Han's expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying shockwave emanated from Yuye's fist, transmitting an overwhelming force that made Han's own fist feel as if it were being crushed. Even his entire body began to creak ominously, as if it were on the verge of being obliterated. In a state of shock, Han desperately summoned his chakra, but ultimately, he was still sent flying by Yuye's singular punch, as if struck by a lightning release technique, his body trembling uncontrollably. This was impossible. A glimmer of disbelief shone in Han's eyes. He had long been aware from his brother Izumi that Yuye possessed a unique kekkei genkai that enhanced his taijutsu. Yet he had dismissed it. How strong could he truly be? He was a chunin, after all, a member of the Uchiha clan. A chunin facing a mere student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy should have been a complete rout. Thus, he had not approached the confrontation seriously, intending to swiftly overpower Yuye with a few simple moves. However, he had not anticipated that Yuye's shockwave would be beyond the tolerance of even a chunin. Stunned, he gazed at the Uchiha Han he had just sent reeling, and Yuye thought to himself, indeed, chunins are formidable. If a genin dared to exchange blows with me like that, they would either suffer severe injuries or be left gasping for breath. As for students of the Ninja Academy, it would be a stroke of luck if they were not outright killed. Yet, despite being forcefully repelled, Uchiha Han was unharmed. This altered Yuye's perception of the strength of chunins. "You insufferable brat. How dare you flaunt your mere kekkei genkai before the Uchiha? Upon regaining his composure, Han was engulfed in fury. By now, more and more people had begun to notice the scene, casting curious glances. Even though the area was somewhat secluded, how secluded could it truly be in such a large ninja village as Konoha? Under the scrutiny of many astonished eyes, Han felt a burning shame. As a chunin, to be knocked back by a mere student who had not even graduated from the ninja academy was an utter disgrace. In a fit of rage, Han chose not to employ ninjutsu again, charging at Yuye once more, determined to crush him with raw taijutsu and reclaim his honor. Yuye was taken aback that Han dared to continue this physical confrontation. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. Was this how arrogant the Uchiha clan had become? Look over there. Isn't that Uchiha Han? How pitiful. What did that kid do to provoke the Uchiha clan? Gradually, onlookers gathered, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment and pity. Judging by Yuya's appearance, he was likely still an ungraduated student who had somehow angered a chunin from the Uchiha clan. How unfortunate. Given the Uchiha's overbearing nature, even if they did not dare to kill Yuya in public, they would certainly leave him seriously injured. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuya and Uchiha Han clashed once more. Boom. Faced with Han's taijutsu, Yuya neither flinched nor evaded. Rather, he opted to meet every attack with a punch. Just one punch was all it took to shatter his opponent's techniques. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's prowess in taijutsu or the Sharingan's ability to perceive every flaw, what did it matter? In the face of shock release, relying solely on taijutsu to triumph over him, even as a chunin, was simply not sufficient. This time, instead of meeting Yuya's fist head-on, Uchiha Han sidestepped, aiming a kick at Yuya. As long as he avoided a direct confrontation, the shockwave would have no effect on him. Han thought to himself. Yet, if the shockwave were truly so easily countered, how could it be revered as the strongest power in another world? Boom. Yuya's fist struck nothing but air. Yet it still produced a thunderous roar. It seemed as though he had struck something tangible, as if shattering an invisible mirror. Crack. The air shattered once more, resembling a broken mirror, and the terrifying shockwave enveloped the entire area before Han once again. What? Han's eyes widened in horror. Despite having evaded the attack, why did that forceful shockwave still strike him with such intensity? In the blink of an eye, every garment on Uchiha Han was wrinkled and torn, and this time, the situation was even more dire. Previously, he had at least managed to counter some of the shockwave's force by engaging in a direct clash with Yuya through sheer strength. However, this time, he foolishly attempted to evade it, and the shockwave struck him unrelentingly, with no mitigation whatsoever. Bang! The shockwave surged violently, and Uchiha Han gritted his teeth. Unable to retaliate, he could only weakly cross his arms over his chest in a futile attempt to brace against the impact. Yet, he was still unable to withstand it. Boom! To the astonishment of countless onlookers, Uchiha Han was violently hurled away. As he flew backward, blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was the consequence of underestimating the shockwave of Yuya and attempting to confront him with mere physical prowess. Not even a chunin could withstand such force. Impossible. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Han was horrified. He tried to land gracefully, but his body, numbed by the shockwave, failed to stabilize. Thud. Uchiha Han fell to the ground in a disheveled heap, his body still trembling violently. The scene fell into a stunned silence. Soon, a wave of murmurs spread among the spectators. Unbelievable. A chunin from the Uchiha clan was knocked away by a child like Yuya, and even injured. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? The Uchiha clan should not be this weak. They couldn't even defeat a mere child. And what kind of power did that child just wield? Countless gazes fell upon the fallen Uchiha Han and the calm Yuya, who had retracted his fist. It was beyond comprehension. Had Uchiha Han struck Yuya and sent him flying, it would have been normal, but the reverse was simply astonishing. Uchiha Han remained on the ground, dazed, still unable to grasp the fact that he had been knocked away by Yuya's single punch. When the realization finally struck him, he became frantic in the face of the surrounding stares. Damn it! How dare you? To be sent flying by a mere child. And to cough up blood from the impact. Such an occurrence was an utter disgrace, a humiliation that would haunt him in the Uchiha clan, rendering him unable to hold his head high again, forever subjected to ridicule. In his fury, Uchiha Han's face revealed a murderous intent. Initially, he had only wished to teach Yuya a lesson, but now he was determined to eliminate this insufferable child. Consumed by rage, Uchiha Han finally made his move. This time not relying on physical techniques, but instead forming hand seals to truly unleash ninjutsu. with the intent to obliterate Yuye. He disregarded that they were in the streets of Konoha. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. With a swift motion, he unleashed a B-rank fire ninjutsu. This technique was far beyond the capabilities of the Great Fireball, the terrifying flames coalescing into a visible form, resembling a fire dragon that would incinerate all in its path. Charging toward Yuye. The ground beneath seemed to crack from the intense heat. No, has he lost his mind? To unleash such a high-level ninjutsu here. The crowd gasped and retreated, most of them ninjas who could easily evade the attack. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuye couldn't help but inhale sharply. He knew he could neither block nor evade such a powerful jutsu. Had Uchiha Han not underestimated him from the beginning and instead opted to use ninjutsu in their confrontation, Yuye would have likely been defeated in an instant. However, in this moment, facing the impending devastation of the fire technique, Yuye displayed no sign of fear. Instead, he appeared calm, his gaze subtly scanning the surroundings. It was time for those fellows to make their move. Whoosh! In the very next instant, a shadow flickered into view before Yuye, rapidly forming hand seals in response to the oncoming fire jutsu. Water style, water barrier. The torrent surged forth, transforming into a massive wave, akin to a fortress wall. As the fire dragon flame bomb collided, a sizzling sound erupted, and great clouds of steam rose, ultimately vanishing as if swallowed by the sea. The water dissipated instantly, disappearing without a trace. Uchiha Han, do you realize the crime of engaging in private combat within Konoha? A cold voice echoed. The shadow standing before Yuye was unmistakably a masked Umbu member. The Umbu, a special tactical assassination unit directly under the Hokage, could not be commanded by anyone else. They were responsible not only for various external assassination missions, but also for the internal security of Konoha. This was indeed an elite force, even surpassing the Uchiha clan's Konoha police force. Uchiha Han, utilizing the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, a technique with wide-ranging destructive capability, was strictly prohibited from executing such attacks in Konoha, even if his target was not Yuye. Upon seeing the Umbu's arrival, Uchiha Han, though seething with murderous intent, had no choice but to suppress it. He dared not act recklessly in the presence of the Umbu. What crime have I committed? Private combat is forbidden within Konoha. The Umbu coldly regarded Uchiha Han. Gradually, Uchiha Han's fury subsided, his gaze laden with malice as he glared at Yuye and coldly declared, I am one of the captains of the Konoha police force. It has come to my attention that Yuye may be in league with enemy village scouts. So I intended to apprehend him for interrogation. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Yuye inwardly cursed the audacity. No wonder this scoundrel dared to brazenly attack in the street. He had already concocted a justification, knowing full well that the Konoha police force was essentially a private army of the Uchiha clan. It was a blatant display of power. The onlookers exhibited expressions of disdain, yet were too intimidated by the Uchiha name to voice any objections. This was the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. The Umbu, observing the situation, could only respond coldly, do you have evidence? This seems to have nothing to do with your Umbu. Uchiha Han, having quelled his anger, replied icily. The Umbu member's expression behind the mask darkened considerably. But, if you wish to apprehend him, I believe you will need the Hokage's permission, will you not? The Umbu ninja's tone was frigid. In truth, whether from Danzo's root or Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu, there had often been a subtle targeting of the Uchiha clan. He was one of the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, specifically tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan. A child like Yuye, lacking any background and hailing from a foreign village, had no standing to warrant protection from the Umbu. The targeting of Uchiha Han was merely a means to suppress the Uchiha clan. The spectators were well aware. Having witnessed numerous confrontations between the Umbu and the Konoha police force before, acting in haste, what if Yuye is indeed a spy and escapes before we can act? Uchiha Han sneered. Having invoked the name of the Konoha police force, he effectively represented the Uchiha clan, which emboldened his tone even in the face of the Umbu. The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow, but he was clearly unwilling to let Uchiha Han achieve his aims so easily. This matter is suspicious. I believe it requires the Hokage's direct intervention. The two engaged in a tense standoff, yet ultimately, the Umbu's authority prevailed. After all, the person behind the Umbu is the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the Konoha Guard is merely led by the Uchiha clan's head. We shall discuss this another time. Uchiha Han's expression darkened. He could see that this Umbu was resolute in opposing him, and it seemed unlikely that he could deal with Yuye today. However, Yuye, a mere outsider without any backing, could easily be crushed at any moment. Could the Umbu truly protect him for a lifetime? The only way to alleviate the resentment in his heart was to eliminate Yuya. Uchiha Han did not conceal his murderous intent, turning coldly to leave. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of indignation, mingled with a hint of pity for Yuya. It was hard for them to believe that Uchiha Han had suffered a loss at Yuya's hands. Yet they knew that the impending retaliation from the Uchiha clan was something Yuya could never withstand. Given the Uchiha's domineering nature, it was entirely possible that Yuya would suddenly go missing by tomorrow. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. At that moment, however, Yuya suddenly called out to Uchiha Han. Wait. Uchiha Han halted, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Even if Yuya were to kneel and plead for mercy now, it would be too late. But to his astonishment, Yuya's words were not those of surrender, but rather a challenge. 3 months from now, do you dare to face me in a life-and-death duel? Yuya calmly gazed at Uchiha Han, fully aware that he was at an impasse. The only way to break free was to employ such a tactic to buy time. If Uchiha Han agreed, it would grant him a reprieve. The moment Yuya uttered these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. All eyes turned to Yuya as if he were mad. A 3-month challenge against a Chunin? What a joke. Even though Yuya had managed to gain the upper hand over Uchiha Han through some strange power, once a Chunin was serious, not only would Yuya, an ungraduated student, struggle, but even several Genin would find it difficult to contend with him. Moreover, Uchiha Han was a Chunin of the Uchiha clan. The spectators were left in a state of shock. Uchiha Han could hardly believe his ears. Yuya was challenging him. Did this boy truly think that a moment of fortune granted by an unusual bloodline would qualify him to battle against him? Ha ha. Uchiha Han laughed, his laughter dripping with scorn and disdain. Challenging me, is it? Very well, I accept. Despite knowing that Yuya sought merely to delay, Uchiha Han could not refuse a challenge in front of so many witnesses. It was not only a matter of his pride, but also that of the Uchiha clan, which he could not afford to tarnish. However, in just 3 months, a mere child could not possibly turn the tide. If he took this seriously, Uchiha Han was confident he could dispatch Yuya in an instant. Without further ado, Uchiha Han vanished in a cloud of white smoke. The surrounding crowd began to awaken from their stupor. In astonishment, they expressed their regrets. This child was indeed remarkable. Remaining composed in the face of danger and challenging a Chunin to buy himself 3 months. Yet, alas, having offended the Uchiha clan, no matter how talented he was, he would have no opportunity to grow. It was utterly impossible to defeat a Chunin in just 3 months. Yes, 3 months was far too cruel for this child. The crowd sighed collectively, shaking their heads as they departed, unwilling to interfere in Uchiha clan matters. The Umbu, too, looked at Yuya with pity. If this incident were reported to the 3rd Hokage, it might draw his attention and perhaps save Yuya's life, though the chances were slim. The Umbu approached Yuya, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "Enjoy your 3 months. Given the Uchiha style, you need not worry about danger during this time." With that, the Umbu dissipated into white smoke. Enjoy 3 months? Damn. The corners of Yuya's mouth twitched, a dark line appearing across his forehead. He knew that Uchiha Han had no choice but to accept his challenge, and thus he had boldly secured 3 months. Yet, these 3 months were not for frivolity. As he walked through the streets, it seemed that news of Yuya's challenge to Uchiha Han had spread quickly throughout Konoha. It was indeed a curious event for a student of the Ninja Academy to challenge a Chunin. Whispers filled the air, and many gazes were tinged with pity. Even those who usually looked down upon Yuya could only sigh and shake their heads upon seeing him. Initially, Yuya felt somewhat strange about the attention, but soon he grew accustomed to it, ignoring the glances. He intended to watch Might Guy's training before returning home to continue his rigorous exercises. Having acquired the shock release bloodline limit less than 2 months ago, he had already attained a level of strength that rendered him nearly fearless against any Genin. While there was a significant disparity between Genin and Chunin, it was not an insurmountable gap within a short time. In the original story, Kakashi Hitaki became a Genin at 5 and a Chunin at 6. Thus, Yuya too was confident and determined to elevate his strength to Chunin level within 3 months. Before long, Yuya arrived at the training ground of Might Guy. Initially, he planned to take a brief look and leave, for it had been quite a while since he had witnessed Might Guy's practice of the 8 gates, and his hopes were not high. However, unexpectedly, upon merely glancing, Yuya's gaze became fixed. The world around him gradually dimmed. The sun's remaining rays filtered through the small grove, exuding a serene and tranquil aura. Yet this tranquility was shattered by an overwhelming force. Boom. At this moment, Might Guy stood at the center of a small clearing, his entire being radiating a green luminescence. An indescribable aura surged around him. The 8 gates. Yuye stood there, mesmerized by the scene, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance as he murmured, "Indeed, this is the most astonishing forbidden technique in physical combat that has captivated countless individuals." Remembering that in the original story, Guy once withstood and even suppressed the 6 paths Madara with this technique, Yuye could not help but feel a rush of excitement. He had always wished to secretly learn this technique, and today he finally witnessed it firsthand. Huh. Might Guy stood silently in the clearing, then suddenly shouted, stomping his foot down onto the ground. Crack. The earth beneath him instantly cracked like a spider web, spreading in all directions. The 5th gate, the door of limit. Open. Boom. This time, he did not need to stomp the ground. The mere force radiating from his body was enough to create cracks in the fragile soil. Whoosh. In the next moment, Might Guy's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing instantaneously before a massive tree, and with a single punch, he struck out. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the colossal tree fell, severed beneath Might Guy's blow. Having accomplished this, Might Guy remained rooted in place, seemingly deep in contemplation. Without opening the 6th gate, after a while, Might Guy suddenly called out towards the tree behind which Yuye was hiding, "Come out." Discovered. Yuye, feeling slightly embarrassed, stepped out. He had been too excited just now and inadvertently revealed himself. It was always a bit awkward to spy on someone else's training and get caught. However, considering he had been visiting daily for 2 months, even if Might Guy was weak in other areas, he surely must have noticed by now, Yuye thought to himself. However, Might Guy did not express anger at Yuye for peeking. Instead, he gave Yuye a thumbs up. "Kid, you are quite diligent." The green glow surrounding him gradually faded, revealing a rugged smile on Might Guy's face. Yuye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Even with immense strength, it seems that foolishness remains a constant trait. "Sorry, I've been secretly learning," Yuye said helplessly. "No problem, I allow it." Might Guy interrupted with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, Might Guy dropped to his knees, gazing skyward with tear-filled eyes. "To think someone would be willing to learn martial arts from me. My youth has not yet faded." Yuye struggled to suppress a laugh. Despite his strong nerves, this scene was almost too much to bear. Truly unbelievable. Might Guy might die. And Lee, though their tenacity and resilience are commendable, why must they all be such goofballs? It's no wonder Might Guy, despite his strength, remains a lowly ninja. Perhaps he is utterly clueless in areas beyond martial arts, like reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Ha. At that moment, Might Guy stood up, laughing heartily as he approached Yuye. Though his body trembled slightly, this was not excitement. Opening the 5th gate was a considerable strain for him. Yuye furrowed his brow at the sight. The side effects of the 8 gates technique. Can they truly not be avoided? The thought crossed Yuye's mind. Might Guy then clapped Yuye on the shoulder, adopting a serious tone. "Do you wish to be my disciple? But that's impossible, for I am merely a lowly ninja, unqualified to take on a student." Might Guy chuckled at his own predicament. Yuye twitched his lips and shrugged helplessly, saying, "I've been secretly learning for 2 months now." "What? 2 months?" Might Guy exclaimed in shock, circling Yuye with a look of overwhelming emotion. "I never imagined I'd encounter such a dedicated young man to martial arts." At that moment, Yuye felt an urge to turn and walk away, utterly drained of sarcasm. Moreover, Might Guy had only just realized that Yuye had been observing him, likely due to the opening of the 8 gates, which had caused him to overlook concealing his presence. He had thought Might Guy was already aware of his actions. Yuye felt a wave of exasperation. Might Guy's air of mystery had plummeted over the past 2 months, now hitting rock bottom. "Ahem, actually, I have no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu. To be precise, I struggle to refine chakra. Hence, I can only practice martial arts," Yuye explained. "Is that so?" Might Guy paused for a moment. Then, in a fit of excitement, hugged Yuye tightly. Yuye instinctively tried to evade, but was unable to escape the awkward embrace. "Oh, brother, I can't believe it." Yuye could no longer hold back his laughter. How could this continue without risking his dignity? "Fear not." Might Guy released Yuye, pounding his chest confidently. "Even without the ability to cultivate ninjutsu, one can still be an exceptional ninja, just like you." Yuye, feeling weary of the banter, replied, "You are still just a lowly ninja." This made Might Guy feel slightly embarrassed, as he too was merely a lowly ninja. But that's not important. What matters is, "Young man, did you witness the power I demonstrated earlier? That is the strength I have mastered over many years." This is the forbidden technique that liberates one's physical limitations, the 8 gates. There are a total of 8 gates, each one open grants tremendous power. Even I have only mastered up to the 7th gate. Listening to Might Guy's words, Yuye felt a mix of surprise and realization. The original story stated that it took him 20 years to master the 8 gates. So it made sense that he had only reached the 7th gate at this point in time. It wouldn't be long before, after the Second Great Ninja War, Might Guy would possess the ability to open the 8th gate. Seeing Yuye's expression devoid of surprise, Might Guy's earlier excitement quickly diminished. Are you not interested at all? No, I am very interested, Yuye replied helplessly, feigning surprise and curiosity. What about the 8th gate? Upon hearing this, Might Guy's enthusiasm reignited as he clenched his fists. Opening all 8 gates will grant you power rivaling that of the Hokage. But, well, it's incredibly powerful. He hesitated, recalling the fatal side effects of opening the 8th gate. As Yuye pondered how to acquire the specific training methods, Might Guy patted his shoulder and, with an elder brother demeanor, asked, So, do you wish to learn? Yuye, is it truly that simple? Is it really acceptable to casually reveal a forbidden technique? However, considering the 8 gates technique, even if it were fully disclosed, few would likely be eager to learn it. Might Guy, encountering someone like Yuye who also lacked ninjutsu talent, was understandably thrilled to share it. Naturally, his goofy nature played a significant role in his eagerness. Might Guy now appeared as if he could scarcely contain his excitement, almost on the verge of tears if Yuye declined. Who is learning from whom, indeed? Of course I want to. Without hesitation, Yuye nodded vigorously. Since Might Guy was willing to teach, Yuye would not let this opportunity pass. Although he could gradually comprehend the 8 gates technique through rigorous physical training, that would take an extensive amount of time, far longer than directly learning from Might Guy. He had a life-and-death duel in 3 months. Furthermore, despite Might Guy's silly personality, Yuye found a sense of warmth in him. How should he put it? Though he was quite ridiculous, he was also genuine. Yuye could see that Might Guy's nature was straightforward and kind. After arriving in this world, Yuye's experiences made him realize that life here was not as bright and energetic as depicted in the manga. Hidden behind the sunlight lay deep darkness. As a child from a foreign village, his experiences in Konoha, while not as tragic as Naruto's in the original story, were still far from pleasant. Might Guy stood in stark contrast to the high-ranking officials of Konoha, the Hokage's advisor Danzo, and the domineering Uchiha clan. No matter how foolish he appeared, he remained positive, radiant, and devoid of any darkness. Yuye understood that this world harbored shadows, yet he longed to witness more light, like that which Might Guy emanated. Wonderful. Upon seeing Yuye nod in agreement, Might Guy's face lit up with excitement, almost moved to tears once more. However, the next moment, he wiped away his tears and adopted a serious expression as he gazed at Yuye. Young man, while this technique is powerful, it is a forbidden technique. Do you understand what that entails? I do, Yuye nodded. Might Guy displayed an unusually grave demeanor, fixing his gaze on Yuye. The use of forbidden techniques carries risks. I am willing to bear them, Yuye replied calmly. Might Guy regarded Yuye with utmost seriousness. Then, oh, how wonderful. How could we have not met sooner? Might Guy was overwhelmed with emotion once again. Yuye could only shake his head in exasperation. Truly, enough is enough. Thus concludes the training process for the 8 gates technique. Might Guy sat there earnestly, raising a finger to narrate. You seem to have met the prerequisites. However, I still advise you to further hone your physical prowess before attempting to unlock the first gate. Its side effects are closely linked to one's physical condition. The stronger the body, the lesser the adverse effects. From the 3rd gate onward, the repercussions become significantly more severe. Yuye, who understood the essence of Might Guy's words, listened attentively. As Might Guy began discussing the 8th gate, Yuye's expression turned notably serious, his mind swirling with contemplation. Simultaneously, he posed several probing questions. Might Guy was taken aback by the critical nature of Yuye's inquiries. Some were beyond his knowledge, yet he answered each one he could. With many answers now illuminating his mind, a thought began to take shape within Yuye. In this world, a ninja might approach a jutsu methodically, learning it step by step. But Yuye was different. His soul hailed from a realm with a far broader mindset. Thus, he harbored bolder, more extraordinary ideas. The 8 gates of Doinjia, a forbidden technique devised by ninjas. Since it is a creation rather than an innate ability, it implies that it can be refined, even transformed. Yuye mused internally, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant light. While the 8 gates in the original narrative were undeniably powerful, The consequence of fully unleashing all 8 gates was death, a fate Yuya sought to avert. He yearned to alter this. After acquiring the training methods for the 8 gates from my guy, Yuya refrained from further practice and returned home. The entire night was spent pondering the intricacies of the 8 gates. The 8 gates dismantle the limits of the human body, breaking through existing thresholds. Starting from the 2 gates in the head, open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, dug gate, view gate, dug gate, and death gate, there are a total of 8 gates, cascading downward through the chest and abdomen, culminating at the heart. Unlocking the entire body's limits ultimately strikes at the heart, breaking through the final threshold, which is known as the complete state of the 8 gates of Duanjia, or the formation of the 8 gates. The heart represents the final gate of power, shattering all preceding limits, and ultimately forcefully breaching the gate at the heart, thereby unleashing the totality of one's life force, which inevitably leads to death. But can the heart serve as the source? This was the question Yuya wrestled with in deep thought. Using the heart as the terminus, the final surge of power would undoubtedly activate the last vestige of life force. However, if the heart were the origin, beginning the journey to strengthen the body from that point, could it mitigate the adverse effects? How to use the heart as the origin remained a conundrum. Yet, ideas began to crystallize in Yuya's mind. He was not in a rush to experiment, but rather prepared to discuss further with my guy. For this matter was of utmost seriousness and could not be trifled with. The following day, as dawn broke, Yuya was abruptly awakened by a commotion. The only individual likely to disturb him at home was undoubtedly Kushina. Having exerted considerable mental effort, Yuya's mind was still foggy as he found himself in a haze, nearly overwhelmed by Kushina's incessant chatter. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence of her visit. It concerned his challenge to Uchiha-han. A student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy daring to challenge a middle-rank Uchiha to a life-and-death duel was an extraordinary matter, unprecedented in history. Consequently, the news spread rapidly, and within a day, nearly everyone in the village was aware, including Kushina, who had scarcely slept the previous night. Before dawn, she had risen and rushed to find Yuya. Despite being on the verge of annoyance from Kushina's incessant noise, Yuya felt a twinge of gratitude. Really? Did you even listen to what I said? I told you to cancel that duel, and I'll find a way for you to stay with the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Kushina grasped Yuya's shoulders firmly, shaking him repeatedly. Yuya could not help but smile wryly. All right, if you keep shaking me. I might not die from a fight, but from your incessant shaking. Humph. Who knows what you're really thinking, challenging a middle-rank ninja. Were you feverish at the time? Yuya looked at Kushina with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "This matter. I have my own views, so please don't interfere." How can I not care? Kushina's voice nearly left Yuya dazed. The corners of his mouth twitched as he smiled helplessly. I am confident that I can defeat him in 3 months. Yes, that's the plan. After Yuya's earnest declaration, he noticed Kushina gazing at him as if he were a fool. Defeat a middle-rank ninja in 3 months. Are you living in a dream? Kushina's voice was again deafening. Of course, her urgency stemmed from genuine concern. How could she bear to watch Yuya march towards certain doom? Yuya felt quite helpless regarding Kushina's reaction, knowing her intentions were well-meaning. After a lengthy explanation, it seemed Kushina absorbed none of it. Finally, seeing Yuya's obstinate demeanor, she stormed out, exclaiming that she would no longer concern herself with him. With a faint smile, Yuya watched Kushina's furious departure, shaking his head in resignation. After calming his thoughts, he got up to freshen up and dress before stepping outside. He suddenly felt that attending the Ninja Academy was no longer necessary. In 3 months, he was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Uchiha-han, and he intended to devote every moment of that time to training. Attending classes would simply be a waste. After contemplating this, he resolved to request an extended leave of absence. However, given that the middle-rank instructor was not particularly fond of him, securing such a leave might prove challenging. With this thought, Yuya frowned slightly, but whether his leave was granted or not was inconsequential. He would simply inform the academy of his decision to cease attending classes. Upon arriving at the academy, the students regarded Yuya with indifference, demonstrating no unusual reactions. After all, being children, they could not contemplate matters deeply. They were merely astonished by the audacity of Yuya's challenge to a middle-rank ninja. Entering the middle-rank instructor's office, Yuya did not hesitate and walked straight in. Coincidentally, he encountered his instructor, Kato No. Yuya? Kato No's expression was markedly different from before. Gone was the disdain and animosity, replaced instead with a complex demeanor. Yuya found Kadono's attitude perplexing, considering the severe punishment he should have faced for the injuries inflicted upon Uchiha Izumi. It was strange to see no hint of resentment in his expression. Nevertheless, Yuya dismissed the peculiarities and calmly stated his request for a 3-month leave of absence. After articulating his intention, he prepared to turn and leave, indifferent to whether it was accepted, as he had no plans to return. To his astonishment, Kadono, with a hint of sentimentality, patted his shoulder and nodded in agreement. Was he actually approving it? A look of surprise crossed Yuya's face. Shortly thereafter, he heard Kadono muttering, half to himself, "My comrade fell at the hands of a ninja from another village, which is why I have always harbored animosity towards you. However, you were truly a diligent child. If you were born in Konoha." At this point, Katono's voice abruptly ceased, and he let out another sigh. Patting Yuya on the shoulder as he walked past him, "Let us not dwell on that. Instead, go and enjoy 3 months of carefree play." Yuya stared blankly as Katono exited the office. Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Suddenly realizing that it echoed the words of a previous Umbu ninja, he nearly choked on his own blood. "Do you all truly believe I am doomed?" With a pained expression, he left the office. As he slowly walked out of the school, Yuya attempted to cast aside his chaotic thoughts. He then began to reflect deeply, appearing as if he were utterly lost and on the brink of death, inadvertently attracting a multitude of sympathetic gazes. Yet, in reality, Yuya was contemplating the last few questions that lingered from the previous night. He would not squander a single moment. If he could resolve these inquiries one by one, he would possess an 80% certainty of successfully developing that technique. This certainty was exceedingly high. Once he perfected that technique, Yuya was confident that defeating Uchiha Han in 3 months would be a mere trifle. After a prolonged period of reflection, he managed to solve one question. Yet several remained unresolved. Yuya decided to seek out Might Guy once more. Might Guy was still training in that forest. The entire village was aware of Yuya's challenge to Uchiha Han, yet he seemed completely oblivious, greeting Yuya with a cheerful smile. It was evident that he did not quite fit in with anyone in the village. Yuya even found himself curious about who Kai's mother was, but at that moment, he wasted no time and directly voiced his queries. These questions prompted Might Guy to ponder deeply. After a while, he answered some of them. Appearing uncertain regarding the final question, Yuya and Might Guy discussed this last inquiry multiple times before finally arriving at an answer. At that moment, the concept in Yuya's mind began to take shape, gradually formulating a complete and clear training method. This was the technique Yuya had long desired to develop, reverse 8 gates. To utter this would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, yet Yuya's imagination was boundless, and he was unafraid to experiment. The heart is the source of explosive power. Choosing to unlock it as the final gate equates to unleashing all of one's vitality, leading to certain death. However, if he were to start the strengthening process from the heart, using it to invigorate the entire body, perhaps he could achieve a version of the 8 gates devoid of side effects, even a permanent one. After thoroughly organizing his training method, Yuya wasted no time and shared his thoughts with Might Guy. Reverse 8 gates. The moment Might Guy heard this, his mind erupted in a cacophony, leaving him momentarily speechless with shock. He felt compelled to refute it, only to discover that Yuya had nearly considered every angle. It seemed it might actually be feasible. Ultimately, Might Guy resolved to support Yuya's idea. In his view, youth is meant for striving. Might Guy pointed out several flaws and assisted Yuya in refining them. Thus, the method for reverse 8 gates was finally established. Without hesitation, Yuya commenced his attempts. Might Guy stood resolutely beside him, ready to protect him. Might Guy's character was absolutely trustworthy. With him nearby, Yuya could rest assured. First, Yuya activated the blood vessels and meridians throughout his body, then sat cross-legged. He emptied his mind, entering a state of singular focus. Starting from the heart, he murmured, extending his thumb to gently press against the area of his heart. Yet, it proved ineffective. Opening the heart as the first gate was entirely different from unlocking it as the 8th. Yuya frowned slightly. This path was unfeasible, but there were alternative methods. Subsequently, Yuya chose to forcibly break through using chakra. The 8 gates liberate all restrictions on the human body, essentially freeing chakra from its constraints. However, this chakra would not flow outward, but would instead form a surging river within, enhancing his body. Yet, chakra was Yuya's weakest skill. After considerable effort, he managed to mobilize a small amount of chakra, directing it towards the gate in his heart. However, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. It was utterly futile. Yuye realized that even with Jonin level or even Kaga level chakra, it would be impossible to open the heart as the first gate. No wonder. Over the millennia, while the 8 gates have been utilized in a forward manner, there has never been a reverse version. The difficulty of training is unfathomably high, rendering success nearly impossible. Yuye contemplated this, yet a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Just because others have failed does not mean he cannot succeed. For he possessed the power of the shock release kekkei genkai. Yuye's true confidence lay in the might of the shock release. The power of vibration. Rise. Shatter this shackle for me. The shockwave. This was the third and final method, the one in which Yuye held the most assurance. Buzz. Even after adjusting the intensity of the shock to its minimum, directing it inward towards his heart caused Yuye to momentarily black out. He nearly fainted. Yet, he succeeded. The gate at his heart, which was supposed to be the 8th gate of death, was forcibly breached open by the surge of shock power. Regaining consciousness from his near-fainting state, Yuye felt a distinctly different flow of power within his heart, and a flicker of excitement and joy finally graced his face. The shockwave could indeed serve as the force to unlock the first gate at the heart. This meant that aside from himself, perhaps no one else in this world could cultivate this reverse version of the 8 gates. At that moment, the first gate at his heart had merely been torn open slightly. However, the power surging from his heart had already grown significantly stronger than before. Furthermore, with the enhancement of the heart's power, the flow of blood would yield even greater strength, progressively reinforcing Yuye's body and creating a perfect virtuous cycle. This was already enough to astonish Yuye, yet the benefits did not end there. Just as the gate at his heart was breached, Yuye simultaneously sensed a potent chakra brewing within. Chakra flowed within his heart. This chakra, while brewing, was also nourishing his heart. As the heart received this nourishment and enhancement from the chakra, it pulsated with greater vigor, the blood rushing. This was the second virtuous cycle, mutually amplifying each other. Even Yuye had not anticipated this. He had not expected that forcibly opening the gate would allow him, despite his inability to cultivate chakra, to directly gain powerful chakra. A hint of uncontrollable joy spread across his face. He immediately recalled that when the 8 gates are normally unlocked, it entails breaking the shackles of chakra within the body. Yet that chakra is fleeting, providing a temporary surge. But what Yuye now possessed was permanence. Yuye could sense that the chakra at his heart had reached the level of a Genin-esque chakra. With this amount of chakra, even in ninjutsu, Yuye would completely escape the fate of being a useless ninja. It is not that he is incapable of mastering ninjutsu, but rather that the meager amount of chakra he possesses makes it exceedingly difficult to refine and consolidate, thereby hindering his cultivation. However, now that the gate at his heart has been partially opened, his chakra has experienced a remarkable amplification without any deliberate effort on his part to refine it. What a sublime power this is! This chakra will be stored within his heart, continuously augmenting and nurturing its strength. In that instant, Yuye realized that perhaps as he unlocks the second or even third gate, his chakra will continue to grow. This path is now vividly clear before him. Yet at present, Yuye's task is to completely open the first gate. With renewed vigor, he pressed forward, channeling the previously unleashed shockwave while simultaneously summoning the chakra from his heart. Merging both forces. Boom, boom, boom. The gate at his heart, already torn asunder, shattered under the relentless onslaught, as if it were mere paper. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura surged from Yuye, causing Might Dai, who stood guard beside him, to turn in astonishment. The restrictions at Yuye's heart were entirely lifted, and it felt as though a potent chakra was brewing within, poised to awaken the 8 gates of life. However, the power that manifested was not the explosive force Yuye had envisioned. Instead, it diffused into the other 7 unopened gates. Only with all 7 gates fully opened, alongside the heart gate designated as the death gate, could the terrifying power of the 8 gates be fully realized. Merely opening the first gate did not unleash an explosion, but rather establish stability. At this moment, the first gate of the reverse 8 gates had been thoroughly unlocked by Yuye. His chakra, once nearly impossible to extract, now soared to a level comparable to that of a lower-ranked ninja. Simultaneously, his physical strength, power, and speed received substantial boosts, marking an all-encompassing enhancement. If earlier, Yuye had faced challenges against lower-ranked ninjas, now, they were no longer his adversaries. Yet, with the dramatic surge in power, Yuye felt a twinge of discomfort. Gasp! Blood surged within his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful, but his expression remained untroubled. It was entirely normal to struggle with controlling chakra of this magnitude after just attaining a lower-ranked level. The heart's restrictions had been lifted, and while it could unleash greater power, it had not yet strengthened sufficiently to bear such intensity. However, as long as the chakra and heart continued to nurture one another, he would soon adapt perfectly. "Yeah, are you alright?" Upon witnessing the powerful aura emanating from Yuye only to suddenly subside, followed by a spurt of blood, Might Dai rushed forward in concern. Yuye shook his head, inhaling deeply to calm the raging energy within him. "I am fine. It appears I will need some time to stabilize this power." "There's no need to worry, Yuye. You are already incredibly gifted. The mere fact that you conceived such a unique method of cultivation is commendable, even if it doesn't yield success." As he spoke, Might Dai patted Yuye's shoulder reassuringly, reminding him that victories and defeats are commonplace in the life of a warrior, even if it doesn't work out. "Training with me in the traditional 8 gates will surely elevate your martial prowess." Having quelled the tumultuous energy coursing through him and listening to Might Dai's comforting words, a peculiar expression crossed Yuye's face. "Well, I never said I had failed. Indeed, even if you were to fail, that wouldn't matter. In my view." Might Dai, who had been rambling, suddenly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yuye. You succeeded?" "Yes," Yuye replied with a shrug. Boom. It was as though a thunderous clap resounded in Might Dai's mind, rendering him momentarily dazed. He gazed at Yuye as if he were a creature of legend, utterly incredulous. His mouth agape. What a jest. The reverse 8 gates. You truly mastered it? Is the entire history of the ninja world now reduced to rubble by Yuye's achievement? What a prodigy. Might Dai had never envisioned Yuye could succeed. For countless individuals throughout history had attempted to cultivate the 8 gates, some of whom were undoubtedly extraordinary talents. Yet no one had triumphed. But here was Yuye, achieving the impossible. What a remarkable feat, creating a new forbidden technique. The shock was overwhelming. Observing Might Dai's astonished expression, which remained unshakable, Yuye felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. Although I have succeeded, I fear I cannot share it with you. This reverse 8 gates can only be mastered by one possessing the shock release bloodline limit. Furthermore, since you have already unlocked the first 7 gates, opening the 8th would merely be a conventional activation of the death gate," Yuye explained with an apologetic tone, recognizing that he had learned the 8 gates technique from Dai yet could not share his newly developed version. Gradually regaining his composure after the initial shock, Might Dai waved his hands dismissively, laughing heartily. No worries. Just witnessing such a remarkable youth like you brings me immense joy. Indeed, youth continues to burn bright and pass on." Yuye, though internally speechless, he appreciated Might Dai's sincerity and candor, beginning to accept his quirky personality. It was, in fact, rather amusing. Upon returning home, Yuye began to rest. The restrictions at his heart had just been shattered, and while the blood coursing through it would gradually strengthen with each heartbeat, this process would take time. Approximately 3 days later, this transformation would be complete. Thus, the true first gate of the 8 gates had been fully realized. Yuye named his version of the reverse 8 gates True 8 Gates. Each variation of the 8 gates has its own merits and drawbacks. The greatest advantage of the True 8 gates Yuye developed is that it possesses no side effects. It is a methodical approach, akin to cultivating martial arts by unblocking meridians, gradually building strength rather than instantaneously shattering limits and draining one's life force. Therefore, while this absence of side effects is beneficial, it also means that its power is considerably less formidable compared to the traditional 8 gates, both in strength and speed. It does not possess the same level of abnormality. However, following this disadvantage is another advantage: durability. The traditional 8 gates are characterized by their lack of longevity, offering only fleeting bursts of power. In contrast, Yuye's True 8 gates provides permanence. Once unlocked, the power it grants is everlasting, be it strength, speed, or chakra. The chakra of a lower-ranked ninja. Clenching his fist, a smile graced Yuye's face as he thought of the chakra he had previously struggled to extract, now obtained through the True 8 gates. With this newfound chakra, Yuye could not help but entertain the thought of further refining his ninjutsu skills. Although his physical prowess, combined with the power of the shock release bloodline limit, has rendered him exceptionally formidable, capable of navigating various situations, the allure of ninjutsu remains irresistible. Shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. With a chakra level equivalent to that of a genin, and having successfully stored it in his heart as part of his foundational training. Yuye found mastering the three-body technique to be a relatively straightforward endeavor. Indeed, Yuye's innate talent for ninjutsu was not as lacking as previously believed. The issue lay with his chakra. Now that his chakra has stabilized, his talent for ninjutsu has blossomed into something extraordinary, enabling him to grasp the three-body technique almost instantaneously. However, the process of refining chakra continues to pose significant challenges. Thus, the only path to enhance his chakra reserves appears to be through the relentless unlocking of the 8 gates of Duinjia. Upon attempting to refine chakra once more, Yuye recognized this truth. The 8 gates are his core. With each gate he opens, his strength, including chakra, physical resilience, and shockwave power, amplifies layer by layer. As he opened the first gate, Yuye's shockwave power became potent enough to effortlessly obliterate C-rank ninjutsu. The range of his attacks expanded from 1 meter to nearly 3. Although he still had some distance to cover before being able to withstand B-rank ninjutsu, Yuye's prowess has positioned him among the strongest of genin, almost rivaling that of a nin. Given this trajectory, it's conceivable that within a month, far shorter than the initially estimated 3 months, this individual, who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, may attain nin level strength. In this world, status does not always correlate with power. Take Might Guy, for instance. Though merely a genin, when he unleashes the 7th gate, even elite nin are no match for him. However, such instances are rare. Typically, rank and power align. Genin, nin, elite nin, special nin, elite nin, and finally, the Kage. This is the established hierarchy within the Naruto universe. Yuye perceives that strength can also be classified in this manner, with the exception that between elite nin and Kage, there exists a category of quasi-Kage. Some elite nin possess remarkable strength and secret techniques that could pose a threat to Kage-level ninjas, earning them the designation of quasi-Kage. In reality, there is no officially recognized Kage rank within the Naruto world. The highest status belongs to the 5 Kage of the 5 great ninja villages: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. However, their actual power varies greatly. Beyond the Kage level, there are even stronger entities, such as the Super Kage and those of the Sage of 6 Paths caliber. But such aspirations are far beyond Yuye's current reach, prompting him to refrain from categorizing them further. Shoving these thoughts aside, Yuye prepared to continue his training. He has almost fully discerned a clear path for his cultivation. There is no need for him to expend energy on fire or earth-style ninjutsu. Techniques requiring hand seals are generally ill-suited for him. The Rasengan, an unhanded technique, may indeed allow for the integration of shockwave power to develop some unique moves. But there is no rush at present. Yuye's immediate objective is to master the shockwave power fully and to adeptly command several fundamental ninjutsu, such as the transformation technique and substitution technique. Once he unlocks the 2nd gate, he will likely experience another surge in strength, if his estimations are correct. Upon opening the 2nd gate, his chakra levels should rise to that of a nin, allowing him to further exploit the capabilities of his shock-release bloodline limit and potentially begin practicing the Rasengan or even develop techniques uniquely suited to him. With this clarity of purpose, Yuye immersed himself in training once again. Days slipped by swiftly. Yuye's body has not only fully adapted to the heart's power, but also his control over shockwave energy has advanced significantly. With a resounding boom, he shattered a thick wooden post with a single punch, exhaling a breath of satisfaction while wiping the sweat from his brow. It is evident that ordinary genin are no longer his opponents. Upon concluding his training for the day, Yuye exchanged farewells with Might Guy before heading home. To his surprise, at his doorstep, he encountered a figure who seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Despite her earlier declaration to no longer concern herself with Yuye, her worries had intensified over time, and upon hearing certain news, she could not resist seeking him out once more. Upon discovering Yuye's absence from home, her anxiety deepened, leading her to wait nearly an entire day at his doorstep. Finally, upon seeing Yuye return, the tension in Kushina's expression relaxed considerably. Yet, she immediately fixed a fierce glare upon him. "Yuye, you must listen to me this time." Approaching Kushina, Yuye helplessly raised his hands in a gesture of inquiry. "What is the matter?" Kushina took a deep breath, her demeanor becoming serious. "You need to participate in the upcoming practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy." This statement momentarily startled Yuye, leaving him puzzled. A practical ranking assessment? What could that be? Before he could ponder further, Kushina grasped his arm tightly, declaring, "I know you are proud and reluctant to rely on others, but this is your chance to prove yourself." The practical ranking assessment is an all-encompassing evaluation, not a simple one-on-one match, but rather a series of randomized duels that culminate in a comprehensive ranking. The third Hokage himself will be observing. If you perform exceptionally well and catch his eye, the Uchiha clan will dare not take any action against you. At this point, Kushina gazed at Yuye, attempting to compel him with a tone of persuasion. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon witnessing Yuye's seemingly indifferent expression, she felt her resolve wavering. Fearful of his obstinacy, the determination on her face began to fade, replaced by uncertainty and anxiety. Yuye, please listen to me. You don't need to defeat the prodigious Minato Namikaze. Even finishing in the top 3 will undoubtedly attract the Hokage's attention. Kushina's voice held a hint of pleading, which momentarily left Yuye taken aback. Is this truly her? The fiery girl he had known? This was a genuine display of vulnerability, stemming from a desire to protect him. A side of her he had never seen before. Feeling a gentle tug at his heartstrings, Yuye replied, I promise you. Kushina paused, momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of overwhelming joy. However, the next moment, her true nature resurfaced. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Yuye with an indignant expression. Her small fist raised menacingly. You really are too much to handle. I could just smash you. All right, Yuye chuckled, playfully grabbing her small hands. Kushina's face flushed, and after a brief struggle, she ceased her attempts to break free. Yuye gently pinched her cheek, a smile gracing his lips. Don't be upset. Since I'm participating, I'll aim for first place just for you. Humph. Kushina huffed, turning her head away. While she recognized Yuye's words were meant to cheer her up, she believed in his capabilities but doubted he could achieve first place. After all, there loomed an insurmountable peak before that coveted position. Minato Namikaze. She was well aware that Namikaze Minato had recently triumphed in direct combat against a lower-ranking ninja. If he were merely the top student of the Ninja Academy, it would be one thing, but defeating a lower ninja head-on certainly qualified him for early graduation. Minato's prowess was in a league of its own, incomparable to that of his peers. The following day, having promised Kushina, Yuye pondered that participating in this practical ranking examination might attract the attention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, which indeed made it worth attending. After all, should he fail against Uchiha Kenku, it would mean certain death, yet even if he emerged victorious, it would be tantamount to striking a blow to the Uchiha clan's pride. Without a formidable ally to back him, he could easily fall victim to the Uchiha clan's machinations. If one were to name the most formidable figure in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, Yuye found the atmosphere unusually lively, as there were no classes that day. Following his victory over Uchiha Izumi, none dared to provoke Yuye. The scornful and disdainful gazes had transformed into admiration and respect. However, today, those gazes shifted once more. Have you heard? Yuye is going to face Uchiha Kenku in a life-and-death duel, one student exclaimed, their expression shifting to one of shock as they spoke to a peer. But Uchiha Kenku is a CH Is Yuye insane? Another child gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief. Shoo, let us not talk too much. That duel is still a ways off. What matters today is the practical ranking examination. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Namikaze Minato. He is bound to come in first. Several youths declared, their expressions reflecting certainty. Aside from Minato, Hinata Shizuka, hailing from the prestigious Hyuga clan, was also formidable. Indeed, he has previously bested Uchiha Izumi. I wonder who is stronger, Shizuka or Yuye. It must be Shizuka, after all, Yuye only specializes in taijutsu, while the Hyuga clan excels in it. A group of students whispered among themselves. Throughout the Ninja Academy, students congregated in clusters, sharing their opinions. When Yuye arrived, even his CH instructor, Katno, was taken aback. He had anticipated Yuye's participation in the practical ranking examination. To him, it seemed Yuye had only a few months left to live and ought to enjoy himself instead. Without further thought, Katno added Yuye's name to the list. Yuye faced no obstacles and completed his registration seamlessly. During this period, the Ninja Academy differed significantly from its later iterations as depicted in the original narrative. The original story classified students by age into various grades, yet at this time, the system was still developing. The academy lacked any formal grading structure, allowing for extraordinary occurrences such as Kakashi Hatake graduating at the age of 5 and becoming a CH by 6. In this practical ranking examination, students could apply for early graduation by achieving a high rank. However, Those who had only recently joined the academy typically refrained from participating in such assessments. Exceptional talents like Kakashi were rare, and most students needed to follow a more traditional path of learning and training for several years. Nevertheless, the number of participants in the practical ranking examination was substantial. The later Fourth Great Ninja War saw the Allied forces consist of around 80,000 ninja. Without a significant student body at the academy, such numbers would be unattainable. Due to the large number of participants, the practical ranking examination utilized 5 venues simultaneously. All students were drawn by lottery, competing to determine winners and losers before winners faced off against one another, and likewise for the losers. This process of continual drawing and competing would eventually yield an overall ranking. Initially, separate venues were employed, and after several rounds, the top contenders would advance to the 5th main venue for further matches. In the main venue, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would even preside personally. This clearly demonstrated the immense importance placed on the cultivation of ninjas during this era. The opening ceremony of the practical ranking examination was naturally hosted and inaugurated by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Amidst the respectful gazes of the gathered ninjas, Sarutobi donned the Hokage's ceremonial robes and gracefully ascended the stage. Upon his arrival, the students erupted in unified cheers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled fervor. In Konoha, the Hokage undoubtedly held the highest status and garnered the utmost respect. Although Sarutobi was not tall, every gaze directed at him was filled with respect, none tinged with disdain. For he was the 3rd Hokage, the strongest ninja in Konoha. Observing the eager and awestruck expressions on the faces of the academy's children, Sarutobi wore a warm smile. With a wave of his hand, silence enveloped the crowd. Konoha inherits the will of fire. The future of the village lies in your hands. The will of fire shall be passed down by you, the fresh leaves of our village. Therefore, children, strive for success, for the prosperity of the village, for the legacy of the will of fire. With just a few simple yet stirring words, Sarutobi elevated the atmosphere to a new pinnacle. Among the crowd, including Minato, the students were invigorated, their spirits ignited. Yuye stood among them, gazing at Sarutobi's impassioned speech with a hint of reflection. The Hokage, the children of this world, including Minato, surely viewed Sarutobi as their ultimate aspiration. Had Yuye not been a knowledgeable time traveler familiar with the plot, he too might have been swept away by Sarutobi's words. Aspiring to be Hokage. Yet within Yuye's heart, the Hokage, though a lofty goal, paled in comparison to even more distant aspirations: Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Kage Otsutsuki. Those were the ambitions Yuye held deepest within his soul. Of course, such aspirations felt exceedingly remote. Clenching his fist, determination and resolve gleamed in his eyes. No matter how distant or arduous the path, he would not yield. To seize his dreams, he must firmly grasp the present. Following Sarutobi's impassioned address, the practical ranking examination commenced. The students were directed to the 4 separate venues, while Sarutobi and his associates proceeded to the main venue to await the victors from the side arenas. The battles in the side venues were not deemed worthy of Sarutobi's direct attention. Only those who reached the main venue would be regarded as the elite. The pillars of Konoha's new generation. Yuye was assigned to the 3rd side venue. Kushina coincidentally found herself in the same arena. However, her focus lay not on her own performance, but rather on Yuye's potential success. She felt even more anxious than he did, silently cheering him on in her heart, urging him to reach the main arena. In the 3rd side venue, while it was termed a side arena, it was essentially a spacious training ground, overseen by 2 examiners and 4 umbu maintaining order. Yuye's first opponent was a student from his own class. Upon drawing Yuye, the student's face fell, reflecting despair. If there were 2 opponents one wished to avoid, they would undoubtedly be Namikaze Minato and Yuye. Minato's consistent first-place rankings were disheartening, while Yuye's terrifying strength displayed in his battle against Uchiha Izumi instilled fear in countless students. I concede. Initially, the student who was to face Yuye contemplated making an attempt, but upon witnessing Yuye approach with clenched fists, emanating a dim yet fearsome white glow, he promptly shrank back and surrendered. The memory of Uchiha Izumi being struck by Yuye's fist, resulting in a cascade of broken bones, was indeed spine-chilling. The presiding examiner, taken aback, shook his head in resignation and announced Yuye's victory in the first match. Yuye himself was surprised that his opponent surrendered without even attempting to fight. However, given that this was a ninja academy filled with children, it was rather understandable. Individuals like him and Minato Namikaze, with mature mentalities, were exceedingly rare. In the preceding matches, opponents frequently surrendered outright or were swiftly defeated by Yuye in a single move. There was no need for him to unleash overwhelming power. It was akin to a sweeping victory. This evoked a chorus of admiration. Indeed, after awakening his bloodline limit, Yuye's strength had undergone a complete transformation. Many students who had previously looked down upon him now gazed at him with expressions of envy, longing to awaken their own bloodline limits and possess power akin to Yuye's. Yet, acquiring a bloodline limit was no trivial matter. They could only watch with longing. Even the examiners and several umbu present expressed their astonishment at Yuye's displayed prowess. Tinged with a hint of admiration, Kushina's bright eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as she witnessed the unfolding spectacle. It was either a surrender from the opponent or a swift defeat, and soon Yuye faced his fourth match. There were no unexpected developments. Although his fourth opponent was slightly stronger, they were still no match for Yuye, who easily dominated the bout. Moments later, the examiner's voice rang out in admiration, declaring, "Yuye, victorious in the fourth match." As this announcement resonated, a profound silence enveloped the arena, quickly followed by an uproar of cheers. Wonderful! Kushina couldn't contain her excitement, leaping up in jubilation. For consecutive victories in the sub-arena meant Yuye had secured his place in the main arena. He had achieved this with ease. All the children in the third sub-arena regarded Yuye with overwhelming envy. Gaining entry to the main arena would mean catching the attention of the third Hokage. In their eyes, being noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was already an immense honor, regardless of who emerged as the first. Amidst the fervor of the third sub-arena, Yuye departed for the main arena. Kushina contemplated abandoning her own match to follow him, but realized she had to see it through to the end, even if it meant conceding every fight to determine a complete ranking. Thus, she watched Yuye leave with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the third sub-arena, the commotion even drew attention from the first, second, and fourth sub-arena, as well as the main arena. In the first sub-arena, Minato Namikaze, preparing for his fourth match, cast a surprised glance towards the raucous third sub-arena. It appeared someone had already secured victory, and even faster than him. After a moment's reflection, he shrugged off the thought with a smile. It didn't matter who entered first. Ultimately, rankings would be determined through combat in the main arena. He had no intention of relinquishing the top spot to anyone. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated and awaiting the proceedings, smiled upon hearing the commotion. It seemed an exceptional talent had emerged. Who could it be? Surely, it would be the genius boy, Minato Namikaze, surpassing Orochimaru. Behind Hiruzen stood Jiraiya, now an elite jonin and one of the legendary Sannin. In the Ninja Academy, Minato was indisputably the best in every aspect, nearly obliterating the competition, even surpassing Orochimaru in his youth. Given this, Minato's genius had certainly caught the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Hiruzen nodded with a smile. He thought to himself that it was likely Minato. However, at that moment, from another direction, Orochimaru approached quietly, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Not necessarily, he mused. What? Orochimaru, are you feeling challenged? You weren't nearly as impressive at his age. Jiraiya scoffed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seemingly uninterested in Jiraiya's taunts, shrugged and replied coolly. That's not my point. Then what is your point? Jiraiya pressed. Orochimaru gestured subtly to a direction. Both Hiruzen and Jiraiya turned in surprise, only to be astonished as they beheld the first victor approaching the main arena. It was a silver-haired youth, not Minato, but Yuye? This was unfathomable. Someone had bested Minato in speed. Jiraiya nearly gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the first victor was not Minato. Orochimaru wore a sly grin, remarking, "What is so impossible about it? Quite intriguing. I initially thought Minato was the sole genius of this era." Tsunade sauntered over lazily from behind, her eyes shimmering with unusual light as she said, "He is the one who is to duel Uchiha Han for life or death, isn't he?" "Indeed, that is him." Orochimaru acknowledged with a nod. Jiraiya, who had been most supportive of Minato, now wore a displeased expression as the conversation shifted entirely to Yuye, regardless of Yuye's presence. He believed Minato would triumph. Minato's talent surpassed even Orochimaru's. Hiki. Orochimaru chuckled softly, unfazed by Jiraiya's words. With his unique bloodline limit and remarkable composure, that child may very well outshine Minato in the future. This statement left everyone present taken aback. While most were skeptical that Yuye could surpass a genius like Minato, Orochimaru's unwavering confidence suggested Yuye's potential should not be underestimated. Even Hiruzen momentarily pondered this. He was aware of Yuya's situation. Having chosen to confront Uchiha Han to break through a deadlock, securing 3 months' time, yet it appeared to be a dead end. However, upon deeper reflection, Yuya's choice might have been the most prudent under those circumstances. That child was indeed remarkable. Hiruzen's gaze flickered with anticipation. If Yuya possessed such talent, it would be imperative to ensure he did not fall victim to the Uchiha. With that in mind, he would observe Yuya's forthcoming performance closely. As Hiruzen's expectant eyes followed him, Yuya finally arrived at the main arena, standing quietly below, awaiting his turn. While he waited, Yuya discreetly surveyed the main arena for the practical ranking examination. The main arena was far more formal than the sub-arena, resembling the exam venue from the original series. At the highest point, Hiruzen sat regally in his Hokage robes, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Standing behind and beside Sarutobi Hiruzen were 3 figures that Yuya was quite familiar with. Upon raising his gaze, a faint glimmer flickered in Yuya's eyes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the future legendary Sannin of Konoha, unexpectedly present in this very moment. However, they appeared significantly younger than depicted in the original narrative, all adorned in formal Jonin attire. The sudden appearance of such familiar faces stirred a ripple of emotion within Yuya's gaze. As Yuya observed the highest-ranking individuals, it was evident that they were scrutinizing him in return. Sometimes, one can glean much from the depths of a person's eyes. An excessive calmness might raise suspicions. Yet Yuya's demeanor, though composed, revealed a subtle hint of excitement, presenting no vulnerabilities of the spirit. His gaze is commendable, Tsunade remarked softly after appraising Yuya. Achieving first place and maintaining such serenity in the presence of the Hokage and these elite Jonin, all while suppressing that excitement, demonstrated the mindset of a competent ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Although Yuya hailed from a distant village, that was a long time ago. His identity posed no questions in Hiruzen's mind. Yuya was no different from any child born in Konoha. In Hiruzen's perspective, Yuya was akin to a once-dimmed light, now awakening to reveal the brilliance of a prodigy. As the assembly assessed Yuya, the second champion finally emerged, Minato Namikaze. Upon his arrival, Minato wore a similarly composed expression. Jiraiya, who had initially seemed disinterested, now appeared invigorated. Look, Minato's gaze mirrors that of Yuya. No matter how exceptional Yuya may be, he cannot possibly rival Minato. With a smirk, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, lapsing into silence. Upon entering the main arena, Minato noticed Yuya, who had arrived earlier, and nodded, slightly surprised. If it were Yuya, his earlier arrival was not entirely unexpected, considering Yuya had triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. Just as he contemplated whether to greet Yuya, the third and fourth champions entered simultaneously. Meanwhile, several intrigued Chunin and Jonin, along with some students who had surrendered, filled the venue, each taking a seat, eagerly watching the proceedings. The battles here promised to be far more thrilling than those in the other arenas, which were merely child's play. The crowd continued to swell, culminating in the gathering of all champions from the 4 arenas. The term champion designated those who had achieved 4 consecutive victories. A single defeat disqualified one from this status. Thus, merely 10 individuals stood before them. Among these 10, only a few bore signs of arduous battles. Most, like Yuya and Minato, appeared unscathed and at ease. All the participants have arrived. Hiruzen smiled as he surveyed the 10 promising youths below. These children are the future pillars of Konoha. Reporting to Hokage-sama, everyone is present, announced a ninja approaching Hiruzen. Nodding, Hiruzen prepared to commence the event. However, just then, an unexpected commotion arose. A figure appeared at the entrance, leaning on a cane. Steadily making his way to Hiruzen's side, a chair was brought for him. It was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. Oh, I did not expect you to find time to attend, Hiruzen remarked, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. Concerning the future of Konoha, it is only right that I lend my support. Danzo replied coolly as he settled beside Hiruzen. Old fox, Hiruzen thought to himself, immediately discerning Danzo's intentions. Undoubtedly, he was there to scout for talented children worthy of cultivation at root. Nonetheless, Hiruzen typically turned a blind eye to Danzo's machinations, unless matters escalated. Danzo cast a casual glance at the 10 participants, then lifted a teacup from the table, savoring a sip. They are all too immature. They require significant training before they can be of real use. Even the most inexperienced fledgling will one day soar high, Hiruzen responded with a slight smile. Then instructed a nearby ninja. The appointed examiner nodded and stepped into the arena. Having made it this far, You have all proven yourselves as the most outstanding candidates. The Hokage is watching over you from above. Display your finest selves for him. The main examiner was no longer a Chunin instructor from the Ninja Academy, but a special Jonin presiding over the proceedings. Thus, the practical ranking examination officially commenced. The names of Yuye and Minato were randomly shuffled, leading to a draw for their matchups. The first match will be Yuye versus Hinata Shizuka, the examiner announced, prompting immediate interest from the assembled Jonin. Even Danzo turned his attention, intrigued. Is Yuye the one who dared to challenge Uchiha Han to a life-and-death duel? He pondered, finding the situation rather amusing. It was yet unclear how much prowess this audacious youth possessed. Several observing Jonin began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes scrutinizing Yuye. In truth, these spectators were subtly selecting their preferred students. It was improbable that the champions gathered here would be placed in the same class, as the 10 victors would likely be distributed separately to maintain balance. It is him. I shall see what he is capable of. Let us hope he can even qualify to contest Minato, Jiraiya remarked, leaping onto the railing without an ounce of the decorum expected of an elite Jonin. The sight caused Tsunade's lips to twitch in embarrassment. She longed to kick him off the railing. Yet, knowing that would only heighten the humiliation, she opted to ignore him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained composed against the wall, hands clasped behind his head, his eyes revealing a glimmer of amusement as he observed the unfolding scene. In the arena, Yuye and Hinata Shizuka stepped forward to face each other. Minato and the others descended to the sidelines, watching intently. Hinata Shizuka regarded Yuye with a peculiar expression. Being a child of a prominent clan, he was more attuned to the nuances of such matters and had certainly heard of Yuye's reputation. With a pitying sigh, he remarked, "It is a shame you were not born into the Hyuga clan. The arrogant Uchiha dare not provoke us. Are you flaunting the superiority of your clan?" Yuye responded calmly, meeting Shizuka's gaze. Hinata Shizuka shook his head lightly. "No, I merely acknowledge your achievements in reaching this stage. However, I must win this battle. Otherwise, I genuinely wish to bring you some joy before your demise." The audacity of the statement nearly compelled Yuye to retaliate with a punch. "Be a bit happier before you die. What a statement." Fortunately, Yuye maintained his composure and did not let himself be angered by a child of no more than 10 years. However, he could not help but inquire with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, "Do you truly believe you are certain to win? You rely solely on physical techniques. And as for physical techniques, no one can triumph over the Hyuga," Hinata Shana declared with an air of certainty. With the Byakugan and the unique gentle fist style, the Hyuga clan indeed took immense pride in their prowess, even dismissing the Uchiha clan. The first match begins. Upon seeing that both competitors were ready, the proctor decisively announced the start. Hinata Shana immediately assumed a stance indicative of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, casting a placid gaze at Yuye. This was the distinguished gentle fist of the renowned Hyuga clan. To contend with such a prestigious lineage in physical combat seemed an insurmountable challenge. As the onlookers observed the scene, whispers of speculation arose, particularly among the Jonin, who were well aware that the gentle fist could seal chakra points and even directly strike internal organs. Getting close would spell disaster. Everyone pondered how Yuye would choose to combat the physically formidable Hyuga clan. To their astonishment, Yuye's method of fighting was astonishingly simplistic. There were no superfluous techniques, no convoluted processes. He merely took a step forward and threw a punch. Regardless of the esteemed Hyuga lineage or its gentle fist techniques, all he needed was one punch to obliterate everything. Buzz. The moment he tightened his fist, a terrifying halo of white light enveloped it, crashing down upon Hinata Shana. Crack. In an instant, the air erupted with a resounding boom, shattering like glass and sending minute fissures radiating outward. A formidable shockwave enveloped Hinata Shana entirely. Previously composed, Hinata Shana's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes betraying a mixture of horror and disbelief. How could he be this powerful? The force of the shockwave nearly pinned him in place. He could not lift his arm to execute the gentle fist, let alone move. In his astonishment, Hinata Shana desperately channeled chakra from his arms and palms, attempting to counter the shockwave unleashed by Yuye's punch. Buzz. As Hinata Shana's chakra surged, it indeed mitigated some of the shockwave's force. However, in the blink of an eye, it was utterly shattered. The shockwave crushed through his defenses with relentless ferocity. Even if he summoned every ounce of chakra, it was futile. Had he not been from the Hyuga clan, using his hands to channel chakra to resist, Yuye's punch would have surely shattered his bones. With the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan facing Yuye, who possessed the shock release kekkei genkai, the latter was their absolute nemesis. Unable to even close the distance, what chance did he have to employ the gentle fist? The 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Before he could even initiate the attack, Yuya's punch would annihilate him, even if he attempted to use reversal. It remained uncertain whether he could withstand the force of that punch. He might just as easily be obliterated. Boom. In the next moment, Hinata Shana could no longer endure. He was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air before crashing to the ground some distance away. A profound silence enveloped the arena. In that stillness, disbelief painted the faces of all present, as if they were caught in a surreal dream. How was this possible? From beginning to end, Yuya had used but a single punch to obliterate the so-called strongest exponent of physical techniques from the esteemed Hyuga clan. No grand struggle, no blood-soaked battle, none of it existed. If it had been an ordinary student who was defeated in such a manner, it might have been expected, but this was the strongest lineage in physical combat, the Hyuga clan. To be vanquished by a single punch was both shocking and unfathomable. Meanwhile, Yuya, who had sent Hinata Shana flying with a single blow, calmly withdrew his fist and stood in the arena, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. At that moment, the audience erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Voices of disbelief intertwined, shaking the very ground. Not only the students, but even some Nin and Nin wore expressions of shock. Yuya's punch had propelled the battle into its highest climax. Even the proctor, taken aback, announced Yuya's victory with a hint of astonishment. Incredible! The child from the Hyuga clan couldn't withstand a single punch. Those Nin who had remained composed were now exchanging incredulous glances. At the highest tier, even the most unflappable Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances of astonishment. The shock-release kekkei genkai was a fascinating phenomenon. It appeared to be highly effective against the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan. Danzo remarked with a glint in his eye. Hiruzen nodded earnestly and commented, "It seems not just the gentle fist, but all physical techniques are at a disadvantage. This is a kekkei genkai that requires no hand signs. Quite impressive." At that moment, Hiruzen's gaze truly focused on Yuya, as the talent displayed at that instant stirred something within him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained perched on the railing, his expression awkward and stiff. Yuya's decisive punch that had felled the illustrious Hinata Shana left him at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only mutter that even Minato would have easily triumphed. In the background, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his eyelids twitching slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Tsunade, elegantly resting against the railing, had a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Yuya's astonishing punch had greatly unsettled her, as it bore an uncanny resemblance to her own style. Her signature move was sheer brute strength, using simple, forceful punches to shatter every attack from her foes. Yuya, was he? Unable to suppress her admiration, Tsunade murmured softly, "Such a method truly aligns with my preferences." Amidst the arena, the clamor lingered, voices of disbelief and astonishment focused on Yuya. In the face of such scrutiny, Yuya remained composed as he descended from the arena. Below, the other victors, including Namake's Minato, regarded him with expressions of shock. They all contemplated how they might have fared against Yuya's overwhelming punch. Undoubtedly, if they had been in Hinata Shana's position, the outcome would not have differed significantly. He was a dangerously formidable opponent. The gazes directed at him were tinged with trepidation. Even Minato felt a sense of shock, compelled to approach Yuya and remark, "Yuya, you are truly impressive. You have placed considerable pressure upon me." This statement was laced with gravity, as Minato now regarded Yuya as a genuine rival to be reckoned with. Upon hearing Minato's words, Yuya merely smiled faintly. Just pressure? If Minato knew that Yuya had unleashed less than half of his strength with that punch, what expression would he wear? Even without opening the first gate of the 8 gates, he could send a Nin Uchiha flying with a single blow. Upon the initiation of the first match, even though the Hyuga clan could utilize their bodies to release chakra to counter the force of the tremor, they could not withstand the might of a single punch from Yuya. Had Yuya exerted his full strength in that moment, he could have easily obliterated Hyuga Shana with one strike. However, there was no necessity for such excessive force, so Yuye restrained a portion of his power, merely sending Hyuga Shana flying. Similarly, in several swift victories in the sub-arena, Yuya employed less than a third of his strength. The need to temper his power for fear that his opponent might not endure the shockwave was a somewhat vexing predicament for Yuya. Following the conclusion of the battle between Yuya and Hyuga Shana, the chief examiner announced the participants for the second match, coincidentally including Namake's Minato. Upon taking the stage, although Minato did not achieve a brutal, instantaneous victory like Yuya, he nonetheless resolved the conflict with remarkable efficiency. Utilizing a simple substitution technique coupled with a C-rank wind release jutsu, he won effortlessly. Minato's adept use of ninjutsu elicited a hint of admiration from Yuye. Furthermore, after executing a C-rank jutsu, Minato appeared completely unfazed, indicating that his chakra reserves were far beyond that of a mere genin. Even if he had not yet reached the level of a chunin, he was certainly on the cusp. While he may not quite match the prodigious Kakashi Hitaki, who became a chunin at the tender age of 6, he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers. In subsequent matches, the Oil family ninjas easily triumphed utilizing their insects. Following them, a young genius from the Senju clan easily overwhelmed his opponent. Soon, all 5 matches featuring the 10 victors concluded. The battles in the main arena differed significantly from those in the sub-arena. While the latter tested not only combat prowess, but also endurance and tactical decision-making. Necessitating for consecutive victories for success, the main arena was purely a contest of talent and strength. Thus, after each battle, competitors enjoyed a lengthy respite to regain their peak condition. Should any injuries occur, Tsunade, Konoha's most accomplished medical ninja, was present to provide swift treatment, even for broken bones. After the first round of battles, the 5 defeated competitors, including Hugashana, withdrew to recuperate, while only the victors remained in the main arena. A 2-hour intermission was granted for lunch and rest, during which some competitors from the sub-arena completed all their matches, and the second round in the main arena commenced. By fortunate coincidence, due to the odd number of competitors, one individual received a bye, and that individual was Yuye. The 4 remaining contenders were Namikaze Minato, Yamanaka Shimi, Kazama Hiraba, and Senju Senra. At this time, the Senju clan had not yet descended into the dire state it would later face, with only Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, remaining. Among Yuye's contemporaries, several members of the Senju clan still thrived, including Senra and the notably familiar Senju Rope Tree, who was Tsunade's younger brother. The match between Namikaze Minato and Senju Senra proved to be more challenging. However, Minato skillfully employed shadow clones and substitution techniques to gain the upper hand, ultimately achieving a graceful victory with a shuriken shadow clone technique. It appeared as though Minato had complete control over the battlefield, maintaining an air of calm assurance throughout, as if he had already deciphered the nuances of the fight and knew precisely how to secure victory. This demeanor drew admiration from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who watched from above. At such a young age, Minato's intellect and combat prowess were exceptional, making his future potential nearly incalculable. Jiraiya, too, found himself increasingly fond of Minato, eagerly anticipating the day he would graduate from the Ninja Academy so that he could take him on as a disciple. At that moment, Dans, who had been scrutinizing Minato, calmly interjected after taking a sip of tea. This child's maturity of mind suits him for the ANBU's work. I believe he should be placed under my root to be cultivated. Absolutely not. Jiraiya nearly leaped from his seat at Dan's remark. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and rebuked. Jiraiya, step back. Turning his gaze back to Dans, he continued coolly. A child like Minato possesses the potential to become Hokage. He cannot simply be trained as an assassin. Hiruzen's words caused a slight shift in the expressions of those present. Hokage undoubtedly referred to the leader of the village, the highest position attainable, and the very role Dans coveted. This statement unsettled Dans, who slammed his teacup onto the table, darkly declaring, "Humph. What do you intend to do with Orochimaru?" Minato had yet to fully mature. When it came to the succession of Hokage, Orochimaru was undoubtedly more qualified. Hearing Dan's words, Orochimaru remained calm, observing as if it were of no concern to him, leaving others to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Orochimaru is certainly capable of inheriting Hokage, but I am not yet old. There is no need to make such decisions now, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, though his tone bore an undercurrent of warning. He was the Hokage, still in the prime of his life. Dans, whatever your intentions, I implore you to keep them in check. This was the sentiment Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to convey. Dans, discerning the implications of Hiruzen's words, wore an increasingly grim expression but ultimately only managed a huff, refraining from further comment. Minato triumphed over Senju Senra, while Yamanaka Shimi bested Kazama Hiraba. Yuye cast a curious glance towards Yamanaka Shimi, recalling that this individual seemed to be the father of Yamanaka Shina, one of the famed Konoha 12 in the original narrative. The future head of the Yamanaka clan? The timeline appeared to align closely. The top 3 contenders were undoubtedly set to emerge from Minato, Yuye, and Shimi. After another 2-hour intermission, the battles in the sub-arena concluded swiftly due to the brevity of their rest period, lasting only 10 minutes. Most students, exhausted, vacated the premises, while a few remaining with some energy ventured curiously towards the main arena. No one hindered their passage, as spectating the main battles was permitted. As anticipated, Kushina, having completed her assessments, dashed over to the main arena. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her physical constitution was exceptional. Even without having become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could endure prolonged combat and recover quickly. Moreover, even if she were utterly fatigued, she would likely not be at ease until she had witnessed Yuye's battle in the main arena. To have already reached the top 3 is simply wonderful. Noticing that only Yuye, Namikaze Minato, and Yamanaka Shimi remained in the arena, Kushina's small face radiated pure joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped into Yuye's arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The faint scent of a girl filled his senses, stirring a ripple of emotion within Yuye. Suddenly, Kushina embraced Yuyuru. After this action, she realized, despite her typically carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but blush slightly. This was in front of a crowd, after all. Noticing the peculiar gazes behind her, Kushina first felt shy, then her embarrassment transformed into irritation, and she clenched her fists, exclaiming, "If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." The onlookers fell silent, most of them still intimidated by Kushina, quickly turning their heads with expressions as if they had seen nothing. Meanwhile, from afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others twitched their mouths slightly. Very few knew that Kushina was to be the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, not even Jiraiya and his companions. Dans, as one of the hidden figures, was aware of this. Watching this scene, his brows furrowed. He couldn't help but remark, "Isn't Yuru getting a bit too close to Kushina?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "Let the children handle their own matters." Yet, all right, as long as they are in Konoha, what havoc could they possibly wreak? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone left no room for argument. "Humph, then decide for yourself." Dan snorted, falling silent, his expression increasingly grim. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared calm, he felt a bit unsettled inside. He thought that if Yuyuru proved himself remarkable, he could become a dedicated protector of Kushina, the Jinchuriki. Yuyuru hailed from an outside village but had grown up in Konoha, and that village, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had thoroughly investigated, had been utterly annihilated by Sunagakure. There were no issues regarding his identity. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was considering the life and death duel between Yuyuru and Uchiha Han, which posed a dilemma for him. By the rules, as Hokage, he could not intervene in a life and death duel agreed upon by both parties. However, often, rules are merely scraps of paper. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to exert pressure on the Uchiha clan, he could indeed forcibly intervene. While Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated this internally, on the surface he continued observing the scene below. After another round of drawing lots, it was revealed that Minato Namikaze had a bye this time. The match was set between Yuyuru and Shino Aburame. However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as Shino took the stage, he immediately chose to forfeit without waiting for the match to begin. This instantly sparked confusion and astonishment among the crowd. Yuyuru was also somewhat taken aback. He hadn't reached a level where even Shino, who was already among the top 3, would concede so readily. "Your shockwave power poses a significant threat to my insects. They inform me that your power is perilous." Shino Aburame, wearing sunglasses, calmly regarded Yuyuru and explained, "Moreover, I've calculated that no matter the method, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to win against you. Your strength counters mine too effectively. If I'm not mistaken, you can unleash that through your fists and legs, rendering my insects incapable of approaching you." Shino's tranquil narrative left everyone in a state of realization. Most of the students understood, gazing at Yuyuru in astonishment, not expecting him to be so formidable that even Shino, who had entered the top 3, would concede outright. However, the observing Jonin expressed some admiration for Shino's perceptiveness. His keen intellect had allowed him to accurately assess the situation before the battle. Indeed, Yuyuru's kekkei genkai effectively countered techniques reliant on close combat. Had Shino faced Minato Namikaze, they might have witnessed a spectacular battle. The Jonin offered their critiques. Some appreciated Shino's wisdom, others felt he lacked ambition. Even knowing he would lose, he should have fought valiantly. Overall, opinions were mixed. At this moment, only Yuyuru and Minato remained on the field. The first and second places hinged upon these two. Kushina hadn't anticipated Yuyuru would progress this far. She had merely hoped he would reach the top 3, but now he had a chance to vie for first place. She couldn't help but cheer for him. Although she believed it would be a challenge for Yuyuru to defeat Minato, she still hoped he could secure the top spot. gain fame in Konoha, and earn the title of genius. Since the previous match ended without a fight, there was no need for a break. They could commence the next match immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the arena, taking a sip of tea, his eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. He yearned to witness an exceptional duel and to gauge Minato Namake's true prowess. It could be said that in previous fights, while Minato had showcased considerable skill, he hadn't even ruffled a hair on his opponents. From start to finish, Minato had handled each battle with effortless ease. Finally, it's time for the last match. Minato will undoubtedly be the champion. Jiraiya leaped onto the railing once more, flailing his arms, as if Minato had already claimed victory as his disciple. Not necessarily. There's also. Tsunade leaned against the railing, speaking elegantly, but her next words carried an undeniable authority. Jiraiya, get down this instant. In front of so many students in Jonin, Jiraiya didn't shy away from embarrassment, but Tsunade found it somewhat mortifying. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Jiraiya sheepishly jumped down from the railing. Yet he still muttered defiantly, regardless, that kid's kekkei genkai, no matter how powerful, Minato can handle it with ease. Tsunade let out a cold huff, retorting, is that so? Of course, that kid merely knows how to throw a punch. Jiraiya scoffed, but in the next moment, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him, causing his hair to stand on end. Tsunade was smiling at him, her delicate hand casually flexing in the air, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Indeed, just throwing punches, but Jiraiya, do you wish to experience the true power of a punch? Cold sweat instantly formed on Jiraiya's forehead. Unable to help but chuckle awkwardly, he said, ahem, let's discuss this calmly. You favor Yuyuru, and I favor Minato. We'll see how it unfolds. Humph. Tsunade huffed, retracting her fist and dismissing Jiraiya. The battle of geniuses would inevitably yield a result. Let us await the outcome. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes revealing a hint of intrigue. On one side stood Minato, whose talent seemed poised to surpass his own. On the other, Yuyuru, who had awakened a unique kekkei genkai. Orochimaru was keenly interested in both. The final match. Minato Namake's versus Yuyuru. The chief examiner waved his hand, announcing the last bout. The atmosphere in the venue reached a crescendo, with all eyes riveted in anticipation as Minato approached the stage and stood before Yuyuru. Minato first smiled at Yuyuru, then said, I didn't expect my final opponent to be you, but I'm genuinely pleased to be able to face you. Minato's expression and demeanor elicited a smirk from Kushina, who shared the same sentiment as Yuyuru, a somewhat effeminate man. Though his talent was formidable, and he possessed a handsome appearance and a certain charm, he nonetheless exuded a somewhat delicate and weak impression. I feel honored as well. Yuyuru smiled slightly, nodding in Minato's direction. Minato chuckled heartily, saying, to call it an honor might be an overstatement. Unknown to Minato Namake's, the honor that Yuya referred to was the future self of the fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash. To engage in combat with the illustrious Golden Flash, the future fourth Hokage, was undeniably an exhilarating prospect for Yuya. Moreover, Minato's prowess indeed marked him as a formidable adversary. Thus, Yuya steeled himself, focusing entirely on the task at hand. The final match commenced. In the next moment, with a sudden wave of the hand from the chief examiner, the battle that would determine the top genius of the Ninja Academy began. From the outset, Yuya showed no intention of holding back. He unleashed his full speed and surged toward Minato, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. To underestimate a genius like Minato would be tantamount to courting disaster. It was not with the intent to eliminate him in an instant, but rather to exert oneself fully, as one would when hunting a lion. As Yuya's full speed was unleashed, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This was the first time since the combat ranking assessment began that Yuya displayed such speed. Previously, he had dominated his opponents with sheer overwhelming strength. At that moment, to the students of the Ninja Academy, Yuya's velocity seemed boundless. In their eyes, his form appeared almost as an afterimage, rendering him nearly impossible to track. Such incredible speed. Was he not just powerful? Even the Jonin present wore expressions of utter astonishment. This speed was nearly on par with that of a Ni. Yuya bore no burdens. His speed was akin to that of a weightless Li, for Yuya had unlocked the first gate of the 8 inner gates. The surge of power and speed from his heart's fervor was undeniably formidable. How swift! A hint of astonishment flickered in Minato's eyes. In the face of the approaching Yuya, he swiftly began forming hand seals. By the time Yuya's punch enveloped his figure, Minato had already completed his seals. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Minato's form shattered into pieces, only to instantly transform into a wooden log. Body replacement technique. Yuya was unfazed by this. not even glancing back as he tightened his other fist and struck suddenly behind him. Crack! The air shattered like glass, sending fine fissures radiating outward. Behind Yuya, a flurry of shuriken thrown by Minato was abruptly halted in midair. With a hum, all the shuriken were dispersed, utterly incapable of resisting Yuya's shockwave. Indeed, a challenging opponent. Observing this scene, Minato, who had appeared behind Yuya, wore an expression of grave seriousness. His reflexes surpassed those of any other, as even the fourth Raikage had acknowledged in the original story. Thus, he could react to Yuya's speed. Yet, even so, Minato felt a headache coming on. If it were merely strength, he had numerous battle strategies, but with such speed as well, the situation became troublesome. The most vexing opponent, more bothersome than any other. That punch could not be taken head-on, otherwise, it would surely result in instant defeat. Muttering to himself, Minato produced another shuriken. Yuya turned to face him, calmly meeting Minato's gaze. No matter what tricks Minato employed, if Yuya could close the distance and land a punch, it would guarantee a decisive victory. Even Nin would struggle to withstand Yuya's shockwave. Though Minato was indeed strong, he still fell short of Nin level. Whoosh! In the next instant, Minato hurled a shuriken at Yuya while simultaneously forming hand seals. As the shuriken flew through the air, it suddenly flickered, splitting into two afterimages. Then, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour of shuriken rained down upon Yuya. A wave of shock washed over the spectators. This was the Shadow Shuriken technique. Had he learned it on his own? Such talent was terrifying. Both the students and the Nin alike displayed expressions of astonishment. However, facing the deluge of shuriken, Yuya remained expressionless, merely tightening his fist and launching a single punch. No matter how many techniques you possess, no matter how many shuriken you wield, I shall shatter them all with one punch. Boom. In an instant, the shockwave erupted wildly, freezing the sky filled with shuriken before they began to shatter, one by one, vanishing into nothingness. The spectacle was utterly unimaginable for two children on the brink of graduating from the Ninja Academy. Yet, this was not the end. Amidst the torrent of shuriken, several suddenly transformed. Some of those shuriken bore explosive tags. This tactic? Yuya's expression remained calm, even as he did not retract his fist, continuing to maintain the motion of striking the air. No matter how many techniques or variations you employ, I need only one punch to obliterate everything. Buzz! The shockwave erupted violently, enveloping the entirety of the space before him. Fine cracks spread through the air, as though the very fabric of this space had shattered like fragile ice. Boom! The explosive tags detonated abruptly, yet the shockwave held them at bay, preventing them from advancing even a fraction further. However, this did create a veil of smoke and dust, temporarily obscuring visibility. Just as the smoke and the shower of shuriken began to dissipate, a fierce wind suddenly roared, sweeping everything away. Wind release, great breakthrough. This wind technique was swiftly unleashed by Minato, taking advantage of the moment Yuya was occupied with the shuriken and explosive tags, seizing the perfect opportunity. And by the time it was noticed, it was nearly upon Yuya. There was no time to evade. Furthermore, this was a C-rank ninjutsu. A series of attacks left the onlookers astounded, their eyes dazzled. While these maneuvers appeared deceptively simple, the mastery displayed by Namikaze Minato at his age, utilizing the shuriken, calculating the explosive tags, and culminating in the wind release technique, was nothing short of extraordinary. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not conceal a hint of admiration, instinctively wanting to applaud. Victory seemed assured for Minato. The timing of his move was impeccable, leaving no room for evasion. To endure a C-rank ninjutsu head-on was simply impossible. Even if one could withstand it, injuries were inevitable, rendering the subsequent battle nearly hopeless. Within the arena, Minato maintained his hand seals, his expression unwavering and intensely focused. As he gazed at the roaring whirlwind approaching him, an unusual glint flickered in Yuya's eyes. It was undeniable Minato had seized the perfect moment. Yuya was caught in a state of vulnerability, his previous shockwave of power just having dissipated. With his fist thrusting forward, his body was propelled ahead, making it challenging to reverse direction and evade. Had it been anyone else, defeat would have been certain. There was no time to dodge or form hand seals. Yet Yuya thought, "Unfortunately, you are facing me." Countless thoughts raced through his mind, but as the C-rank ninjutsu surged toward him, he remained astonishingly calm. If evasion is unfeasible, why even try? He mused. What of a C-rank ninjutsu? If a single punch could not resolve the onslaught, then 2 punches would suffice. In the next instant, while Yuya's right fist lingered in a striking position, his left fist clenched abruptly. A dim white light emerged, and at Yuya's command, it became a radiant glow. With a sudden burst of energy, his left fist, imbued with overwhelming shockwave strength, struck forth. The arena trembled as the white shockwave erupted violently. Yuya's fist collided forcefully with the wind release technique, leading to an explosive confrontation. The shockwave spread outward, enveloping the entire area ahead. This was a direct clash between the shockwave power and the C-rank ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. A thunderous roar echoed as the C-rank ninjutsu was annihilated by Yuya's single, powerful punch. Previously, he had not possessed the strength to directly shatter a C-rank technique. Yet now he could boldly dismantle it with ease. The crowd was left in shock. Goodness, a C-rank ninjutsu. Shattered by sheer force? Yuya's bloodline limit proved formidable, capable of obliterating even a C-rank technique. His power had transcended to an entirely different dimension. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the spectators, including the seasoned jonin, who were taken aback by Yuya's overwhelming shockwave prowess. Minato, initially confident of his impending victory, now gasped, astonished. Could he truly be this powerful? His heart sank as he realized that defeating Yuya was far more complex than he had anticipated. The unfolding situation suggested that defeat was a distinct possibility. On the other side, after demolishing the great breakthrough, Yuya flexed his wrist and stretched his arm. That punch had required his utmost effort, and the shockwave had placed a slight burden on him. He mused that he could have shattered the C-rank ninjutsu with merely 80% of his strength. A look of satisfaction crossed Yuya's face as his gaze returned to Minato. In a flash, Yuya dashed toward Minato, who instinctively retreated without hesitation. Facing someone capable of demolishing a C-rank ninjutsu with a single punch, Minato had no intention of engaging in close combat. It would be foolhardy. To punch through a C-rank technique meant Yuya could unleash an attack equal in might without needing hand seals. Engaging in close-quarters combat would be akin to courting death. Yet, despite Minato's rapid evasion, he was still a fraction slower than Yuya. Though his reflexes were astonishingly quick, he could not match Yuya's speed. Within moments, Yuya caught up to him and delivered a thunderous punch. At the critical moment, Minato's hand seals triggered gasps of astonishment as he executed a near-instantaneous body replacement technique, narrowly avoiding Yuya's blow. The wooden log shattered into countless fragments as Yuya's punch struck it. Minato appeared at a distance, perspiration glistening on his forehead as he gasped for breath. That irksome body replacement technique, but it should be nearing its end. Retracting his fist, Yuya turned to face the evasive Minato, calmly stating, "It appears this chase has reached its conclusion." Minato, having opened the first gate of the 8 gates, was at a clear disadvantage in stamina. Continuing this pursuit would inevitably lead to his defeat. Indeed, the end is near, Minato thought. Taking a deep breath as a flicker of confidence appeared in his eyes, perhaps he had glimpsed a path to victory. In the next instant, Minato swiftly formed hand seals. Another C-rank ninjutsu was unleashed. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The release of this technique drew countless puzzled gazes, even momentarily stunning Yuya, who was perplexed by Minato's intent. After all, his fist could obliterate a C-rank ninjutsu. Casting one would seem a mere waste of chakra. Just as Yuya contemplated this, he caught a glimpse of movement behind him. To his astonishment, another Minato had emerged. A shadow clone technique? The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty, questioning how Minato had conjured a clone without their knowledge. Yet, even if it were a clone, what impact could it have? Clones typically serve as distractions, lacking offensive capability. However, this was no ordinary clone. The audience's expression shifted from confusion to shock as they realized that the Minato behind Yuya was also forming hand seals and preparing a ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. With a deafening roar, the 2 C-rank ninjutsu converged upon Yuya, ensnaring him in an inescapable bind. At that moment, everyone bore expressions of sheer astonishment. 2 C-rank techniques were significant, but what truly astounded the seasoned jonin was the fact that a clone could unleash a ninjutsu. Ordinary clones were mere illusions, lacking substance or offensive capability. Yet, Minato's technique was a physical form, an advanced B-rank ninjutsu. It was the shadow clone technique. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. How did he acquire such a technique? Was it through self-study? Just moments ago, when he released his shadow clone, why did no one notice? All the CH9 instructors could not help but exclaim in astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Such advanced techniques like the shadow clone are not something taught in ninja school. Could it be that Minato Namikaze has mastered the shadow clone technique through self-learning? What extraordinary talent! Faced with this sudden onslaught from both sides, Yuya found himself in a seemingly insurmountable predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, in the stands, Kushina Uzumaki watched intently, her small fists clenched tightly. Her nails nearly digging into her flesh. She was oblivious to the pain. Yuya, a flicker of resentment flashed in her beautiful eyes. Minato Namikaze was indeed too formidable. Would Yuya ultimately be unable to prevail? At that moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, displayed an expression of awe and admiration. Other Jonin also praised Minato's battle awareness, concluding that the outcome was nearly decided. In the arena, Yuya stood quietly. He faced a C-rank fire release technique, Phoenix Fire Technique. Head-on, while a C-rank wind release technique, Great Breakthrough, approached him from behind. The testing grounds were not spacious, leaving little room for evasion between the two C-rank ninjutsu. The proctor was even preparing to conclude the match. However, at that moment, standing in the center of the arena, Yuya suddenly took a half-step back. This retreat seemed meaningless, resembling a frantic attempt to dodge, as if he were at a loss for how to respond. Yet, Yuya's next action left everyone momentarily stunned. With his body slightly turned, Yuya faced the dual onslaught of wind and fire techniques, executing a simple maneuver. He slightly lowered his stance, crossing his arms gently over his chest and tightening his fists. Could it be? No, it's impossible. The moment this action was performed, a vivid image flashed into everyone's minds, prompting them to gasp in horror. Yet, in the next instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. Their expression shifted from shock and disbelief to sheer astonishment. Boom. The wind and fire techniques howled towards Yuya, enveloping his seemingly frail figure. But in the next moment, Yuya's arms suddenly swung outward, powerfully striking the air on either side. Crack. In an instant, a white halo erupted in the air, as the space beside Yuya shattered like a spider web, fracturing inch by inch. The terrifying shockwave surged forth, colliding with the two C-rank ninjutsu. The fierce winds and flames approached, yet before the shattering force, they were rendered an insurmountable barrier. Despite the roaring winds and raging flames, they could not advance a step under Yuya's fists. It was as if they were effortlessly swept away. In the next moment, the wind and fire techniques crumbled into nothingness. The arena fell into a profound silence. Yet, within the minds of the spectators, thunder seemed to roar, echoing in shock and awe. It was only when the traces of the shattered air vanished that the arena erupted into a frenzy. This is possible. He can use that power with both fists to attack in two directions simultaneously. Such a bloodline limit, such an attack range, is utterly flawless. In that moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. The power of the shockwave bloodline limit displayed by Yuya moved even him profoundly. Near perfection. If this bloodline limit were to evolve further, what would become of it? Hiruzen found himself unable to fathom. At that moment, even Danzo, sitting nearby, could no longer remain composed. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he spoke solemnly. Hiruzen, that child is from an outside village. I can train him to a level of absolute trust. Impossible. Hiruzen decisively refused. Danzo's expression faltered, anger flashing across his face. Unable to contain his frustration despite his usual composure. If you won't give me Minato, then what about Yuya? What do you truly intend? Hiruzen remained cold, his tone unyielding. You will not have either of these children. Very well. You are the Hokage. You hold the authority, Danzo retorted, rising abruptly. Casting a furious glance at Hiruzen before turning away, not even glancing at the ongoing match's conclusion. Hiruzen watched him leave with a cold gaze. He was all too aware of Danzo's ulterior motives. The Root, while ostensibly a training organization for the Umbu, had effectively become Danzo's personal faction, nearly severed from the Umbu. If children like Minato and Yuya were to fall into Danzo's hands, it would be akin to giving a tiger wings. Hiruzen would never yield on such matters. After all, he was the Hokage. In the arena, Minato Namikaze stood in a daze, his shadow clone having dissipated due to chakra exhaustion. The shadow clone divides chakra, and Minato's own reserves were similarly depleted. The moment Yuya turned slightly, preparing to strike, Minato's heart sank, sensing impending doom. Yet, he was powerless to act. Helplessly watching as Yuya's fists shattered his meticulously planned C-rank techniques. At that time, he had hoped Yuya's dual strikes would weaken and be unable to counter the C-rank ninjutsu. However, the reality was, even with the dual strikes, their power remained undiminished, effortlessly shattering his C-rank techniques. How perfect that bloodline limit is. A bitter smile crept onto Minato's face. Even when facing a CH Nin, he would never have performed so poorly. Not that Yuya was necessarily superior to a CH Nin. but rather that Yuya's strength was simply unfathomable at this level. Once Yuya is able to shatter B-rank ninjutsu, even A-rank J-nin and elite J-nin will find themselves swept away by him. Should he manage to dismantle A-rank ninjutsu, even the most seasoned J-nin would struggle immensely to secure a victory against him. While the enhancement provided by bloodline limits rarely allows for challenges beyond one's rank, they often yield remarkable results within the same tier. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are formidable precisely because possessing either grants their bearers elite status among peers. Yuya's bloodline limit, with its unparalleled ability to obliterate all forms of ninjutsu, appears even more potent and domineering than the Sharingan and Byakugan. At the lower ninja level, taijutsu and ninjutsu are rendered ineffective against him. Defeating Yuya seems almost impossible. You win. Minato Namake's voice was tinged with bitterness as he refrained from launching another attack, choosing instead to concede. His stamina and chakra were nearly depleted, and the outcome was unmistakably clear. After casting a deep glance at Yuya, Minato felt a twinge of reluctance. He was, after all, a person of great ambition. Yuya, it was a pleasure to battle you. I shall continue to challenge you in the future. You are always welcome. Yuya nodded gently in response. With Minato's concession, the final match of the practical ranking examination drew to a close. The chief examiner took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand to announce, the victor is Yuya. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd once more. Yuya had secured the top position in the practical ranking examination, emerging as a new genius who surpassed Minato Namake's. Countless students were astonished that Yuya had come this far, especially considering that just a few months prior, he had been unable to perform any ninjutsu at all. The awakening of his bloodline limit had led to such a shocking turnaround. At that moment, nearly everyone remembered the name of this bloodline limit, Shindo. Some envisioned the future of the ninja world being shaken by this bloodline limit known as Shindo. Ignoring the envious and astonished gazes around him, Yuya gracefully leaped onto the platform and approached Kushina. I fulfilled my promise to you, he said, holding up a finger and smiling. I came in first. Kushina was still in a daze, staring at Yuya. At that moment, she had believed Yuya was destined to lose. And yet the conclusion had turned out to be a complete reversal. Yuya had not only won, but he had done so decisively. Throughout the practical ranking examination, not a single corner of his attire had been torn. Even Minato had left no mark upon him. Kushina bit her lip, and tears of joy shimmered in her beautiful eyes. She was genuinely happy for Yuya. While others might not have noticed him before, she had always been attentive. She understood the immense effort Yuya had put forth. After school, when no one was around, and even late into the night, Yuya had been engaged in grueling training. In Kushina's eyes, what Yuya had achieved was not mere luck, it was what he rightfully deserved, a reward for his dedication. Why are you crying? Yuya smiled gently, unable to resist reaching out to wipe away the tears from the corner of her eye. Kushina suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing with a lovely hue. She glared at Yuya, puffing out her cheeks in a mock pout. So what if you came in first? There's nothing to be proud of. You still have a long way to go before you can chase after me. Yuya nearly burst out laughing at her words, realizing what she had just said. Kushina's face turned beet red, and she found herself overwhelmed by the astonished expressions surrounding her. Unable to withstand the embarrassment, she turned and fled, vanishing in a flash. Yuya watched her retreat with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, unable to suppress his laughter. Minato, actually lost. On the elevated platform, Jiraiya tumbled over the railing, landing awkwardly on the ground like a flopping frog, his expression exaggerated. The other Genin could only shake their heads in bemusement. Tsunade, suppressing the urge to kick Jiraiya away, turned her gaze to Yuya, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yuya's techniques and style resonated with her preferences. Had Jiraiya chosen Minato, she would have undoubtedly selected Yuya, without hesitation. Ah, what a splendid battle. Such a rare display of talent among geniuses. Orochimaru remarked with an enigmatic smile as he propped himself against the wall. I wonder just how far they will grow. Oh, right. That boy named Yuya seems to have a significant problem yet to resolve. With that, Orochimaru turned and departed, leaving behind a remark that slightly altered Tsunade's expression, her brows furrowing slightly as she glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Danzo's departure, Hiruzen wore a contemplative expression, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts. In the practical ranking examination at the ninja school, Yuya had triumphed over Minato, forcefully claiming the top spot. Within a single day, his reputation as a genius spread throughout Konoha. Everyone was astounded by this news. No one had anticipated that the boy they considered arrogant enough to challenge Uchiha Han could achieve such heights. As a result of Yuya's victory over Minato, opinions regarding his earlier challenge to Uchiha Han shifted as well. Where once he was viewed as presumptuous and foolish for provoking the Uchiha clan, he was now seen as a talented youth, brimming with youthful vigor. It was entirely natural for someone so gifted to possess a degree of pride. Though perceptions had altered significantly, most still doubted Yuya's ability to defeat Uchiha Han. After all, the practical ranking examination was merely a contest among lower ninjas. Uchiha Han was a genin of the Uchiha clan, his prowess surpassing that of an ordinary genin, placing him among the elite. The gap between an elite genin and a child who had yet to graduate from ninja school, while perhaps not insurmountable, was undeniably vast. Yuya's rapid transformation from the lowest rank to a genius, albeit remarkable, was still a relatively normal leap. However, to leap once more directly into the ranks of genin was nothing short of a fantasy. In the Uchiha clan's residence, a solemn and austere atmosphere enveloped the room. In the center, Uchiha Han knelt, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Before him stood Uchiha Kageyama, the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard. With his back turned, "Fool, Captain." Uchiha Han knelt there with a mixture of fear and reverence, his body trembling slightly. Uchiha Kageyama turned to glare at him coldly. "You have caused such a commotion over a mere child. Do you realize that even Lord Hokage has personally inquired about this matter?" Hearing the reprimand from Uchiha Kageyama, Uchiha Han dared not utter a word. All that filled his mind was regret and frustration. He had never anticipated that a mere boy from a distant village, Yuye, could stir such a significant uproar, thrusting the Uchiha clan into the limelight. Had he known this would unfold, he should have found a way to eliminate that boy outright. Now, however, the situation had become complicated. Yuye had emerged as a prodigy renowned throughout Konoha, and it was common knowledge that he harbored animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Should anything untoward befall Yuye, even if they were entirely innocent, the Uchiha clan would find it impossible to clear their name. Moreover, there was an impending issue. In less than 3 months, a life-and-death duel would occur between Yuye and Uchiha Han. Despite the third Hokage's personal intervention in the matter, the Uchiha clan's dignity could not be compromised. Uchiha Kiyama cast a cold gaze at Uchiha Han, his tone laced with severity, and stated, "Do you understand? Right now, neither you nor that boy matters. What is paramount is the honor of the Uchiha clan, which must not be tarnished. If we concede due to a mere boy showcasing some talent, what dignity will the Uchiha clan retain in Konoha?" His words conveyed an icy chill that could freeze the air. I understand," Uchiha Han replied, trembling. Observing this, Uchiha Kiyama shook his head and turned away, resuming his contemplative stance. "You may leave. In 3 months, I do not wish to witness any unforeseen incidents." "Yes," Uchiha Han replied resolutely, a fierce killing intent flickering in his eyes. Even though Yuye had secured first place in the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, to him, it was merely child's play. To think he could defeat him was nothing short of a dream. In a secluded grove, the wind rustled through the leaves, producing a gentle whisper. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of striking echoed through the air. Yuye stood before a thick wooden post, relentlessly pummeling it with his fists. The post bore a deep indentation, and Yuya's fist continued to strike into that hollow, blood faintly visible within the recesses, despite having his hands wrapped in bandages. The repetitive blows, numbering in the hundreds, inevitably led to injury. Counting silently in his mind as he reached 1,000. Yuye let out a triumphant shout and delivered a powerful punch. Crack! The force of his blow, involuntarily enhanced by his kinetic energy, shattered the already dented wooden post. Ugh, I've already broken over 10 of these. They really don't last long. Perhaps I should consider using metal posts? Yuye mused, a hint of exasperation crossing his face as he gazed at the destroyed post. Acquiring a metal training tool would certainly be costly. However, upon reflection, he devised a compromise. If metal was unattainable, stone would suffice. Stone, while harder than wood, would likely inflict more pain upon impact. Nevertheless, in pursuit of developing the strength to unlock the second gate, it was a sacrifice worth making. A few more layers of bandages would suffice. With a determined glint in his eye, Yuye continued his training. Just 2 days had passed since he defeated Minato Namikaze and achieved first place in the practical ranking assessment, gaining fame throughout Konoha. He had not taken a moment's rest. As soon as the assessment concluded, he plunged back into rigorous training. Fame meant little. True strength was the essence, not to mention the perilous challenges ahead, including the imminent Second Shinobi World War, where only formidable power would prevent becoming mere cannon fodder. After a brief respite, Yuya prepared to resume his training, beginning with 1,000 sidekicks before returning to push-ups. Just as he approached the damaged post, a masked figure suddenly appeared before him. Yuya, the Hokage requests your presence. The calm tone of the Umbu member caught Yuya slightly off guard, but he nodded in acknowledgement. He could hardly refuse a summons from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What surprised him more was that Sarutobi should have called for him much earlier. Following the conclusion of the practical assessment, he expected to be summoned immediately, yet the call had been delayed until now. During that time, he had even wondered if Sarutobi had forgotten about him, but that seemed unlikely. Very well, he replied, following the Umbu member into the village. As they departed, the Umbu ninja couldn't help but glance at the damaged post, then at Yuya's bloodstained bandages, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He couldn't help but scrutinize Yuya further. If Yuya were merely a gifted youth, he would not have paid him much mind. Yet, Yuya possessed not only exceptional talent but also an intense dedication to his training, which was nearly obsessive. Such a combination was indeed formidable. Talent alone was not frightening, but when paired with an unwavering work ethic, it became truly daunting. With both effort and talent, as long as Yuya did not perish on his path of growth, an unimaginable future awaited him. In Konoha Village, at the Hokage Tower, Yuya followed the Umbu member without hindrance, arriving at the Hokage's office located at the pinnacle of the tower. This was the hub for managing the myriad affairs of Konoha's thousands of ninjas, representing the zenith of power and status. At that moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in his chair, his brow slightly furrowed as he pondered while taking a drag from his pipe. The Uchiha clan's stance was unexpectedly rigid. However, it was understandable. Such matters could be easily resolved if they remained obscure. Yet, with the entire village aware, the Uchiha clan could not afford to lose face. Muttering to himself, Sarutobi inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. Even if the Uchiha clan could not afford to lose face, did they believe his authority as Hokage could be easily dismissed? Knock knock. At that moment, a ninja at the door respectfully reported to Sarutobi, Hokage-sama. Yuya has arrived. Let him in, Sarutobi replied. Upon hearing Yuya's name, his expression softened slightly as he set aside his pipe. Upon entering the Hokage's office, Yuya cast a brief glance around, refraining from any idle wandering, and approached Sarutobi's desk to bow lightly. Hokage-sama, there is no need for excessive formalities. Rise. Sarutobi said with a warm smile, inquiring, how have you been living in Konoha these past years? Quite well. In truth, Yuya wanted to add that he was fortunate to be alive, but he held his tongue. Nevertheless, he ultimately said, surely, Hokage-sama, you are already aware of how I have been living. Indeed, Sarutobi nodded, a glimmer of appreciation shining in his eyes. He had previously summoned Minato Namikaze, and in their brief exchange, he noted that both Yuya and Minato possessed an adult-like capacity for thought, despite being merely 8 or 9 years old. Thus, he need not converse with Yuya in the manner befitting a child. I understand. After all, you hail from a distant village, and conflicts often arise between villages, particularly in recent years when turmoil has engulfed the land. Your village was directly obliterated in its confrontation with Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi nations. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Yuya, observing his unwavering calmness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Nodding to himself, he continued, fortuitously. Our Konoha ninjas were nearby and rescued the sole survivor from the flames of war, bringing you back to Konoha. Children from outside villages encounter various challenges and oppression in our Konoha, and I am well aware of the grievances you have suffered here. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Yuya with a gentle expression. Henceforth, such occurrences will never transpire again. Listening to Sarutobi's words, Yuya understood that this was a simple attempt at reconciliation. The essence of his statement was that past grievances need not weigh upon you. From this moment forward, you are a member of Konoha. Thank you for your care, Hokage-sama. Yuya replied softly, a hint of gratitude gracing his countenance. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled amiably, rising from his chair to approach Yuya. Although he had endured many indignities in Konoha, at the very least, here he would not be subjected to the ravages of war, would he not? Indeed, Yuya nodded gently. Compared to the perpetual anxiety and uncertainty faced in the smaller ninja villages of the shinobi world, even the most meager treatment in a major village like Konoha meant he would not have to fear homelessness and displacement. The past was best left behind. With a pat on Yuya's shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a warm smile. Your performance yesterday was commendable. It showcased a truly remarkable battle. Your talent is impressive. and your mental fortitude rivals that of adults. At this moment, you are already an exceptional ninja. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused slightly, altering his tone to continue, however. Talent, while commendable, requires time to mature. You remain somewhat inexperienced in various aspects. I hope that during the forthcoming period, you can find stability, continue your training, and accumulate experience. In the future, you shall undoubtedly shine with your own brilliance. Sarutobi's words carried an odd undertone, seemingly laden with insinuation. To Yuye, it was unmistakably a reminder that he was still too naive and should focus diligently on his training. Yet the question lingered. Where could he find an environment conducive to such earnest training? With less than 3 months remaining before the life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han commenced, Yuye pondered briefly before discerning Sarutobi's intentions and inquired, "Does Hokage-sama mean that I should abandon the life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han?" A flicker of appreciation crossed Sarutobi's gaze as he acknowledged Yuya's quick comprehension. "Yes, that is precisely my intent. Although you are remarkably talented, there remains a significant gap between you and Uchiha Han. Therefore, this duel..." Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, another voice interrupted. "Sarutobi, the life-and-death duel cannot be rescinded." The voice was calm yet carried an air of indifference. At the entrance stood Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light as he strode forward with deliberate composure. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a weight settle in his heart upon seeing him approach. Furrowing his brow, "Yuye is merely a child. How could such a duel hold any legitimacy?" "Sarutobi, rules dictate that regardless of the parties involved, once a life-and-death duel is requested, it cannot be unilaterally revoked. Even you, as Hokage, cannot contravene such regulations." Danzo maintained a steady gaze upon Sarutobi. Yet his eyes shimmered with an inscrutable glimmer. Since Sarutobi was unwilling to relent, unwilling to yield Yuye to him for training, he would not simply allow Yuye to become Sarutobi's right-hand man. Unless Sarutobi was willing to entrust Yuye to him, the matter was settled. Rules are established by humans. What if I choose to abolish them? Sarutobi retorted with a scoff. As Hokage, he had always kept Danzo firmly in check, making it impossible for him not to perceive Danzo's ulterior motives. In an instant, he understood that Danzo aimed to compel him to concede, thereby acquiring Yuye for himself. "I will not acquiesce." Danzo stood there with a facade of indifference. "To alter the regulations, unanimous consent from the Elder Council is required. I believe not only I but also the likes of Koharu and Hamura would not support your attempts to amend the rules so easily." "You." Sarutobi's expression darkened upon hearing this. The tradition of life-and-death duels had persisted since the Warring States era, abolished by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, only to be reinstated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Within a village, intricate power dynamics often emerged, especially among various clans. With such entanglements came inevitable conflicts, which ultimately developed into irreconcilable disputes. Such disputes could not be resolved through open warfare within Konoha, nor could they be forcibly suppressed. Forcible suppression would inevitably culminate in chaos. Senju Tobirama's ideology starkly contrasted with that of Senju Hashirama. He believed in the necessity of rules to govern human nature and to orderly resolve conflicts. Thus, upon assuming the mantle of the second Hokage, he reinstated the ancient tradition of life-and-death duels to address irreconcilable internal disputes. In this world, every elite ninja bore the stains of blood. Life could, at times, be weighed upon the scales of fate, much like the incident involving Hyuga Niji's father, Hyuga Hisashi, whose death was tacitly sanctioned by Konoha's higher-ups to placate Kumogakure, resulting in Hisashi's sacrifice in place of his brother, Hisashi. While the Hokage wielded considerable power, altering such long-standing traditions indeed required the consensus of the Elder Council, including Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo. An uncomfortable silence engulfed the atmosphere as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo locked eyes. Despite Sarutobi's fierce demeanor, Danzo remained unperturbed, firmly maintaining the upper hand. Finally, Sarutobi inhaled deeply, addressing Yuye first. "Yuye, you may leave for now." "Understood." Once Yuye departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Danzo with palpable fury. "Danzo, do you intend to drive that child Yuye to his demise for your own selfish desires?" "Sarutobi, one must be careful with their words. I merely wish to prevent you, as Hokage, from making a hasty error. As your advisor, it is my duty to ensure you make the right choices," Danzo replied, maintaining his placid demeanor. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to slam his hand on the table and confront Danzo directly, yet he refrained, knowing that giving Danzo leverage would not bode well for him. Danzo had long coveted the title of Hokage. The shinobi world is increasingly chaotic. The Second Shinobi World War appears imminent. Danzo, I can overlook your other actions, but you shall not tamper with the very foundation of Konoha. Yuya is merely a child from a distant village. What right does he have to be considered the foundation of Konoha? Toanzo let out a cold chuckle. He was not Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he would never place his trust in a child like Yuya. In fact, he would extend that distrust even to those closest to him. Upon hearing Toanzo mention Yuya's identity again, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice faltered momentarily. Observing Hiruzen's reaction, Toanzo's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Rest assured, Hiruzen. Perhaps this prodigious youth Yuya might even triumph over Uchiha Han. That would be a win-win situation, proving his talent while simultaneously suppressing the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen barely restrained himself from erupting at Toanzo's sardonic remarks. Defeating Uchiha Han. What a ludicrous notion. Even among Chunin, Uchiha Han was considered elite. No matter how gifted Yuya might be, it would be nothing short of miraculous if he could defeat an ordinary Chunin in 2 months. To aspire to defeat an elite Chunin was sheer folly. Elite Chunin are those who have achieved the pinnacle of Chunin standards in every respect, standing just below the Jonin level. For prominent clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, once a member ascends to Chunin, they are assuredly elite Chunin thanks to their Byakugan or Sharingan. Of course, unlike the Hyuga clan, not all Uchiha possessed the Sharingan, but Hiruzen knew. Uchiha Han did. This was documented information. An elite Chunin is one who has reached the top level of Chunin capabilities. On that foundation, if one exceeds in a particular aspect to the Jonin level or masters a forbidden technique, they may be classified as a special Jonin. Subsequently, achieving Jonin level in all aspects qualifies one as a full Jonin, while reaching the pinnacle of Jonin standards designates them an elite Jonin. The path of a ninja is one of gradual progress. To leap a level without struggle is an arduous task. And Yuya had already transcended once by acquiring a bloodline limit. To achieve such a leap again would be nothing short of fantastical. As Yuya left the Hokage office, he wandered the streets of Konoha, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. It felt rather strange. Toanzo, who had always adhered to the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and detested the Uchiha clan, now employed a stance that seemed to align with Uchiha in his dealings with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This revelation further deepened Yuya's understanding of the darker intricacies within Konoha's power dynamics. Though he appeared to be a crucial link, the reality was that his presence was inconsequential. The situation had essentially devolved into a power struggle between Sarutobi Hiruzen, Toanzo, and the Uchiha clan, with Yuya merely coincidentally at the center. Each of these 3 factions presented an insurmountable barrier for Yuya at this juncture. Ultimately, strength was paramount. Clenching his fists, Yuya murmured to himself. To seize his destiny, he must relentlessly enhance his abilities. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. The immediate challenge before him was to overcome Uchiha Han. Despite Yuya's considerable strength, he understood that he would not be facing an ordinary Chunin. Uchiha Han's prowess was undoubtedly formidable, likely placing him among the elite Chunin, perhaps even possessing the Sharingan. To defeat Uchiha Han, Yuya needed to unlock the second gate of the 8 gates. Unimpeded, he returned home and resumed his training, engaging in push-ups and squats. Sweat dripped from his body until he was nearly numb, at which point he finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Yuya contemplated how to approach his training. The wooden post he had been using was damaged and required replacement. However, even a new one would not last long, even without deliberately utilizing his shockwave power. The relentless punches would inevitably infuse it, leading to its swift destruction. Constructing a stone post would be cumbersome. It would be far more efficient to seek a rocky outcrop for his training. Yuya believed that while training, he should not restrain his shockwave energy, but rather infuse every punch with it. The continuous use of shockwave energy would impose a burden on his body. Yet this very burden would serve as a form of training. Maintaining his body in a state of vibration would be an excellent exercise, undoubtedly accelerating his progress. Stepping outside, he surveyed the bustling streets of Konoha and made his way toward Hokage Rock. He recalled the battle between Pain and the Kyuubi-empowered Naruto took place near a hilly area. With resolute determination, Yuya ascended against the current and soon discovered an exquisite location for cultivation. On one side lay a verdant forest, while on the other, rugged hills formed by craggy rocks, complemented by the gentle flow of a crystal-clear river. Perfect. This is the place. Setting aside his provisions, Yuya approached a massive rock face, stretched his limbs, and suddenly unleashed a punch. Without exerting excessive force, a reverberating shockwave emanated from his fist. The air fractured as his strike, although aimed at the rock, primarily impacted the atmosphere itself. Boom. The mountain rock trembled under Yuya's blow. However, as he had not intended to demolish it with full force, only a minuscule crack appeared. Excellent. Onward. Yuya nodded in satisfaction, retracting his left fist and swinging his right once more. His fists alternated in a relentless rhythm against the rock, generating a series of resounding booms. While Yuya's fists could effectively use the air as a target, the absence of a solid object yielded a distinctly different outcome. Continuously striking the rock, his body quaked in response, first his skin, then his muscles, followed by his blood and bones. He was engulfed in this ceaseless tremor. This was Yuya's inaugural experience of harnessing shockwaves in succession. As his entire being began to vibrate, an intoxicating sensation enveloped him, akin to soaring on the winds. For the first time in his training, he savored such comfort. Had he known this approach from the outset, he would have embraced it immediately. Relishing the invigorating and liberating sensations coursing through him, Yuya silently lamented and resolved to pursue his training with even greater fervor. One punch after another, his heart thumped robustly. The blood surged through his veins, and every fiber of his being resonated with the vibrations. This oscillation further refined his flesh and bones, yielding results beyond Yuya's expectations. After unlocking the first gate of the true 8 gates, the synergy between his heart's power and the chakra from the initial gate enhanced the flow of blood throughout his body, strengthening his constitution even during sleep. Engaging in further training would amplify this effect tremendously. In terms of physical prowess, a month of training could equate to 2 months for others. To his astonishment, he realized that not only did the first gate of the true 8 gates accelerate his training speed, but the shockwaves themselves also aided in his cultivation. When combined, his physical abilities surged forward almost exponentially. Initially, he believed that 3 months would barely suffice to reach the threshold for the second gate of the 8 gates. However, it now appeared that 2 months would be more than sufficient. Yet, Yuya did not allow himself to be swept away by joy. For each subsequent gate required a period of adaptation, as the true 8 gates operated in reverse and remained perpetually open. The more gates he unlocked, the longer it would take to stabilize, necessitating a more robust physique for the next gate. The difficulty only escalated, mirroring the challenges of the ordinary 8 gates. With a final punch, he shattered a portion of the mountain rock, causing him to gasp for breath and retreat abruptly. His entire body ached with a delightful fatigue, a languid sensation emanating from his bones and flesh. He collapsed onto the ground, sweat mingling with dirt, transforming his garments into a disheveled mess. Yet, Yuya paid it no mind, lying there contentedly. The shock waves had traversed his body, leaving him in a state of bliss far superior to the arduousness of traditional push-ups. As his body gradually recuperated and the tingling sensation faded, Yuya could distinctly perceive a notable increase in his strength. Such a remarkable enhancement was almost unfathomable. The direct awareness of his augmented power signified a terrifying advancement in progress. This was likely due to his first experience with such training, expelling impurities from his body, resulting in this significant boost. Elated yet pragmatic, Yuya quickly discerned the underlying reason. Indeed, as he continued his training, the increments were not as dramatic as the initial surge. But he still achieved remarkable efficiency. A day swiftly passed, and Yuya returned home, utterly exhausted, collapsing into slumber. The following day, he resumed his routine, taking provisions to the back mountain once more. Although training in such isolation posed risks, few ventured to this secluded area, which, in reality, was not far from the village. Before he knew it, over a month had elapsed, and visible muscle definition began to emerge on Yuya's frame. While he appeared slight, he radiated strength, an astonishing feat for a child not yet 9 years of age. His constitution had experienced an astonishing rate of enhancement over this month, particularly during the initial week, which was characterized by exponential growth, before gradually entering a plateau. Boom! Another punch reverberated through the air, causing the rock before him to crack and splinter, ultimately creating a gaping hole. Now, my punch should surpass the power of C-rank ninjutsu. Even a combined C-rank technique of wind and fire release would be shattered by my fist. Satisfied with the destruction wrought by his full-force strike, Yuya nodded, though a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. This power, while formidable, still paled in comparison to the B-rank ninjutsu wielded by Uchiha Han. However, once he unlocked the second gate of the true 8 gates, shattering B-rank techniques would be well within his reach. At this juncture, only a month remained before his fateful duel with Uchiha Han. During this period of training, the village had remained eerily tranquil. It seemed as though Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo, along with the Uchiha clan, were engaged in a covert struggle as no one sought to interfere with him, almost as if he had been entirely overlooked. Yet, Yuya knew this was not mere oversight. It was a silent standoff, a contest of strength. Of course, this was but one reason. Another factor contributing to Yuya's obscurity was the looming specter of the Second Shinobi World War. The entire shinobi world was enveloped in an atmosphere thick with impending turmoil. Konoha was aggressively targeting surrounding small villages, leading the Land of Fire in a relentless expansion to seize resources. Meanwhile, the Sand Village of the Land of Wind and the Rock Village of the Land of Earth were engaging in frenzied territorial conquests, obliterating countless smaller shinobi villages. With limited small villages and finite resources in smaller nations, a collision between the three great nations was inevitable. While it seemed that a considerable amount of time was still required for the brewing conflict, all discerning eyes recognized that war was unavoidable. In comparison, the life-and-death duel between Yuya and Uchiha appeared trivial. Sighing softly, he suppressed his thoughts and resumed his training. In a few days, Yuya felt he was ready to attempt unlocking the second gate of the True Eight Gates, the Gate of Shock. The first gate of the True Eight Gates corresponded to the eighth gate of the Ordinary Eight Gates, which represented the death point at the heart. The second gate is the seventh of the Ordinary Eight Gates, known as the Gate of Shock, situated just below the navel. This gate holds immense significance, rivaling the importance of the first gate located at the heart. It serves as a crucial link between the upper and lower body. Ascending from the Gate of Shock leads directly to the head, where 5 gates align in a seamless pathway. In contrast, the path connecting the Heart's Dead Gate to the Gate of Shock is a diagonal, reverse route. The Gate of Shock is the second core of the True Eight Gates, bridging the heart and the body. After thoroughly stretching and activating his body, Yuya sat cross-legged, ready to challenge the second gate. His nearly 2 months of cultivation had yielded results comparable to others' half-year endeavors, resulting in a significant enhancement in physical strength since the first gate's activation. Opening the second gate was a mere formality. With a concentrated effort, Yuya struck forth, unleashing chakra in a first impact, which reverberated to create a second. This force shattered the shackles of the second gate. As the Gate of Shock opened, an invisible flame, akin to fire, surged from Yuya's heart along his meridians, igniting the Gate of Shock itself. This flame, indeed, represented chakra. At this moment, a connection was firmly established between the first gate at the heart and the second gate below the navel, showcasing the natural linkage of the 8 gates. Within the Gate of Shock, a second chakra emerged, instantly surpassing the chakra quantity at the heart. However, this chakra quickly balanced itself through the connection with the heart, creating a harmonious equilibrium between the two cores. Consequently, the chakra within Yuya surged, propelling him beyond the threshold of a CH Nin, almost on par with some elite CH Nin. This represented a remarkable leap in strength. Moreover, the chakra from the heart and the Gate of Shock formed a cycle. Originally, chakra circulated solely between the heart and itself, but now the two cores established a dynamic connection, facilitating mutual transfer. During this transfer, a portion of chakra inevitably diffused into the flesh and bones, nourishing them. This virtuous cycle resulted in comprehensive enhancement. Could Yuya's chakra level now rival that of elite CH Nin? It seemed plausible that he could begin developing certain jutsu. Feeling the surge of chakra within him, a smile crept across Yuya's face. Although he had anticipated this, the rapid elevation of his chakra level still filled him with delight. Common jutsu like fire release and water release held little significance for Yuya. In fact, any jutsu requiring hand seals was of minimal importance to someone like him, who possessed shock release along with formidable physical strength and speed. Thus, the jutsu Yuya aimed to develop would be tailored to his unique abilities, particularly those that could harmonize with shock release. His body was already undergoing a transformation. Beyond the enhancement of chakra, Yuya sensed a swift metamorphosis within his physique. The True Eight Gates offered a permanent opening of the 8 gates within the body, leading to gradual yet profound effects. Unlike the sudden bursts characteristic of the ordinary 8 gates, once the first gate at the heart was unlocked, it took Yuya only a few days to adapt, and he believed the second gate, the Gate of Shock, would require no longer. Indeed, within just 3 days, Yuya's body had completed this transformation. Following this metamorphosis, his speed nearly rivaled that of an average J Nin. Only an exceptionally skilled CH Nin and physical techniques could compare. Furthermore, his shock release experienced a transformation, its power nearly tripling. He had effectively crossed the chasm between C-ranked and B-ranked jutsu. Now, with a single punch, Yuya could obliterate B-ranked jutsu. As his shock release ascended to this level, The range of its influence expanded significantly. Previously, his attack range was limited to 2 meters, suitable only for close combat. Now, with all his might, Yuya's punch could extend the range of shock release to between 5 and 10 meters. Within 5 meters, its potency remained undiminished, capable of shattering B-rank jutsu, while the 5 to 10 meter range could still dismantle C-rank techniques. This enhancement transformed his attack capabilities from close range to near mid-range, significantly ameliorating his prior limitations. C-rank jutsu were commonly utilized by Ch-nin, while B-rank jutsu were the typical arsenal of J-nin. A-rank jutsu, on the other hand, belonged to the realm of forbidden techniques, with some J-nin never mastering them. After all, achieving chakra nature transformation and pairing it with B-rank jutsu already yielded considerable might. Most J-nin devoted their time not to mastering the more challenging A-rank jutsu, but to enhancing the potency of their B-rank techniques through chakra nature transformation. Thus, Yuya now found himself in a position to dominate Ch-nin effortlessly. However, there remained a pressing concern, one Yuya had consciously overlooked until now. Beyond physical techniques and jutsu, this world also encompassed genjutsu. Calming his exhilaration, Yuya bowed his head in contemplation. He had previously chosen to disregard this aspect, as lower-ranked ninjas could typically only dispel simple genjutsu, and casting genjutsu was considerably difficult. Yet, at the Ch-nin level, genjutsu became a commonly employed offensive tactic. Presenting the issue of genjutsu to himself, Yuya's mind raced to gather information about it. He speculated that Uchiha Han might possess the Sharingan. Even if he didn't, it was implausible that a Ch-nin from the Uchiha clan would be incapable of utilizing genjutsu. That would be a monumental deception. This was a serious matter. The essence of genjutsu seemed to lie in disrupting the flow of chakra, thereby distorting the enemy's mental state and causing sensory confusion. Yuya vaguely recalled Jiraiya instructing Naruto on how to counter genjutsu, advising him to cease the flow of his chakra the moment he fell under its influence. Chakra, fundamentally, is the product of energy and spiritual energy extracted from the body's 13 billion cells. By interfering with the flow of chakra, one could consequently affect the enemy's psyche, leading to illusions. In essence, genjutsu remained intertwined with chakra. Thus, if one could stabilize the disrupted chakra flow, they could dispel genjutsu. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had once claimed he could not fall victim to genjutsu because the eight tails within him allowed for dual consciousness, aiding in stabilizing chakra flow. Upon realizing this, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yuya's eyes. Did this imply that he was fundamentally immune to genjutsu? Suddenly recalling that Kai, from the original narrative, seemed to have never fallen victim to genjutsu, even during his legendary battle against Madara, who refrained from using genjutsu against him. Madara, with his extensive combat experience, would have exploited any weakness, such as susceptibility to genjutsu, to take down Kai. It seemed likely that genjutsu simply held little effect on him, especially at that moment. Kai activated the 8 gates of breath technique, with chakra swirling violently within him, and his mental will sharpen to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, the activation of the 8 gates comes with immense pain. Under such circumstances, even the most formidable genjutsu would likely struggle to take effect. Furthermore, even if genjutsu could manipulate my chakra, it would have no influence over a mere tremor. As Yuya murmured softly, a ripple of subtly manifested within his body. Instantly, his chakra was jolted, coming to an abrupt halt. To dispel the genjutsu, he needed no hand seals. It seemed that aside from the likes of Tsukuyomi or Kodo Amatsukami, ordinary genjutsu, whether affecting the senses or binding the mind and body, would be utterly ineffective against him, capable of being dispelled in an instant. With this realization, Yuya's expression relaxed significantly. It appeared that his long-standing worries were unfounded. From the very beginning, he was not only immune to taijutsu and ninjutsu at his level, but also to genjutsu. The bloodline limit could effortlessly and flawlessly dismantle various genjutsu with a simple tremor, liberating his chakra from the enemy's interference and thus neutralizing mental attacks. Though he felt quite certain, Yuya, being the prudent character he was, decided to seek someone to test it. The dilemma was that he had very few acquaintances in Konoha, and Might Guy was certainly not an option for genjutsu. After some effort, it was ultimately with Kushina's assistance that he found a volunteer for testing. Following 2 straightforward attempts, the tester gazed at him in utter astonishment, disbelief written all over their face. Generally, to break a genjutsu, one would need to perform a hand seal or halt their own chakra flow to forcibly break through the interference. However, Yuya required no hand seals whatsoever, appearing to be immune to it entirely. This left the ninja utterly baffled, their hearts shaken, regarding Yuye as if he were a monster. After several trials, Yuye was finally convinced that, for him, any genjutsu below the level of Tsukuyomi or Kodo Amatsukumi was completely ineffective. Moreover, as the bloodline limit strengthened, if it could similarly extend to the mental realm through chakra, then even against the likes of Tsukuyomi or Kodo Amatsukumi, perhaps he would not be defenseless. With the affirmation that ordinary genjutsu posed no threat, Yuye felt a profound sense of relief. Upon witnessing Yuya's remarkable immunity to genjutsu, Kushina was filled with overwhelming joy. The stronger Yuye became, the happier she felt. Previously, she had not anticipated that Yuye could triumph over Minato, claiming the top position in the ninja school's practical ranking assessment. Now, others doubted his ability to overcome the nin, Uchiha Han. Yet, in Kushina and Appo's heart, she inexplicably held confidence in Yuye. After encouraging Yuye with a cheer, Kushina dutifully refrained from further interruption, allowing him to continue his training. Thus, Yuye returned to the back mountains. While continuing to hone his physical prowess, he began to develop techniques uniquely his own. Until now, he had not paid much attention to the matter of techniques, as they had been unnecessary. However, with the enhancement of his strength, the bloodline limit also grew stronger, naturally leading to the diversification and refinement of his abilities. Yuya's bloodline limit allowed for a straightforward punch to unleash a powerful and a frontal assault. Unlike a shockwave that would push opponents back, this resembled a tearing force. In this regard, Yuye simply combined taijutsu to develop 3 techniques, and, although the development of these techniques was merely a simple application, they held significant potential. Represented Yuye channeling the downwards in an attacking motion, slapping down with his palm. This attack enveloped the enemy beneath, with the striking both the foe and the ground. Involved Yuya's previous technique of striking outward with both fists, dividing the battlefield in half, with a tremendous, consisted of an upward hook punch, launching an assault from below. While these 3 attacks merely involved slight alterations in the direction of, the inherent strength of that force made even a minor deviation a considerable headache for adversaries, complicating their defense. During the simple practice of these 3 attacks, Yuye suddenly discovered that his, after being potent enough to shatter B-rank ninjutsu, could even induce seismic tremors, and fell within the realm of, the newly developed, belonged to the domain of earthquakes. Although there was a C rank in the category, what Yuye executed surpassed that C rank technique in strength. Not only could it cause the ground to tremble and shake, but it could also create fissures in the earth. Once Yuye had skillfully mastered all these developed techniques, the time for his life and death duel with Uchiha Han finally arrived. The venue for this mortal confrontation was located beneath Konoha. Such life and death duels would naturally not be openly displayed. Accompanied by a member of the Umbu, Yuye arrived at a spacious area permeated with a chilling aura of bloodshed. This location served not only as a battleground for life and death duels, but also as a brutal interrogation chamber and torture room. The hidden darkness of Konoha converged here, with Danzo's root base nearby. Every day, Konoha's ninjas ventured out to execute missions, some of which involved assassination tasks that were assigned in this very place. Additionally, many spies and scouts from enemy villages, once captured, would be brought here for interrogation through cruel and unconventional methods. In summary, this was a convergence point for all things sinister. The atmosphere was eerie and saturated with bloodlust. The ninjas present were either masked members of the Umbu or cold-faced individuals who hurried past without expression. After traversing several corridors, they finally reached their destination. Yuya's demeanor transformed into one of solemnity. It was his first encounter with such an atmosphere since arriving in this world. Ahead stood several ninjas from the Uchiha clan, with Uchiha Han among them. Upon noticing Yuya's arrival, a palpable aura of killing intent emanated from Han's eyes, revealing his unfettered desire to eliminate Yuye to restore the dignity and honor of the Uchiha clan. Yuye and Uchiha Han locked eyes, and despite the overwhelming killing intent from Han, Yuye remained unperturbed, his gaze calm and composed. At the same time, Yuye surveyed the surroundings, his brows slightly furrowing. Above them was a 3-tiered corridor, yet very few individuals occupied it. In the entire arena, only 3 Umbu ninjas and 5 Uchiha clan members, including Han, were present. There were no others. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not come. A hint of confusion crossed Yuya's face. Logically, the Hokage would not overlook a duel of this magnitude. Even if he did not attend personally, he should have dispatched more Umbu ninjas. Presently, the number of Umbu ninjas was fewer than that of the Uchiha clan, leaving Yuye with a sense of abandonment. It seemed that something unusual had transpired. Yuye murmured softly, yet a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. It appeared that today would indeed be a bloody battle for survival. Victory meant life, while defeat meant death. Finally, the members of the Uchiha clan leapt to the upper three-tiered corridor, their gaze coldly fixated on the scene below. Uchiha Han slowly stepped forward and came to a halt, confronting Yuya from a distance. The three members of the Umbu exchanged cold glances before leaping onto the corridor, observing with detached interest. In this moment, no superfluous words were necessary in the presence of Uchiha Han, for this was neither an assessment nor a competition, but a decisive battle that would determine life and death. Neither party uttered a word, nor was there a need for anyone to call for the start. In an instant, the clash erupted violently. Simultaneously, within the Hokage building, a fierce argument unfolded in the Hokage's office. "Why aren't you stopping this duel? This is utterly unreasonable." Tsunade glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly slamming her hands on the table. Her temperament was such that once she set her sights on someone, she would never easily let go. Even though she had yet to meet Yuya formally, after the practical ranking assessment, she had already resolved to take him as her disciple. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, taking a puff of his cigarette, avoiding a direct response to Tsunade's question. Instead, he spoke solemnly. "The Uchiha clan has dispatched 3 elite Jonin and 10 elite Chunin to the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire. Is this the reason to abandon that boy, Yuya? What nonsense is this?" Tsunade's expression was one of disbelief. How could such a matter be turned into a transaction? It was unfathomable to her. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "It is not abandonment. Danzo may intervene to save Yuya after his defeat." Tsunade's face contorted with anger and shock. If Yuya were gravely injured and Danzo saved him, the outcome was all too predictable. Yuya would undoubtedly be transformed into Danzo's most loyal and effective instrument of slaughter. "Perhaps that boy has the talent to win," Sarutobi Hiruzen added with a hint of reassurance. Yet, this statement was one that neither Tsunade nor even he himself believed. "Lord Hokage, it has begun." At that moment, an Umbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, delivering the news. Tsunade's face instantly reflected a mixture of shock and fury. "What? It has already begun? Is no one going to stop this?" Gritting her teeth, Tsunade abruptly turned and dashed out of the Hokage's office, declaring, "If no one else will intervene, then I shall take matters into my own hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in astonishment at Tsunade as she rushed out of the office, a slight smile of resignation forming on his lips. However, a peculiar expression soon replaced it. Tsunade represented the Senju clan. If she were to save Yuya, there might indeed be a turning point. The Senju clan would never fear the Uchiha clan, as an irreconcilable conflict existed between the two clans. Tsunade stormed out of the Hokage's office, unimpeded by anyone. She made her way underground. But just as she was nearing the battleground, she was intercepted by a figure. "Step aside." Tsunade glared at Uchiha Kageyama, the leader of the Uchiha clan, her expression devoid of fear as she sternly reprimanded him. Uchiha Kageyama stood calmly, his eyes revealing 3 tomo that slowly revolved. "Why the haste? Would it not be better to wait here for a moment? Once the matter over there concludes, I shall not impede you. You dare try to stop me?" Tsunade, furious, charged forward without hesitation. Yet, Uchiha Kageyama, as the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard, was no mere adversary. He firmly blocked her path. No matter how hard Tsunade struggled, she could not break through Uchiha Kageyama's defense. At this point, she was merely an elite Jonin, not yet powerful enough to match her original narrative. Anxiety mixed with fury coursed through Tsunade's veins. If this continued, Yuya might truly be beyond saving. Not far from where Tsunade and Uchiha Kageyama clashed was the arena where Yuya and Uchiha Han fought to the death. At this moment, their duel had escalated into a fierce confrontation. The battle erupted with Yuya surging forward at full speed, targeting Uchiha Han. With the activation of the first 2 gates of the 8 gates, Yuya's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into little more than a blur, barely discernible to the naked eye. Uchiha Han, having suffered a significant setback from underestimating Yuya in the past, was not about to make the same mistake again. He activated his Sharingan, revealing the double tomo. Although he had not yet attained the 3rd tomo, it was sufficient to clearly perceive Yuya's movements. In an instant, as Yuya flashed to Uchiha Han's side and launched a punch, Uchiha Han formed hand seals, and his body transformed into a wooden stump. Substitution Jutsu. After evading Yuya's strike, Uchiha Han reappeared behind him, suddenly drawing a short sword and slashing towards Yuya's neck. Facing this attack, Yuya did not flinch or evade, even failing to turn around. Instead, he delivered a powerful counterpunch. Crack! The air shattered like glass, and Uchiha Han's short sword abruptly halted, mere inches from Yuya's fist, unable to advance any further, an impassable chasm. Boom. In the next moment, with an explosive surge of force, Uchiha Han spat blood, yet his figure vanished in a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Yuya furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering as he sought Uchiha Han's true location. Just then, Uchiha Han materialized unexpectedly before Yuya, hands still forming seals. While the two tomo in his eyes spun wildly. It was an illusion. Yuya and Uchiha Han locked eyes, and in the next moment, a moment of stupor crossed Yuya's face, rendering him motionless in the arena. It is over. Yes, Han has ensnared that boy in his genjutsu with his Sharingan. The members of the Uchiha clan watching from above the corridor exchanged glances, their expressions cold. Meanwhile, the three Umbu, masked and expressionless, bore a flicker of pity in their eyes. What a pity. Indeed, possessing a remarkable bloodline limit, yet deprived of the opportunity to grow. Under the gaze of all, Uchiha Han gazed down at Yuya with a hint of disdain. Even if you awaken a bloodline limit, what does it matter before me? Ultimately, you remain but a child. Moreover, when it comes to bloodline limits, our Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the strongest. With a cold snort, Uchiha Han casually hurled the short sword directly at Yuya's chest, preparing to turn away as if already envisioning the scene of Yuya being impaled. Yet, in the next instant, a shocking transformation occurred. Boom. A fist enveloped in white light suddenly struck the air. The force of the tremor resonated and echoed in all directions. The short sword thrown by Uchiha Han seemed to sink into a quagmire, advancing inch by inch until it finally halted before the fist, unable to move any further. Then, the sword emitted a terrifying cracking sound, ultimately being twisted into a helix shape. This is impossible. Uchiha Han gazed in disbelief at the calm Yuya, his eyes revealing utter incredulity. Yuya had actually broken the illusion cast by his Sharingan. How could this be possible? In an instant, not only Uchiha Han, but even the Uchiha clan on the corridor and the three Umbu ninjas on the other side could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could he break the illusion without performing any seals? Breaking an illusion requires the chakra within to flow normally. Could it be that his tremor power can disrupt his own chakra? One person murmured, while others displayed expressions of profound shock. If that is the case, does it mean Yuya can be immune to or break any illusion? This is absurd. How could there possibly exist such a flawless bloodline limit in this world? Before that tremor force, physical techniques were rendered ineffective, while ordinary ninjutsu could be easily shattered, and now even illusions could be effortlessly dispelled. How utterly unbelievable. Uchiha's illusions are merely that. Yuya looked at Uchiha Han with a faint smirk, for the illusion he faced was not even broken. It was rendered completely ineffective. The chakra within him was composed of two cores. One resided in his heart, the other in his abdomen. This was a vast difference from ordinary ninjas. Attempting to interfere with Yuya's chakra flow and cast an illusion upon him was an exceedingly difficult task. Moreover, Yuya possessed the tremor force capable of directly countering disturbances and breaking illusions. In the next moment, Yuya's figure surged forward, charging directly at Uchiha Han. Whoosh! He appeared directly above Uchiha Han, suddenly striking down with a palm, a circle of white light emanating from his hand. Tremor release, collapse. Buzz. The palm struck the air, but the tremor force erupted violently, enveloping the entire area below in the range of the strike. Boom. Almost instantaneously, Uchiha Han's expression changed drastically. The illusion had been directly dispelled by Yuya, and in his shock, he momentarily froze, allowing Yuya to close the distance. The situation had immediately plunged into a life-and-death crisis. In such a critical moment, Uchiha Han had no time to think. He braced himself against the impact of the tremor force, desperately forming hand seals. Clearly, it was unrealistic to escape the tremor force's attack range, as the entire area had been suppressed. Earth release, earth body flicker technique, as his body trembled violently on the verge of shattering bones. Uchiha Han barely completed the hand seals. In the next moment, he vanished into the earth below. Yet even so, the ground bore bloodstains. Crack! Beneath Yuya's strike, the earth appeared fissured like a spider web, spreading out in all directions. Boom! Ultimately, the entire ground erupted violently, collapsing into a pit. Returning to the surface, Yuya's gaze flickered slightly. The earth release ninjutsu was executed with such proficiency. Could it still be performed under the impact of the tremor force? Generally speaking, the Uchiha clan would possess fire attributes and possibly others. For example, Uchiha Sasuke had both lightning and fire chakra nature transformations. Typically, Only those at the Jonin level would deliberately cultivate 3 or more chakra nature transformations to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Han was merely a chunin, which suggested his chakra nature transformations might only be earth and fire. He executed the earth body flicker technique quite well, but would hiding underground be of any use? Noticing Uchiha Han's prolonged absence, Yuya understood that Uchiha Han had sustained significant injuries from the previous attack. Furthermore, he must be attempting to ambush him from underground. With this thought, a hint of mockery appeared on Yuya's face as he glanced at the ground beneath him, suddenly grasping with his hands and tearing violently. Tremor release. Earthquake technique. Boom. In an instant, the power of the earthquake erupted. The ground beneath Yuya transforming into waves, emitting terrifying rumbling tremors. The earth seemed to morph into a turbulent sea, rolling and shaking, and in that moment, not only this arena but even the area outside where Tsunade and Uchiha Kaizen were engaged in battle felt the disturbance. This tremor is an earth-release ninjutsu. Damn it. Tsunade gritted her teeth, suddenly swinging her fist to shatter one of Uchiha Kaizen's fire release techniques, her eyes revealing urgency. Yuya seemingly did not use ninjutsu, so this must be Uchiha Han's technique. Such a commotion could signify the final showdown. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaizen cast a nonchalant glance behind him. With such slow speed, the situation had yet to be resolved, and he had resorted to using earth-release ninjutsu once more. A hint of discontent appeared in Uchiha Kaizen's eyes. He was well aware of Uchiha Han's chakra attributes, which indeed were earth and fire. In his view, after activating the Sharingan, Uchiha Han should have been able to swiftly eliminate that brat Yuya, yet now, he was using earth-release ninjutsu. However, it should be nearing its end. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kaizen continued to stand in front of Tsunade, steadfastly blocking her frantic and furious attempts to break through. In the arena of life and death combat, several Uchiha clan ninjas and 3 Umbu members displayed expressions of horror. Such an earthquake could not possibly affect them. They could easily maintain their footing. What truly astonished them was the sheer terror of Yuya's tremor force, which could propagate even through the earth, unleashing such a ferocious earthquake. This technique was nearly far superior to a C-rank earth-release earthquake technique. As the ground trembled violently, cracks resembling spider webs appeared, spreading outwards from beneath Yuya's feet. Meanwhile, underground, Uchiha Han, with his Sharingan wide open and emanating intense killing intent, suddenly changed countenance. In an instant, he was enveloped by the surrounding soil and rock, compressed by the tremor force. Having already sustained injuries from Yuya's previous strike, this attack shattered him completely. Crack, crack. Several ribs in his chest broke in an instant. Struggling desperately, he managed to shake off the soil and return to the surface, but his body was already drenched in blood. Spit. The moment he returned to the surface, he abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying, nearly collapsing. His eyes held a look of disbelief and horror. Even hiding underground was futile. He still could not evade the tremor force's attack. He had actually been forced to this extent by that brat Yuya. He had initially thought the battle would be an easy victory. Unexpectedly, from the very beginning, he had been at a disadvantage. Now, he was severely injured, on the brink of losing his combat capability. The Uchiha clan ninjas on the corridor, along with the Umbu ninjas opposite, collectively gasped in shock. Could Yuya actually win this battle? How utterly inconceivable. Uchiha Han was an elite among Chunin, having undergone numerous bloody battles. Before Yuya, he was almost crushed, reduced to this severely injured state. How infuriating. Had I known it would come to this, I should have employed lethal measures from the outset. Yet, it is not too late. Gritting his teeth, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, chakra still surged within him. Uchiha Han barely managed to stand, forming hand seals as Yuya charged towards him. Earth release. Earth corridor technique. Boom. The ground trembled violently. This was the true essence of earth release ninjutsu. In the next moment, Yuya, who was on the verge of reaching Uchiha Han, found his path obstructed by the suddenly heaving earth, causing him to momentarily halt. In that fleeting instant, the rocky layer solidified, encasing Yuya within. With a frenzied glint in his eyes, Uchiha Han formed seals once more. Die, little brat. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. Boom. The B-rank fire release ninjutsu roared forth, crashing into the earth corridor. Trapped within the corridor, Yuya had no means of evasion against this assault. Having executed this move, Uchiha Han finally reached his limit, collapsing to one knee, struggling to gaze upwards. He longed to witness Yuya reduced to ashes. Onlookers from the Uchiha clan, previously unsettled by Uchiha Han's precarious position, now exhaled with relief, their hearts steadied. First, he had confined Yuye with the earth release, nullifying his speed, followed swiftly by a B-rank fire release ninjutsu. The outcome was clear. Meanwhile, the three Umbu agents observing this scene displayed expressions of deep regret. How unfortunate. Victory was within reach, yet they had faltered. They were still too inexperienced. Failing to realize that when faced with earth release techniques, one must either shatter them without hesitation or retreat from the attack range. The three Umbu could not suppress their sighs. But in the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. The Uchiha ninjas across from them wore similar looks of shock. Uchiha Han stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Boom! A terrifying, earth-shattering explosion erupted. The earth corridor, which had ensnared Yuye, exploded violently under an overwhelming shockwave. Meanwhile, the B-rank fire dragon flame bomb hung suspended in midair. Before them lay a vast expanse, fissures tearing through the air. This space appeared to shatter. The cracks resembling a colossal hand, firmly grasping the fire dragon flame bomb. The searing heat, imbued with an overwhelming force, could advance no further. A mere inch of distance became an insurmountable chasm. This was Yuya's full-powered punch. The force of his exertion could indeed shatter B-rank ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all present, the fire dragon flame bomb and the remnants of the earth corridor collapsed in a tremendous explosion. Yuye stood unharmed. Not even a corner of his clothing singed, merely maintaining a poised stance for his punch. A profound silence enveloped the arena. This is impossible. Uchiha Han knelt there, his face etched with disbelief. To ensure Yuya's demise, he had unleashed a B-rank ninjutsu. Yet, that B-rank ninjutsu was utterly obliterated by Yuya's bloodline limit. The sheer incredibility of this moment was overwhelming. Yuye had grown so powerful, capable of shattering even B-rank ninjutsu. There is nothing impossible. Yuye thought indifferently as he approached Uchiha Han. A look of horror spread across Uchiha Han's face as he attempted to retreat, but the pain immobilized him. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted. This time, the outcome was truly decided. No. A glimmer of despair crossed Uchiha Han's features. At this juncture, Yuye would show no mercy. This was a life-and-death duel, and Uchiha Han's attacks were devoid of compassion. Were it not for his activation of the second gate. Capable of shattering B-rank ninjutsu, he might have truly been reduced to ashes by flames. In that moment, Yuye hesitated not. He raised his fist, delivering a decisive blow. Boom! Uchiha Han was slain. In his final moments, regret flooded Uchiha Han's heart. He should have disregarded everything and eliminated Yuye from the outset, denying him any chance to grow. Or perhaps, he should never have provoked Yuye at all. That was the gravest error. Witnessing this scene, several members of the Uchiha clan clenched their fists involuntarily. Some yearned to rush in, yet they restrained themselves. Their eyes reflected shock and disbelief. Yuye had triumphed over Uchiha Han. In just a few short months, Yuye had ascended to such heights. His talent and growth rate were nothing short of terrifying. The three Umbu agents were equally stunned. Yuye had indeed won. The orders they received did not include protecting Yuye. They were merely to observe and witness this life-and-death duel. They had arrived knowing Yuye was essentially a discarded pawn. A sacrifice made by the Uchiha clan for the sake of their honor, exchanged with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, this discarded pawn had turned the tide. How utterly astonishing. Not far from this scene, Uchiha Kaiozan and Tsunade remained embroiled in fierce combat. Tsunade had no desire to battle Uchiha Kaiozan. She simply aimed to push past him. However, Uchiha Kaiozan steadfastly obstructed her. If you continue to impede me, I will hold the Uchiha clan accountable. By this point, Tsunade's anger was uncontainable. Uchiha Kaiozan's countenance remained cold. Rather than yielding to Tsunade's words, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Who did Tsunade think she was? Even if she was the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was still the leader of the Uchiha clan. Yet, sensing that the battle was nearing its conclusion, Uchiha Kaiozan quelled his rising fury. The atmosphere behind him had seemingly quieted. It appeared that the fight had reached its end. Uchiha Kaiozan finally ceased to obstruct Tsunade. Very well, if you wish to pass, then we shall proceed together. With that, Uchiha Kaiozan cleared the path. A cold smile gracing his face. Tsunade, however, paid him no heed. The moment he stepped aside, she surged forward. Damn it! If that child Yuye is dead, the Uchiha clan will pay dearly for it. My cherished disciple you. Tsunade's heart seethed with fury, yet more than that. A sense of unwillingness enveloped her. Uchiha Kaiozan had stalled her for so long. The battle must have concluded by now. There was no time left. In silent mourning, Tsunade gritted her teeth and dashed forward with all her might, reaching the scene of the life and death duel in an instant. Enough. Before she could fully grasp the situation, Tsunade's voice thundered with rage. But the next moment, her expression turned to one of utter shock. What was happening? Tsunade stood frozen, staring at the battlefield. The ground lay in ruins, clearly marked by a fierce struggle. A lifeless body lay sprawled, unrecognizable amidst the devastation. The remnants of clothing indicating it belonged to a Uchiha ninja. And there was Yuye, standing in the midst of it all, momentarily stunned as he turned to look back. As fate would have it, Tsunade's gaze locked onto Yuye's, leaving her utterly astonished. How could she possibly be here? A look of sheer disbelief adorned Yuye's face, as he marveled at her presence. It seemed Tsunade had come to intervene in the battle. Yet, while Yuye was merely surprised, Tsunade was engulfed in shock and incredulity. Yuye was alive. Scanning the arena, her beautiful eyes flickered with emotion as she confirmed the grim reality. This was indeed the arena of a life-and-death duel, with Yuye standing tall and Uchiha Han lying motionless. Her astonishment quickly morphed into sheer disbelief. The thunderous roar in her mind felt as if a storm had erupted in her ears. In other words, Yuye had emerged victorious. He had bested Uchiha Han. Although Tsunade had not witnessed Han's prowess firsthand, she could surmise that he was undoubtedly a formidable nin. Yet, here lay Han, defeated before Yuye. Undoubtedly. The victor was Yuye. What left her even more astounded was that Yuye bore no wounds, not even a trace of blood. It was akin to a complete annihilation. Even a nin would struggle to emerge unscathed from a confrontation with an elite nin like Han. The incredibility of it all was overwhelming. As Tsunade grappled with her astonishment, Uchiha Keisuke ambled over, his demeanor casual. Is it over? Humph. Such a waste of time. Han, you. Huh. Keisuke's expression abruptly froze, swiftly replaced by disbelief. This was impossible. What had transpired? He turned to the Uchiha clan ninjas beside him, unable to suppress his inquiry. Captain. Uchiha Han. He lost, one of them stammered in response. Keisuke's face twisted in disbelief. Suddenly, he turned to fix his gaze on the unscathed Yuye, a surge of lethal intent flooding his eyes. This damn brat had managed to reverse the situation in such dire circumstances. Yuye, too, noticed Uchiha Keisuke and immediately discerned his identity. He was undoubtedly the current leader of the Uchiha clan, the father of Uchiha Fugaku, and the grandfather of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Fixing his gaze upon Yuye, Keisuke activated his Sharingan, the three tomos swirling ominously, unleashing a wave of terrifying malice. The intensity of this aura momentarily captivated Yuye, nearly swaying him. Such strength. Uchiha Keisuke was at least an elite nin. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Keisuke? At that moment, Tsunade finally regained her composure, her expression shifting as she sternly admonished him. While reprimanding Keisuke, she mimicked the indifferent arrogance he had exhibited when he previously blocked her path. Yuye had managed to turn the tide and resurrect hope in such dire circumstances. Her admiration and respect for him blossomed, while the anger that had flared at being obstructed by Keisuke dissipated, leaving a trace of playful amusement. In stark contrast, Keisuke's expression was dark and brooding, resembling one who had just tasted defeat. He glared at Yuye, his murderous intent unmasked, yearning to eliminate him on the spot. Yuye's talents instilled a chilling fear within him. However, with Tsunade present, any action he might take would be unjustifiable, and even if he were to claim righteousness, she would undoubtedly intervene, just as he had done. Consumed by frustration, Keisuke took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. His face returned to a cold, unreadable expression. Let us go, he uttered with a curt huff, turning away. The Uchiha clan ninjas, having drawn a deep breath, struggled to regain their composure, trailing behind Keisuke. The three Umbu exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, and ultimately departed together. Only Yuye and Tsunade remained in the arena, the atmosphere growing somewhat peculiar. Yuye regarded Tsunade, his gaze flickering before inadvertently drifting to her chest. Ahem. It was simply too captivating to ignore. However, he quickly averted his eyes. Yuye felt a profound gratitude towards Tsunade for arriving at such a critical moment. Had she not been present, Uchiha Keisuke might have indeed taken lethal action against him. Thank you, Tsunade, he said earnestly. Humph. Tsunade nodded casually, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she replied, Am I really so old that you would call me senpai? Then how should I address you? Yuye coughed, feeling a tad awkward as he looked at Tsunade. Simultaneously, a peculiar thought arose in Yuye's mind. Tsunade seemed quite invested in his affairs, even risking a confrontation with the Uchiha clan leader on his behalf. Could it be that she had taken a liking to him? Cough. This notion struck him as rather strange. He couldn't help but cough again, concluding that perhaps she admired his abilities and wished to take him on as her apprentice. As for how to address her, Yuya sensed Tsunade's dilemma regarding the formality of their titles. After all, he was still a student at the Ninja Academy, not yet graduated to a genin. Moreover, even upon graduation, there would be a waiting period before classes were reorganized, making it somewhat inappropriate for him to call her teacher at this juncture. Can I call you sister instead? Yuya ventured timidly, reasoning that while Tsunade was older, she couldn't be that much older. Humph. You little rascal, quite the charmer, aren't you? Tsunade's demeanor brightened at Yuya's words, and she laughed. You're getting quite close right from our first meeting. Well, it's because you're so beautiful, Yuya replied earnestly, deciding that feigning ignorance was the wisest course of action in this moment. Tsunade chuckled at Yuya's response, her amusement evident. Had she not known that Yuya's maturity surpassed his age, she might have viewed him as an adorably naive child. He had a way with words and a charming demeanor. Tsunade's admiration for Yuya had only deepened due to his impressive display of strength in turning the tide of the battle, making her find him even more endearing. Yuya awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that Tsunade was not as easily swayed as he had imagined. Who said a few casual words could win her over? Whoever claimed that beauty equated to a lack of intellect should step forward. They would not survive. Well, I promise that until this year's students graduate and classes are restructured. You may call me sister, Tsunade declared with a warm smile, leaving Yuya momentarily stunned. It felt as though thunder had struck in his mind. Was it truly this simple? Tsunade had acquiesced so readily, merely through a few exchanged words. The plot is rather mediocre. Observing Yuya lost in thought, Tsunade gracefully approached him and abruptly extended her delicate hand, curling her fingers. Bam! In the next instant, her finger struck Yuya's forehead, who was still in a daze. Ouch! Despite Yuya having unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates, his formidable physique still stumbled back several paces from Tsunade's flick. With tearful eyes, he gazed at her. At that moment, Yuya found himself in a state of confusion, akin to being charred yet tender, and decided to feign ignorance. Tsunade, with a disapproving glare, declared, Hey, if you keep pretending, I'll knock the foolishness out of you. Coughing, Yuya replied, Tsunade-sensei, there is really no need for that. His expression bore embarrassment as he pouted helplessly. This term of endearment pleased Tsunade, who, despite having a brother named Sh Suk, found Yuya's brilliance in Konoha to be far more admirable, especially after today's incident. In fact, after this event, the term genius may no longer suffice to describe him. Defeating an elite nin at such a young age was nothing short of extraordinary. Suffice it to say, you should understand without further elaboration. Tsunade retracted her threatening fist and wore a smile once more. Yuya shrugged and said, Of course, I understand. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, I will undoubtedly be assigned to the class led by Tsunade-sensei. Correct. Tsunade affirmed with admiration, giving Yuya's shoulder a hearty pat. Instantly, Yuya felt a pang of discomfort. Almost in tears, he thought, why must she be so forceful? I merely wish to ascertain the nature of your physique, Tsunade huffed lightly, her beautiful eyes revealing astonishment as she circled Yuya. Your body is indeed peculiarly strong. Although she had intentionally struck with considerable force, Yuya had withstood it remarkably well, only swaying slightly. This resilience left her in awe. The strength of one's body and the potency of ninjutsu are entirely different. Achieving such physical prowess requires relentless and arduous training. The path of taijutsu is indeed grueling. The fact that Yuya possesses such a physique at this age suggests immense dedication and effort on his part. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh inwardly once more. At that moment, Yuya gazed at Tsunade with a hint of vulnerability and suddenly blurted out a timid remark that shattered the atmosphere. Are you planning to study my body? Tsunade-sensei. Tsunade's expression turned bizarre, nearly causing her to spit blood. What on earth is this? It sounds as if I have ulterior motives towards Yuya. Behave yourself, or I'll sever your tongue for such nonsense. Tsunade shot him a mock glare. Yuya quickly stood straight. Fine, if you wish to study me, so be it. As long as it's not Orochimaru doing the research. Tsunade indeed harbored curiosity about Yuya's body, and ultimately, she couldn't resist. She placed her hand on his shoulder and infused him with chakra. As a medical ninja, she was adept at such tasks. With ease, she perceived everything within Yuya's body. Soon, her expression fell into a state of astonishment. Upon sensing everything within Yuya, Tsunade was engulfed in disbelief. Although the 8 gates is a forbidden technique, she was familiar with it. Many elite Genin have encountered the 8 gates, though few intentionally practice it. For instance, Kakashi Hitaki can unlock the earlier gates. The first 2 gates could even be considered auxiliary techniques. It is only after the 3rd gate that its true essence is unleashed. Tsunade, sensing the 2 ignited flames within Yuya's heart and lower abdomen, was overwhelmed with shock. This was clearly the state of the 8 gates being activated. Moreover, it seemed to be permanently unlocked. What was even more astonishing was that it was the 7th and 8th gates that were activated. She could sense that the preceding 6 gates were entirely closed. Have you trained in the 8 gates? After a long pause, Tsunade asked Yuya, her expression incredulous. Yuya nodded, then shook his head. I have trained in the 8 gates, but it is somewhat different. It is a variant technique that complements my bloodline limit. The shock release. I refer to it as true 8 gates. Yuya briefly explained the principles of true 8 gates to Tsunade. This true 8 gates can only be activated by someone possessing the shock release. Others, even Tsunade, would likely find it impossible to master. Even if Tsunade could succeed, Yuya wouldn't mind sharing it with her. After all, Tsunade had been supportive of him today. He cherished those who treated him well. Yuya believed in the principle of mutual respect. This was his code of conduct. Moreover, Tsunade had dramatically become his sister, regardless of whether it was a jest or earnest. Yuya held respect and gratitude for her. Listening to Yuya's explanation, Tsunade remained dazed for a moment. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with an extraordinary light as she stared at Yuya for an extended period before taking a deep breath and offering a wry smile. You're truly a prodigy. Then you are the prodigy-yes sister. Yuya grinned at Tsunade. Tsunade huffed. Do you really think it's so easy to become my recognized brother? Didn't you agree? Yuya replied somewhat helplessly. A playful smile appeared on Tsunade's face as she said, Yes, I did agree, but you still need to earn my recognition. What would it take? I haven't figured that out yet. Tsunade replied earnestly. Pfft. Yuya nearly spat blood, so all this time, Tsunade had been teasing him. Indeed. She was the woman destined to become Hokage in the original story, showcasing not only immense strength but also intelligence that defied the stereotype of being big-breasted and brainless. In any case, your next task is to continue striving to gain my recognition, Tsunade said, slightly tilting her head before elegantly turning away. Is this what they call tsundere? Yuya's lips twitched slightly. Just then, as Tsunade turned her back to him, she suddenly flicked her wrist. With a soft thud, a scroll gently fell before Yuya, who instinctively reached out to grasp it. What is this? Upon glancing at the scroll, Yuya was momentarily taken aback. Looking toward the already vanished Tsunade in the darkness, he did not pursue her but instead opened the scroll to take a look. Sure enough, upon seeing the contents within the scroll, a hint of surprise crossed Yuya's face. The training method for her immense strength. Tsunade had so simply gifted it to him. Clutching the scroll tightly, Yuya gazed at the spot where Tsunade had completely disappeared, a smile gracing his lips, tinged with a sense of inexplicable joy. In Konoha, deep within the shadowy underground, a masked individual abruptly flickered into a dimly lit room. The patterns on the mask were more intricate than those of the Umbu. He was a root ninja. Danzo-sama, the mission has failed. In the darkness, Danzo opened his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly. It was the Uchiha clan that thwarted your attempt to rescue that little brat, Yuya, wasn't it? Well, if he couldn't be saved, so be it. This time, the Uchiha clan has certainly paid a hefty price, and Yuya met his end as fate decreed. It is a pity, however, that such a promising tool has been squandered. Just as Danzo felt a twinge of regret, a root ninja suddenly shook his head. Lord Danzo, the situation deviated from our expectations. Yuya's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. Not only was he completely immune to genjutsu, but the power of that dijutsu was significantly amplified. He has killed Uchiha Han, the root ninja. Trained to be an emotionless assassin, delivered this shocking news with an unsettling calmness. Yet, while he remained composed, Danzo could not maintain his usual demeanor. What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief. Even for someone as stoic as Danzo, this revelation was jarring. What an absurd outcome. He had never considered that Yuya could win, let alone turn the tables on Uchiha Han, who was at least an elite nin. In his mind, the only possible outcomes were either Yuya's demise or a last-minute rescue by the hidden root ninjas, who would bring him back to life and install a special technique to control him, thus turning Yuya into a mere tool. Yet, neither scenario unfolded. Instead, the most improbable third outcome occurred. That brat in just 3 short months, he has grown this formidable. At this moment, even Danzo felt a chill run down his spine. Yuya's talent is truly terrifying. Fortunately, it still lies within a controllable range. Taking a deep breath, Danzo gradually regained his composure, his gaze flickering with an unpredictable gleam. Not far from Konoha, there was a secluded base established by Orochimaru, dedicated to conducting various experiments. Was Yuya's corpse sent here, or had that child turned the tide? I report to you, Lord Orochimaru, that Yuya has killed Uchiha Han, a ninja announced, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming shock that he struggled to suppress. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a peculiar smile. Indeed, that child is extraordinary. The Uchiha clan, Danzo, and even Master Sarutobi have underestimated him. The unfolding events will undoubtedly become more intriguing. Orochimaru wore a slightly sinister expression, concealing his true thoughts. Yuya, at his age, defeating an elite nin, though astonishing, remained within the realm of possibility. After all, there were prodigies like Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a nin at 6. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat there, still unable to quell his astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. Yes, that child has truly opened everyone's eyes. Someone murmured softly. Beside Hiruzen stood another figure, silver-haired and clad in the standard uniform of a Konoha elite jonin. However, his identity was far more significant than that of an elite jonin. He was Kakashi Hitaki's father, Konoha's white fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Hiruzen took a deep breath, finally settling his thoughts. Tsukumo, what should we do next? Tsukumo pondered for a moment before calmly suggesting, I believe that child should graduate early and perhaps join the Umbu. Hiruzen frowned slightly. After this incident, the Uchiha clan will likely be unwilling to let this go, and Yuya is astute enough to deduce my involvement, Lord Hokage. If I may speak candidly, there is no need to overthink it, Tsukumo replied, fixing his gaze on Hiruzen. Yuya is perceptive and may surmise the circumstances behind this. But even if he does, it changes nothing. He is a Konoha ninja, and without Konoha, he has nowhere to turn. Now he must face the Uchiha clan and Danzo. Given his intelligence, he will surely recognize that the best path before him is to become a direct member of your Umbu. Tsukumo's words struck Hiruzen profoundly. Indeed, Yuya had nowhere else to go. Even if he realized that Hiruzen had abandoned him this time, his only option would still be to rely on Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen remained somewhat hesitant. I worry that after this incident, his thoughts will it's all right, Tsukumo interjected calmly, exuding confidence. As long as I am here, he will remain a Konoha ninja, and that will never change. Moreover, a smile crept onto Tsukumo's face. Tsunade has already forged a strong bond with Yuya. Hasn't he? Hiruzen nodded, finally allowing a hint of a smile to surface. Tsukumo Hitaki is currently the captain of Konoha's Umbu. With Tsukumo present, Hiruzen felt reassured about Yuya's induction into the Umbu. Even as Yuya matured, as long as Tsukumo was around, Yuya would remain under control. Furthermore, Tsunade, his disciple, now appeared to have established a master-student relationship with Yuya. With such a connection, even if Yuya felt some dissatisfaction because of this incident, it would likely fade with time. Thus, Hiruzen resolved to request Yuya's early graduation and temporarily designate him as a candidate for the Umbu. Just a candidate? He pondered. Though he has triumphed over Uchiha Han in battle, he is still too immature. It would be best to cultivate him further. Indeed. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. At this point, Hiruzen approached the window, gazing down upon the tranquil village of Konoha. A complex mix of emotions flickered across his face. He is the Hokage, bearing the weight of the entire village. Therefore, he must always consider the greater good. As long as the outcome benefits Konoha and propels it in a positive direction, he is willing to make any sacrifice. This is Hiruzen Sarutobi's will of fire. For Konoha, everything can be sacrificed. Just as Hiruzen had consistently turned a blind eye to Danzo's power grabs, even forgiving Danzo after being betrayed in the original narrative. In a corner of the street, after navigating several alleyways, one arrives at Yuya's home. Although Yuya emerged victorious in his life and death duel with Uchiha Han, it did not cause an uproar within Konoha. The knowledge of this event was confined to the upper echelons of the village. The Uchiha clan, of course, would not publicize such a matter, as it would be a source of immense shame. They were busy concealing it instead. At this moment, Yuya sat at home, gazing contemplatively at several items laid out on the table, a ninja headband, a document, and a scroll. Within the scroll lies the training method for the formidable strength that Yuya had just acquired. Meanwhile, the ninja headband signifies that Yuya has received a sudden notification of his early graduation from the Ninja Academy. This headband was not bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen nor handed over by a Chunin instructor, but rather delivered to him by a member of the Umbu. It is evident that this development stems from Yuya's victory over Uchiha Han, a command likely issued directly by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would indeed be absurd for one who could defeat an elite Chunin to remain merely a student of the Ninja Academy. Thus, Yuya graduated early to become a genin, without the need for his own application, as the notification was simply delivered to him. However, this title of genin held little significance for Yuya. What truly captured his attention was the document that accompanied the headband, lying on the desk before him. This document was a registration notice from the Konoha Umbu, the specialized unit for assassination tactics. It required no input from Yuya. His information was already inscribed upon it, effectively constituting a forced conscription. This was an unexpected turn of events, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had directly inducted him into the Umbu. Was this an attempt to win him over? Yuya shook his head, a hint of indifference crossing his face. Regrettably, having previously turned his back on him, any attempts at reconciliation would not mend the rift so easily. Nevertheless, faced with the Umbu acceptance notice, Yuya found no valid grounds for refusal, nor did he possess the standing to decline. The Umbu, it was unforeseen. He had anticipated that upon the graduation of this cohort from the Ninja Academy, he could simply join Tsunade's class. With a slight shake of his head, Yuya picked up the document and scrutinized it once more. It detailed various aspects of his abilities, including his combat prowess, capable of shattering B-rank ninjutsu with a single punch, and classified him as an elite Chunin-level ninja. In the bottom right corner, his identification number was recorded, accompanied by a few words, reserve member. It was only upon a second reading of the document that Yuya noticed these words, a look of surprise crossing his face. Reserve member? Formal members of the Umbu possess codenames. No wonder he only had a number, he was merely a reserve member. Yet, the designation of reserve member elicited no particular emotion within Yuya. Even if his strength had been greater, upon entering the Umbu, he would still likely be classified as a reserve member. The Umbu requires familiarity with an extensive array of elements, such as various codes and channels of communication. Every qualified Umbu member must undergo a period of acclimatization to competently fulfill their duties. In contrast, reserve members enjoy a more relaxed experience. Furthermore, being part of the Umbu, whether as a formal member or as a reserve, comes with numerous advantages detailed within this document. Firstly, all training equipment is provided free of charge. The Umbu is directly under the command of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the very foundation of the Hokage's power. As Hokage, it is only natural for him to allocate resources to the Umbu. Even reserve members can access any necessary tools and may even request customizations. This is merely the first benefit. The second advantage is the unrestricted access to all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu of B rank and below, including B rank itself. In simpler terms, B rank and lower ninjutsu are entirely open to Umbu members. They can learn whatever they wish. This single point, despite the hectic and perilous nature of Umbu work, draws a multitude of ninjas yearning to join. B rank ninjutsu typically represents the elite ninjas who form the backbone of the force, techniques that require a lifetime to comprehend and master. Moreover, even within B rank ninjutsu, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The potency of B rank ninjutsu varies significantly depending on the practitioner. The difference between a standard ninja and Sarutobi Hiruzen wielding B rank ninjutsu is starkly evident. In Yuya's perspective, the power of B rank ninjutsu can be categorized into 3 tiers: low, middle, and high. During his previous confrontation with Uchiha Han, the B rank techniques employed were merely low tier, easily shattered by Yuya's strength. However, if faced with a seasoned jonin skilled in B rank ninjutsu, the techniques wielded would at least be of the middle tier. The current Yuya might struggle to obliterate such techniques with a mere punch, but he could certainly hold his own against them. As for high-tier B-rank ninjutsu, such as those executed by a peak Sarutobi Hiruzen or members of the Akatsuki like Kakuzu, their power is exceptionally formidable, nearing or even rivaling that of A-rank ninjutsu. Yuya finds it challenging to contend with high-tier B-rank ninjutsu at this moment. However, with Tsunade's formidable strength now at his disposal, should he successfully master this power and combine it with a shockwave effect, he could indeed sweep aside even the highest-tier B-rank ninjutsu with a single blow. Only then would he genuinely dominate all B-rank techniques. Regardless, he decided to report to the Umbu as requested and then commence his training in formidable strength. After finishing the document, Yuya murmured to himself, At the end of the document, he was instructed to report to the Umbu at a designated time. Even without the requirement, Yuye would have visited the Umbu out of his own volition. While typical B-rank ninjutsu held little utility for him, he was keen to explore taijutsu. Moreover, techniques like the shadow clone technique could prove quite beneficial. As for A-rank ninjutsu and the S-rank secrets, those were recorded in sealed texts, inaccessible to the general populace. This is not to say that Umbu members are entirely barred. With sufficient merit or exceptional talent recognized by the higher-ups, they too could earn the right to study A-rank or even S-rank ninjutsu. However, the training required for A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu is exceedingly rigorous, not easily mastered by the average shinobi. Not everyone is a Kakashi Hatake or a Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, many powerful jonin have yet to grasp A-rank ninjutsu. Setting forth from his home, Yuye made his way to a secluded area of Konoha, subsequently descending into the underground of the village. The Umbu also resides beneath Konoha, almost directly beneath the Hokage's building. Furthermore, it is connected to the Hokage's office via a passage, allowing for swift communication of Sarutobi Hiruzen's commands to the Umbu. Though the Umbu's location is dim and eerie due to its underground setting, an air of grim determination pervades the atmosphere. Here, Umbu members, clad in black or white cloaks and wearing masks, hurriedly pass by. Some cast curious glances at Yuye, while most ignore him entirely, engrossed in their own missions. These individuals are seasoned elite ninjas, having endured countless battles, their focus unyielding. Continuing deeper into the Umbu's stronghold, Yuye soon stepped into the central building. At this moment, a masked Umbu approached him, speaking in a low tone. Yuye? Yes, follow me. The masked Umbu conveyed their message with concise clarity, leading Yuye through the Umbu's facility. Over there is the area for task assignments and handovers. And over there is where you can customize ninja tools and training equipment, all at no cost. In that place lies the repository of various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu scrolls, accessible for perusal at will. Accompanying Yuye, a member of the Umbu, the masked ninja briefly introduced several departments to him. At this moment, Yuye gained a comprehensive understanding of the Umbu. Although he had previously gleaned some information about this organization from the original narrative, nothing compared to the insights gained through first-hand experience. The Umbu operates directly under the Hokage, representing the true elite force of Konoha. It serves as both the final line of defense for the village and its cornerstone in addressing any situation that arises. Each formal member of the Umbu is at least an elite nin, while those at the bottom tier, like Yuye, are merely reserve members. Subsequently, formal members are organized into teams of 4, each led by a captain, with all members being elite nin and captains typically being special nin. Furthermore, every 3 teams form a squad, overseen by a squad leader, who is at least a nin and may even be an elite nin. Each 3 squads then constitute a division, with the entire Umbu comprising only 3 divisions, each led by a division commander. The individuals in these commanding roles are expected to possess elite nin capabilities and may wield formidable forbidden techniques, rivaling the strength of a Hokage. Above the 3 division commanders stands the Umbu leader, forming an exquisitely structured hierarchy. In total, the Umbu consists of 121 formal members, each a paragon of elite skill. Although Konoha, as a sprawling ninja village, boasts more than just a mere 100 nin and nin, the significance of the Umbu remains unparalleled. Neither the root organization nor the Uchiha or Senju clans can compare. This is the fundamental power wielded by the Hokage, responsible for ensuring their safety, patrolling Konoha, and executing various assassination missions. The workload of an Umbu ninja is exceedingly demanding, with each member undergoing trials far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. However, reserve members like Yuye enjoy a more leisurely existence, only occasionally subjected to Umbu assessments. After completing the introduction to the Umbu structure, the masked ninja handed Yuye a cat-faced mask and a gray cloak designated for reserve members before promptly departing. While these ninjas may not possess the emotional detachment of the root, years spent beneath their masks have dulled their sentiments. Even Yuye's early induction into the Umbu, a remarkable feat, elicited little concern from this ninja, who was solely focused on the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders. Most ninjas within the Umbu share this sentiment. Upon receiving the mask and gray cloak, Yuye slightly grimaced, realizing it was tailored to fit his physique. After shaking his head, he donned the attire, slipping on the mask as well. Once fully dressed, the feeling of disconnection he had previously experienced began to dissipate, as if he effortlessly melded into the Umbu's environment. Observing the world through the mask imparted a peculiar sensation, ethereal and disorienting, leaving him uncertain of his own identity and that of others. However, he did not linger in contemplation for long, swiftly moving in a specific direction. He soon arrived at the area designated for crafting various ninja tools and training equipment. "May I have a chakra test paper, please?" Yuye had long been curious about the nature of his chakra transformations. Although he had no intention of training in ninjutsu that required hand seals, which would be of little use to him, understanding his chakra properties was certainly beneficial. After all, there exists ninjutsu without hand seals, which might be suitable for him. The individual in the room before Yuye was markedly different from the owner of the Konoha ninja tool shop. Without uttering a word, he silently entered the inner room and returned with a piece of chakra test paper, handing it to Yuye without further inquiry. This exemplified the Umbu's operational principles: no excessive questioning, no unnecessary interference, only the execution of assigned tasks. After accepting the chakra test paper, Yuye turned and infused it with his chakra. In the next instant, the paper crumpled and split down the middle. Wind and lightning, now that piqued his interest. Although he possessed only 2 chakra transformations, a faint smile crept onto Yuye's face. Compared to Naruto's singular wind affinity, this was certainly an improvement. Furthermore, Yuye believed that the elemental affinities of water, fire, and earth held no relevance for him. Instead, wind and lightning seemed promising. If he could acquire wind-enhancing ninjutsu, it would complement him well. As for the lightning affinity, one could hardly discuss it without recalling the 3rd and 4th Reikage. In particular, the 3rd Reikage forged a body capable of withstanding tailed beasts through his lightning-based body-strengthening techniques, ultimately perishing in battle against 1,000 enemies due to exhaustion. What an extraordinary feat! Such techniques had long been Yuye's aspiration, albeit elusive to obtain. Now that he possessed lightning chakra transformations, it implied that, should fortune favor him, he could directly train in such techniques. Even if he failed to acquire them, Yuye could develop his own lightning-based techniques. In the original narrative, Sasuke mastered the Chidori, achieving speeds comparable to Rock Lee's when he shed his weights in just a month. This demonstrated the remarkable enhancement that lightning affinity provides to both cellular vitality and physical strength. Simultaneously, measuring his dual chakra transformations offered Yuye a more coherent explanation for his unique bloodline limit. The fusion of wind and lightning culminated in his bloodline limit, eliminating any potential flaws in its rationale. The interplay of 2 chakra transformations could indeed give rise to a bloodline limit. And even identical transformations could yield different bloodline limits in various ninjas. For instance, Kirigakure's Mei-Terumi combined water and earth to create dissolution ninjutsu, while Senja Hashirama's combination yielded wood release. In summary, bloodline limits are intricate phenomena. Now that Yuye's bloodline limit had sufficient justification, it would no longer evoke suspicion. After departing the crafting area, Yuye had initially considered commissioning a bronze training dummy but ultimately decided that the rocky terrain from before was more suitable for his practice. There was no need to deliberately create specialized training tools. After a few steps, Yuye arrived at the scroll repository. At the entrance stood an indifferent Umbu ninja, who simply allowed him entry after a brief glance. It appeared that anyone donned in a mask and cloak could gain access, yet in reality, the entire Umbu operated within a specialized sensory barrier. Multiple sensory ninjas continuously scanned each member of the Umbu, making infiltration nearly impossible. Upon entering the scroll repository, Yuye's gaze fell upon numerous scrolls stored in orderly cabinets arranged in 3 rows. The first row contained ninjutsu, the second taijutsu, and the 3rd genjutsu. Among them, the ninjutsu scrolls were the most abundant, with the combined total of taijutsu and genjutsu scrolls falling short of even a fraction of the ninjutsu collection. Moreover, the ninjutsu scrolls were meticulously categorized by elemental affinities, including wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, all distinctly delineated. Yuye effortlessly located the scroll for the shadow clone technique he sought. Subsequently, he perused the scrolls related to wind and lightning ninjutsu. Yet he failed to find the body-strengthening techniques he desired. It was likely that such techniques, if they existed, were classified as secret arts and would not be readily accessible for public viewing. Indeed, it was unrealistic to expect to acquire everything in one fell swoop. However, Yuye was not in a rush. He understood that one cannot bite off more than one can chew. He still had the task of mastering his immense strength ahead of him. Approaching the second row of cabinets, Yuye casually browsed through various scrolls on taijutsu. He initially thought they would offer little assistance, but to his surprise, he discovered numerous techniques and nuances he was previously unaware of, proving to be quite beneficial. The taijutsu scrolls encompassed not only offensive and defensive techniques, but also training methods. Yuye bypassed the offensive and defensive techniques entirely, as his fists possessed a shockwave ability, rendering such considerations unnecessary. Upon examining the training methods, he found some details superior to those typically taught by Might Guy. Although Might Guy was a formidable practitioner of the Eight Gates, he was merely a chunin and not a member of the Umbu. It was only natural that the wisdom of many would surpass the insights of one. After thoroughly reviewing the training methods, Yuye felt he had gained significant understanding, believing that his training speed could increase by at least 10 to 20%. Such was the importance of detail. Finally, when he reached the third row of genjutsu scrolls, he had little desire to linger. A mere glance was sufficient before he turned to leave. The scrolls could not be taken from the room but could be copied. Yuye recorded the shadow clone training method and other pertinent information onto a blank scroll before departing the Umbu. Once back on the surface of Konoha, Yuye promptly removed his cloak and mask. What a relief it was to breathe freely. He could not help but comment on the stifling atmosphere within the Umbu, where nearly everyone was taciturn. The world above was a stark contrast to the underground. It was vibrant and filled with sunlight, bustling with life, while the underground was silent and oppressive, imbued with a sense of foreboding. However, at that moment, Yuye felt a newfound respect for the Umbu ninjas, not for Hiruzen Sarutobi, but for the Umbu ninjas themselves. They spent years hidden in the shadows, silently executing various missions, protecting Konoha both overtly and covertly. It was precisely because of these figures obscured in darkness that the light of the Fire Country's Konoha could shine. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Light and dark stand in opposition yet remain interdependent. Taking a deep breath, Yuye reined in his reflections and clenched his fists. He wished to disregard the dichotomy of light and dark. His singular ambition was to be the best version of himself. Before Yuye lay a simple goal: to survive. Survival was the prerequisite for aspiring towards greater aspirations. Now was the time for dedicated training, striving for greater opportunities before the impending Second Great Ninja War. In the early morning, sunlight crested the horizon, dispelling darkness and bathing Konoha in dawn's light. Beneath a rocky outcrop, Yuye arrived early, taking his time before diving into training his immense strength. He first stretched his muscles, then struck the rock wall with his fists. Boom, boom. The vibrations radiated outward, and with each punch, his entire body trembled. Every muscle and inch of skin seemed to tighten and perfect under the tremors, dispersing impurities and flaws. Only when he was drenched in sweat, his body thoroughly soaked, did Yuye cease his efforts and catch his breath. After a brief respite, he retrieved the scroll from Tsunade regarding the training of immense strength and began to study it meticulously. Immense strength, in essence, is a method of chakra manipulation demanding exceptional control. Chakra, in the world of Naruto, serves as a versatile force capable of transforming into elemental affinities such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, while also enhancing physical prowess. Immense strength is the application of chakra to momentarily amplify one's power, akin to unleashing chakra explosively. The stronger the control over chakra, the greater the impact. Likewise, the quality and quantity of chakra correlate directly with potency. After examining the scroll closely, Yuye grasped the concept of immense strength. In terms of chakra quality, he possessed a chakra volume equivalent to that of an elite chunin, just enough to reach the threshold for training immense strength. However, Yuye's chakra was derived entirely from the true Eight Gates, making it challenging to enhance further. Yet, with the unlocking of the true Eight Gates, his chakra would increase in a tiered manner. Thus, he harbored no fears about his future chakra capacity. Consequently, Yuye recognized that his immediate focus should be on improving his chakra control. Let us see if I can practice it successfully, he murmured, still harboring a hint of that I am a genius mentality. Following the scroll's instructions, Yuye clenched his fist, intentionally refraining from invoking his shockwave ability, instead channeling the chakra within him. Chakra swiftly flowed from his heart and lower abdomen to his fist, whereupon he struck the rock wall before him. Silence ensued, and then, nothing. It was indeed not so simple. Yuye's lips twitched as he gazed at the mere faint cracks in the wall, feeling somewhat vexed. The power he unleashed was inferior to the slightest application of his shockwave technique. When chakra for immense strength is applied to a fist without proper control, it can easily dissipate. If the energy disperses, it cannot impact a single target, and thus its power diminishes substantially. Taking a deep breath, Yuye did not succumb to discouragement, as he had never expected instant success. Mastering immense strength required formidable chakra control. Fortunately, Yuye was well-versed in numerous methods for honing chakra control, climbing trees, walking on water, and even Naruto's signature Rasengan from the original series. Each of these exercises incrementally enhanced chakra control. This time, he resolved not to reach too far. Instead, he would diligently commence training by climbing trees. With chakra levels comparable to an elite chunin, he was stronger in this regard than Naruto and Sasuke during their initial stages in the original story. Although Yuye had just failed in his attempt to directly master immense strength, his chakra control was, in fact, quite proficient. On the contrary, Yuye's ability to effortlessly perform the body flicker technique upon receiving chakra indicated his high aptitude for chakra control. In less than half a day's time, Yuye successfully completed the tree climbing exercise, easily balancing upside down on the trunk. After descending, he did not rush into water walking training, but instead resumed his taijutsu practice. Balancing work and rest was essential. While honing chakra control was crucial, he could not afford to neglect his taijutsu. For Yuye, taijutsu remained foundational. Buzz. Buzz. The air reverberated with the sound of vibrations as the rock wall trembled beneath Yuye's relentless punches and kicks. Due to the existence of the oscillation force, even a simple punch from Yuye can exercise his entire body. After once again breaking into a sweat from his physical training, Yuye paused for a brief rest and took out the bento prepared for him by Kushina. Next, it was time to practice water walking. Wait. It seems I have forgotten something. While consuming his bento, Yuye pondered, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Unconsciously, he reached into his pocket and felt two scrolls. One contained the technique for immense strength, while the other was for the shadow clone technique. Yes, I nearly overlooked that. In addition to immense strength, I also need to practice shadow clones. The shadow clone technique is not only practical in combat in various aspects, but it also plays a significant role in aiding training. The insights gained from training with shadow clones will all be conveyed back to the original body upon their disappearance. In the original story, Naruto, who was notably lacking in talent, managed to catch up to those geniuses not merely because he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or the reincarnation of Ashura, but also largely due to the almost overpowered nature of the shadow clone technique. After the shadow clones dissipate, they relay all the experiences they have undergone back to the original. It is essentially a training cheat. Once he finished his bento, Yuye stood up and unfurled the scroll detailing the shadow clone training method. This was significantly simpler than training for immense strength. Moreover, it was a logical sequence to enhance his chakra control through tree climbing before moving on to shadow clone training. Shadow clone technique. With a puff, a hazy figure materialized, only to shatter and vanish the next moment. Failure. However, Yuye remained calm and continued to weave the hand signs. Again, shadow clone technique. Puff. Another cloud of white smoke billowed forth. After a series of failures, Yuye gradually grasped the essence of creating shadow clones. Although the shadow clone technique is classified as a B-rank jutsu, its difficulty level is not particularly high. Even Naruto, who was notoriously unskilled with the clone technique, managed to master it in a single night. Surely Yuye's talent would not be inferior to Naruto's? At long last, he formed the signs once more. Shadow clone technique. Puff. A figure identical to Yuye appeared beside him. Success. A faint smile finally graced his calm visage. Deep within, Yuye had always been curious whether the shadow clone could utilize the oscillation force. The next moment, he decided to put it to the test. Yuye's shadow clone clenched its fist, ready to unleash a punch. Yet, before the oscillation force could manifest, the clone burst into smoke and disappeared. As expected, it was ineffective. Having anticipated this outcome, Yuye was not particularly disappointed. Although his oscillation force was externally described as a bloodline limit, it indeed differed from a true bloodline limit. Furthermore, shadow clones appeared incapable of harnessing the oscillation force. His original body could withstand the recoil of the oscillation force, but the shadow clones could not. No matter. The purpose of training with shadow clones was to assist in his practice. Silently reassuring himself, Yuye summoned 2 more shadow clones. Unlike Naruto's extraordinary ability, 2 shadow clones seemed to be his current limit. He directed the 2 clones to practice water walking while his original body continued with physical training. The assistance of shadow clones in training undoubtedly yielded twice the results with half the effort. Before long, the shadow clone practicing water walking dissipated, relaying all the experiences back to the original body. Yuye then summoned another shadow clone, repeating this process. Only after successfully mastering water walking did Yuye stop his physical training and officially begin training for immense strength. This time, practicing immense strength proved significantly easier than before. With an enhanced control over chakra, channeling it into his arms felt much more effortless. However, Yuye realized that mere perfect control was insufficient. Attention to detail was even more crucial. If only he possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, managing the nuances of chakra would be far simpler. Unfortunately, he lacked the Byakugan, so he could only experiment gradually. While shadow clones struggled to employ the oscillation force, they could still be utilized in training for immense strength. Yuye again divided his chakra to create 2 shadow clones, engaging in the training alongside his original body. However, this consumed a considerable amount of chakra. Fortunately, Yuye's chakra recovery ability far surpassed that of an average individual. Though not on par with Naruto's exceptional physique, having unlocked 2 of the 8 gates, he was not significantly inferior. This is the advantage of the 8 gates. Its benefits often manifest in the finer details. These details sometimes determine success or failure. With sufficient recovery capacity, Yuye could continuously train with shadow clones while his original body persisted in physical training. His training speed was astonishingly swift. A month later, he stood quietly beneath the same rocky wall, his gaze flickering. Suddenly, he let out a low shout. Buzz! Chakra surged around Yuye's fist, and simultaneously, a layer of white oscillation force enveloped it. In an instant, he thrust his fist forward. Boom! The rocky wall before Yuye erupted as if struck by lightning, shattering at its center. Countless fissures spread out like a spider web in all directions. More terrifyingly, the wall did not merely explode. It exhibited a state of collapse. Explosion implies fragments scattering in all directions, whereas collapse signifies a continual shattering, ultimately reducing it to dust. Clatter. Ultimately, a large section of the rocky wall completely crumbled, disintegrating into numerous small stones scattered across the ground. The effect was entirely different from that of a punch powered solely by immense strength or oscillation force. Indeed, immense strength and oscillation force could be combined. Observing the devastation wrought by his punch, a hint of joy appeared on Yuye's face. This punch, powered by immense strength and augmented by oscillation force, displayed a ferocity far superior to using oscillation force alone. As Yuye had anticipated, when immense strength and oscillation force converged, the resulting punch could shatter even high-level B-rank jutsu with ease. It could be said that Yuye could now effortlessly sweep away any jutsu below A rank. Furthermore, since immense strength is driven by chakra, it also mitigates some of the recoil from the oscillation force. Additionally, as immense strength represents a directed chakra explosion, it better controls the oscillation force, condensing it in a specific direction. Therefore, even when unleashing a more potent oscillation force, Yuye's body would not experience overwhelming recoil. Of course, if one were to insist on the shortcomings of Yuye's technique, it would be that it consumes a considerable amount of chakra, far more than merely employing immense strength. Originally, his oscillation force consumed almost no chakra, but immense strength is fundamentally a method of utilizing chakra. Thus, when the two are combined, although the power significantly increases, so too does the chakra expenditure. Therefore, should Yuye continuously unleash such punches, his stamina and chakra would rapidly deplete, leading to an inability to sustain the effort. However, executing this technique a few times, even 3 to 5 times, would not pose a problem. The true 8 Gates physique is remarkably resilient. Moreover, should he refrain from combining immense strength and oscillation force, relying solely on the latter remains effortless and manageable for Yuye. The convergence of brute strength and shockwave power, while not formidable enough to be deemed a trump card, currently stands as my most potent attack. Yuye gazed at his clenched fist, murmuring softly to himself. It surely deserves a name. At that moment, a term from the original text sprang to mind: unmatched brute strength. Thus, Yuye decided to adopt it outright. This technique shall be called shock release, unmatched brute strength. To his astonishment, even after a month of rigorous training, he had finally perfected this technique. Stretching his body, Yuye chuckled to himself. The brute strength technique bears a resemblance to his shock release bloodline limit. Both are inherently progressive powers. They will grow increasingly formidable as Yuye's chakra reserves and control improve. Once the brute strength intensifies, the resultant power from its fusion with the shockwave force will undoubtedly become more formidable. It establishes a virtuous cycle of mutual enhancement, firmly rooted in the foundation of the true 8 Gates. Without a doubt, the true 8 Gates has now become Yuye's fundamental strength. The amplification of shockwave power is predicated upon it, and the brute strength technique similarly relies on this foundation. However, Yuye perceives this as a blessing. At the very least, he need not fret about deviations in his growth trajectory. With the true 8 gates in place, his path is unmistakably clear. The selection of a growth path is a matter of great significance. Take Kakashi Hatake from the original text, who became a Jonin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin by 12. However, after attaining Jonin status, he hardly progressed until the onset of the original story's events. This stagnation stemmed from obtaining Obito's Sharingan, coupled with Rin's tragic demise, which left Kakashi adrift. With insufficient chakra and an overwhelming number of jutsu to master, he became scattered and unfocused. Even against Zabuza Momochi, he struggled immensely. In contrast, his father, the Leaf's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, required no jutsu. He swept through foes with his swordsmanship alone. Yuya's current trajectory is firmly rooted in the true 8 gates, with shock release as the primary focus. With a single punch, he intends to sweep away all techniques. This path, Yuya is confident, if pursued with unwavering determination, will yield results that surpass those of any rival. Having successfully merged the brute strength and shockwave power, Yuya did not cease his training. He immediately commenced further refinement. Before long, noon had arrived. After washing himself casually by the riverside, Yuya instinctively began to rest and enjoy his lunch. At that moment, a figure approached him. "Yuzuki, how did you find this place?" Yuya inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Of course. I followed you stealthily," she replied with a mischievous grin, waving a small hand that held a bento box. "I worried you might not have enough to eat, so I brought you some." "Ah, thank you," Yuya said with a smile, though a flicker of uncertainty flashed in his eyes. As Yuzuki approached, a glint of cold steel suddenly emerged from the bento box, piercing Yuya's body in an instant. In that same moment, Yuzuki's form transformed into that of a man clad in a conical hat and mask, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Mission accomplished. It is time to retreat swiftly. The Leaf Zumbu will be on our tail. Titazaku shook his head coldly, surveying Yuya's lifeless body with disdain. To think that for the sake of eliminating a mere child, I had to go through such trouble, and now I must face the pursuit of the leaf. What a bother. Well, this little brat has met his end. With that, he drew the blade from Yuya's body, preparing to depart. But in the next moment, Yuya's form abruptly dissipated into a cloud of white smoke. What? Titazaku's expression shifted instantly. A clone? When did that happen? In the following instant, he felt a surge of dread wash over him as his instincts screamed for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Titazaku rolled on the ground and instinctively took defensive measures. Yet, a violent shockwave power surged forth, crashing into him with relentless force. Shock release, collapse. From the treetops, Yuya leapt down, delivering a merciless blow. How could he hold back against an assassin sent to take his life? Had he not sensed that something was amiss with Yuzuki, he might have been slain without a second thought. What are the Leaf Ninjas doing? Can assassins infiltrate so easily? The earth trembled as Yuya's fierce counterattack unleashed a cacophony of sound, fracturing the ground in a spider web of fissures that radiated outward. Titazaku rolled away from the impact zone, scrambling to his feet, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had been outwitted by Yuya's clone, only to be caught in a surprise counterattack. Damn it, how did you see through it? He spat, his eyes reflecting cold fury and confusion. Yuya calmly regarded Titazaku. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you cannot mask the essence of my closest companion. Is that so? Titazaku inhaled deeply, an expression of regret flickering across his eyes. Had he known, he would have disguised himself as someone less familiar to Yuya, perhaps achieving success in his ambush. Both remained still, locked in a cold stare. Yuya was unperturbed by the passage of time. Here, in the heart of the leaf, the presence of an assassin signified exposure. The leaf's sensory barriers and the multitude of sensory ninjas patrolling the village were no trifles. Once exposed, the leaf's response would be swift. Yuya found it perplexing that an assassin could seize such an opportunity to ambush him. With the second great ninja war looming, spies from various villages were everywhere. Not only were there spies infiltrating the leaf, but the other villages also had their share of leaf spies. However, spies and assassins differ fundamentally. Spies typically avoid assassination missions, focusing instead on gathering intelligence discreetly. They are adept at infiltration and exceedingly difficult to expose. In contrast, assassins execute assassination tasks and are prone to revealing their identities. The distinction lies in the fact that spies are constantly seeking ways to conceal themselves and gather information without arousing suspicion, while assassins must gather intelligence on their targets, making their actions considerably more conspicuous. Especially in a major village like the Leaf, it is feasible for a multitude of spies to blend in unnoticed. Yet, it is highly improbable for an assassin to infiltrate so deeply, let alone attempt an assassination on Yuye without the Leaf's awareness. Without a doubt. The issue extends beyond the assassin himself. There are problems within Konoha as well. Danzo? Uchiha? These thoughts flashed through Yuya's mind, his gaze turning colder. At this moment, none of that mattered. What was paramount now was the confrontation between him and this assassin ninja, who would live and who would die. From the moment Momochi Zabuza's strike missed its mark, Yuya's fierce counterattack, to their brief exchange of words, only a fleeting instant had passed. Zabuza felt a chill within. Had the assassination succeeded in that brief moment, he could have retreated swiftly, confident in his ability to evade Konoha's pursuing ninjas. But now, in a place like Konoha, one need not make a sound. Merely daring to strike would inevitably alert the sensory ninjas patrolling the village. There was no doubt he had been exposed. Konoha Zumbu might already be surrounding him. Thus, he had to resolve this swiftly. Eliminate this brat in the next move, and perhaps he could find a chance to escape. Zabuza fixated intently on Yuye, fully aware that even if he killed Yuye, he might not escape. In that case, it was all the more imperative to take Yuye down with him. In the next instant, Zabuza gripped the katana tightly. A hum resonated as the blade gleamed with a verdant light, seemingly infused with wind chakra, yet it felt different. The dance of the burial chaos. With a swift motion, Zabuza appeared to create an array of afterimages. It was not his speed that was remarkable. Rather, his sword transformed into countless thrusts, sweeping toward Yuye like a tempest. This was a unique sword technique enhanced by chakra. Mist Village Ninja? Yuye's gaze flickered slightly at the sight, yet this blade was unfamiliar to him, not belonging to any of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, if the 7 ninja swordsmen were truly present, Yuye would have no means to resist. Although the attack was rapid, Yuye still managed to react. Die, brat. Zabuza's face bore a hint of frenzied malice as chakra surged, manifesting into numerous verdant thrusts aimed at Yuye with relentless force. In an instant, it seemed as though lotus blossoms bloomed everywhere. Yet within that beauty lay the threat of hellish slaughter. However, faced with Zabuza's lethal assault, Yuye hesitated for a moment, but did not retreat. He appeared almost stunned. Yet within his mind, a peculiar thought arose. Was this truly all he had to offer? Zabuza's technique was far less formidable than Yuye had anticipated. Yuye had been overly cautious, immediately associating the assassination attempt with the terrifying figures of the ninja world. In truth, who among the truly powerful would personally come to assassinate Yuye? Even the likes of the 7 ninja swordsmen would not dare. Setting aside whether they could execute a stealthy assassination without Konoha's notice, even if they succeeded. Escaping the land of fire and evading Konoha's pursuit would not be a simple task. The strong striking at the weak, if it meant risking their lives, would depend on whether the target was worth it. Yet before Yuye stood merely an elite chunin. Although this attack appeared splendid at its peak, it was no more than the power of a high-level B-rank ninjutsu. Was there any need to dodge? Shaking his head internally, Yuye clenched his fist. The chakra surged, and the force of vibration coalesced instantaneously. Then he charged toward the approaching Zabuza, casually launching a single punch. Seeing Yuye halt his advance to meet his sword with a fist, Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by a cold smile. He knew Yuye's capabilities, aware of the strange vibrations his fists could unleash. Yet, this was his ultimate technique, the dance of the burial chaos. With this move, he had once assassinated a jonin. A mere brat, unaware of the world's vastness, thought he could simply block his ultimate technique. Did he believe he was an ordinary chunin? A trace of mockery flared in Zabuza's eyes, envisioning Yuye's imminent demise at the hands of his assault. But in the next moment, the wind stilled. His expression froze in silence. Not only did Zabuza's expression halt, but so too did the dance of the burial chaos he had unleashed. The tempestuous blue light, capable of shattering a person to pieces, came to a complete standstill. It was as if everything was paused in that instant. The reason for this stasis was the fist that remained poised before him. The air was calm, yet before the fist lay a mirror-like crack spreading outward. This fracture was the ripple of the vibrating force that had burst through the air, resembling the terrifying shattering of space itself. Crack. The sound, akin to ice fracturing, shattered the silence and Zabuza's frozen expression. A hint of horror finally crossed Zabuza's face. This was dire. Confronted with Yuye's terrifying strike, Zabuza could only frantically channel all his chakra into his dance of the burial chaos. The two forces clashed violently, entangling in a fierce struggle. Yet, Zabuza's sword remained just an inch from Yuye's fist, unable to advance further. In the next moment, Yuya's vibrating power erupted, overwhelming all. The chakra and sharpness on Zabuza's sword twisted in a bizarre and terrifying manner. Despite the strength of the dance of the burial chaos, its attack was scattered and ranged. The power of a single point could not compare to an A-rank ninjutsu, and a ranged attack's might was even less formidable than an A-rank ninjutsu. At best, it was an enhanced version of B-rank ninjutsu. And B-rank ninjutsu, even when bolstered to high-level potency, could not withstand Yuya's unparalleled might. Crack. At last, Zabuza's dance of the burial chaos was forcefully shattered by Yuya's punch. His sword, unable to bear the collision of the vibration and the dance of the burial chaos, broke apart under the strain. Boom. The vibrating force roared forth, enveloping Zabuza entirely. Even in the final moment, as Zabuza desperately attempted to retreat, he could not evade the impact of the vibrating force. This time, the vibrating force was not the simple strike Yuya had previously delivered. This was a culmination of monstrous strength and vibrating power, an overwhelming force. Even after shattering the dance of the burial chaos, it still retained a fraction of its potency. In that instant, as the dance of the burial chaos was obliterated, the residual shockwave sent Zabuza flying. Blood erupted from his mouth. This time, it was far from simple. Zabuza was not a martial arts ninja. He was a refined assassin-type ninja. His physical resilience was even inferior to that of an ordinary chunin. Previously, he had evaded Yuya's frontal assault through skill, sustaining injuries. Now he had been struck directly and suffered severe damage. Though he was not dead, he had lost the ability to fight. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as Zabuza gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, desperately attempting to roll away. Yet, at this moment, Yuya would not grant him any more chances. Though it is true that Momochi Zabuza's current state renders him unable to evade the pursuit of Konoha's Umbu even without taking action, the fact remains that this individual has come with the intent to kill him. For someone harboring such lethal intentions, Yuya would show no mercy whatsoever. In an instant, with a swift movement, Yuya closed the distance to Momochi Zabuza. In order to leave him alive, Yuya refrained from employing his shockwave technique and instead delivered a powerful kick. Konoha Whirlwind. The impact was tremendous. The severely injured Momochi Zabuza had no chance to evade, and Yuya's kick struck him with brutal force. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Momochi Zabuza was sent hurtling backward once more, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground some distance away. Though he was not dead, he struggled to lift his head, a task beyond his capability. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reflected disbelief and resentment. He had never anticipated that Yuya would possess such strength sufficient to shatter his dance of the deadly mist head-on. A single misstep had led to a cascade of errors. Consumed by hatred, Momochi Zabuza did not direct his wrath at Yuya, but at the informant who had misled him. He longed to seize that individual by the neck and demand an explanation. Were they a fool? The discrepancy in the intelligence provided had been egregious. The reports he received contained no mention of Yuya having killed Uchiha Han, indicating that this fact had been meticulously concealed by both Konoha and the Uchiha clan. The intelligence merely suggested that Yuya was a genius yet to reach his full potential, possessing at most the strength of a genin. Now, Momochi Zabuza yearned to thrust those very words back into the face of the informant. Yuya gazed calmly and coldly at Momochi Zabuza, choosing not to end his life immediately. Preserving him for interrogation by Konoha would be most advantageous. However, contrary to his intentions, Momochi Zabuza, fully aware of his impending demise, subtly moved his lips and bit down on a poison capsule. The consequences of being captured after a failed assassination attempt were undoubtedly more harrowing than death itself. Witnessing this, Yuya shook his head slightly, his eyes glimmering. This was the world of ninjas, a merciless realm. In an instant, several masked Umbu ninjas appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching Yuya. Upon noticing the lifeless body of Momochi Zabuza, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. Had he already perished? He appeared to be a ninja from the Mist Village. Yet the possibility of a frame-up by another village could not be dismissed. They decided to take the body back for a thorough examination. The Umbu exchanged glances, engaging in a brief discussion. Throughout this process, they refrained from speaking to Yuya, yet their gazes towards him were laden with unmistakable astonishment. The infiltration of an assassin into Konoha, coupled with the successful execution of an assassination attempt, was already an extraordinary occurrence. What was even more astonishing was that Yuya had not only survived the assassination but had also countered with overwhelming force. To their shock, it appeared that Yuya had suffered not a single injury. Was this the mark of a genius ninja? The Umbu pondered, questioning if they would have fared any better at Yuya's age against such an assassination. They knew they would have likely faltered, let alone emerging unscathed. After exchanging glances, one of the Umbu finally addressed Yuya. Yuya, you are to accompany us to report the details. Very well, Yuya nodded, his eyes flashing with intensity. Who had, during this incident, intervened to enable the assassin's success? It was impossible to ascertain. Yuya took a deep breath, recognizing the need for greater caution moving forward. This world was far more brutal and shadowy than he had previously imagined. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized a document before him with a grave expression. This was the assessment derived from the Umbu's specialized ninjas after examining Momochi Zabuza's corpse, which contained several critical insights. The target was Yuya, as well as Kushina Uzumaki. This posed a significant issue. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness igniting within. Though the incident involving the death of Han had been shrouded in secrecy, Yuya had achieved a reputation as a prodigy at the Ninja Academy, warranting the effort to eliminate him. However, the situation with Kushina was perplexing. The Umbu's specialized ninjas had unearthed substantial information from Momochi Zabuza's body, revealing that his targets extended beyond Yuya to include another individual, Kushina. Could it be that other ninja villages had deduced Kushina's true identity? It was a possibility. A figure besides Sarutobi responded affirmatively. It was Kakashi Hitaki. We may need to prepare for contingencies. Mito-sama's life cannot be sustained much longer, Sarutobi stated solemnly. Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, was also the first host of the Nine Tails. Indeed, Kakashi nodded lightly. Very few within Konoha were aware of Kushina Uzumaki's destiny as the next host for the Nine Tails. Yet, this did not guarantee that spies from other villages would be unable to infer such information based on their findings. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi inquired, "What of Yuya?" "He is unharmed," Kakashi replied with a slight smile. "That child possesses not only exceptional talent but also a mindset akin to that of Minato Namikaze, which is anything but ordinary." Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, "Is it possible for Yuya to become a full-fledged member of the Umbu?" "This requires further evaluation," Kakashi hesitated. While he handled this assassination incident admirably, it does not necessarily indicate he meets the standards of an Umbu ninja. After explaining the techniques utilized during the assassination attempt on Momochi Zabuza and sharing pertinent information, Yuya departed from the intelligence department. As a candidate for the Umbu, a simple recounting of the events sufficed. Upon leaving the intelligence department, as Yuya was about to exit the Umbu headquarters, he suddenly received a summons for a meeting of the Umbu candidates. Slightly taken aback, he quickly surmised that this was likely a regular training session for the Umbu candidates. Such training was mandatory and could not be declined. After receiving the summons, Yuya made his way to the assembly point for the Umbu candidates. The Umbu candidates differed from the official ninjas. Since candidates were not burdened with excessive missions, regular training sessions were scheduled. The meeting place was a designated hall. Upon Yuya's arrival, he observed a gathering of numerous masked ninjas, predominantly Umbu candidates. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Tactical Assassination Unit, operated separately from Danzo's route, which was referred to as the Umbu Training Department. However, the training of Umbu ninjas was entirely independent of Danzo and Root. Sarutobi would never entrust the training of his Umbu ninjas to Danzo. Thus, while Root and the Umbu appeared to be affiliated, they were, in truth, entirely distinct entities. The training for Umbu candidates occurred internally, with no ties to Root. As Yuya walked into the crowd, he attracted a number of curious glances. Despite wearing a mask and a cloak, his youthful appearance could not be concealed. To the casual observer, Yuya appeared merely to be a young boy. Could such a child truly qualify as an Umbu candidate? Some ninjas exchanged astonished looks, shaking their heads in disbelief. Becoming a formal member of the Umbu is no easy feat, and neither is the path for Umbu candidates. Sarutobi Hiruzen allocates resources to provide various necessities and training for the Umbu candidates, not for frivolous pursuits. The Umbu's collective training serves dual purposes. It is both a rigorous training regimen and a means of elimination. Candidates lacking the qualifications to serve in the Umbu will be weeded out, while exceptional ninjas will be duly noted. Those who are eliminated will forfeit the benefits of Umbu candidates and must return to the surface as ordinary ninjas. Some ninjas regard Yuya's young age as a disadvantage, believing he is too inexperienced to endure even the first round of assessments. After shaking their heads, they ceased their scrutiny of him. Eventually, as the group gathered, A ninja clad in a differently colored cloak entered. With a flash, he appeared at the forefront. Although he was not the Umbu captain, he was one of the 3 squad leaders, a figure of high stature within Konoha. During this training session, a point system will be employed, and the 3 candidates with the lowest scores will be eliminated from the Umbu. It is imperative that everyone takes this seriously. The first round of training will take place in the Forest of Death, and all must follow me. The face of the Umbu squad leader was obscured by a mask. Yet his voice resonated with calm authority, tinged with a hint of rasp. After delivering his instructions, he turned and departed the hall, prompting the Umbu candidates to move in unison, trailing after their leader. The Forest of Death? Such a familiar place. A peculiar glimmer sparkled in Yuya's eyes as he subtly raised the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. It seemed to be the site of the second stage of the Chunin exams in the original narrative. How intriguing. As they followed the Umbu squad leader, Yuya was taken aback to find they did not ascend to the surface but rather proceeded underground. It was unexpected to discover a direct passage leading to the Forest of Death beneath Konoha. However, it made sense. After traversing an indeterminate distance underground, they arrived beneath the Forest of Death, where the space became exceedingly confined, leaving only an upward passage. The group halted as the Umbu squad leader guided them upward, leading them directly into the central tower of the Forest of Death, the venue for the preliminary rounds of the 3rd stage in the original narrative. Once all were assembled, the squad leader calmly raised his gaze to address the Umbu candidates, outlining the official rules. Within the Forest of Death, many traces left by ninjas remain. By following these traces, one can ultimately discover special mission items, such as the scroll I hold in my hand. With that, the Umbu squad leader produced a light yellow scroll, giving it a brief shake before stowing it away again. Such scrolls are plentiful in the Forest of Death, yet they are hidden in obscure locations, necessitating discernment and pursuit based on the traces found. Securing 1 scroll and returning it to me will yield 10 points. Possessing 2 scrolls will grant 20 points, and so forth. I must remind everyone that scrolls can be contested. Thus, while searching for traces, one must also conceal themselves. This is the first stage of training. The sole rule prohibits intentional death matches. Of course, unforeseen incidents during combat may occur, and in such cases, we shall not be held accountable. This training session will be monitored in its entirety. The Umbu squad leader succinctly explained the key points of the first training round before his tone grew slightly more serious. I now declare the training session to commence. Upon hearing the squad leader's announcement, all the Umbu candidates exchanged glances before streaming out of the tower and into the Forest of Death. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the throng of Umbu candidates transformed into a flurry of shadows, leaping in various chosen directions. Truly, this is Umbu training. The very nature of this assessment surpasses the demands of the original Chunin exams. Among the crowd, Yuya leaped to the treetop, casting a glance around before murmuring to himself. Formal Umbu ninjas are invariably elites among elites. This training alone assesses a ninja's abilities in information gathering, judgment, combat, evasion, and tracking. Nearly every fundamental aspect of a ninja and Oppo's skill set is scrutinized here. As he contemplated a direction to seek the elusive traces and subsequently the hidden scrolls within the forest, an epiphany struck Yuya. No, that's not right. Continuous monitoring. The true purpose of this training is not to evaluate the comprehensive abilities of the Umbu ninjas. Its genuine goal must be to uncover each individual's unique strengths. It is implausible for every ninja to be a jack of all trades. Attempting to secure a scroll and return to the tower safely would be an insurmountable challenge. Ninjas adept at information gathering might easily discover numerous scrolls, yet they may not be able to safeguard their finds. Conversely, those skilled in evasion may not snatch other scrolls, but they can navigate the Forest of Death, seeking opportunities. As for those proficient in combat, they need not hunt for scrolls. They can directly seize other scrolls. The true intent of this training is to reveal each ninja's strongest attributes, allowing for a comprehensive evaluation to determine whether they will become scouts or combatants. Thus, the final point about continuous monitoring makes sense. With this realization, a faint smile graced Yuya's lips. Understanding this, he no longer needed to search for scrolls. Among the Umbu candidates, there were undoubtedly no J-Nin-level ninjas. Those of J-Nin caliber have long been established as formal Umbu members or even squad leaders. This means that Yuya has no rivals here. Before long, ninjas in the Forest of Death began to uncover scrolls, and soon thereafter, others took notice, igniting a scramble for possession. Most were engaged in solitary battles. As the training's aim was not to test teamwork, continuous skirmishes erupted, But due to the constant surveillance and the prohibition against deliberate lethal combat, injuries occurred without fatalities. Soon, some candidates returned to the central tower bearing scrolls. At that moment, Yuye stood quietly outside the tower, having never entered the forest of death. Indeed, since the destination is the tower, it suffices to remain vigilant here. There was no need to venture into the depths of the forest of death. Of course, this approach posed a dilemma, as no one could predict the strength of the first ninja to return. It was entirely possible to face unforeseen consequences. While all other Umbu candidates may have contemplated this strategy, none chose to execute it, except for Yuye. Step aside. The Umbu candidate, clutching a scroll, sneered upon noticing Yuye blocking his path, and charged forward. Though his face was hidden, one could discern from his appearance that Yuye was quite young. It was likely he was too intimidated to compete for the scrolls within the forest of death, thus opting to forfeit his chances in this round of training from the outset. Inwardly scoffing, the candidate from the Umbu did not let his guard down. As he charged forward, he unleashed a B-rank wind release technique aimed squarely at Yuye. If Yuye merely sidestepped, he could dash directly into the tower. However, while the thought was commendable, reality often starkly contrasts with intention. Boom. The air fractured and splintered. That B-rank wind technique was effortlessly shattered by Yuye's single punch. It's you? The Umbu candidate halted abruptly, astonishment etched across his face as he witnessed his B-rank technique disintegrating before him. This ability felt eerily familiar. He had heard whispers of it, even if he had never witnessed it firsthand. Wasn't this the prowess of Yuye, the prodigious student from the Ninja Academy who had recently gained renown in Konoha? Thus, it was indisputable that the boy before him was indeed Yuye. As this realization dawned, disbelief flickered in his eyes, not because Yuye had ascended to the Umbu ranks, but because Yuye had obliterated his B-rank technique with a single blow. It was utterly absurd. Even if Yuye was a genius from the academy, it was inconceivable for him to have evolved to such an extent in such a brief span of time. Following the clash between Yuye and Uchiha Han, the true extent of Yuye's strength had been suppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha, leaving few ninjas aware of his actual capabilities. Even among the official Umbu members, knowledge was scant. The candidate knew only that Yuye had triumphed over Minato Namikaze at the academy, securing first place in the practical assessment, thus earning his reputation as a prodigy. Therefore, upon recognizing Yuye and Appo's identity and witnessing the destruction of his B-rank technique, the candidate and Appo's mind was engulfed with incredulity. Yet, the truth lay starkly before him. "Bring me the scroll," Yuye stated calmly, addressing the ninja. Damn, the Umbu candidate's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Despite Yuye's formidable prowess, he was not to be underestimated. After all, that scroll had been forcibly acquired. With swift hand seals, he prepared to retaliate. Boom. Yuye moved with blinding speed, appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, and struck the candidate with a powerful punch. The ninja completed his seals at the last moment. Splutter. The shockwave from the impact transformed the ninja's form into smoke, vanishing from sight. In an instant, he reappeared to Yuye's left, utilizing shadow clone jutsu. His real body and clones swiftly formed hand seals. Water release. Water serpent technique. Lightning release. Lightning dragon technique. A torrent of water coalesced into a dragon-like form, hurtling towards Yuye with immense force, accompanied by an ominous crackle of lightning that surged through the currents, nearly unstoppable. The candidate's shadow clone dissipated after releasing the lightning technique, and a cold smile crept across his face. You can withstand ordinary B-rank techniques, but can you endure this? A composite technique, Yuye mused, momentarily pausing as he faced the oncoming assault of the electrified water flow. The combined might of two ordinary B-rank techniques was likely equivalent to that of a high-tier B-rank. Moreover, this ninja possessed mastery over three elemental affinities: wind, water, and lightning. Truly, Umbu ninjas were exceptional, even if merely candidates. Yet, in Yuye's presence, they were inconsequential. Regardless of the dust to be swept away, be it a mere speck or a sizable clump, a single broom would suffice. In Yuye's eyes, ninjas of the same rank were but dust, differing only in scale. Chakra surged, and a radiant light enveloped his fist. Suddenly, he unleashed a devastating blow. Earth release. Tremor of unmatched strength. Crack. The overwhelming force of the shockwave erupted into the air, surging forward with relentless fury. As the monstrous power concentrated ahead, the dual-element composite technique came to an abrupt halt midair. The entwined forms of the water serpent and lightning dragon froze, their sounds melding into a cacophony of thunder. Crackle. The entire area seemed to shatter. When Yuye retracted his fist, everything before him lay in ruins. The B-rank composite technique had been utterly obliterated by a single strike, leaving only remnants of water trickling away. This is impossible. The Umbu candidate could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in disbelief. He gazed at Yuye with a mix of horror, as if confronting a monster. What a joke. While it was one thing for my ordinary B-rank technique to be thwarted, how could even my full-force composite B-rank technique be shattered by Yuye's fist? How can he be this strong? Bring me the scroll, Yuye said, his gaze steady as he approached the flabbergasted ninja. I'll give it to you. The candidate, now sweating profusely, finally revealed a glimmer of fear. He reached into his cloak, retrieving a scroll and tossing it towards Yuye. After a brief inspection to ensure its authenticity, Yuye turned to leave. As he simply pivoted away, the candidate trembled slightly, but found himself unable to advance and attack Yuye. With the first scroll secured, perhaps if he acquired a few more, he could forego the subsequent training sessions? Yuye murmured softly. Having resolved to guard the tower, he was determined to see it through to the end. The adage "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down," and the guise of the cunning predator were utterly futile in this world. Like Minato Namake's, every endeavor must culminate in excellence. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he flaunted his prowess, dominating battlefields and sweeping aside all opposition, earning him a godlike reverence among ninjas. In the original narrative, Orochimaru meticulously orchestrated every detail, lurking in the shadows only to ultimately fail. Uchiha Madara's assessment of Orochimaru was succinct, rodent. Even when he nearly controlled the Fourth Great Ninja War's battlefield, in Madara's eyes, those who cowered in fear were mere rodents. Would Madara ever cower? Never. He would convey his supremacy through sheer strength, compelling all to submit. Thus, he carved a path of conquest, ultimately standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, revered as a deity by countless ninjas. Now, for Yuye. He could sweep aside all Umbu candidates. Then let it be so. If he hesitated to showcase his abilities, cowering like Orochimaru, he could never aspire to be a formidable force like Uchiha Madara, who looked down upon the ninja world. Moreover, for Yuye, the more he exhibited his innate talent, the more attention he would draw from Hiruzen Sarutobi, making it increasingly difficult for Danzo and the Uchiha clan to act against him. After securing the first scroll, Yuye did not choose to enter the tower, but rather placed the scroll upon the ground, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next challenger. This scene unfolded under the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas stationed within the tower, who were monitoring the entirety of the Forest of Death. Remaining at the tower rather than venturing into the forest showcased an extraordinary confidence. It is astonishing that he would carelessly set the scrolls aside. This is not confidence, it borders on arrogance. Is he so certain that he can defeat the next challenger? The formal Umbu ninjas, including the Umbu squad leader, are observing the entire situation within the Forest of Death. Naturally, Yuye's actions have caught their attention. The Umbu squad leader glanced at Yuye, muttering to himself, "Is he that troublesome little brat? No wonder the captain asked me to keep an eye on him. It seems he truly is quite a handful." However, those who manage to bring scrolls to the tower must possess either exceptional evasion skills or formidable strength. It is no small feat to guarantee victory, let alone fend off a few challengers. After a slight shake of his head, the Umbu squad leader resumed his observation of the other battles within the forest. In his estimation, Yuye would at most hold off a few scroll-bearing ninjas and earn some decent points before entering the tower. There was also the possibility of being defeated by a stronger Umbu candidate, losing all the scrolls he had gathered. Not long after, a second ninja, having secured a scroll, dashed out of the Forest of Death, rapidly approaching the tower. His speed was remarkable, suggesting he was a taijutsu specialist. Rather than relying solely on physical conditioning, he utilized chakra, akin to a form of brute strength. Just as he was about to reach the tower, another figure surged forward, matching his speed, if not surpassing it. What? The ninja was momentarily taken aback, but as a speed-type ninja, he managed to react to Yuye's velocity. However, unaware of Yuye's true identity, he made a foolish decision, swinging his fist toward him. Yuye, caught off guard for a moment, found it amusing and returned the punch. He did not employ any shockwave techniques. Instead, he relied on sheer brute strength. After all, he could not afford to strike too hard and risk fatality. In an instant, the ninja who had seized the second scroll found his arms suddenly numb, blood trickling from his fingers. He was sent flying backward, barely managing to roll and land on his feet. Before he could utter a sound of shock, Yuye advanced with a simple maneuver, completely overpowering him. As he fell to the ground, the scroll was snatched away, leaving the ninja wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth? This child, who appeared to be no older than 10, had bested him in taijutsu, and thoroughly so. Taijutsu-type ninjas were indeed countered by him. What a fortunate little brat. He now possessed 2 scrolls. The Umbu ninjas in the tower turned their attention to the scene, and despite their usual reticence, they could not help but comment. Is he not coming in? How incredibly arrogant. Does he intend to steal from everyone? At this moment, many Umbu ninjas focused their gaze on Yuye. The 3rd ninja, proficient in genjutsu, soon arrived. Unsurprisingly, he was easily vanquished by Yuye, as long as it was not a genjutsu of the caliber of Tsukuyami. Ordinary illusions held no effect on Yuye. The 4th ninja, skilled in stealth and assassination, wielded a short blade. Yet Yuye's speed was superior by the time the opponent reacted. He had no chance to escape and was swiftly defeated by Yuye. The 5th, 6th, and 7th ninjas followed suit. Initially, the Umbu ninjas deemed Yuye's behavior excessively arrogant. However, as he consecutively overcame each challenger and amassed all the scrolls, casting them aside in a pile, a profound silence enveloped the group. Their astonishment was palpable in their eyes. As the number of defeated Umbu candidates reached double digits, their expressions shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. Some even displayed incredulity. Even the Umbu squad leader fixated on Yuye, who stood defiantly at the base of the tower. His presence formidable. Yuye, indeed a remarkable individual deserving of close attention. The captain was absolutely correct. Has he already collected over 20 scrolls? There are still more than 30 ninjas in the forest. With 60 scrolls in total hidden away, over 30 remain. The squad leader murmured, narrowing his eyes. What can Yuye truly achieve? At this juncture, the tally of points and qualifications became inconsequential. He was eager to witness the extent of Yuye's capabilities. Soon, many ninjas would likely converge towards this location. At that point, Yuye would no longer face one opponent at a time. It could escalate to 2 or even 3. Achieving perfection in a training session and sweeping everyone aside is no trivial task. As time passed, most scrolls were found. Many ninjas who had yet to secure a scroll realized that remaining in the forest of death served no purpose. They needed to hasten their way to the tower, hoping to intercept those who had acquired scrolls. An air of seriousness settled upon them, as they understood that the battles outside the tower would mark the culmination of this training session. However, as one challenger after another reached the tower, each paused momentarily, their faces morphing into expressions of disbelief. They beheld Yuye's youthful form, barely 10 years of age, standing before the tower, surrounded by a substantial pile of scrolls. Behind him, a throng of injured and dejected candidates lingered. What on earth transpired? Did he single-handedly collect all the scrolls? This is impossible. As the Umbu candidates arrived one after another, they could not suppress their gasps of astonishment, their gazes directed at Yuye, filled with incredulity. He appeared no older than 10. Some among them had thought Yuye would be eliminated in the first round, yet unexpectedly, it was not Yuye facing elimination, but rather he who would eliminate them all in the first round. Despite their shock at Yuye's ability to gather so many scrolls, they were left wondering how many he had defeated to achieve this. Nonetheless, as members of the Umbu, their mental fortitude quickly stabilized. Upon careful reflection, they reasoned that while Yuye's acquisition of so many scrolls demonstrated his terrifying power, how much stamina could he possibly have left after such prolonged combat? There must be a breaking point. If they could snatch the scrolls surrounding Yuye and rush into the tower, they would claim first place unequivocally. Even if they skipped the subsequent rounds, they would secure the top position. This could lead to a direct promotion to formal Umbu status. Becoming a full-fledged Umbu ninja was the aspiration of every candidate. Although post-promotion would entail various missions, the power dynamics would differ significantly. Many prominent clans in Konoha even sent their members into the Umbu. He cannot hold us all off. Indeed, at last, someone could no longer contain their eagerness, believing that an early strike would allow them to seize the scrolls piled beside Yuye. Yet what awaited them was Yuye's all-encompassing fist. With a surge of kinetic energy, he swept through all directions. No one could advance even an inch. Even a coalition of 3 or 5 ninjas was utterly vanquished by Yuye's relentless onslaught. As the number of combatants increased, so too did the number of those who fell. This was a battle of seemingly modest scale, yet visually magnificent. At this juncture, Yuye was drenched in sweat, his stamina and chakra rapidly depleting. However, the unyielding recovery ability granted by his perpetual activation of the 8th gate of heaven allowed his endurance to reach almost monstrous levels. As the battle raged on, Yuya's blood coursed through his veins like a mighty river, with the initial gate of his heart continuously surging forth new strength. His fighting spirit not only remained undiminished, but grew ever stronger, as if an invincible aura was brewing within him. It was exhilarating. Any other ninja of his age, even the likes of Guy or Might Due, would pale in comparison to Yuya's extraordinary stamina and resilience. The superiority of the Eighth Gate of Heaven in prolonged combat was vividly demonstrated at this moment. This physical prowess left everyone astounded. By this time, Yuya had transitioned from a passive defender against the attackers to an active force sweeping through all the attending Umbu Reserve ninjas. Everyone was swept into this grand conflict. Some attempted to stealthily retrieve scrolls and escape into the tower, but they found no opportunity to do so. While the number of fallen grew, none of them were Yuya. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, all were rendered speechless. Not only the Umbu Reserve ninjas facing Yuya, but even the official Umbu ninjas within the tower were struck by awe. Yuya had single-handedly thwarted them all. None among the entire Umbu Reserve team could stand against him. Even a few working together could not subdue Yuya. Moreover, throughout the entire confrontation, not a single thread of his clothing was torn, aside from the sweat pouring from his forehead and soaking his body, indicative of his considerable exertion. He bore no other injuries. He was nothing short of a human monstrosity. This fellow is terrifying. The Umbu Reserve ninjas, most of whom bore injuries, gazed at Yuya not with anger or resentment, but with fear and reverence. This world is one where the strong reign supreme. True power commands the respect of countless others. Like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. As the battle reached its climax, a subtle yet undeniable aura began to emanate from Yuya, one that even he was unaware of. This aura, though nascent, was distinctly different from the malevolence of Orochimaru or the aloofness of Itachi Uchiha. It bore a resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara, one that looked down upon all. As the fight drew to a close, the remaining Umbu Reserve ninjas dared not meet Yuya's gaze, inexplicably feeling the pressure and cold sweat beating on their brows. Ultimately, they surrendered their scrolls. This was the final outcome, a silent conclusion, yet all the more shocking. Thus, Yuya single-handedly swept through the first training session, defeating all the ninjas. A total of 60 scrolls were distributed, and 54 were ultimately claimed, all amassed at Yuya's feet. The Umbu ninjas within the tower were enveloped in silence. Even the Umbu squad leader displayed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. It was not merely due to Yuya's impressive record, but also the fleeting aura he exuded at the moment of victory. As the squad leader of the Umbu, a formidable figure himself, he recognized the embryonic form of that aura. Such an aura is forged through innumerable battles, born from the crucible of life and death, gradually accumulating over time. Moreover, it is typically possessed only by those of absolute strength. Yet, he discerned a trace of this aura within Yuya. How utterly extraordinary! As the sun gradually descended, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was busy attending to paperwork in his office, accompanied by Umbu Captain Kakashi Hitaki. They were reviewing documents concerning the approval of Umbu resources. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja appeared in the Hokage's office. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Umbu operatives seldom enter through the front door, opting instead for the swift movement of body flicker technique, as efficiency and speed are paramount for them. Hokage-sama, Captain. The first training session for reserve ninjas has concluded. The Umbu ninja knelt partially on the ground, bowing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi Hitaki. They both raised their heads in unison, intrigued. What were the casualties? 0 fatalities, 11 severely injured, 34 lightly injured. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While the numbers appeared alarming, with nearly all participants sustaining injuries, this was comparatively mild. Historically, the number of severe injuries in previous training sessions had been significantly higher. Thus, such sessions were conducted periodically rather than continuously. What were the results? Was there anyone particularly outstanding? Kakashi inquired calmly. Sarutobi, with a flicker of concern in his eyes, remarked, I wonder how Yuya fared. I suspect he did not perform poorly. Even if he did, it is of little consequence. He is still young, and we shall continue to allow him to remain among the Umbu reserves. The Umbu ninja kneeling before them suddenly wore a peculiar expression beneath his mask, his eyes flickering with an unusual light. Hokage-sama, Captain, I am here to report the results. Only one individual passed. All others received a score of 0. This proclamation left both Sarutobi and Kakashi momentarily dumbfounded. What did you say? They exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting disbelief. Umbu reserve member Yuya stood guard outside the tower. defeating all other reserve members and claiming all the scrolls. All others scored 0, while Yuye achieved a remarkable score of 440. Even as he delivered this news, the Umbu ninja's voice trembled slightly, revealing the lingering shock within him. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his position as Hokage, struggled to maintain his composure. This is impossible. Kakashi, though somewhat steadier, also exhibited visible shock. Finally, he shook his head with a wry smile, saying truly, "That child Yuya always surprises us." "Indeed," Sarutobi replied, regaining his composure, though his eyes still shone with astonishment. Such an occurrence had never transpired in history. "What do you think, Kakashi?" I am immensely curious about the extent of Yuya's power. I should see it for myself." Kakashi nodded gently, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Sarutobi exhaled and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that child has certainly earned the right. Even I wish to test his strength." In the depths of the Leaf Village's Umbu underground base, after Yuya had single-handedly eliminated all competitors in the first training session, he returned here with the others for a brief rest. Along the journey, the gaze of most Umbu reserve ninjas, and even some official Umbu ninjas, towards Yuye transformed significantly. Previously, they regarded Yuye as an unrefined genius youth. However, his rapid growth had now surpassed everyone's expectations. The term genius hardly sufficed to describe Yuye. He was nothing short of a prodigy. At this moment, no one doubted his potential to become an official Umbu ninja. It was almost an established fact, merely awaiting the passage of time. The Umbu frequently faced casualties, and whenever such tragedies occurred, replacements were necessary. The talents Yuye exhibited undoubtedly positioned him at the forefront of the first echelon. Given his formidable abilities, as long as he remained alive, he was destined to ascend at least to the rank of squad leader, if not even to replace Kakashi Hitaki as the next Umbu commander. At this time, Yuye sat quietly in a corner, undisturbed. Though he emerged from the battle unscathed, the exertion had taken a toll on his stamina. Yet, this confrontation had also solidified the activation of the 8 gates within him, particularly the gate associated with his heart, which seemed to pulse with newfound vigor. The latent power brewing within him had subtly intensified. Indeed, combat was a means to enhance one's strength. Merely training in solitude made it arduous to attain true prowess. Without experiencing the crucible of battle and the specter of death, transformation remained elusive. Such metamorphosis was fundamentally a psychological evolution, intricately linked to one's strength for the spirit and will could influence chakra, thereby directly impacting a ninja's capabilities. Unexpectedly, this battle had contributed to his growth, at least equating to a month of diligent training. As Yuye opened his eyes, he found his stamina nearly replenished, a flicker of joy dancing in his gaze. Just as he rose, an individual entered the hall. The leader bore no mask, followed by an Umbu squad leader and 3 Umbu team leaders. The identity of the head was unmistakable. Kakashi Hitaki, the Umbu commander. Commander. In an instant, all Umbu ninjas, whether reserves or official members, rose in unison to pay their respects. Kakashi nodded gently, gesturing for them to refrain from excessive courtesy, before weaving through the crowd to stand before Yuye. This marked Yuye's first encounter with Kakashi. Although Kakashi had discreetly observed Yuye on multiple occasions, this was Yuye's inaugural meeting with the esteemed commander. Despite Kakashi's youthful appearance, Yuye recognized him immediately. "Commander," Yuye expressed, a hint of reverence gracing his demeanor as he bowed slightly. Regardless of others' perceptions, Yuye held a profound respect for Konoha's White Fang. In the original narrative, the death of White Fang was a tragic event Yuye lamented. Sacrificing a mission for a comrade, he transformed from a village hero into an object of scorn, ultimately leading to his tragic end by suicide. Though the prevailing ideology suggested that ninjas could forfeit their lives for a mission, Yuye believed there must be darker undertones behind such a fate. Even had Kakashi failed to save his comrade, he would not have met such a dire conclusion. Undoubtedly, there were unseen forces at play. One could easily surmise that at that time, Kakashi was qualified to succeed the 4th Hokage. As a close aide to Hiruzen Sarutobi, he undoubtedly became a thorn in the side of certain individuals. However, these were merely Yuye's conjectures, as the truth remained shrouded in uncertainty. There is no need for formalities. Kakashi smiled warmly at Yuye, his demeanor devoid of any chill. Externally, one could hardly discern that he was the legendary Konoha White Fang, renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship. "It seems you've gone a bit overboard. Even I couldn't resist coming to see for myself." Unable to restrain himself, Yuye shrugged. A nearby Umbu reserve nearly choked upon hearing Yuye's words. You couldn't resist? You single-handedly challenged all the Umbu reserves? If that was intentional, it would have been chaos. Even Kakashi couldn't help but display a hint of amusement at Yuye's explanation, his lips twitching slightly. Nevertheless, your performance was commendable. The reserve members are fresh blood for the official ranks, always prepared for duty. Here, there is no need to conceal anything. I need to witness your talent and capabilities to assess your future position within the Umbu. Kakashi lightly patted Yuye on the shoulder. This training session has showcased your abilities, but I wish to observe further. Yuye was taken aback by Kakashi's words. Observe further? What does that mean? Does he want me to face him again? No. That couldn't be right. Kakashi intended to personally test his strength. Realization dawned upon Yuye, and surprise flickered across his face. Kakashi smiled slightly, turning to say, "Follow me." Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Yuye felt a twinge of anxiety. Just how formidable was Konoha White Fang? Yuye couldn't say for certain, but he presumed he was at least at the level of a Kage. How else could he gain such renown in the impending Second Great Ninja War? For Yuye, the Kage level was a realm currently beyond his reach. Yuye felt a pang of frustration. The previous battle had been exhilarating, yet he had no desire to be outmatched. However, this was Kakashi's intention, and he could not refuse, so he steeled himself and followed. He sighed in resignation, yet a thought crossed his mind. Kakashi likely didn't harbor a sadistic interest in tormenting prodigies. He probably wished to gauge Yuye's abilities and might offer guidance. Training alongside a Kage-level expert and receiving their insights, this seemed to be the reward for achieving an unprecedented first place after eliminating all others. Following Kakashi, they soon arrived at an expansive, desolate arena, still nestled deep underground. The atmosphere was dark and tranquil, reminiscent of an abyss. Yuye marveled at the perfection of Konoha's underground architecture. It was vast and intricately designed, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Yet for ninjas, such construction should not pose excessive difficulty. Skilled Earth-style ninjas could create such monumental underground edifices with merely a modicum of time. Accompanying Kakashi and Yuye were several team leaders and ordinary Umbu ninjas. The others were occupied with missions, even if they were eager to witness Kakashi personally train Yuye. They could not intrude, lest chaos ensue. Now, come at me with your strongest attack. No, any attack you believe could defeat me. Kakashi positioned himself before Yuye, nodding in acknowledgement. Yuye felt an urge to scoff internally. He believed no attack could possibly overpower Kakashi. Nevertheless, the next moment, Yuye acted without hesitation. To date, the foes Yuye encountered had been vanquished with relative ease. Thus, he remained unaware of any shortcomings he might possess. However, he was acutely aware that Kakashi's prowess far surpassed his own. With Kakashi Hitaki as his sparring partner, Yuye felt he could identify both strengths and weaknesses, and he sought ways to address those shortcomings to become stronger. Zoom. Faced with the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Yuye harbored no intentions of holding back. He unleashed his full power from the very beginning. Bursting forth at full speed, Yuye appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow, darting to Kakashi's right side before delivering a sudden punch. Boom. Kakashi showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Few among the Nin could rival Yuye's incredible speed. Of course, for him, even if Yuye were to double his speed, he would still be able to react in time. With a quick flicker of movement, Kakashi effortlessly evaded Yuye's strike. Not pausing for breath, Yuye launched another punch. The force of the impact resonating through the air, then charged once more toward Kakashi. This exchange caused Kakashi to ponder briefly before continuing to evade or defend, refraining from counterattacking, allowing Yuye to unleash his assault. It appeared as though Yuye had Kakashi on the back foot. However, deep down, Yuye felt somewhat helpless, realizing that his current abilities were insufficient against Kakashi. Yet, he knew he had to keep fighting, even if he could not claim victory. He was determined to perform to the best of his abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The arena echoed with thunderous sounds, primarily resulting from the earth fracturing beneath the onslaught, occasionally punctuated by the resonating impact of Kakashi and Yuye's clashes. The observing Umbu ninjas watched in awe, astonished by the power Yuye displayed. Most of them had never witnessed Yuye's fight in the Forest of Death. Was it possible for a mere strike to possess the might of a B-rank ninjutsu? Moreover, it seemed that the expenditure of energy was minimal. His bloodline limit was formidable. A few team leaders maintained their composure beneath their masks, while other Umbu ninjas, including squad leaders, exhibited fluctuating expressions of astonishment. If they were to face Yuye, it seemed an arduous task. Yuya's capabilities were undeniably formidable. Unless one possessed A-rank ninjutsu or higher, it appeared nearly impossible to overcome him. Impressive. Very impressive. This sentiment resonated among all the Umbu ninjas, including the team leaders. Yuya's prior ability to single-handedly defeat all the Umbu reserve ninjas undoubtedly attested to this fact. At the Nin level, few could contend with Yuya. After observing for a while, several official Umbu ninjas ultimately acknowledged their inferiority. The battle raged on. Yuya's attacks were nothing short of spectacular. With each punch, the air would shatter, leaving behind a mirrored trail of destruction. Yet, Kakashi continued to maneuver through the battlefield, seemingly assessing the range and power of Yuya's shockwaves. Taking a deep breath, Yuya once again approached Kakashi, suddenly tightening his fist. Chakra surged within him, instantly converging upon his fist. Shock release. Unmatched strength. Boom. As he struck, the unleashed force was markedly different from his previous attacks. Not only was it significantly stronger, but it was also more concentrated, the power of his assault more focused. Kakashi, who had believed he had fully grasped Yuya's strength, suddenly changed his expression. Unmatched strength. He had sensed something was different as soon as Yuya's chakra surged, but it was only after Yuya released it that he could fully identify it. A look of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would impart her unmatched strength to Yuya, and that Yuya had truly mastered it. As the captain of the Umbu, Kakashi was well-versed in various secret techniques, including the unmatched strength. He understood the high difficulty associated with mastering such a physical technique. Had Yuya truly learned this from Tsunade in less than a few months? Boom. The shockwave surged forth, its range broader than before, catching Kakashi off guard. He found himself completely enveloped by the shockwave. This is bad. When the attack collided with his body, Kakashi's expression shifted once more. He realized that he could not withstand this level of power. Even if he emerged unscathed, he would undoubtedly appear somewhat disheveled. Yet, in the face of such a predicament, Kakashi remained unflustered, his eyes reflecting an even deeper admiration. Whoosh. Almost imperceptibly, Kakashi drew his blade. The white chakra blade, white fang, seemed to materialize from thin air into his hand, and with a sudden sweep, he met the oncoming shockwave. A terrifying chakra surged upon White Fang, its brilliance seemingly capable of cleaving through anything. This was the signature blade technique of Kakashi. Utilizing the advanced flow of chakra, each strike became nearly indomitable, capable of cutting through even ninjutsu. Without a sound, as if silence itself had been severed, the shockwave unleashed by Yuya was decisively cleaved in two. The brilliance infused with chakra sliced through all. That was the captain's chakra blade, White Fang. Utilizing the flow of chakra? Such mastery over chakra was truly awe-inspiring. The observing Umbu ninjas could not help but marvel. As they expressed their astonishment, Yuya too was taken aback by Kakashi's effortless slice. There was no elaborate display, yet. It felt as though all momentum and power converged into that single moment. The sharpness seemed almost tangible. Was this the legendary White Fang of Konoha, a shadow-level powerhouse? Until now, it had always been Yuya shattering everything with his fists. Now, encountering Kakashi, who could sever everything with the chakra blade, felt strangely disconcerting. A surge of defiance welled within him. Even if he could not prevail, he would not concede. If one punch was insufficient, then he would deliver another. He vowed to give his utmost. After Kakashi severed his right fist's unmatched strength, Yuya's left fist suddenly clenched, launching another strike at Kakashi. Buzz. The air erupted as the shockwave surged forward, imbued with the might of a celestial dragon emerging from the depths, seemingly capable of shaking everything in its path. Continuously employing unmatched strength, alternating between his right and left fists, was a considerable burden for Yuya. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in executing it. Kakashi clearly did not expect Yuya to launch a second attack so seamlessly at this moment. Just as White Fang had descended, the second shockwave surged forth with great speed, catching Kakashi off guard. Even the legendary White Fang could not withstand Yuya's shockwave without any form of defense. Without hesitation, Kakashi gripped White Fang with one hand. Chakras surging forth, infusing the blade once more, and executed another sweeping strike. Whoosh! The second shockwave was again severed. However, during this process, the shockwave exerted some effect on him, forcing him to retreat a few steps to dissipate the force, leaving him slightly unsteady. The other Umbu ninjas stood in stunned silence. Kakashi, had Yuya actually managed to push him back? Although they all understood that Kakashi was not taking the training seriously and was merely guiding Yuya. It was still astonishing to witness him being forced back a few steps while wielding White Fang. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Kikuchi Tsukumo himself was somewhat taken aback. After regaining his composure, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. "You little rascal," he began, but then paused momentarily. Yuya, feeling slightly embarrassed, managed a faint smile. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to gauge your strength, to discern your limits. And now I have a clearer understanding." Kikuchi Tsukumo nodded gently, retracting his chakra-infused short blade, White Fang. He then approached Yuya, his expression shifting to one of calm seriousness. "Your power is commendable. The path you tread bears a resemblance to my own swordsmanship. You harness the shockwave of your bloodline limit to shatter everything with a simple punch, whereas I wield advanced sword techniques imbued with flowing chakra to sever all. However, there appears to be a drawback to your strength. It seems somewhat rigid." At this juncture, Kikuchi Tsukumo pondered briefly, as if recalling the earlier battle, before continuing. "My swordsmanship allows for continuous attacks, seamlessly integrated with agile movements, yet your power seems to exhibit rigidity during its explosive moments." Upon hearing this, Yuya was momentarily stunned, but then he suddenly grasped the implication. Rigidity. Indeed, that is accurate. Truly, you are the famed White Fang of Konoha, a shadow-level powerhouse. Your words strike true. Yuya's shockwave power bore a resemblance to Kai's evening elephant. One involved shockwaves from a punch, while the other generated shockwaves through air displacement. However, there existed a notable distinction between them. Disregarding the differences in shockwaves and impact, as well as the disparity in potency, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that after Yuya unleashed his shockwave, he entered a brief state of rigidity. During this interval, he was rendered immobile. Unlike Kai's evening elephant, which utilized high-speed movement to unleash multiple strikes from various angles, enveloping the enemy, Yuya found himself unable to immediately reposition after delivering a punch. This limitation hindered his ability to employ tactics akin to evening elephant, which relied on speed to deliver multifaceted assaults, ultimately encircling and strangling his foes. As for this flaw, how should one articulate it? Kikuchi Tsukumo contemplated for a moment, his gaze flickering before he spoke. If your shockwave power were to increase, this flaw would become significantly less critical. However, at this stage, should an adversary employ advanced ninjutsu capable of breaching your shockwave's defenses, your state of rigidity could prove to be quite fatal. Yuya nodded gravely. The greater the shockwave's strength, the less significant this drawback would become. If Yuya could shatter S-rank ninjutsu, or even Susanoo with a single punch, no one could breach him directly. This rigidity would then become a non-issue. Yet, at present, Yuya could only dismantle B-rank ninjutsu, resulting in a polarized scenario. Ninjas lacking A-rank ninjutsu would be utterly dominated by Yuya. Even elite J-nin who could not wield A-rank techniques would find it impossible to overcome him. Conversely, when faced with ninjas proficient in A-rank or higher techniques, Yuya would find himself at a disadvantage. He was invincible among his peers yet struggled to challenge those of a higher tier. This was Yuya's awkward predicament. For a long time, Yuya had overlooked this issue. After all, the number of ninjas skilled in A-rank or S-rank ninjutsu was quite limited. However, Yuya had now reached a stage where he was on the verge of encountering such opponents. Thus, he needed to devise a solution to this dilemma. "What are your thoughts?" Kikuchi Tsukumo inquired, gazing at Yuya. Yuya, with a serious expression, pondered deeply before taking a deep breath and responding earnestly. "Before I attain greater strength, I must develop more agile techniques to contend with those formidable adversaries." "Indeed." Kikuchi Tsukumo nodded, then patted Yuya's shoulder, saying, "This bloodline limit is uniquely yours. I cannot offer you any advice. It is something you must comprehend on your own. If you find it challenging to develop new techniques, do not be overly troubled. You have not strayed from your path. Perseverance will still lead you to become an absolute powerhouse." Having shared a few more words, Kikuchi Tsukumo turned and departed with the Umbu ninjas, leaving Yuya standing alone in silence. Uncertain of how he had exited the underground or returned home, he simply laid down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yuya fell into deep contemplation, his thoughts consumed by his abilities. He pondered incessantly. Kikuchi Tsukumo's strikes utilized the flow of chakra, akin to a variant of the Chidori technique. Attaching chakra to his ninja blade, combined with the unparalleled swordsmanship of the Hatake clan, rendering it nearly indestructible. Yuya's shockwave, while lacking substance, was still susceptible to such chakra flows. He believed that even A-rank ninjutsu could be cleaved by Kikuchi Tsukumo's blade. The mastery required for such chakra flow techniques surpassed even that demanded for sheer brute strength. Furthermore, the chakra must exhibit elemental transformation and possess exceptional quality. Ninjas below the J-nin rank were hardly qualified to practice such techniques. Yuye, at present, was not capable of this either. Though he could channel chakra to kekkei, the resultant power was incomparable to true chakra flow. Yuye now grappled with a pressing issue. Shockwave power was an area of effect strike, providing both offense and defense. Yet, this very characteristic rendered its single-target attack power less than optimal. Should Yuye encounter Naruto, who could wield the Rasengan, or Sasuke, proficient in Chidori, he might very well find himself at a disadvantage. If Yuye's shockwave power were insufficient to breach the Rasengan or Chidori, he would be forced to engage in close combat using taijutsu, thus limiting his own potential. What Yuye contemplated was whether it was possible to transcend the rigidity imposed by his shockwave power and transform it into something akin to ninjutsu. For now, he could not conceive a solution. Therefore, Yuye began to consider another angle. Could he concentrate the shockwave power into a singular point for an explosive release? If he could indeed condense a wide-ranging shockwave into a single focal point, Yuye was confident that the resultant power would undoubtedly surpass that of the Rasengan or Chidori. Determined to experiment, Yuye wasted no time and hurried to a nearby grove in Konoha. Gathering shockwave power was a perilous endeavor, so Yuye opted not to use his fist for the experiment, but rather a kekkei. He aimed to concentrate the shockwave power upon the kekkei. Thus, at the tip of the kekkei, a faint, pale white halo materialized, signifying the presence of shockwave power. It remained dormant, yet exuded a terrifying aura. However, Yuye shook his head slightly. This approach was ineffective. Simply swinging the kekkei was no different from using his fist. It still delivered a shockwave impact across a surface without converging into a line. Muttering to himself, Yuye gripped the kekkei tightly and suddenly exerted force. Thus, the pale white halo surged intensely, transitioning from dimness to a striking brightness. Under Yuye's control, the halo began to contract. His intention was to see if he could compress the shockwave power to achieve a concentrated release. However, before the pale white halo had shrunk even halfway, Yuye's expression abruptly changed, and he unhesitatingly flung the kekkei away. Whoosh! The kekkei was thrust directly into a massive tree, and then the force of the shockwave erupted suddenly. A resounding boom echoed as a substantial cavity was blasted into the trunk of the tree, sending countless wood chips scattering in all directions. Yuye felt a slight numbness in his hands, despite having thrown it moments before losing control. The backlash from the unleashed shockwave left him somewhat uncomfortable. Was it truly this challenging? Observing the shattered tree before him, Yuye paid little heed to the sheer power displayed, instead fixating on the kekkei. Alarmingly, the weapon had begun to exhibit a peculiar distortion. Even a kekkei forged from steel could not withstand the violent compressive force of the shockwave, indicating that such a technique could not possibly be executed with mere fists. Moreover, the shockwave was a force of tearing, an exceptionally ferocious power. Compressing it was an endeavor fraught with difficulty, unless, of course, one could encase it within an outer shell. An outer shell? At this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yuye's mind. In the original tale, Naruto's Rasengan was almost a universal technique, capable of incorporating any elemental attribute. Adding wind to create the wind release, Rasen Shuriken was relatively standard, yet later on, even the powers of various tailed beasts could be infused, resulting in a multitude of tailed beast Rasengans. The Rasengan itself represented a transformation of chakra, theoretically allowing for the addition of any elemental change. Furthermore, it was inherently stable. Besides, it required no hand seals. It seemed quite suitable for me. After some contemplation, Yuye resolved to master the technique of the Rasengan. Even if, upon completion, he could not combine the Rasengan with the shockwave, the technique itself was an A-rank ninjutsu, making it worthwhile for him to pursue. In this world, the Rasengan had yet to emerge. Even Minato Namikaze took 3 years to develop this technique. However, Yuye was different. He possessed knowledge of the shortcuts to mastering the Rasengan, including the training process and key points. He was nearly fully aware of all aspects. Moreover, despite his limited chakra reserves, his control over chakra was exceptionally strong. The first stage involved concentrating chakra in the palm. For Yuye, who had trained in immense strength, this step was exceedingly simple. He almost accomplished it without any practice. The next step entailed a balloon exercise, wherein he would fill a balloon with water and utilize the rotational motion of chakra to burst it. Yuye completed this step effortlessly as well. However, he encountered a minor challenge during the third step, which involved using a rubber ball. This difficulty arose not from his control over chakra but rather from the amount of chakra available. For an elite nin, mastering an A-rank ninjutsu indeed posed a considerable challenge. In the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke were able to perfect the Rasengan and Chidori, respectively, due to Naruto's overwhelming chakra reserves and Sasuke's Sharingan, which granted him extraordinary control over ninjutsu, combined with his innate genius. The rubber ball step slightly impeded Yuya's progress. Nevertheless, with persistence, he persevered and ultimately overcame it. In truth, having completed the phase of using chakra to burst the rubber ball, the Rasengan had already formed a foundational prototype. He wondered if he could now directly incorporate the shockwave into it. Gazing at the nascent Rasengan in his palm, which had shattered the rubber ball, he murmured to himself. This experiment was decidedly perilous, and Yuya was not inclined to take reckless risks. Earlier, he had specially commissioned a pair of unique gloves from the Umbu, designed to facilitate chakra flow while also protecting his palms. Moreover, in this scenario, Yuya would still utilize an exceedingly minimal amount of shockwave energy, gradually increasing it. At the outset, the spiraling sphere demonstrated an extraordinary capacity to contain the force of the shockwave, seemingly rotating in unison with it. However, before Yuya could express any semblance of joy, the violent and tearing nature of the shockwave rendered the nascent spiraling sphere unstable. Startled, Yuya wasted no time and pressed it against a nearby large tree. Boom! Wood splinters flew in all directions, and Yuya stumbled backward, his arm tingling from the impact. Fortunately, he wore specially designed gloves, sparing his palms from injury. Evidently, this embryonic spiraling sphere lacked the stability required to suppress the shockwave's force. Taking a deep breath, Yuya steadied his mind and resumed his training with the spiraling sphere. The process ahead demanded considerable time. Unlike Naruto, who possessed an overwhelming amount of chakra, Yuya found his reserves depleting after a period of training, compelling him to alternate with physical techniques. After some time devoted to physical training, he would return to refining the spiraling sphere, alternating between the two disciplines. Finally, after half a month, Yuya had completely mastered the A-rank ninjutsu of the spiraling sphere, marking his first accomplishment in the realm of A-rank techniques. Most A-rank ninjutsu are classified as forbidden techniques, and their power varies significantly. Different practitioners wielding the same A-rank ninjutsu can unleash vastly different levels of potency. For instance, Uchiha Madara's A-rank technique, Great Fire Destruction, possesses a power comparable to an S-rank. Clearly, the ordinary spiraling sphere cannot compete with such might. To facilitate the categorization of A-rank ninjutsu's power, Yuya opted for a simplified grading system, distinguishing it into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top. The Great Fire Destruction employed by Uchiha Madara can be deemed as top tier among A-rank techniques, while the lower tiers correspond to the spiraling sphere, the super spiraling sphere, and the ultra spiraling sphere. When infused with chakra nature transformation, the spiraling shuriken ascends to S rank. Nevertheless, for Yuya, mastering a single spiraling sphere suffices. Techniques like the super spiraling sphere and ultra spiraling sphere suit Naruto's vast chakra reserves and his chosen path. Although Yuya's chakra is indeed superior to that of his peers, it pales in comparison to Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The 8 gates remain Yuya's foundation, with the shock release as his core technique. Everything else constitutes branches stemming from this core. In a secluded forest, Yuya extended his hand, gathering chakra instantaneously into a visible vortex, which coalesced into shape. In this final step, he did not take shortcuts but diligently practiced the single-handed spiraling sphere, which contributed to his relatively slower pace of training. Of course, this slowness is only in comparison to the extraordinary Naruto. If one were to compare him to Minato Namikaze, who took 3 years to develop the spiraling sphere, Minato would surely be left in despair. Spiraling sphere. Suddenly, Yuya thrust the spiraling sphere against a nearby tree, obliterating yet another unfortunate tree. In terms of concentrated power, the spiraling sphere surpassed Yuya's current shockwave technique. However, since the shockwave encompasses both offensive and defensive capabilities, while the spiraling sphere is a singular point of attack, their strengths cannot be directly compared. It ultimately depends on the application. Sighing in relief, Yuya wiped the sweat from his brow, assessing his chakra reserves. Executing a single spiraling sphere at full capacity consumed nearly half of his chakra. This technique indeed demands an extraordinary amount of chakra, proving ill-suited for Yuya. Fortunately, while his chakra volume may be limited, his recovery speed is remarkably swift. Before long, he was fully rejuvenated. Calming his mind, Yuye once again focused his energy on the development of his ninjutsu. After mastering the spiraling sphere, his control over chakra significantly improved, further augmenting his already impressive strength. Additionally, during this period, Yuye consciously worked on mastering the shockwave, enhancing his proficiency with it beyond previous capabilities. Thus, Yuye extended his hand once more, forming the spiraling sphere. His demeanor shifted to one of intensity as he infused the shockwave into the spiraling sphere. This time, under Yuye's formidable control, the shockwave did not disrupt the balance of the spiraling sphere as it rotated. Instead, it was injected directly into the core. The spiraling sphere, inherently a balanced and stable structure, allowed chakra to flow rapidly around its center, creating a stationary point at its very heart. Sizzle! With the infusion of the shockwave, the spiraling sphere exhibited a hint of instability, yet Yuye managed to regain control. Gradually, a brilliant white light emerged at the core of the spiraling sphere. As this luminescence intensified, the entire sphere emanated an aura of terror, exuding a violent power that could be felt from a distance. At last, upon the final infusion of shockwave energy, the core was completed. The moment the core was realized, the outer spiraling sphere resonated with the condensed core of the shockwave, establishing a peculiar link of resonance. To be precise, it seemed as though the rapid rotation had heightened the frequency of the shockwave. While not entirely stable, it did not detonate immediately. Has it been completed? Yuye was slightly taken aback. He had prepared for failure, yet here he was, achieving such a feat on his first attempt. Gazing at the spiraling sphere in his hand, with its brilliantly glowing center and the outer chakra rotating in an eerie resonance, Yuye blinked in disbelief. Should he release it? No. If this thing were to explode in his hands, the consequences would surely be catastrophic. Thus, instinctively, Yuye tossed it away. And then, he threw it. This thing can be thrown. Even Yuye was taken aback. The spiraling sphere, now centered around the shockwave, had transformed into something akin to a spiraling shuriken, no longer requiring the wielder's control, but capable of being directly launched. However, its flight speed was significantly slower than that of the spiraling shuriken. At this pace, it appeared easy to evade. Watching the mutated spiraling sphere glide slowly, Yuye blinked again. Ultimately, this altered spiraling sphere landed on a tree, embedding itself within. Then, as if nothing had occurred, the scene unfolded silently. Yuye's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Even a standard spiraling sphere should have obliterated the tree, let alone with the amplifying shockwave within. Just as Yuye stood there, astonished, contemplating whether he had failed, a gentle breeze swept by. Without a sound, that tree, nearly as thick as a person could embrace, disintegrated into dust before Yuye's eyes. Yes, the entire tree, reduced to mere powder. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Yuye was left in shock at the scene. There was no explosion, no sound. The entire process unfolded in silence. Yet, the impact was even more profound. It was as if the world had transformed into a canvas, and with a single stroke, the traces of that mighty tree were erased. Gazing at the dust scattered on the ground, Yuye inhaled sharply, gradually regaining his composure. At this moment, Yuye realized that the chakra within him had been depleted by more than half. In fact, it was nearly exhausted entirely. The rotation of the Rasengan, coupled with the force of its shock waves, had transformed what was once a grand explosion into a silent, all-consuming power. Yuye contemplated the possibility that the forces of rotation and the tearing power of the shockwaves had interacted at the moment of their release, pushing them beyond a certain threshold and into an ultra-high frequency, capable of annihilating everything in an instant. The potency of this technique was nearly equivalent to an S-rank Rasengan, yet it suffered from a slower speed of movement, making it easier for opponents to evade. To ensure accuracy, stealthy tactics would be necessary. However, the chakra consumption was excessively high for him. Finally calming himself, Yuye's gaze sparkled with a hint of wisdom as he assessed the merits and drawbacks of the mutated Rasengan he had developed. Ultimately, he classified it as an S-rank ninjutsu due to its formidable power. This marked Yuye's first mastery of an S-rank ninjutsu, which he resolved to reserve for only the most critical moments, employing it sparingly. The near-total depletion of his chakra was a significant drawback. Though this self-developed S-rank ninjutsu drew inspiration from the Rasengan, Yuye felt a surge of excitement as he named it, Shock Release, Obliteration. It was the first of its kind in his arsenal, but certainly not the last. Subsequently, Yuye did not cease his pursuit of new techniques after achieving shock release, obliteration. The path to unlocking the third gate of the 8 inner gates remained a considerable distance away for him. The 8 inner gates represented a solid foundation that must be meticulously built upon, rather than achieved in a single leap. This new technique, shock release, obliteration, filled certain gaps in Yuye's abilities. Even when faced with elite shinobi or shadow-level adversaries, he now possessed a chance to turn the tide with this move. Nonetheless, he still required the development of a single target attack with A-rank power that was suitable for his current capabilities. Although the Rasengan qualified, its use consumed nearly half of his chakra. Moreover, once he employed the Rasengan, he could not activate shock release, obliteration. Thus, the Rasengan was not an ideal fit for Yuye. What suited him best were techniques that combined the power of shockwaves with minimal chakra consumption. During his training of shock release, obliteration, Yuye had been striving to master the power of shockwaves, gradually uncovering new insights and ideas. Recognizing that the shockwave could be balanced with the rotation of the Rasengan to become a high-frequency, silent force of destruction, he realized the potential for transformation. His next endeavor was to elevate the shockwave's power to high frequency without relying on the Rasengan, which clearly could not be achieved through mere punches. He would need a weapon. Yuye commissioned a finely crafted steel katana from the Umbu, aiming to enhance the shockwave's frequency through it. In essence, this was an imitation of chakra flow, mirroring the abilities of Kakashi Hitaki. Before Yuye lay an iron pillar, roughly the thickness of an arm. In his hand, he grasped a somewhat damaged steel katana. The next moment, he tightened his grip on the hilt, and a peculiar wave began to appear along the blade. There was no visible aura of shockwave energy, no form or shape, yet it exuded a subtle sense of pressure. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yuye swung the blade downwards. The sound of metal scraping was unpleasant to hear, yet the iron pillar was severed cleanly in two by his strike. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yuye nodded in satisfaction. This was the high-frequency shockwave he had extracted from shock release, obliteration, which he dubbed shockwave slash. It did not embody chakra flow, yet possessed the potency of it. By elevating the shockwave's frequency into a concentrated force, the power along a straight line reached a rank sufficient to alter Yuye's current precarious situation. As long as he overcame this phase, the shockwave's power could further amplify, rendering the need for such makeshift tactics unnecessary. Thus, the shockwave slash served as a transitional technique. Its advantages included minimal chakra consumption, akin to ordinary shockwaves, and a single target attack potency that surpassed shock release, exhibiting unmatched strength and flexibility without rigidity. However, its limitations were evident. Being a single target technique, it could not defend against multi-directional attacks, necessitating the use of regular shockwaves for defense against multiple assailants. Additionally, its flexibility came at a cost. Continuous release was impossible. It functioned as a one-time strike. After releasing the high-frequency wave, he would need to recharge, unlike chakra flow, which allowed for sustained attacks. Moreover, a significant drawback was that even the steel katana could not withstand the high-frequency shockwaves. Yuye stared at the hilt of the katana in his hand, now reduced to a mere handle. After only a few uses, it had shattered again. His expression reflected his dismay. In practicing this technique, Yuye had broken more than one custom steel katana. Despite his efforts to reinforce it, the weapon could not endure the high-frequency shockwaves, which directly dismantled its material structure. It seemed prudent to resort to kunai until a reliable weapon could be found. While a steel katana was standard for a ninja, superior options existed within the realm of ninja blades. For example, Kakashi's chakra-infused short blade, White Fang, or the blades wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Ordinary steel katanas could not withstand Yuye's might. Perhaps a ninja blade could. However, acquiring such a weapon was no easy feat. Yuye suspected that even a standard ninja blade might falter against his shockwave slash, enduring only several dozen or 100 strikes before succumbing to damage. He would need a self-repairing blade, like the decapitating sword, or a divine artifact like the Kusanagi sword. The legendary Kusanagi sword would undoubtedly handle the shockwave slash effortlessly. Yet, acquiring such a treasure was no simple task. At this moment, Orochimaru likely did not possess the Kusanagi sword. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword was reputedly forged by the Kusanagi clan, and there were several. Orochimaru began collecting them later. However, this presented an opportunity for Yuye. If the Kusanagi sword fell into Orochimaru's possession, seizing it would prove quite challenging. If the opportunity arises, he could leverage Konoha's intelligence network to uncover information about the Kusanagi sword. If that fails, he could at least search for a suitable ninja blade. Contemplating this, Yuya casually tossed aside the hilt of his katana and turned to leave. As he traversed the streets of Konoha, Yuya intended to approach the Umbu directly, utilizing their resources to investigate information regarding ninja blades. Such weapons were rare, and even as a formal Umbu ninja, he could not expect to receive them for free. He would need to devise his own means. However, after scouring the Umbu, Yuya found himself lacking the information he sought. Alternatively, one might say that Yuya's status was rather low, rendering him unqualified to access certain information and resources. This proved to be rather vexing. In his moment of frustration, Yuya contemplated a visit to the ninja tool shop. Although the stores in Konoha primarily stocked ordinary ninja gear, one could never know if a rare ninja blade might be hidden within. Since becoming a reserve member of the Umbu, all of Yuya's daily expenses were covered by Konoha, essentially meaning that his living costs were fully reimbursed. As he traversed the streets of Konoha, passers-by took notice of him and cast curious glances. Despite the fact that his notorious acts of slaying Uchiha Han and single-handedly decimating all opponents during Umbu training remained largely unknown, his achievement of securing first place in the practical ranking assessments at the Ninja Academy, surpassing even Minato Namikaze, was well recognized. He was indeed the prodigious Yuya. Oh, I heard he hails from a foreign village. Sure, that tiny village was obliterated long ago. He grew up in Konoha and is thus one of us. The glances directed at Yuya and the whispers surrounding him were devoid of any disparagement. Yuya was not particularly surprised by this. It was likely that Hiruzen Sarutobi had discreetly orchestrated some changes. As Hokage, altering the village's perception was merely a matter of words. Upon arriving at the ninja tool shop, the proprietor's demeanor towards Yuya had markedly transformed, now exuding warmth and enthusiasm. However, when Yuya inquired about ninja blades, a hint of discomfort crossed the shopkeeper's face. "We do have ninja blades," he admitted, "but they are of poor quality." Even among ninja blades, there existed a hierarchy of excellence. Though this shop possessed a few unique blades, they were all subpar and rather unwieldy for Yuya. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart in disappointment. As he exited the tool shop and prepared to head to the Umbu, he inadvertently turned a few corners and stumbled upon a bustling locale. The task hall. He was somewhat taken aback. Upon observing the sign atop the building, Yuya immediately recalled it as the Umbu's task handover point. The Umbu's assignments were, of course, shrouded in secrecy compared to Konoha's open dealings. This task hall was undoubtedly Konoha's public task exchange. In the original narrative, Naruto and his peers would approach the Hokage for mission assignments. However, with thousands of ninjas in a large village, it's implausible for the Hokage to oversee every single task personally. Naruto's Team 7 was an exception, primarily due to Kakashi's status as an elite jonin and a prominent figure within Konoha. Shaking his head slightly, Yuya ambled past the task hall, harboring no intention of entering. He merely cast a curious glance inside. To his surprise, this fleeting glance revealed an unexpected scene. The interior of the task hall was arranged with counters, behind which various ninjas managed paperwork and information. In front, ninjas came to accept or submit tasks. In one corner, Yuya spotted a familiar figure, Might Guy. It had been a while since he last saw him. It seemed he was engaged in a mission. Pausing momentarily, Yuya smiled at Might Guy. During Yuya's training, he often sought out Might Guy for practice sessions, primarily for the latter to serve as his sparring partner. However, in recent times, as Yuya delved into developing his seismic release and training the Rasengan, he had not encountered Might Guy. Given that Might Guy was not an Umbu member, he needed to undertake missions to sustain his daily life. At that moment, Yuya overheard Might Guy embroiled in a heated argument. "If you're not going to let me take this B-rank mission, what gives you the right to deny me this C-rank task?" Might Guy's expression was one of indignation. Self-assured of his capabilities, he aimed to undertake missions with the highest rewards. However, as a mere genin, he was limited to accepting C-rank assignments. While he could tolerate this restriction, he had set his sights on a C-rank task with the highest remuneration, only to be informed by the task manager that he could not accept it. Although this task was classified as C-rank and did not explicitly require combat, the possibility of unavoidable conflict made its difficulty akin to a B-rank. What B-rank difficulty? Since it's listed as a C-rank, I should be eligible to accept it. Why not categorize it as a B-rank instead? Might Guy insisted, clutching the task sheet with fervor. The reward for this task rivaled that of a B-rank mission, and completing it would alleviate his financial concerns for a considerable time. This task is meant for a team. You should reconsider, as it poses significant risks. The task manager advised, his expression devoid of disdain. To him, the prospect of Might Guy, a perennial genin, undertaking such a challenging mission was fraught with peril. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Might Guy. Do two individuals count as a team? Yes. Wait. The task manager instinctively replied, but then realized. Turning his gaze to the figure behind Might Guy, his expression shifting in surprise. Oh, Yuye. It's you. Might Guy also turned around, recognizing the familiar face, and greeted Yuye with a hearty smile. Yuye nodded in acknowledgement and approached Might Guy, addressing the task manager. So, it's settled that we team up to take on this mission, correct? The moment these words left his lips, the task manager was left momentarily speechless. As was Might Guy, both wearing expressions of astonishment. Absolutely not. The task manager retorted without hesitation, shaking his head. You're just a child who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Why are you trying to complicate matters? Please leave. The task manager was well aware of Yuye's reputation. His genius status within the academy was widely known across Konoha. However, the news of Yuye joining the Umbu was strictly confidential, inaccessible to ordinary ninjas. Might Guy patted Yuye's shoulder and earnestly advised, Yuye, it's still too early for you to undertake missions. Don't rush. Take your time, and you will surely become an outstanding ninja. To Might Guy. Even if Yuye lacked strength, he was confident in guiding him through mission completion. Not to mention, Yuye was indeed quite formidable. Nevertheless, Yuye was still just a child from the Ninja Academy, not yet a full-fledged ninja, making his involvement in missions decidedly against protocol. With Might Guy's hand on his shoulder, Yuye's expression turned peculiar. Without uttering a word, he reached into his pocket and retrieved an item, placing it gently on the counter. Thud. It was a Konoha ninja headband, an emblem reserved solely for official ninjas. Upon seeing this, both the task manager and Might Guy were momentarily taken aback. Might Guy managed a wry smile, saying, Yuye, just because you have a headband doesn't automatically make you a full-fledged ninja, you. Identification number XXXXXX. Please verify. Yuye interjected, his tone calm. The task manager, flabbergasted, grabbed a nearby record of ninja information and quickly located Yuye's details according to the provided number. Under the leaf, a young ninja named Yuye, aged 9, possesses an extraordinary talent, having graduated early. In an instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yuye. Early graduation. Unbelievable. It is noteworthy that even the legendary Orochimaru did not graduate early, nor did the renowned Minato Namikaze in the original narrative. Early graduation only commenced during Kakashi Hataki's era, and Kakashi's whereabouts are unknown at present. Yuye may very well be the first ninja from Konoha to achieve this feat. While the ninja in charge of administrative tasks stood there in shock, wide-eyed, Might Guy was earnestly imparting wisdom to Yuye. After a while, Guy sensed something amiss. Observing the incredulous expression on the administrative ninja's face, he finally ceased his relentless chatter. At that moment, Yuye smiled slightly and inquired, Did you find out? Yes. Yuye, a genin from Konoha, ID number XXXXXX, the administrative ninja replied, dazed. Excuse me. This revelation left Might Guy equally stunned. Watching as Yuye extended his hand to retrieve the ninja headband from the counter, he suddenly realized that the headband indeed belonged to Yuye. Yuye had officially become a ninja. Wasn't it still too early for graduation assessments at the Ninja Academy? It seemed Yuye's cohort wouldn't be eligible until next year. Yuye, you truly are. Might Guy continued to gaze at Yuye in disbelief. With a light chuckle, Yuye nodded, saying, Yes, I am now a genin. Might Guy was momentarily overwhelmed with a desire to vomit blood. He had just been instructing Yuye, only to discover that Yuye was now on par with him as a genin from Konoha. In the next moment, without Yuye's reaction, Might Guy enveloped him in a tight embrace. This was the essence of youth. Now it was Yuye's turn to feel a surge of nausea. How exasperating. Resolutely deciding to maintain a distance from Might Guy in the future, he remained vigilant. Around them, curious glances were exchanged. Clearing his throat, Yuye extricated himself from Might Guy's grasp and addressed the administrative ninja nonchalantly. So, there are no issues now, right? We two genin will form a team for this mission. The administrative ninja stammered, only to suddenly realize, wait. No, that won't work. This is absurd. Might Guy has been a genin forever, utterly incompetent. And while Yuye may be exceptionally gifted, he is still too immature to be considered a qualified genin. How could such a pairing undertake a task of near B-rank difficulty and succeed? Weren't you just saying 2 people would suffice? This time, Might Guy did not impede Yuye. Since Yuye was now a ninja, he was compliant with regulations, and Might Guy felt no apprehension. Yuye merely chuckled and turned to leave with Might Guy, disregarding the anxious administrative ninja. What a jest! Although Might Guy could currently only open the 7th gate, who would dare underestimate him? Opening the 7th gate equated to a peak level of strength, while he would subsequently fall into a state of physical exhaustion. During the gate opening phase, even the legendary Konoha White Fang might not withstand Might Guy's prowess. If they hesitated to leave the village for missions, they could forget about surviving the impending Second Shinobi World War. Yuye truly desired to experience a genuine battle to sharpen his skills. Within Konoha, he had faced life and death encounters with Uchiha Han and participated in training for the Umbu's reserve ninjas, yet those experiences felt mundane. Without undergoing true combat, one could not grow stronger. Avoiding challenges would prevent one from seizing their destiny. Hey, wait a moment, you two. The administrative ninja panicked, but having already spoken, he was at a loss. He needed to promptly report this to the Hokage. Anxiously, he turned and departed. In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, shook his head in resignation. Shinobu, what is your perspective? Let him go, replied Kakashi Hitaki with a smile. A genius who has not traversed through blood and fire cannot be deemed a true genius, nor can they grow. In this world, danger lurks everywhere. How can one soar like an eagle if they remain forever sheltered? Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, and besides, Yuye is no less capable than any chunin. He should manage this task without issue. However, let it be. The path must ultimately be his to walk. In the solemn captain's quarters of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Kage-san sat quietly, savoring a sip of tea. In the next instant, a ninja wielding a katana appeared before him. Captain, that Yuye has left Konoha. I am already aware. Then, Suki, you know what to do. Proceed. Yes. Watching Uchiha Suki silently vanish once more, Kage-san maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his eyes reflecting tranquility. Suki was one of the sub-captains of the Konoha police force, his rank only second to Kage-san's. There would be no unforeseen events this time. As for Might Guy accompanying Yuye, he was disregarded entirely. The perennial genin from Konoha was of little consequence. He could be easily dealt with. The Land of Fire, characterized by its flat and expansive terrain, is abundantly rich in resources. It is said that due to Senju Hashirama's use of wood release, vast expanses of forest were created. As time progresses, the gap between the Land of Fire and other nations will only widen. During the Third Shinobi World War, to emerge victorious against 4 opponents was not solely due to the genius of Minato Namikaze. It was also attributed to the superior resources and foundation of the ninja villages. As Yuye and Might Guy journeyed onward, they traversed predominantly through dense forests after departing from Konoha. Gradually, they distanced themselves from the village, and the scenery began to change. The trees diminished, yet still remained abundant, far superior to the desolate landscapes of the hidden stone village in the Land of Earth or the hidden sand village in the Land of Wind. The mission assigned to Yuye and Might Guy involved tracking and surveilling a suspicious merchant convoy. The convoy's movements had raised eyebrows in Konoha, prompting surveillance rather than immediate large-scale intervention. It was imperative to confirm their identity to avoid chaos in the Land of Fire. Yuye and Might Guy were not required to engage in combat. Their task was merely to observe. Should they identify any issues with the convoy, they were to report immediately. However, while the mission did not necessitate combat, the occurrence of a confrontation was beyond their control. If the convoy turned out to be a cover for an assassination squad sent by an enemy village, Yuye and Might Guy could find themselves under attack at any moment. Thus, this mission was deemed unique. After careful consideration, although still classified as C rank, the remuneration was comparable to that of a B rank task. As Yuye and Might Guy pressed forward, after several days, they arrived at a small town situated at a considerable distance from Konoha. Dressed in plain clothes, they blended in with ordinary folk. The latest intel indicated that the merchant convoy had made its temporary halt in this small town. When Yuye and Might Guy arrived, it coincided perfectly with the convoy's preparations for departure. Naturally, the duo stealthily followed, keenly observing the situation surrounding the convoy. This merchant group appeared flawless, comprising dozens of individuals, none of whom exhibited any unusual behavior. They all seemed like commoners. However, as they trailed the convoy for a while, Yuya gradually perceived anomalies. There was something amiss with this convoy. Yuya spoke softly yet with unwavering certainty. Did you notice anything? Might Dai inquired, slightly puzzled by Yuya's confidence. While Might Dai possessed formidable strength, he was relatively inexperienced in reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, which contributed to his status as a lower-ranked ninja. Of course, the more pressing matter was that no one was aware of Might Dai's true capabilities. Have you noticed that this convoy appears to be entirely composed of ordinary people? Yuya's eyes sparkled as he gazed ahead at the convoy, speaking softly. What is there to suspect? Might Dai remained bewildered, believing that if they looked like regular folks, there should be no issues. Yuya, with a serious expression, shook his head. No, that is precisely the abnormality. The current ninja world is chaotic, with wars erupting everywhere. Under such circumstances, how could a merchant convoy not hire ninjas for protection? The convoy ahead consisted of 20 to 30 individuals, no longer a small group. The audacity of such a contingent to traverse the chaotic landscape without protection was indeed questionable. It was precisely because everyone appeared to be ordinary that the convoy raised suspicion. Though Might Dai lacked proficiency in reconnaissance, he was not foolish. Upon hearing Yuya's words, he quickly grasped the implication. You mean? Exactly. Since they seem like ordinary people, the reality must be the opposite. They likely harbor an elite ninja force among them. Yuya was resolute. At this moment, the route taken by the convoy deviated from the main road and veered onto a less traveled path. A merchant convoy comprised entirely of ordinary people daring to take a back road was even more suspicious. Hiss. An elite ninja force has stealthily infiltrated the land of fire. This is no trivial matter. Might Dai inhaled sharply, his expression turning grave. Indeed, we must ascertain their identities, but how we report our findings poses a dilemma. Might Dai expressed a slight headache. We cannot simply let them go. If they suddenly disappeared or concealed themselves, it would be a significant issue. We must follow them. How about this? Yuya, you return to relay the information to the village while I continue to follow them. Hearing Might Dai's suggestion, Yuya abruptly shook his head. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That is no longer necessary. Why? They have noticed us. Oh, wait. What did you say? Might Dai exclaimed, nearly jumping in surprise. Yuya displayed a hint of exasperation. Might Dai was truly inept in matters of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, having left too many traces during their pursuit. Although Yuya had been assisting, their presence had now been compromised. Nevertheless, it was evident that the individuals within the convoy were far from ordinary ninjas. At that moment, the convoy ahead had come to a halt, with several figures casting cold glances toward the rear. Whoosh! A few seemingly ordinary individuals suddenly exhibited extraordinary speed, completely revealing the true identity of the convoy. Indeed, they concealed a team of adept ninjas. The convoy boasted over 30 members, among whom were indeed a few ordinary people. The number of ninjas likely numbered around 10. What do we do? Might Dai exclaimed, observing the rapid approach of those individuals. Judging by their speed, they were all elite chunin. This was an elite team composed of chunin, and the leader was likely a jounin. Yuya, why don't I cover you while you retreat? Might Dai's eyes revealed no fear but rather concern for Yuya. He was aware of Yuya's considerable strength, but his perception of Yuya still lingered at the level before Yuya had defeated Uchiha Han. There's no need for such complications. Since they have come, we shall eliminate them all, Yuya stated earnestly as he stretched his limbs. His confidence momentarily left Might Dai dumbfounded. How could Yuya appear even more self-assured than he? Was this the audacity of youth? By the way, the one leading them is likely a jounin. As he gazed at the approaching foes, Yuya's eyes flickered with determination. At that moment, the ninjas from the distant convoy had fully mobilized, including their captain. After all, they were uncertain of how many were following them, so caution dictated a full deployment. A jounin? Might Dai's expression shifted to one of urgency. Initially, Yuya's suggestion to eliminate them all aligned with his thoughts. Yet now, facing a jounin, while he was not afraid of a jounin, confronting a jounin accompanied by a team of elite chunin was beyond his capacity to handle alone. He could only obstruct the majority, though confident in unleashing the eighth gate. He knew he couldn't stop them all instantly. If even one slipped by, it could place Yuya in grave danger. This truly was a precarious situation. At that moment, Yuya seemed more like a liability, and Might Dai felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Had he known he could not adequately protect Yuya, he should not have brought him along. As the enemies rapidly closed in, forming what appeared to be an encirclement, Might Dai's anxiety escalated. But just then, Yuya abruptly stood up. Might Dai was taken aback, astonished. Wasn't this a direct exposure to the enemy? Can you fend off that Jounin? Yuye inquired. I can, Might Dai replied, still in shock but instinctively nodding. That's good, leave the rest to me. A subtle smile played at the corners of Yuye's mouth. In the next instant, whoosh. Yuye's figure darted forward, charging directly at the nearest ninja. What? Wait. Might Dai barely processed Yuye's actions, startled. He immediately activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates, intending to rush forward and block Yuye. What are you doing? They are all elite ninjas. How can you charge in like that? Yuye is still just a child. He's too impulsive. Boom. The explosive force of the 5th gate resonated throughout the area, capturing everyone's attention. Even the captain of the elite unit squinted at the display. Are there only 2 ninjas from Konoha? Yet, this individual was no simple adversary. They decided to engage together. Without hesitation, they all surged toward Might Dai. Leave me be. The air around Might Dai surged with a ferocious intensity, his speed transforming him into a mere shadow, overwhelming the elite Seichnin who stood in his path. However, one J-Nin stood firm. Boom. In an instant, Might Dai collided with the J-Nin, and to his astonishment, as his fist descended, the J-Nin transformed into a torrent of water. A water clone. No, that was not the case. The J-Nin, having morphed into water, did not vanish but surged towards Might Dai, launching a powerful water assault. This revelation laid bare the origins of this elite force, the Hidden Mist Village. The captain was a ninja from the Hozuki clan, employing the technique of water transformation. Meanwhile, witnessing their captain's intervention, the other ninjas' gazes flickered towards the other side where Yuye stood. There was even a child among them. How could such a young one be assigned to a mission? It seemed that the captain was determined to protect this child. If they were to eliminate him, it would surely incite the captain's wrath. All the elite Nin revealed sinister expressions. They sensed that Might Dai was formidable, yet Yuye appeared to be a soft target. Killing Yuye would likely affect Might Dai's mindset, effectively aiding their captain. Thus, the elite Nin swiftly made their decision and charged towards Yuye. Observing this scene, Might Dai felt a surge of urgency. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Yet, the J-Nin from the Hidden Mist, Hozuki Mizujetsu, remained unfazed, unleashing a torrent of water ninjutsu that ensnared Might Dai with overwhelming force. Though Might Dai held the advantage, he found himself unable to break free in the short term. As anxiety gripped him, he was about to disregard everything and unleash the 7th gate when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the battlefield where Yuye fought, leaving him momentarily stunned. Contrary to his expectations, 2 elite Nin lay dead at Yuye's feet. In that brief moment, Yuye had already dispatched 2 elite Nin. Might Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. However, in the state of the 8 gates, his expression was largely obscured. Yet, the shock within him was undeniable. To have slain 2 elite Nin with such speed, even a J-Nin would struggle to accomplish such a feat in such a short span of time. How old was Yuye? He was merely a genin. It was truly unfathomable. Meanwhile, the captain of the elite force, Hozuki Mizujetsu, also wore an expression of shock. He too found it hard to believe that the child accompanying Might Dai was so powerful. His demeanor shifted to one of concern. He had initially thought that Konoha had sent only 2 individuals for reconnaissance, but it turned out that both were anything but ordinary. In the distance, 2 bodies lay before Yuye, nearly unrecognizable from the force of the impact. Surrounding them were 7 remaining elite Nin, all wearing expressions of astonishment. Damn, this child has just instantaneously killed Emery. What kind of power is this? Caution surged among them as they recognized the impending threat. Boom. Yuye suddenly appeared before one of them, wielding a kunai, which he swept downwards effortlessly. It appeared ordinary, yet an aura of terror enveloped the kunai. The elite Nin, terrified, swung his sword without hesitation, determined to block the attack. He had witnessed Yuye's devastating punches that had dispatched his 2 comrades. In that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of the overwhelming force that had just been unleashed, causing him to overlook the kunai. Thus, he met his demise. Of course, even had he not overlooked the kunai, his fate would have been sealed. Without the prowess of a J-Nin, no one could withstand Yuye's might. The seemingly simple kunai harbored a power rivaling that of A-rank ninjutsu. This was the wave slash. In an instant, Yuye's kunai cleaved downwards with unstoppable force. Encountering no resistance whatsoever, the ninja's sword crumbled like rotting wood, failing to impede Yuye's devastating attack. The man was cleaved in 2, blood splattering across the ground. Blooming like hellish flowers, a gruesome spectacle of horror and terror. What is this power? What is that cannot? Even though this ninja squad was comprised of elite nin, they were left aghast after Yuya's third kill. Water release. Water serpent bullet technique. Wind release. Wind cutter. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Several ninjas, shocked yet resolute, unleashed their signature jutsus as Yuya severed the last ninja in half. In an instant, a tempest raged, and a deluge surged forth, threatening to engulf Yuya. Yet, Yuya did not even glance back. He tightened his fists and retaliated with a fierce strike. Boom. The air fractured like glass, rippling outward. The shockwave erupted, freezing the surging waters mid-air, creating a scene both bizarre and terrifying. 3 ninjutsu were obliterated by Yuya's punch. The next moment, Yuya turned to face the collapsed water, and an unusual glimmer appeared in his eyes. He pressed his hands against the air and tore through it. Sea quake. If Yuya's shockwave had reached the magnitude to create earthquakes, then surely he could summon tidal waves. The disintegrating water was torn apart by Yuya's might. And with a tremendous force, it transformed back into a tsunami, charging towards the remaining mist ninjas. What? He can even rebound ninjutsu? What kind of joke is this? The mist ninjas were once again taken aback by this turn of events. The tsunami was not particularly powerful, but the fact it was their own water ninjutsu turned against them was what truly shocked them. The wave descended upon them, enveloping them completely. The mist ninjas, well-versed in water techniques, swiftly broke free from the onslaught, emerging unscathed. Yet, at that moment, Yuya's form reappeared behind one of the ninjas, delivering a thunderous punch. Boom. The shockwave erupted, and the ninja barely had time to react before being obliterated. In his final moments, a flicker of horror and despair flashed in his eyes, unable to comprehend the speed and power of Yuya's assault. Damn it, this isn't working. If this continues, we'll lose. Out of the original 9 elite nin, 4 had already fallen to Yuya. The remaining 5 exchanged terrified glances, each reflecting a mix of shock and fear. Without hesitation, several ninjas invoked their signature jutsu. Hidden mist technique. Hidden mist technique. With a rush, dense white mist enveloped the area, obscuring all vision. In an instant, they were plunged into a fog so thick that one could not see their own hand before their face. Yuya furrowed his brows slightly. Yet he exhibited no sign of fear. What if his line of sight was obstructed? In the next moment, he bent slightly, crossing his arms over his chest, and then unleashed a thunderous strike to both sides. Boom. The white mist and air erupted violently. Amidst the shockwave, muffled groans, tinged with pain, echoed from the mist. A smirk graced Yuya's lips as he discerned the source of the sounds and clenched his fists, launching a sudden blow. Tremor. Unmatched strength. Boom. A more ferocious shockwave resonated. In that direction lurked a ninja, concealed within the white mist, who had just attempted a sneak attack, but was met with Yuya's overwhelming force. His body trembled uncontrollably. The next instant, an even stronger shockwave surged forth, transforming his astonishment into despair. Splutter. He coughed up blood as the bones within his body cracked audibly, many likely fractured, before he collapsed to the ground, teetering on the brink of death. This mist was bothersome. Presumably, he had eliminated another foe. Yuya's gaze flickered, though he frowned slightly. The mist concealment technique rendered his shockwaves ineffective against the already dispersed fog. In such a scenario, taking a deep breath, Yuya spread his arms wide and pressed his palms against the ground. Tremor. Earthquake technique. Boom. The earth roared and trembled, sending forth waves akin to ocean swells, which then crumbled inch by inch. In an instant, various sounds erupted from multiple directions. Excellent. A slight smile graced Yuya's lips as he vanished into the white mist. Outside, the battle between Might Guy and Akatsuki's Nozomi was exceptionally fierce. Though merely a jonin, Nozomi possessed the unique water transformation technique of the Akatsuki clan, making it challenging to injure him with physical techniques unless his chakra was completely depleted. Meanwhile, Might Guy, though only a chunin, wielded the 8 gates technique, which was nothing to scoff at. Even opening up to the 6th gate was sufficient to unleash terrifying power, making him capable of contending with even shadow-level ninjas. Thus, he maintained the upper hand against Nozomi. This very reason led Guy to refrain from opening the 7th gate. The repercussions of opening the gates depended on the ninja's physical strength. Akai could ultimately reach the 8th gate, so for him, opening the 6th gate only led to fatigue, while opening the 7th gate wouldn't plunge him into a state of severe injury. In contrast, Might Guy could only reach the 7th gate, which was his limit. While he wouldn't perish upon opening it, his muscles would suffer ruptures, leading him to a state of significant injury. It could be said that at this moment, Might Guy had yet to reach his peak. Are you so certain that the boy can prevail? Nozomi, pressed hard in battle, felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet he maintained a calm facade, attempting to distract Guy. Indeed, Might Guy was somewhat distracted, for the area where Yuye fought was shrouded in white mist, obscuring all visibility. However, the continuous booming sounds reassured Guy. The resonating tremors were the manifestation of Yuye's power. I am absolutely certain he will triumph, for he is the most exceptional prodigy I have ever encountered. Moreover, what you should be concerned about now is yourself. With the ferocity of the sixth gate unleashed, Might Guy's words carried an overwhelming intensity. Is that so? Nozomi scoffed, replying, indeed, but he is merely a child. Under the signature technique of our Mist Village, even the strongest ninja must be wary of having their throats severed by an invisible blade. Hearing Nozomi's words, a flicker of concern ignited in Might Guy. The white mist appeared perilous. If visibility was entirely lost within it, Yuye might be akin to a headless fly, flailing aimlessly. In such a scenario, he would inevitably expose vulnerabilities, leaving him open to being seized upon. With worry gnawing at him, Might Guy gritted his teeth, intensifying his attacks in a bid to swiftly defeat Nozomi. Yet, Nozomi's gaze gleamed with a triumphant cunning. He perceived that Guy's current state could not be sustained, and his frenzied onslaught must be consuming an immense amount of energy. Enduring until the end, victory would ultimately belong to him. However, amidst their fierce clash, the white mist fell into an eerie silence. The booming sounds ceased. An oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings. What transpired? Upon realizing the absence of noise from Yuye's direction, Might Guy's heart sank. Could it truly be as this ninja suggested? He dared not continue that thought. Meanwhile, Nozomi, after a moment of surprise, revealed a sinister grin and remarked, "No sounds? That little brat seems to have perished. He even managed to take down a few of my team members. The boy has met his end quite fittingly." Yuye. Though Might Guy remained skeptical of Nozomi's claims, the silence from the mist was undeniable. His concern deepened. Yet, in the next instant, his apprehensions dissipated entirely, for from the white mist emerged a figure. It was Yuye. Not a single trace of blood marred his form, let alone any injuries. He appeared as he had at the onset of battle, seemingly unscathed. Thus, all 9 elite Chunin had been vanquished by Yuye. Nozomi too beheld Yuye. Shocked, disbelief etched across his face. How could Yuye remain unscathed within the mist concealment technique? Even if he had anticipated the complete annihilation of his team, the reality of Yuye emerging without a scratch was nearly inconceivable. 9 elite Chunin, seasoned veterans steeped in bloodshed, had been utterly crushed by Yuye. Not even a single injury was inflicted upon him, nor had he been put in a precarious situation. Even if he were to face his 9 subordinates alone, he could not have accomplished such a feat with such ease. How utterly astonishing! Amidst his astonishment, fear flickered within his gaze. Though he was unique, a member of the Akatsuki clan with the water transformation technique, Yuye and Might Guy were entirely different beasts. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with monsters was not something he was willing to entertain. Thus, Nozomi resolved to retreat. However, at that moment, Might Guy would not allow him to escape. Yuye had concluded his battle, and thus, he too needed to accelerate his efforts. His youth must burn with greater intensity than Yuye's. With a hearty laugh, a terrifying aura surged from Might Guy. He summoned every ounce of remaining strength. Prepare yourself, you water-wielding scoundrel. Boom, boom, boom. With wild, frenzied punches, the terrifying power and speed unleashed from the 6th gate ignited the air, resulting in an inferno of flames. The towering flames cascaded down like a tempest, an awe-inspiring spectacle. This is the peacock dance. Indeed, Might Guy could employ it as well. Witnessing this familiar scene, a glimmer of admiration graced Yuye's face. To experience this technique firsthand, to behold it with one's own eyes, was to understand its elegance and impact. The torrential flames rained down wildly, transforming the sky into a resplendent peacock. The peacock's display radiated an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. Flames. Observing the scene before him, Nozomi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in horror. He had not sensed Might Guy employing any ninja techniques. What is this flame? Is it the result of rapidly swinging fists through the air, creating fire? This is dire. The panic within Kagaya Mizuki was palpable. Although water extinguishes fire, fire can also evaporate water. Ordinary physical attacks inflicted far less damage on Kagaya Mizuki than this technique. Moreover, against Might Guy's onslaught, Kagaya Mizuki had no opportunity to evade. The speed was overwhelming. Water release. Water barrier. In a state of disarray, Kagaya Mizuki could only resort to water release techniques in an attempt to resist. However, under the assault directed at Peacock, it was as if everything was effortlessly shattered, completely ensnaring Kagaya Mizuki within. Even the clone of the formidable Kisame, possessing a third of his chakra, was annihilated by this technique in an instant. As a mere jonin, how could Kagaya Mizuki withstand such power? Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. When Might Dai finally withdrew his fist and calmness returned, Kagaya Mizuki had already succumbed to life's departure. Thus, the jonin of the Hidden Mist Village, Kagaya Mizuki, was slain by Might Dai of the Sixth Gate. As Might Dai descended to the ground, his aura quickly waned, and he ultimately collapsed to one knee. Observing this, Yuye hurriedly approached and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just need to rest for a while," Might Dai responded with a wry smile. The side effects of the 8 gates technique are truly enviable. By the way, you should have opened the second gate by now, right? Yes, Yuye gently nodded, assisting Might Dai to his feet before finding a place to sit. Might Dai chuckled, "No wonder your strength has surged so much. This is the essence of youth." Yuye, somewhat exasperated, turned away decisively, stating, "I'll check the corpses." All right. Approaching the lifeless bodies of the Hidden Mist ninjas, Yuye began her search. To her disappointment, the weapons wielded by these ninjas were merely ordinary steel blades, lacking any ninja tools. As for the captain's body, not a single item could be found. Feeling somewhat speechless, she shook her head and retrieved a scroll. This scroll was specifically designed for sealing items, having slain a jonin and 9 shunin. She needed to be able to present evidence of her feats by collecting their heads. Yuye herself did not require any military achievements, but Might Dai was different. As a still genin, his circumstances appeared quite dire. With these accomplishments, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in Sunagakure, possibly leading to a direct promotion to jonin. Figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen were most concerned with talent and would never overlook Might Dai. Previously, he had gone unnoticed because he had never truly displayed his formidable strength, limited to accepting only D-rank missions and non-combat C-rank missions. How could his power shine through? If it weren't for this opportunity, it might have taken until Might Dai unleashed the 8 gates technique, single-handedly defeating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, to shock the entire ninja world before his name became known. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were elite jonin, each one a paragon of skill, with their special swords significantly amplifying their combat prowess. A jonin wielding such a sword could rival elite jonin. Elite jonin could contend with a quasi-kage, and a quasi-kage could stand toe-to-toe with a true kage. This represented the pinnacle of power belonging to the Hidden Mist Village. Might Dai's annihilation of 4 individuals was nothing short of astonishing. In the original narrative, Might Guy and Might Dai were nearly equivalent. Yet Guy managed to ascend to elite jonin status simply because the power of the 8 gates was finally recognized following Dai's demonstration. However, the arduous training required to master the 8 gates deterred countless individuals. Reflecting on those awe-inspiring moments, Yuye felt an irresistible longing. Before long, she had severed the heads of 10 ninjas and sealed them within the scroll. The ordinary civilians from the merchant convoy had already perished in the aftermath of the battle. Not a single survivor remained. This exemplified the tragic fate of the powerless. Truly, we have accomplished something monumental today. Might Dai gradually regained his composure, though his body remained weak and fatigued from exhaustion. In the future, we will surely encounter even more extraordinary events. Yuye smiled faintly, supporting Might Dai as they walked. Indeed, let us ignite our youth with even greater fervor. Although Might Dai was utterly drained, his spirit remained vibrant with excitement. Hearing his words, Yuye nearly tossed him aside but restrained herself, donning a look of resignation. After opening the 6th gate, while Might Dai's muscles remained intact, they were in a state of extreme fatigue, requiring several days to recover. Yuye had no intention of abandoning him. After all, the team of Hidden Mist ninjas had been completely annihilated, and resting in a nearby village for a few days before returning to Sunagakure seemed reasonable. However, fate seldom aligns with one's desires. As Yuye and Might Dai progressed, they found themselves near a small river, following its gentle flow. The autumn weather was refreshing, with occasional breezes sweeping through, dissipating the remnants of the battlefield's bloodshed. The river was crystal clear, offering a sense of tranquility. However, as they walked, this refreshing sensation suddenly grew heavy. The coolness transformed into an icy chill, which often heralded danger. Yuye and Might Dai halted in their tracks as a figure emerged before them, a silhouette bearing a sword. In the world of ninjas, such individuals appeared commonplace. Yet, Yuye's gaze turned frigid in an instant, as if capable of freezing one's very blood. For that figure wore the Leaf Village headband. Within his eyes, 3 sinister tomos spun with a chilling grace. His identity was unmistakable. He hailed from the Uchiha clan. Just as Might Dai opened his mouth to speak, his gaze locked with the Sharingan, rendering him momentarily entranced. Yuye, however, remained unfazed, standing resolutely. With no hint of fear, she met his gaze. Was this the audacity and confidence of the Uchiha? Observing the Uchiha ninja before her, Yuye inhaled deeply and spoke in a cold tone. The presence of this individual at this moment was all too clear. He had come to kill her. Yet, he bore no mask, nor had he changed his attire, donning the attire of a Leaf Village ninja with unabashed pride. This was not mere confidence. It was a blatant disregard for her existence. Why bother concealing anything from the dead? Uchiha Suki gently drew the sword from his back. A glimmer of cold light flickered along the blade, seemingly lowering the surrounding temperature further. This sword appeared akin to the Kusanagi, resembling an ordinary tachi. In the world of Naruto, the distinctions between swords and blades are often blurred. Tachi are also referred to as swords. The Kusanagi, strictly speaking, is a tachi. Uchiha Suki's sword, while seemingly mundane, exuded an aura of chilling brilliance as he deftly lifted it, the luminescent coldness reminiscent of starlight extending from the hilt to the tip. This was not an ordinary tachi. It was a ninja blade, and undoubtedly not a mere inferior weapon. An air of lethal intent suffused the atmosphere. Yuye narrowed her eyes slightly and gently pressed down on Might Dai's shoulder, rousing him from his stupor induced by the genjutsu. Having recently employed the 8 gates, he found himself in a weakened state with minimal chakra remaining, making it unsurprising that he fell prey to the illusion. In the state of the 8 gates, ordinary illusions would be utterly ineffective. This individual is an enemy. Although Might Dai possesses a somewhat comical demeanor, he is not foolish. Observing Uchiha Suki before him, his expression gradually darkened. He may not have initially understood the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Yuye, but over time, even if he has become somewhat disconnected from the village, he would inevitably have learned of it. Yet, Might Dai never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would dare to take matters this far, audaciously attempting to kill Yuye. Such darkness ignited a fierce anger within him. Yes, indeed. He is an enemy. Yuye nodded and said earnestly, "You're in poor condition. Let me handle this." However, this individual is A.J. Nin. Might Dai took a deep breath, his eyes filled with further fury. To eliminate Yuye, they even dispatched A.J. Nin. How ruthless. Uchiha Suki made no attempt to disguise himself, wearing the uniform of a Konoha Nin, making his identity immediately recognizable. One must always try. Rest assured, with me here, the Uchiha scum cannot harm you, Might Dai stated solemnly. He was prepared to open the 7th gate. If not for Yuye's previous achievement of slaying 9 Nin, which gave Might Dai a modicum of confidence in him, he would have unhesitatingly unleashed the 7th gate. However, despite his slight faith in Yuye, it was not substantial. In Might Dai's perspective, it would still be exceedingly difficult for Yuye to confront A.J. Nin. After all, Yuye is merely a youth who has recently ignited the flames of adolescence, a verdant leaf that ought to be protected. Although the cost of opening the 7th gate is steep, Might Dai had only cultivated it to that level. It was his limit. Once activated, he would likely end up in a state akin to that of Lee during the Nin exams. Yet, there appeared to be no alternative. A perennial genin like you. Might Dai, I seem to have heard of you. Your arrogance is rather notable. Uchiha Suki regarded Might Dai with a dismissive expression. At that moment, Might Dai appeared utterly drained, though the means by which he had become so listless was unclear. The mere illusion that had thwarted him revealed that he was nothing more than an ordinary perennial genin in Suki's eyes. He did not regard Might Dai as a threat at all. As for Yuye, he was similarly disregarded. To have killed Uchiha Han was inconsequential in Uchiha Suki's view. Uchiha Han, he could take on 10 of them. Uchiha Suki's sword was drawn, his arm extending straight, the blade aimed directly at Yuye. At that moment, the aura of impending doom thickened. The battle commenced. Uchiha Suki did not employ any illusions or ninjutsu against Yuye. Instead, he charged directly at him, his sword emanating a chilling aura as it descended. This fellow, is he akin to Konoha's White Fang, a swordsmanship-focused ninja? Yuye's expression was grave, yet he felt no fear. A.J. Nin did not intimidate him. If they wished to kill him, then let them engage in battle. In the face of this sword strike, Yuya barely evaded, his body flickering to the side. Whoosh! Uchiha Suki pursued relentlessly, delivering another strike. Yuya continued to retreat. He refrained from employing simple shockwaves, as he lacked a clear understanding of Uchiha Suki's prowess. Nevertheless, Yuya was unafraid of illusions, and Uchiha Suki, in the state of activating his Sharingan, would also be expending chakra. Yuya was unconcerned about prolonging the confrontation, after several strikes had failed to graze him. A hint of surprise flickered in Uchiha Suki's eyes. Not bad speed, he remarked coolly. As a Genin who devoted all his energy to swordsmanship, his technique was formidable, and his speed was certainly not lacking. Yet, even so, Yuya managed to keep pace with him, perhaps even edging ahead. Otherwise, with his Sharingan capable of analyzing movements, Suki's blade would have struck Yuya long ago. It was precisely because Yuya was a fraction faster that he consistently evaded Suki's onslaught. Observing Yuya's repeated dodges, Uchiha Suki snorted coldly and finally unveiled his true abilities. Buzz! A dazzling light akin to starlight converged upon Uchiha Suki's sword. This was the flow of chakra. However, there was no alteration in its properties. It was pure chakra, reminiscent of Kakashi's white fang slash. Witnessing this scene, Yuya's gaze flickered with a hint of icy resolve as he produced a kunai. Indeed, Uchiha Suki could manipulate the flow of chakra. But so what? In the distance, Might Guy, still feeling weak and weary, was nonetheless highly alert, fixated on the unfolding battle. The seventh gate within him was on the verge of being opened. However, this was of little significance. If Yuya were truly unable to defeat Uchiha Suki, the outcome could transpire in an instant. Victory or defeat could mean life or death. He might not have time to intervene. Thus, Might Guy felt anxious. Yet, while Yuya appeared to be at a disadvantage, he showed no signs of impending defeat, which left Might Guy astonished by Yuya's talent and strength, allowing him to endure somewhat longer. He did not wish to open the seventh gate unless absolutely necessary. Yuya, Might Guy observed the battle, his thoughts tumultuous. Yet he refrained from speaking, unwilling to disturb Yuya. He wanted Yuya to focus and perform at his best. Even if he were unable to overcome Uchiha Suki, Might Guy would ultimately intervene. On the battlefield, Uchiha Suki's sword shimmered with a celestial brilliance, radiating a dazzling power. It did not expand but remained coalesced, imbued with a terrifying aura of slaughter. Such a sword is beautiful, yet the results it would yield would be the antithesis of beauty. It would herald a realm of utter destruction. It is time to end this. Your interference has marred the rare moments of leisure I had after completing a task. Uchiha Suki spoke indifferently, lifting his sword and abruptly striking down toward Yuya. A remarkably simple strike. No extraneous movements, just a direct descent, as light as a feather. Yet in the next instant, a breathtaking flash erupted, a moment of ephemeral brilliance. Buzz! Like thunder erupting from a clear sky. The radiant starlight converged at the sword's tip, suddenly bursting forth as a white sword aura. The strike fell, akin to a meteor tearing through the heavens, poised to pierce the very earth. In Uchiha Suki's eyes, the three tomo hovered, tranquil as a deep well, as if he had already glimpsed the future. He envisioned Yuya being severed in two by a single blow. Yet, in response to Uchiha Suki's strike, a fierce battle intent surged within Yuya's gaze. What of chakra flow? Uchiha Suki could never be compared to Kakashi. This was likely a chakra flow facilitated by the very blade itself. Gripping the kunai tightly, Yuya felt an eerie distortion manifest silently upon its surface. No light illuminated it. However, the air beside the kunai appeared to twist, creating an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, as if the very fabric of space was warping. Without hesitation, Yuya swung the kunai with sudden ferocity. Shockwave slash. Clang. In an instant, the kunai collided with Uchiha Suki's sword. At that moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth dimmed, as two razor-sharp beams of cold light clashed, dividing the world into halves. In the distance, Might Guy could not help but show a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, he had almost been compelled to intervene. However, upon witnessing the peculiar kunai in Yuya's hand, along with the unwavering confidence in his eyes, Dai chose to place his trust in Yuya. If Yuya possessed such confidence, then it was only fitting to entrust the matter to him. A single kunai, a single ninja blade, ordinary in appearance yet extraordinary in purpose. The shockwave slash, a flow of chakra, represented two forces that, despite their stark differences in nature and function, shared a singular objective: to sever all that lay before them. Yet this objective remained unattainable. In Uchiha Suki's eyes, astonishment was unmistakable. His sword had been blocked. He could scarcely believe that Yuya had managed to thwart his strike. What kind of power was this? Suki was bewildered and astonished. His technique, known as the liberation of the stars, wielded by his blade aptly named Star, had felled many elite shinobi in the past. Yet now, it had been halted by Yuya. Strangely, from Yuya's seemingly mundane kunai emanated an unsettling vibration that threatened to tear at Suki's very being. Had it not been for the clash of chakra, he might have already met his demise. The ordinary kunai, executing such formidable techniques, was capable of countering his liberation of the stars. As the sensation of tearing intensified within him, Suki struggled to comprehend the situation. A glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and surged chakra with reckless abandon. The blade's aura surged. Still, before Yuya's shockwave slash, it was firmly held at bay. Ultimately, all became formless. Yuya's shockwave slash effectively dismantled Suki's chakra flow, which had been amplified by his special ninja blade. Throughout this encounter, Yuya had never entertained the notion of failure. An inexplicable confidence coursed through him. He believed he could endure, he could prevail. The kunai, now firmly grasped in Yuya's right hand, stood in defiance against Suki's sword. A subtle smile graced Yuya's lips as he clenched his left fist. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over Suki. With his three-tomo Sharingan, he instantly discerned Yuya's impending move. Panic surged within him, yet he found himself powerless to act. Had Yuya unleashed that shockwave initially, Suki was confident he could have shattered it and delivered a fatal blow. Yet now, having expended his strength to strike, he found himself in an exceedingly precarious position. Earth release, shockwave. Yuya would show no mercy. At such a moment, he would strike with all his might. As a white light enveloped Yuya's fist, Suki pressed down upon Yuya's kunai, attempting to retreat. However, this had already been anticipated by Yuya. In a narrow escape, Yuya retracted his kunai at that moment. Suki, instead of retreating, found himself leaning further forward. The Sharingan could perceive movement but could not fathom Yuya's intentions. Disaster loomed. Suki had never expected Yuya to take such a bold step, daring to do so. It was known that when the kunai clashed with the sword, retracting the kunai would compel Suki's blade to follow suit. Nonetheless, Suki, seasoned by countless battles, maintained his composure. If retreat was not an option, then he would advance. Suki's sword surged with chakra once more, intent on cleaving Yuya in two. Yet, at that instant, Yuya's fist was upon him. The kunai retracted, and the next to meet the blade was Yuya's fist. Crack! The air shattered, akin to a collapsing ice sheet. A terrifying shockwave erupted, engulfing Suki entirely. The distance between Suki's sword and Yuya's fist diminished to a mere breath, yet it could not descend an inch further. Break for me! Suki roared internally, feeling the overwhelming shockwave's force. Initially, he would have been able to cleave through it. Yet now, he found himself incapable. Suki, at the end of his strength, could only sever a portion of the shockwave's power. The remaining force still bore down upon him. Boom! In the next instant, Suki was sent flying by Yuya's extraordinary might. Spitting blood midair, Suki barely managed to land, his body trembling slightly, disbelief etched in his eyes. He had been wounded. By this young boy, he had been injured in a direct confrontation. In the distance, Might Dai, poised to unleash the seventh gate, stood Agape, his gaze filled with awe. Initially, he thought Yuya's ability to block Suki's strike was remarkable. Yet now, Yuya had repelled Suki and caused him to bleed. This was nearly inconceivable. Suki was, after all, an elite shinobi. In this moment, Suki finally grasped the sentiment that had once consumed Uchiha Han. A tempest of murderous intent surged within him, nearly overpowering him with rage. However, he inhaled deeply, regaining his composure. Suki was not Uchiha Han. His mindset was steadier. Very well, you have managed to wound me. You deserve to take pride in that. Is that so? Yuya regarded Suki with a calm demeanor, utterly unfazed. Suddenly, Suki laughed, a smile that was difficult to articulate. Indeed. But this is where it ends. I have seen through your techniques, and your demise is imminent. Your abilities resemble chakra flow but are fundamentally different. They lack consistency and are limited to a single strike, correct? Suki narrowed his eyes, wiping the blood from his lips. Yuya remained silent. Suki's assessment was astute. The Sharingan was a formidable bloodline limit, and even without the Manjiki, the three-tomo version could not be underestimated. Had Suki lacked his three-tomo Sharingan, he might have already fallen to Yuya's hands. However, Yuya's silence stemmed from another reason, Suki's verbosity. It was a timeless truth that villains often succumb to their own lengthy soliloquies. Yuya observed that individuals in the Naruto world had a penchant for elaborating on their abilities and dissecting others' powers. Had Suki remained silent, he might have inadvertently sealed his own fate. Yet, Suki appeared convinced he had unraveled all of Yuya's abilities, believing victory was assured, and thus articulated his thoughts freely. Well said. Now, let us see you try. With a dismissive huff, Yuya gazed at Suki, suddenly raising his foot to strike the earth below. Earth release, tremor technique. Boom. The shockwave erupted, emanating from beneath Yuya's foot, shaking the very ground in an instant. The earth transformed into a tumultuous sea, ready to capsize. Suki furrowed his brow. Faced with the quaking terrain, his feet remained anchored like iron pegs, firmly planted on the ground. Crack! The terrifying fissures continually shattered and spread in all directions. Ultimately, when the tremors ceased, the earth was riddled with countless cracks. Among them, some were exceedingly dark and profound. Then, abruptly, Yuya fell into one of these fissures, vanishing into the depths below. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Suki reacted, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He never anticipated that Yuya would pull such a stunt. The three tomo in his Sharingan spun incessantly as he gazed at the myriad of gaps in the ground, his brows furrowing tighter. He could not see, or rather, he could not discern the situation clearly. If he had the Byakugan, it would have been ideal to counter Yuya's move. Yet, the Sharingan could not provide such insight. The darkness below obscured Yuya's current location, and he could only vaguely infer his position from the residual fluctuations. He found himself in a somewhat passive stance. He could only remain steadfast, awaiting the inevitable emergence of that little imp. His attacks had a limited interval, and seizing just one opportunity when he surfaced would allow him to vanquish him. Uchiha Suki felt a headache coming on. He possessed little mastery over earth release techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been left so defenseless by Yuya's manipulation of the terrain. He only knew a few simple C-rank earth techniques, which were utterly ineffective in this situation. Perhaps if he attempted to form hand seals, Yuya might seize the chance to launch a sneak attack. At this moment, Uchiha Suki gripped his sword tightly, his gaze flickering as he fixated on the ground beneath him, ready to react at the slightest disturbance. Though the little imp's attacks could withstand his strikes, that was where their advantage ended. If he focused, with the power of his ninja blade, he could repel all of Yuya's assaults. The little imp stood no chance. A chill coursed through Suki's heart as he held the ninja blade, chakras swirling around it, prepared for a thunderous strike at any moment. In the next instant, the three tomo in his Sharingan suddenly flickered, keenly capturing a fleeting figure within the fissure ahead. Here it comes. Die! Uchiha Suki uttered a low growl, his body springing into action, the sword in his hand descending in a swift arc, a fierce gleam emanating from it. Whoosh! The blade sliced through, tearing apart everything in its path. The earth, already a fissure, appeared to reveal Yuya's figure subtly advancing within. At this moment, the sword's light swept across, bisecting the crack again at Yuya's position. Instantly, the fissure bore an additional line, forming a cross, and Yuya's figure was caught at the center of this cross. It was evident he had been struck. Uchiha Suki's sword maintained its downward trajectory, yet he couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What use were these minor tactics? As long as one attempted to approach him, they could not escape the gaze of his Sharingan. However, in the next heartbeat, the figure of Yuya, struck by Uchiha Suki's sword, unexpectedly transformed into white smoke and vanished. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Uchiha Suki was momentarily taken aback. This was supposed to be a common ninjutsu. Yet since awakening his Sharingan, no one had managed to use this technique silently before him. It was always uncovered. But this time was different. Even though the Sharingan could see through the mist concealment technique, it could not provide insight into the subterranean conditions. Thus, he had unwittingly grown complacent due to years of habit. Shadow Clone technique. So what? Lightning flashed through Uchiha Suki's mind, his grip tightening on the ninja blade, unafraid. Even if he had been deceived, he felt no fear. After all, he could counter any attack from Yuya with his sword, and he was fully prepared to confront any offense. Just then, from the darkness of the fissure before Uchiha Suki, a bubble emerged. Though termed a bubble, it resembled a twinkling star. Its outer layer appeared to spin continuously, with a dazzling white core at its heart. This was Yuya's secret technique of tremor release. Collapse. The moment it manifested was precisely when Uchiha Suki's first strike had annihilated Yuya's clone, just as he prepared to swing his second sword. This thing. Uchiha Suki, possessing the Sharingan, immediately discerned that Yuya's collapse was imbued with a terrifying power. Yet, He had no time to ponder how Yuya could execute such an attack or consider anything else, as the assault had already reached him. He could only swing his sword in response. The blade fell. Buzz. When the sword struck Yuya's collapse, that bubble-like entity shattered instantly. Collapse was inherently unstable. Upon contact with any object, it would disintegrate. Its destruction unleashed a spiraling wave of super-frequency vibrations. This tremor transformed into an invisible wave, obliterating everything in its path. Unseen and unfathomable to the naked eye, the world seemed to fall silent. Uchiha Tsuki's expression, his gaze, his movements, all were frozen in that fleeting moment. A gentle breeze swept by. There were no gruesome scenes of flesh splattering, nor any blood-soaked imagery. Only dust scattered in the air. The esteemed Jonin Uchiha Tsuki, faced with Yuya's S-rank technique, was utterly powerless to resist. His entire being simply disintegrated into dust, scattered across the fractured earth. Even more shocking, the ground beneath Uchiha Tsuki silently succumbed to erosion, forming a half-circular pit. Ding! The ninja blade in Uchiha Tsuki's hand had not been entirely destroyed, but it appeared somewhat dulled, falling to the ground alongside Tsuki's demise. In the distance, Meidodai, who had just been slightly dazed from Yuya's earth-shaking technique, was beginning to regain his senses. At that moment, he beheld the scene before him, rendered speechless. What had just transpired? Uchiha Tsuki had actually perished just like that. Sometimes, such a silent disappearance is far more shocking than a cataclysmic spectacle. Meidodai mused that even if he opened the sixth gate, he could not obliterate a person to such an extent. He would at least need to open the seventh gate, and to wield power comparable to the seventh gate. That last technique was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. Cough. A weary cough emerged from the fissure as Yuya crawled out. He could not leap out, for the execution of the collapse had drained much of his energy. Yuya. Seeing Yuya emerge unscathed, Meidodai finally snapped out of his shock, a glimmer of relief crossing his face. Are you alright? He couldn't help but ask with concern. Yuya waved to Meidodai. I'm fine, but I need a moment to rest. With that, Yuya slowly advanced, picking up the ninja blade left behind by Uchiha Tsuki after his demise. This blade was indeed of considerable quality, yet it could not entirely withstand the force of the tremor. Observing the now slightly dulled, evidently worn blade in his hand, Yuya shook his head slightly. Of course, the power of the wave slash and that of the collapse were not even in the same league. For this blade to endure a strike from collapse was already remarkable. He wondered where Uchiha Tsuki had acquired it, but it was perfect for Yuya's temporary use. This sword is now mine. The Sharingan may be lost, but even if it were available, Yuya would never transplant it. He lacks the energy to develop other abilities. As long as he refines the techniques of body flicker and the 8 gates to their ultimate forms, they will undoubtedly rival any other power. After weighing the significance of this ninja blade, Yuya decided to keep it on his person. This blade is likely familiar to many, but what does that matter? Those who dared to send assassins after him are now facing their demise at his hands. The Uchiha clan has no face left to mention this incident. The conflict between Yuya and the Uchiha clan has long since reached an irreconcilable point, and Yuya is no longer a target they can easily manipulate. In Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was organizing some documents. Hokage-sama, there seems to be an issue with Uchiha Tsuki. An Umbu ninja appeared before him. Sarutobi looked up, his brow furrowing slightly. What happened? Uchiha Tsuki accepted a mission and left the village heading south. But we suddenly received word that he was spotted in the north. Sarutobi pondered deeply. It was clear that Uchiha Tsuki had taken a long detour to the north. What could his intentions be? The north. Yes, the north. Sarutobi suddenly realized. The mission Yuya was undertaking was indeed in the north. Damn it. Has the Uchiha clan thrown up a smokescreen? Rage surged in Sarutobi's eyes. It was common knowledge that the Uchiha clan and Yuya were at odds. When Yuya left the village to undertake a mission with the long-serving Chunin Might Guy, Sarutobi suspected the Uchiha clan would surely intervene. Soon after, he learned that a team of 4 Chunin from the Uchiha clan was also heading north for another mission. Sarutobi had discreetly dispatched Umbu to follow this Uchiha team, prepared to suppress them if necessary. He thought the situation was under control. However, it turned out that the Uchiha clan was merely playing a clever ruse. The team of 4 Chunin was merely a distraction. Their real target was Yuya. Uchiha Tsuki, a Jonin of Konoha, had a record of eliminating 2 Jonin from enemy villages. Even elite Jonin would not dare underestimate him. Should such an individual target Yuya, it would be a lethal strike, devoid of any chance of survival. It was too late to stop it now. The Uchiha clan, very well. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his fury gradually subsiding, replaced by a chilling calm. Ever since Yuye had slain Uchiha Han and displayed his almost monstrous talent, Sarutobi had made it clear that no one could touch Yuye, especially not the Uchiha clan. Yet now, the Uchiha clan dared to risk everything, even striking him, Sarutobi, in the face, just to eliminate Yuye. That was the root of Sarutobi's anger. It seemed that, in comparison to Yuye, he, the Hokage, was of little importance. They could mock him as Hokage for the sake of killing Yuye, since the situation was beyond salvage. Sarutobi decided to make the Uchiha clan understand what the Hokage represented within the village. Summoned the captain of the Konoha Guard. He inhaled deeply, his tone icy. Yes. The Umbu nodded and vanished. Before long, Uchiha Keisuke arrived in the Hokage and Appo's office. His expression was calm, as if he had anticipated these events. Since he dared to scheme against Sarutobi, disregarding everything to hunt down Yuye, he must have been well prepared. In the Hokage's office, only Sarutobi and Uchiha Keisuke remained. The atmosphere was heavy, as if a storm was brewing. Yet, Sarutobi did not immediately erupt in anger. Instead, he calmly poured himself a cup of tea and sipped slowly. Uchiha Keisuke stood patiently, observing. However, the tension in the room continued to mount. After Sarutobi finished his tea and gently placed the cup back on the table, the atmosphere grew as thick as an abyss. I heard Uchiha Suki is on a mission. Yes. It's commendable that the Uchiha clan can dedicate themselves to Konoha. Sarutobi nodded lightly, then suddenly shifted the topic. I hear your son, Uchiha Fugaku, is exceptionally talented and has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. This remark caused a flicker of sharpness in Uchiha Keisuke's gaze, though it quickly settled back to calm. Yes, I am preparing for him to take my position, but he is still young and requires further training. Indeed, training is beneficial. How about having him spend some time with the Umbu? That may not be necessary, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Keisuke gazed steadily at Sarutobi, speaking coolly. Recently, I have discovered certain matters. With that, he placed a scroll on the table before Sarutobi. Sarutobi cast a glance, maintaining his composure, but inwardly he felt a chill. Was this the Uchiha clan's confidence to face his wrath? What lay within the scroll? He picked it up and gently unrolled it, his pupils narrowing slightly. What a bold move. Is it worth it? Without further preamble, Sarutobi spoke softly. The Uchiha clan cannot afford any blemish. You must understand, Hokage-sama. This is not merely for one individual, but for the dignity of our clan. Uchiha Keisuke raised his head slightly, looking at Sarutobi. The Uchiha clan was not truly afraid of what Yuye could do to them. Even as he matured, what of it? The Uchiha had never feared anyone. Their real intention was to convey to everyone in Konoha that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. This was about the clan's prestige and dignity. Sarutobi fell silent. Uchiha Keisuke had made his position abundantly clear, even subtly indicating that if things did not proceed as they wished, the Uchiha clan might leave Konoha. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi would have met such a hardline stance with an even firmer response. If you dare to leave, I will obliterate you. But not now. The Second Great Ninja War was looming. The three major ninja villages had nearly eradicated the small surrounding villages, gradually converging on the land at the borders of the three nations, the Land of Rain. This war was unavoidable. If he were to openly confront the Uchiha clan now, the cost would be too great. Very well, very well. Sarutobi repeated the phrase twice, then took the scroll and set it aside. Seeing this, Uchiha Keisuke's lips curled slightly in a hint of a smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. There are matters I must attend to. With that, Uchiha Keisuke turned without waiting for Sarutobi's reply and prepared to exit. Sarutobi coldly watched Uchiha Keisuke's retreating figure, remaining silent and making no move to stop him. However, just as Uchiha Keisuke reached the door, a ninja burst in, opening the door abruptly. Hokage-sama, an incident has occurred. What now? Sarutobi's tone was laced with barely contained fury. A special elite unit from the Mist Village has infiltrated the Land of Fire, led by the notorious Jonin, Kirigikure's Gado. How audacious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seething with anger, ready to deploy the Umbu without hesitation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kageyama merely shook his head, dismissing the matter as irrelevant to him, and prepared to leave the Hokage's office. However, the shocking news shattered the atmosphere. They had all been annihilated. The ninja's eyes reflected disbelief as he trembled while reporting. The leader was none other than the renowned Jonin from the Mist Village, Kirigikure's own Hozuki Mugetsu. All of them wiped out. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice faltered. his expression one of utter astonishment. Who did this? Furu and Might Guy? The ninja could barely articulate the names, his tone steeped in incredulity. With a soft thud, the documents in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands slipped onto the desk. Uchiha Kageyama, who had already stepped out of the Hokage's office, suddenly froze, as if time itself had halted. His other foot felt as though it was ensnared by an invisible force, preventing him from moving forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in stunned silence, as if grappling with an incomprehensible script. What about Furu and Might Guy? They just returned. A flicker of chakra emanated beneath Uchiha Kageyama's foot, causing a visible crack in the floor, his expression beyond words. With great effort, he dragged his other foot out of the Hokage's office and stepped away. The ninja stared at Uchiha Kageyama in bewilderment. Wasn't he the head of the Uchiha clan? To have shattered the Hokage's office floor, what did that signify? A show of defiance against Sarutobi Hiruzen? How audacious! Hokage-sama, is Uchiha Kageyama not a tad disrespectful? Enough, it's nothing. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to maintain a semblance of composure, gesturing for the ninja to depart. The ninja promptly fell silent. As a shinobi, it was prudent to avoid probing into matters better left unspoken. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he turned and exited. Yet, in the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen jolted back to reality and called out to the ninja, "Wait, come back and recount the events in detail." The ninja swiftly returned and recounted the incident from beginning to end. Essentially, Furu and Might Guy had returned from their mission, presenting a collection of severed heads, which they subsequently identified. The room erupted in shock, disbelief washing over everyone present. The situation was so astonishing that it could only be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Might Guy? He actually managed to unlock the seventh gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his composure entirely. This was a genuine breach of decorum. No matter how talented Furu was, Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived him merely as an unrefined youth, lacking significant impact at this moment. But Might Guy was different. A Might Guy who could open the seventh gate could shift the tide of a battle. How had he failed to recognize such a talent? The notion of a perpetual genin was utterly absurd. Summon Might Guy immediately. Yes, sir. Just after completing their mission, Might Guy received a summons from Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furu opted not to take any reward for the mission, instead bestowing it all upon Might Guy. Although Might Guy felt a tinge of embarrassment, having defeated the enemy's Jonin captain, he could not overlook Furu's contributions. However, Furu insisted on attributing all the accolades to Might Guy. Just as he was about to forcibly offer Furu a share of the reward, the call from the third Hokage arrived. Furu flashed Might Guy a knowing smile before vanishing in a blur. Might Guy, momentarily stunned, could only accept the reward with gratitude and proceeded to the Hokage's office. After parting from Might Guy, Furu accelerated through several streets before slowing his pace. As he walked through Konoha, Furu sensed an undercurrent of tension in the air. Even the ordinary citizens appeared on edge, as if the specter of the Second Shinobi World War loomed ominously. The ninja blade he had obtained from Uchiha Suki lacked a sheath. The sheath, inferior in quality to the blade, had succumbed to the devastation of Furu's Doton techniques, turning to ash alongside Uchiha Suki. Clutching the blade, Furu made his way to the underground Umbu, intending to commission a new sheath. Upon presenting the ninja blade to the Umbu member responsible for managing weaponry, the ninja's expression shifted to one of surprise. This blade belonged to Uchiha Suki, one of the notable figures in Konoha's security forces. As a member of the Umbu, he was familiar with it. Is there a problem? Furu's gaze was calm as he regarded the Umbu ninja. By now, he harbored no fear of the Uchiha clan, confident that unless faced with an ancient monstrosity like Uchiha Madara, he had little to worry about. Moreover, should he advance to the third gate of the 8 gates, even elite Jonin with Sharingan would pose no threat. Nothing at all. The Umbu member, though momentarily taken aback, took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment. The Umbu had strict protocols against unnecessary inquiries. This blade is of superior quality, though it appears to have suffered some damage. The sheath will take some time to complete. Understood. I will return to collect it. Very well. The Umbu ninja nodded and accepted the blade from Furu. During this exchange, he couldn't help but steal another glance at Furu. With the blade damaged and now in Furu's possession, the implications were staggering. Even with a mask obscuring his features, the figure was unmistakable. Furu's reputation within the Umbu was formidable, and his conflict with the Uchiha clan was widely known. Suddenly, the Umbu member's eyes widened as he pondered a rather extraordinary possibility. Could it be that Furu had killed Uchiha Suki and seized this blade? Otherwise, why would it lack a sheath? Had it been destroyed in the fray? Though the thought was shocking and almost unbelievable, Furu's history of miraculous feats made it seem plausible. Having stunned all the Umbu candidates in a single sweep was already a remarkable feat as he stood in awe. It took him a moment to realize that Furu had vanished from sight. When had he slipped away? Truly, a formidable individual. One could only wonder how far he could grow. After handing the ninja blade to the Umbu for a new sheath, Furu returned to the surface. He refrained from wandering aimlessly or undertaking further missions, and he had no desire to engage in petty disputes with the Uchiha clan. Instead, he went directly home. Furu's current residence was no longer the dilapidated shack of the past. He had relocated closer to the heart of Konoha. After all, Furu was now a candidate for the Umbu. Some official Umbu members resided within the organization itself for immediate readiness. Upon returning home, Furu laid out a plan to intensify his training. This recent outing, coupled with several battles, had allowed him to refine his mastery over his powers, setting the stage for his next goal, to further strengthen his physique. As dusk gradually envelopes the sky, it becomes evident that there will be no time for training today. Yuye resolves to resume his cultivation starting tomorrow. In truth, even during his journey alongside Might Guy on their mission, Yuye had not ceased his training. The act of running and rushing serves to strengthen his body, while the careful concealment and pursuit of enemies hone his control over both his physique and chakra. Tonight, he decides to rest well. Stretching his limbs, Yuye leisurely exits his room and leaps onto the rooftop, admiring the scenery of Konoha. Just as the sun begins to set, the last rays of sunlight caress the Hokage rock, casting a faint, regal aura over the three faces carved into the stone, as if they exude a subtle dominion over the ninja world. Yuye feels as though he merges with this aura, despite standing before the three Hokage visages. He experiences a sensation of standing atop one of them. The sunset, indifferent to his reverie, swiftly descends, darkening the sky. At that moment, Yuye's gaze drifts below, where he unexpectedly spots a silhouette. The figure that catches Yuye's attention is that of a young girl, sparking a flicker of surprise in his eyes, yet upon reflection, it does not seem entirely unexpected. At Yuye's doorstep, Kushina visits his residence daily. Even though Yuye and Might Guy hurriedly left the village for a mission without informing her, she still manages to gather information about his whereabouts. Each day, she finds the place empty, and her heart is filled with worry for Yuye, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Honestly, this guy leaves the village without even telling me, and at a time like this, he doesn't care about his own safety? In the next moment, her worry transforms into irritation. Kushina stomps her foot in front of Yuye's door, pouting in frustration. When he returns, I must give him a good beating. This sentiment nearly causes Yuye, who is about to descend from the rooftop, to stumble and fall. The first part of her statement touches Yuye's heart, filling him with remorse for not informing Kushina of his departure. However, her subsequent declaration leaves him utterly speechless. Wait. It seems someone has been here. Just as Kushina's melancholic expression begins to fade and she prepares to leave, her beautiful eyes shimmer with surprise. In the next moment, she approaches Yuye's door to take a glance. At that moment, Yuye can no longer remain hidden. He descends from the rooftop and stands behind her. Good evening. Yuye greets her with an air of calm. Kushina turns around, staring blankly at Yuye, before suddenly erupting with emotion as she lunges at him, claws outstretched. You brat. Yuye feels a twinge of guilt for leaving the village without a word to help Might Guy with a mission. Yet, instinctively, he reaches out and grasps her delicate wrist, which is as white as jade. Let go of me. Kushina struggles to break free but finds herself unable to escape his grasp, resorting to making threatening gestures. However, her threats hold no weight against Yuye. Not until you behave. Kushina gnashes her teeth in frustration, but ultimately, she cannot overpower Yuye and must relent. Please don't leave so suddenly in the future. Even if you don't care about yourself, at least consider others. Gazing at Yuye with some indignation, she expresses her feelings, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Yet, Yuye keenly detects something amiss in her demeanor. Furthermore, her tone lacks the usual assertiveness and instead carries a hint of vulnerability, starkly contrasting with her usual character. Has something happened? And no, nothing's wrong. Kushina's gaze flickers evasively. The more she insists, the more it signals to Yuye that something is indeed amiss. He perceives a trace of fear in her eyes. What is she afraid of? A sense of confusion stirs within him. Then, in a moment of hesitation, with a tremor in her voice, Kushina poses a question that instantly clarifies everything for Yuye. Yuye, if, and I mean if, I were to become a monster, how would you view me? As she utters these words, her heart quivers. At this moment, she is not the fierce red pepper, but merely a girl filled with dread and trepidation. If it were anyone else, they would surely misunderstand Kushina's words, dismissing them as a jest. But Yuye comprehends the gravity of her question. The Nine Tails. Has Kushina already become the host of the Nine Tails? However, he has not heard any news of the previous host, Mito Uzumaki, passing away. Even if this matter were concealed, Yuye does not sense any unusual aura emanating from Kushina. Is it due to the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques? No, that doesn't seem right. There appears to be a temporal inconsistency. The original narrative is rather vague on this matter. The specifics of what transpired can only be unraveled by Yuye through his own experiences. Nevertheless, it seems the general trajectory remains unchanged. Contemplating this, Yuye shakes his head slightly. In truth, these matters are of little consequence. Regardless of whether Kushina is in the present or the future, it is nearly impossible to escape the fate of becoming the Nine Tails host. At this moment, Yuye lacks the power to alter her destiny. However, he soon will possess the capability to change fate. It is not far off. No matter what you become, as long as you remain yourself, that is enough. To Yuye, being the host of the Nine Tails is merely having an obstinate little fox within. Once he gains the strength, he will ensure that the fox obediently complies. One punch may not suffice. He will deliver two, or even more if necessary. Hearing Yuye's sincere and unwavering words, the fear and anxiety in Kushina's eyes gradually dissipate. Really? Of course, it's true. As Yuye watches Kushina depart, his gaze flickers with contemplation. The plot begins to unfold. Regardless of whether Kushina has already become the Nine Tails host, the Second Great Ninja War is not far off. Once war erupts, anyone caught in its whirlwind will be swept along by the tide. Even the legendary Sannin, such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, possess no true means of self-preservation. Had Hanzo of the Salamander not refrained from offending Konoha, which had already secured victory, and spared the three of them out of respect for their talents, the title of Sannin would not exist. Thus, Yuye recognizes that his current strength is still insufficient and that he must grow stronger in this remaining time. The following day, Yuye embarks on yet another arduous training regimen. With each punch he throws, he no longer requires wooden dummies or rocky walls as targets. The air itself has become a sufficient training medium for him. Boom, boom, boom. His entire being trembles as he consciously directs the shockwaves to resonate within himself. Sweat pours down, rapidly saturating the ground beneath him, yet Yuye's expression remains unchanged as he calmly continues his punches. He aims to unlock the third gate of the 8 gates of opening before he participates in the Second Great Ninja War, not solely to strive for survival amidst the Ninja World War, but also to safeguard Kushina and alter her fate. Furthermore, it is to genuinely confront the Uchiha clan without fear. This time, Yuye has slain Uchiha Tsuki, and the Uchiha clan certainly will not dare to make a fuss. Nor will they engage in disputes with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, their murderous intent towards Yuye will undoubtedly reach a pinnacle following this event. Previously, when Yuye killed Uchiha Han, it was not of much consequence. Yet now, the individual he has taken down is Uchiha Tsuki, a high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan and one of the captains of the Konoha Guard. The Uchiha clan cannot simply let this matter rest, especially since Yuye brazenly wielded Uchiha Tsuki's sword. Within Konoha Village, the Uchiha clan would never dare to act against Yuye, but should he venture out to the battlefield due to the war, the situation could change. Yet, Yuye does not dwell on these imminent dangers. His mind is singularly focused on unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates of might. It has been several months since he opened the second gate. Yuye's first gate of the 8 gates of might was achieved with ease, as his physique was already up to standard. Transitioning from the first to the second gate took nearly 2 months of training, while moving from the second to the third gate is considerably slower. Each additional gate resonates with those previously opened, amplifying each other, a process that requires time. The more gates one opens, the longer the amplification period becomes, resulting in a strengthening of the body. In essence, even without training, Yuye's body continues to strengthen, albeit at a sluggish pace. Continuous training in martial arts accelerates this amplification and shortens the time required. At present, Yuye has become exceedingly adept at manipulating the shockwave power. He no longer needs to throw punches to generate shockwaves. He can adjust this power at will, stimulating his muscles, bones, and blood into a constant tremor. This tremor yields remarkable enhancement effects, although it cannot be sustained indefinitely and is extremely energy-consuming. The bento that Kushina prepared is hardly sufficient for Yuye's needs. Regardless, since the expenses are reimbursed by the Umbu, he need not worry about meals. Thus, he takes to the streets to sample the various culinary delights of Konoha Village. Konoha is vast, with more than just a charaka ramen. After expending copious amounts of energy through daily training, Yuye seeks out a restaurant to indulge in a hearty feast. His appetite is astonishing, leaving many in disbelief as they watch him consume such large quantities of food. How can a child devour so much? Is his stomach crafted from sealing scrolls? Gradually, Yuye earns the moniker of Big Eater in the village, leading many to speculate that his prodigious appetite is linked to his genius. The Akimichi clan asserts that Yuye's potential is indeed connected to his capacity for consumption. However, this speculation proves fruitless. One glance at Yuye, who remains remarkably lean, compared to the rotund members of the Akimichi clan, dispels such notions. As days pass, Yuye's physical growth accelerates. Though he is barely 10 years old, he appears to be 13 or 14. During this time, Konoha has witnessed significant events. Firstly, the perennial Genin Might Guy has finally shed the title of lowly Genin, vaulting directly to the rank of special Jonin, bypassing the Chunin level. Naturally, some were discontented. But after being soundly defeated by Might Guy's 8 Gates of Might, they were left with no choice but to accept. This world, after all, venerates the strong. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has publicly announced the unexpected demise of Uchiha Suki, one of the captains of the Konoha Guard. Only a handful possess knowledge of the true circumstances surrounding his death, even within the Uchiha clan itself. In response, Yuye merely smirks and chooses to disregard the matter. The only surprise for Yuye is the emergence of a character seemingly absent from the original narrative, Uzumaki Kushina, a cousin of Kushina from the Uzumaki clan, who is under Kushina's care. The introduction of this peculiar character propels the plot into the realm of unpredictability, igniting Yuye's curiosity about future developments. Nonetheless, the enhancement of his own strength remains paramount. Yuye took over 2 months to progress from the first gate to the second, and nearly 4 months to unlock the third. Upon opening the third gate of the 8 Gates of Might, it resonated with the preceding gates, just as expected. Initially, upon opening the first gate, Yuye possessed chakra comparable to that of a Genin. After unlocking the second gate, his chakra level surged to that of an elite Chunin. This leap was not merely the sum of 2 Genin levels. Rather, the resonance between the 2 gates interconnected and amplified his chakra, fundamentally elevating it. Even if he excludes the chakra from the second gate, the chakra from the first gate alone exceeds that of his original Genin level. Now, with the unlocking of the third gate, yet another resonance occurs. It takes nearly a week for the third gate to stabilize. Finally, Yuye's chakra level ascends to that of a Jonin. Of course, Yuye does not have an overwhelming need for chakra. The true focus lies in the enhancement of his shockwave power that accompanies the opening and stabilization of the third gate. Yuye aligns his mastery of shockwave power with the levels of the 8 Gates of Might. The shockwave unleashed when opening the first gate corresponds to the first phase, while the second gate yields the second phase. The opening of the third gate thus grants him access to the third phase of shockwave power. Now, Yuye possesses the strength to shatter low-tier A-rank ninjutsu with a single punch. Concurrently, the enhancement of chakra amplifies Yuye's extraordinary strength, and when combined with shockwave power, the resulting shockwave release becomes formidable enough to obliterate even mid-tier A-rank ninjutsu with ease. Yuye senses that even high-tier A-rank ninjutsu, while perhaps not directly shatterable, could be evenly matched. As for the shockwave slash, its amplification is not excessively pronounced, yielding a maximum of high-tier A-rank power. However, its true advantage lies in its increased flexibility. With the augmentation of strength, Yuye finds that he no longer requires intentional agility. Upon unlocking the third gate and attaining the third phase of shockwave power, Yuye discovers that he can unleash this power with greater versatility. Now, he can directly project the shockwave for offensive purposes. In a secluded grove, Yuye stands poised, drawing forth his ninja sword. Shock release, air shatter. With the sword in hand, he gently lifts the blade. Instantly, a sphere of white light materializes upon the blade, not as a shockwave slash, but rather a simple application of shockwave power onto the sword, which the blade can still withstand. This white light exudes a terrifying aura, no longer appearing dull as before. It now resembles a semi-transparent halo, radiating a formidable energy. Naturally, applying shockwave power to the sword precludes the addition of extraordinary strength. In the next moment, Yuye swings the sword. Buzz. The white halo on the blade, representing a surge of vibrational energy, was swiftly cast aside by Yuye, landing several meters away before shattering with a resounding crash. The air crackled with numerous expanding fissures, as if tearing the very fabric of that space apart with tremendous force. The sound echoed, boom. Although the immense power could not be stacked due to the nature of the throw, the range of the vibrational energy attack expanded significantly. Moreover, for Yuye, the ability to hurl this energy alleviated his earlier paralysis. Indeed, casting it away eliminated the issue of stiffness. With the opening of the third gate, Yuye's speed surged further, leading to the development of a new technique. This technique, shock escape, was an evolution of the earlier move, enhanced by rapid movement to strike a single point repeatedly. In simpler terms, Yuye could now utilize his speed to dart around his opponent, akin to Lee, and release 3 spheres of vibrational energy from 3 different directions, converging simultaneously upon a central target. This maneuver bore similarities to the technique used by the late Yu. Yet due to Yuye's speed not matching the extreme levels of the 7th gate, he could achieve a maximum of 3 overlapping shocks. Nevertheless, even this limited stacking produced staggering power. What does 3 overlapping shocks entail? Even though the shock escape technique could not amplify raw strength, and despite a slight weakening from the throwing motion, 3 overlapping shocks remained more formidable than unmatched brute force. The explosive damage to the central target, while not reaching the S-class level of the shock escape's ultimate technique, was undeniably at least the peak of A-class ninjutsu. Furthermore, akin to Yu's technique, should the first shock strike, the target would be rendered immobile, ensuring near-certain hits from the subsequent 2 shocks, making evasion nearly impossible. To counter Yuye's move, one must retreat the moment the first sphere of vibrational energy is unleashed. Any attempt to endure or engage directly would lead to inevitable consequences from the following 2 strikes. Unless one possessed the destructive capability akin to Konoha's White Fang to forcibly break through a wave of vibrational energy, the outcome would be dire. The opening of the 3rd gate and the evolution of vibrational energy to its 3rd stage heralded a transformative leap for Yuye. As he continuously innovated new techniques, Yuye remained unaware of his burgeoning strength. At the very least, he felt confident that should he encounter Uchiha Suki again, he could effortlessly obliterate him. Even formidable shadow-level foes who underestimated Yuye might find themselves tragically ensnared by his shock escape. Kakashi Hitaki became a Nin at the tender age of 12. And here I am, still under 10, finally catching up to those prodigies from the original narrative. Taking a deep breath, Yuye sheathed his blade, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With his current prowess, the Second Great Ninja War would likely see a performer beyond just Konoha's White Fang and the legendary Sanin. A new figure would emerge. The enhancement of his strength also brought a shift in mindset. Previously, Yuye had only sought to protect himself during the Second Great Ninja War. But now his perspective had evolved to one of dominion over the battlefield. In the Konoha Umbu headquarters, within a somewhat spacious hall, Yuye awaited. This time, he did not don a mask. Typically, Umbu ninjas are required to wear masks to conceal their identities during missions. Many Umbu members even neglect to remove their masks upon returning to headquarters, leading to a culture where most ninjas within Umbu are masked. Yuye's presence in Umbu was prompted by a summons. He initially anticipated it to be a training session for candidate ninjas, but to his surprise, he received orders to become an official Umbu ninja. Not only Yuye, but several other candidate ninjas were also promoted simultaneously, likely due to recent events that resulted in casualties among Umbu members. Umbu ninjas frequently undertake perilous missions, yet casualties are relatively rare, as they are all elite operatives. However, losing nearly 2 squads of Umbu ninjas signifies a severe toll. This led Yuye to deduce that the situation in the Second Great Ninja War was grim. We are now in the early stages of this conflict, although the 3 great ninja villages are still in a state of mutual restraint. A large-scale confrontation cannot be far off. Upon becoming an official Umbu ninja, Yuye would be assigned to a squad. However, he had heard of specialized units within Umbu capable of executing missions independently. Umbu itself is a special operations unit for assassination tactics. While these elite units operate directly under the Hokage, with even squad leaders lacking the authority to mobilize their ninjas. Besides, most Umbu ninjas typically operate in teams. After a brief wait, several Umbu ninjas approached Yuye. All were official Umbu members, including Yuya himself. By order of Lord Hokage, you are assigned to Team 8. Codename, Heavenly Feather. One ninja, presumably the team leader, placed a document before Yuya, detailing his identity and registration number, alongside the directive to integrate him into the elite assassination unit, Team 8. Yuya glanced at the document, nodded, and remarked, "So, you are all members of Team 8? Indeed. I am the team leader, Moonlight Honglian, proficient in utilizing a ninja blade to execute fire release techniques, codename, Scorching Flame." The ninja who handed Yuya the document nodded before introducing himself, removing his mask to reveal his face before donning it again. As members of the same team, mutual understanding is essential for cooperation. The other two teammates likewise removed their masks for Yuya to see their visages before replacing them. I am Asamasuna, skilled in puppet techniques and knowledgeable in poisons, codename, Ghost Hand. Suna carried a bandage-wrapped object on his back, likely one of his puppets. I am Yamanaka Haji, adept in mental ninjutsu capable of restricting or controlling an opponent's actions, though it requires coordination for stable execution, codename, Dark Knight. Upon hearing this introduction, Yuya, who had maintained a calm demeanor, displayed a hint of curiosity. Is there an issue? Haji inquired, regarding Yuya with a puzzled look. Yuya shook his head. No, nothing at all. Yet, he pondered privately if this Haji might be Ino's uncle, given that Ino's father was named Yamanaka Haji in the original narrative. Though intrigued, Yuya refrained from probing further, as Umbu ninjas typically do not inquire about each other's backgrounds. What struck Yuya as slightly odd was the apparent independence of the Yamanaka clan from the Akimichi and Nara clans. That said, the situation at the front lines is exceedingly urgent, leaving little time for training and coordination. We have a mission to execute. Moonlight Honglian's gaze carried a sense of calm gravitas. The objective is to infiltrate the Rain Country, gathering intelligence on the ninjas from a Wagakure and Amigakure, and if the opportunity arises, to carry out assassinations. We will discuss the specifics en route. We must depart immediately. Is it that urgent? Yuya was not the only one surprised. Both Yamanaka Haji and Isamasuna also appeared taken aback. Moonlight Honglian nodded and said, "The situation over there is quite grave. The casualties among the members of the Umbu have been significant. A partial reorganization has taken place, and we must return immediately." By the way, Yuya is a newcomer. Although he has participated in training sessions before and has achieved remarkable results, this is a real battlefield. Please take good care of him. Understood, both Yamashiro Haji and Isama-sana replied. Yuya, however, wore a helpless expression and said nothing as he followed Moonlight Honglian out of the Umbu. He never anticipated that events would unfold so abruptly. In the blink of an eye, he was bound for the land of rain. Despite the urgency of the situation, Yuya did not forget to bid farewell to Kushina. Moonlight Honglian and the others had their own trivial matters to attend to, so after leaving the Umbu, they parted ways to gather at the village entrance. Yuya first removed his mask and cloak, then swiftly located Kushina in the village, informing her of his departure to carry out a mission. Over the past 4 months, Kushina had frequently sought out Yuya, keeping her distance while silently observing his training. Thus, she was well aware of his formidable strength. Nevertheless, she could not quell her deep-seated worries, yet she refused to hinder Yuya from fulfilling his task. Ultimately, she gazed at him earnestly and softly implored, "You must return." "Yes, don't worry," Yuya replied with a reassuring smile, gently kissing her forehead before turning and vanishing in a flicker. Kushina gasped, her cheeks flushing with a charming hue as she bit her lip, staring blankly in the direction he had just disappeared. After parting with Kushina, Yuya donned his mask and cloak once more. It was a rule that the identity of the Umbu should not be disclosed casually. Even though Kushina's identity was arguably more exceptional than that of an Umbu ninja, he paused in a corner to adjust his disguise before hurrying towards the village entrance. In this attire, no one would dare to stop him. Moreover, Yuya's current speed was such that even the most skilled Jainin would find it challenging to keep pace. Upon reaching the village entrance, he reunited with Moonlight Honglian and the others. "Have you finished attending to your matters?" "Yes." "Very well. Maintain your composure during the mission. Stay alert at all times. Let us depart." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed the crystal ball in his hand. Watching Yuya leave with the Umbu team, "I instructed Moonlight Honglian to look after that child Yuya. As long as no unforeseen events arise, there should be no issues." He sighed gently, instinctively wishing to converse with someone, but then recalled that Kakashi was already in the land of rain, plunging him into silence. As Hokage, he could not act rashly. Meanwhile, the highest command in the Land of Rain was currently held by Kakashi. Furthermore, Danzo was also absent from Sunagakure, as he too was in the Land of Rain, and at this moment, even Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were present in the Land of Rain. A convergence of talents, indeed. The stage for the Second Shinobi World War. I hope you can survive this war. With your talent, you will surely grow swiftly, and it may not be long before you achieve the rank of J-Nin. He murmured to himself, his gaze filled with profound depth as he looked into the distance. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Yuya's team was advancing at full speed. Throughout the journey, Moonlight Honglin engaged in conversation with Yamashiro Hige and Asama Asana, with Yuya naturally included in the discourse. However, for the most part, Moonlight Honglin did not inquire about Yuya. He was merely a listener. Despite Yuya's outstanding performance in the Umbu previously, as they approached the battlefield, such accolades meant little. No matter how gifted one might be, without the experience of bloodshed, one could not be deemed a true elite. To them, Yuya was likely more of a burden in the early missions. Moonlight Honglin had even received specific instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen to provide extra guidance and protection for Yuya when necessary. As the journey progressed, traversing the borders of the Land of Fire proved remarkably smooth. However, as they neared the edge of this territory, the conversation among Yujetsu, Kurenai, and others diminished significantly, replaced by a palpable silence, more a heightened vigilance than mere quietude. In times of war, the internal strife within the Land of Fire is frequent, and venturing beyond its confines poses even greater dangers. The Land of Rain, at this juncture, was fraught with peril, with enemies lurking at every turn. Positioned at the confluence of the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth, it is indeed a strategic focal point. Before even stepping into the Land of Rain, the weather shifted dramatically. The once azure sky and radiant sunlight gave way to oppressive, heavy clouds, casting a somber atmosphere. Upon entering the Land of Rain, the first drops began to fall, initially gentle and sparse, but soon intensifying into a torrential downpour. Yujetsu led the group, with Kurenai and the others following closely behind. As the squad leader, Yujetsu was responsible for task delegation and intelligence exchange. In the Land of Rain, Kurenai's team swiftly received information relayed by the scouts from Konoha, commencing the mission as directed by Yujetsu. This particular task was concurrently being undertaken by other Umbu squads, characterized as a military operation. Tianyu, take the center position. I and Anya will follow behind, Kurenai instructed, nodding slightly towards Tianyu before glancing at Yamakami and Yujetsu. Yujetsu concurred. Yes, Tianyu, stay in the middle. This way, we can avoid any significant missteps should we encounter trouble. Tianyu's expression reflected mild irritation. It felt as though they regarded him as a burden. Yet, acknowledging their concern, he reluctantly acquiesced and positioned himself in the center of the formation. Meanwhile, Yamakami and Kurenai exchanged glances, affirming their protective duty over Tianyu, which was also a part of their mission. Given Tianyu's potential, it was believed that with a few more assignments, he could evolve from a novice into a formidable elite ninja. For these initial missions, we shall bear the brunt of the challenges, they murmured softly before slightly widening the gap between themselves, forming a triangular formation around Tianyu. Tianyu, concealed behind his mask, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Fine. If they wish to protect me, I shall graciously accept their kindness. The group advanced deeper into the Land of Rain, initiating their task without encountering any unforeseen complications. Their mission involved conducting reconnaissance based on the scouts' intelligence, and if the opportunity arose, they were to eliminate enemy ninjas, essentially engaging in ambushes or stealthy assassinations. Time flew by swiftly in the Land of Rain, nearing a month in duration. Throughout this period, Tianyu found himself with few opportunities to engage, as Yujetsu and Yamakami consistently shielded him. Although they believed Tianyu could best all Umbu candidates, they feared any hesitation on his part during real combat could lead to irreversible consequences. Nevertheless, during this month, Tianyu's insightful observations and perceptive analysis astonished Yujetsu and the others, who marveled at his innate talent. Despite their admiration, they refrained from involving him in life-and-death skirmishes, allowing him only to assist in tidying the battlefield. Their primary concern was that he not become a liability. Typically, Umbu ninjas must report back after a month of operations. After completing another assassination deep within the Land of Rain, the team prepared to retreat. We've managed to avoid casualties during our month here," Yamakami remarked as he relaxed his hands from their sealing position. Yujetsu nodded while retracting his flickering flame-imbued kunai. "Fortune favors us. Both of you performed admirably. And Tion, you did not hinder our progress." As Tion Yu approached, they encountered a small squad of 4 Iwagakure ninjas. Before he could act, Yujetsu and Yamakami swiftly dispatched them. However, the comment about not being a hindrance stung slightly. "Let us continue. We should not be far from the camp," Yujetsu declared, sheathing his kunai and turning to lead. Tion Yu and Yamakami exchanged glances, following suit. Their successful completion of the month-long mission lightened the mood significantly. Yet, as they ventured further, the rain became noticeably heavier, an unsettling sensation washing over them. The Umbu elite reacted almost instinctively. "This is bad. We're ambushed," Yujetsu thought grimly. Realizing the implications of an ambush so close to Konoha's camp, he exerted force beneath him to retreat, drawing his kunai. However, his foot met empty air, replaced by a swirling vortex of water that engulfed him. Water vortex, killing formation, he realized with dread. In a moment of desperation, Yujetsu unleashed his kunai. Yet, the flames were snuffed out by the deluge. Impossible! A flicker of horror crossed his eyes. At this critical juncture, he had poured all his strength into the attack. Confident even against powerful A-rank jutsu. The overwhelming nature of this assault suggested a joint effort, a sealing technique executed by multiple ninjas. The rain pattered incessantly as Tion Yu and the others beheld the scene. A vortex of water had encapsulated Yujetsu, who was suddenly enveloped. The next instant, the water transformed into a vivid red. "Captain!" Yamakami and Kurinai exclaimed, their faces contorted in shock. In a heartbeat, the water dissipated, revealing Yujetsu riddled with wounds, collapsing into a pool of blood. The rain continued to fall, yet the ground beneath him was stained crimson. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving Tion Yu stunned, unable to comprehend the loss of the captain who had cared for him throughout the month. Despite Yujetsu's perception of him as a burden, he had genuinely looked after him. This exemplified the harsh realities of war. Death could claim anyone at any moment. Even a distinguished jonin like Yujetsu could not dictate his fate in such tumultuous times. Drawing a deep breath, Tion Yu steadied himself, a glimmer of cold resolve igniting in his gaze. Suddenly, shadows emerged around them, over a dozen figures clad in a Wagakure ninja attire. A cursory glance revealed that none were below the rank of elite shunin, and among them stood several jonin. They encircled Yuye and his companions, refraining from immediate assault. The leading jonin displayed a hint of disappointment on his face. It was truly disheartening. He had anticipated capturing a significant prize, yet found only a few Umbu ninjas from Konoha. Another jonin cast a cold glance at Yuye and the others before shaking his head, his expression unwavering. "Quickly eliminate them and retreat. Konoha will soon detect the commotion here." In the shadows, Yamashiro Kaiji and Asakawa Saki had initially intended to flee with Yuye after the death of Tsukiyakari Hongren. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming number of enemies, a sense of despair washed over them. Clearly, the IWA ninjas were not targeting them. Perhaps they were laying in wait for Orochimaru or Tsunade. Or maybe they aimed to ambush higher-ranking ninjas like Kakashi Hitaki. Unfortunately, they had unwittingly stumbled into a trap. How could there be so many? Curses. Cold sweat trickled down Yamashiro Kaiji's forehead, and a sense of hopelessness settled in his heart, leaving him devoid of the will to resist. On the other hand, Asakawa Saki, who had intended to urge Yuye to flee, now recognized that escape was utterly impossible. Neither he nor Yamashiro Kaiji could carve a path to safety in such dire circumstances. Even if Yuye possessed slightly superior strength, it was of little consequence. They were already in a state of desperation. Although Asakawa Saki was still manipulating his puppets, his fingers trembled slightly as despair enveloped his heart. The IWA Jonin showed no intention of attacking but instead commanded their subordinates, a dozen chunin, to close in on Yuye and his companions, preparing to exterminate them. At that moment, Yuye, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly stepped forward. With each footfall, the puddle of rainwater mixed with blood beneath him rippled violently. Yet not a single droplet splashed. Advancing steadily, Yuye gently unsheathed the katana from his back. A faint aura of killing intent began to permeate the air. Seeing Yuye's movement, Yamashiro Kaiji and Asakawa Saki exchanged bewildered glances. In such a perilous situation, the inexperienced Yuye not only stood his ground but seemed intent on confronting the enemy. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they could only shake their heads in bitter amusement. What good would it do? At most, he could take a few down with him before he fell. Survival seemed nearly impossible. In the next moment, Yuye swung his katana. The blade fell with a resounding impact. A surge of white light erupted from the blade, and a terrifying presence instantly filled the air. Yuye unleashed a powerful strike forward. Shockwave. Shattered jade. The white shockwave was hurled forth, racing ahead. The moment Yuye revealed his power, the enemy ninjas grew vigilant. As they witnessed Yuye's attack barreling toward them, they all instinctively retreated. However, under the terrifying range of Yuye's shockwave, evasion was hardly feasible. Crack! In an instant, the shockwave detonated ahead. The rain suspended in midair, droplets frozen as if time itself had halted. The air fractured with a menacing crack, space seemingly cleaved apart, creating a scene akin to the world being turned upside down. The deafening roar of the shockwave reverberated, shaking the surroundings. The nearest IWA ninjas, caught off guard, emitted chilling cracks as their bodies were reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and bones. Those who managed to retreat quickly felt an overwhelming force strike them, causing them to spew blood in shock. In a single stroke, Yuye had swept the battlefield, annihilating one IWA ninja and injuring nearly all others, leaving them gasping in pain. Yamashiro Kaiji and Asakawa Saki, who had braced themselves for a desperate fight, now wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Yuye was astonishingly powerful. The enemies were all Chunin, each one an elite in their own right. Yet, before Yuye, they had been utterly overwhelmed in a single attack. It was nothing short of shocking and unfathomable. The IWA Jonin stood dumbfounded, disbelief etched across their faces. They stared intently at Yuye, striving to uncover the identity hidden behind the mask. The injured Chunin, now filled with dread, retreated, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They were baffled by the nature of the power Yuye had just unleashed. Without hand signs, merely a swift swing of his sword, he had released such an unfathomable force, defying all logic. However, being elite Chunin, despite their injuries, they quickly regained their composure. No one dared display any hint of carelessness. Water release. Exploding water wave. In an instant, this specialized ambush unit synchronized their hand signs, unleashing the same ninjutsu. The combined techniques coalesced into a towering wave, obscuring the sky, roaring as if it could swallow the earth whole. Water release. Great exploding water wave. This technique, while not as powerful as the feats performed by the likes of Kisame Hoshigaki, still held immense destructive potential. The terrifying wave surged forth, nearly blotting out the sky, as if it could pull down the endless clouds of the land of rain. Yamashiro Kaiji and Asakawa Saki, still reeling from Yuye's previous display, could not help but look at him in horror. Such an onslaught. Even if Yuye were extraordinarily strong, could he withstand it? As the colossal wave descended, Yuye showed no inclination to evade. He let one hand drop the katana at his side while clenching his other fist tightly. Then, with a sudden motion, he unleashed a punch. Shockwave. Unmatched strength. Boom. At that moment, the earth trembled violently, as if the very fabric of reality had been upended by his strike. The explosive shockwave erupted, sending cracks through the air like the limbs of a spider web, fracturing the space before him. Crash. The towering wave crumbled before Yuye's ferocious shockwave, obliterated in a single blow. The torrent of water, once a formidable force, dispersed in an instant, and not a single droplet landed upon Yuye. What an astonishing display! Witnessing the power of Yuye's punch, Yamashiro Kaiji and Asakawa Saki felt as though thunder rumbled through their minds, a cacophony of disbelief. In the following instant, Yuye withdrew his fist, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. With a flicker, he dashed forward, crossing the dissipating water. In a burst of speed, Yuye became little more than a blur. The Chunin could hardly discern his movements. He appeared before several astonished IWA ninjas, and without uttering a word, his katana swept through the air. Shockwave. Air shatter. Boom. The shockwave erupted, engulfing the IWA ninjas. Only one managed to perform a substitution technique. The others, caught off guard, could barely register their disbelief before their bodies were reduced to a gruesome pile of bones. Impossible. Our combined water technique was thwarted by this individual. Could he be the captain of the Umbu of Sunagakure? The remaining Nin were stricken with horror, their faces reflecting sheer terror. In the next instant, Yuye's figure flickered and lunged towards them, delivering a fierce strike that unleashed a shockwave. Block it. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Instantly, the remaining Nin, without a moment's hesitation, invoked the Earth-style defensive ninjutsu. Boom. The ground trembled as several earth walls erupted and fused together, forming a defensive barrier rivaling an A-rank ninjutsu. It stood like an indomitable peak amidst the chaos. Crack! Yuya's attack shattered the interconnected earth flow wall, creating a web of intricate fissures. Did we stop him? A sigh of relief escaped the rock nin behind the wall. However, in that very moment, Yuya had already charged to the front of the earth flow wall. Without uttering a word, he clenched his fist and unleashed a devastating punch. Tremor style, unparalleled strength. Crack! The already fractured earth flow wall disintegrated beneath Yuya's blow. The shockwave radiated outward, engulfing the rock nin who had sought refuge behind the wall. Gasp! In an instant, everyone trembled violently, all spitting blood simultaneously. The next moment, Yuya surged forward again, delivering another punch with relentless force. Boom! This time, no one could withstand Yuya's assault. Even though a few managed to cast some ninjutsu, they were swept aside by the sheer power of his fist. No one could stand in his way. At that moment, the earth itself cracked, spreading fissures in every direction. The puddles on the ground began to flow into these cracks, gradually vanishing from sight. The rain in the sky paused for a brief moment before resuming its descent. However, this time, the ground was more saturated with crimson. It resembled flowers blooming across the landscape, yet these were blossoms of hell, steeped in blood and terror, utterly devoid of beauty. Thus, all the rock nin were obliterated by Yuya, as if he were sweeping away with ease. This entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. From Yuya's first strike to the shattering of the towering water wave, the destruction of the earth flow wall, and the annihilation of all nin took mere moments. In the distance, several rock jonin, still astonished and analyzing Yuya's identity, were caught off guard as the battle had already concluded. Their expressions morphed into disbelief and shock. Yuya was formidable. They recognized this from his initial sweeping attack. Yet, just as they speculated whether he was the captain of the Umbu, he had already ended the battle, annihilating everyone in his path. What a profound shock. Though the nin were merely elite among their ranks, they had trained extensively in combined ninjutsu to ambush the ninjas of Sunagakure. Yet, before Yuya, they were rendered utterly ineffective, swept away in an instant. Incapable of halting his advance. Even if they had banded together, they could not have so easily dispatched those elite nin. Meanwhile, Yamashiro and Asakawa stood transfixed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as if caught in a dream. In Yuya's figure, they perceived the shadow of the Umbu captain, Kakashi Hitaki. After obliterating the dozen nin, Yuya remained untainted by blood, exuding an aura of invincibility, subtle yet palpable. This individual is immensely powerful. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent, yet he stands alone. The Rock Village possesses 4 jonin, with one evidently leading the group. The leader, without a doubt, is an elite jonin, potentially a candidate for the title of Hokage, wielding unique forbidden techniques or bloodline limits. In the blink of an eye, all the nin were defeated, and now Yuya faced the 4 jonin. Behind his mask, his expression remained inscrutable, embodying calmness. Yet within his eyes flickered a cold, lethal intent. On this battlefield, words were unnecessary and inquiries futile. He was a ninja of Sunagakure, confronting the ninjas of the Rock Village, regardless of personal vendettas. They were sworn enemies with no possibility for leniency. The battle erupted once more. The jonin, significantly more powerful than the nin, employed various shadow clone techniques to gauge Yuya's strength, yet he confronted every attack with a single, sweeping punch. One man, one sword, one fist. He overpowered the 4 jonin, one of whom was an elite jonin. In the distance, Asakawa's puppets lay shattered on the ground, scattered in pieces, while Yamashiro, drenched from the rain, resembled a drenched rat. Oblivious to his disheveled state, Yuya was engaged in combat with the jonin, and against 4 of them, he dominated the battlefield. As Umbu ninjas, they had participated in countless battles and witnessed innumerable astonishing scenes, yet none could compare to the sheer shock of this moment. It was beyond their imagination that Yuya could possess such overwhelming strength. Earth style, rock mountain technique. Boom. One of the rock jonin unleashed an A-rank earth style ninjutsu, causing the ground to tremble and crack, summoning 2 colossal semicircles from either side, aiming to crush Yuya into oblivion. Unfazed, Yuya drove his sword into the ground, crossed his arms before his chest, and then struck outwards with tremendous force. Crack. The thunderous sound resonated like rolling thunder, causing many to wince in pain. The two massive, semicircular rock formations shattered beneath the might of Yuya's fists. Following this, Yuya seized his sword once more and charged at one of the jonin. Without hesitation, that jonin retreated. Having witnessed Yuya's prowess, he understood the futility of engaging him directly. Tremor style. Air burst. As Yuya pursued, his eyes gleamed with icy determination. He swung his sword, unleashing a wave of shock energy that descended upon the jonin's head. Not good. Earth style? Super hardening technique. In an instant, the jonin's hands blurred, forming hand seals with remarkable swiftness. His body seemed to be enveloped in a thick layer of protective energy. Boom. The shockwave erupted, forcibly embedding him into the earth. The ground transformed into a crater, which radiated outward like a spider's web, fracturing in every direction. The other jonin, witnessing this, rushed to provide assistance. But Yuya had already flickered to the front of the crater. Just then, a figure leapt from the pit, coughing up blood. Damn it, your strength is merely that. He spat defiantly. Despite some cracks in his super hardening technique, he appeared to have only suffered a minor injury. Is that so? Yuye uttered the first words since the battle commenced, and as he did, the sword in his hand suddenly fell. Humph. The elite shinobi appeared to be somewhat ferocious after sustaining injuries, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Earth release. Petrification. Crack. Crack. In an instant, a surge of brownish-yellow rock enveloped the elite shinobi, an eerie sound echoing as he transformed into a statue. With the added technique of super hardening, he felt emboldened, charging directly at Yuyue's blade. The edge of Yuyue's sword radiated a white glow, yet upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of mockery crossed his gaze. How audacious to confront me head-on. Buzz. In the next moment, the white luminescence vanished from Yuyue's blade, replaced by an invisible and colorless force that warped the air around it, releasing a terrifying aura. Shockwave slash. This is bad. Quickly evade. The elite shinobi, alongside two others rushing towards him, prepared to unleash their jutsu, their eyes widening in horror at the sight. However, the elite shinobi had already lost his chance to escape. Nevertheless, he remained confident, believing that even if Yuyue's tremor could breach his defenses, it would not be enough to kill him outright. If he could just seize Yuye, he could coordinate with his companions to reverse the situation and eliminate Yuye here. Thus, he steeled himself, disregarding everything as he lunged for Yuyue's blade. Swoosh. There was no flash of light, nor any earth-shattering roar. Yuyue's strike was entirely different from the force he had previously employed, as if devoid of any accompanying terror. Yet, it was precisely this strike that eclipsed all brilliance, becoming the sole focus of existence. All gazes converged upon this moment, tinged with astonishment. Silent and swift. In the next instant, Yuye descended to the ground. His sword met no resistance, slicing through the petrified arm of the elite shinobi, then his head, and finally his body. As easily as cutting through withered wood, the elite shinobi's body hung suspended in the air, his eyes still wide with disbelief and terror, struggling to glance down at Yuye, yearning to discern the face concealed beneath the mask. But he could not. Crash. His body split in two, blood raining down. Yuye casually raised a fist to the sky, a gentle surge of force dispersing the blood rain, ensuring not a single drop fell upon him. Thus, the first elite shinobi met his demise. Yuyue's gaze remained placid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he turned his attention to the remaining three elite shinobi. Damn it. The lead elite shinobi's eyes reddened, his teeth clenched. Losing even a single elite shinobi was an unbearable price, having only ambushed a single member of the Konoha. The loss of an elite shinobi and several chunin was a burden he could not bear. I refuse to believe this fiend's chakra is limitless. The elite shinobi gritted his teeth, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Yuye, unable to ascertain his age due to the mask and cloak. In the shinobi world, one cannot gauge age by stature. However, even if this elite shinobi suspected Yuye might be a squad leader or even the captain of the Konoha, the continuous use of such overwhelming attacks must have drained a significant amount of chakra. Thus, if they could only stall Yuye, there remained a chance to slay him. Killing Yuye could compensate for this grievous loss. Resolute in his decision, the elite shinobi suddenly formed hand seals, instructing his two companions. His chakra must be considerably depleted. Hold him down. Do not let him escape. Agreed. The other two elite shinobi shared similar thoughts, responding in unison as they fixed their murderous intent upon Yuye. Little did they know, Yuye had never entertained the notion of fleeing. Yuye's singular intent was to annihilate the foes before him. Raindrops continued to fall upon the blood-soaked earth. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, and with the surrounding carnage and the stench of death, it resembled a hellish domain, causing even the most ordinary person to faint in terror. Yet, amidst the rain, several shinobi stood, gasping for breath, indifferent to the corpses strewn about, allowing the rain to drench their hair and clothing. The Iwagakure ninjas were fixated on Yuye. Nonchalantly, Yuye wielded his sword, advancing step by step toward the three. Earth Release. Earth Spike Technique. An elite shinobi suddenly formed hand seals, pressing his palms against the ground. Boom. In an instant, countless earthen spikes erupted from beneath Yuye, seemingly intent on obliterating him. Yet, in response to this assault, Yuye showed no inclination to evade. He simply lifted his foot and lightly stomped down. Boom. The earth trembled violently, shattering the rising spikes as if they were made of brittle twigs, obliterating the earth technique with a single stomp. Moreover, this was not the end. Beneath Yuye's foot, the shockwave erupted, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Blood flowed into the cracks, cleansing the ground somewhat, but the surface was now stained in indelible crimson. The earth crumbled, and the tremors persisted. The three Iwagakure elite shinobi quickly retreated to avoid the encroaching fissures. Just as they withdrew, Yuye suddenly grasped the hilt of his sword and swung it fiercely. Buzz! This strike seemed to cleave through the very fabric of space. The air was rent asunder by the shockwave, a force sweeping outwards, roaring towards the three elite shinobi. In unison, they shouted, forming hand seals midair. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. Boom. The shockwave, like a ferocious tide, shattered the earth flow wall, and the three elite shinobi found themselves nearly at the edge of the attack's reach. Yet, they were still brushed by the residual force, their bodies trembling slightly. At this distance, even while utilizing a defensive technique, to be struck, if the force were any stronger, we might be injured. Damn it! Where did this individual from Konoha come from? What technique is he employing? It must be some form of bloodline limit. The two elite shinobi gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with trepidation. Enough with the pondering. We simply need to hold him down until his chakra is depleted, then we can launch a counterattack. The elite shinobi remained astounded by Yuye's power, but in his mind, the more Yuye unleashed such immense force, the greater his exhaustion would be, ensuring their eventual victory. Yuye was acutely aware of the elite shinobi and Appo's intentions. He understood they sought to stall him until he exhausted his chakra. However, Yuye's usage of shockwave techniques consumed an exceedingly minimal amount of chakra. If that is the case, then let us continue. A glimmer of determination shone in Yuye's eyes as he surveyed the three elite shinobi, now devoid of the earlier murderous intent and fervor. What remained was a sense of superiority. Indeed, Yuye had nearly confirmed his own strength. Upon reaching the third gate of the 8 gates, his chakra had ascended to elite shinobi levels. His shockwave power had evolved to the 3rd stage, and with the addition of the technique Air Shatter, his enemies could no longer pinpoint his vulnerabilities. In the face of elite ninjas, Yuye demonstrates an overwhelming superiority. Were it not for the cooperative nature of ninjas, where 1 + 1 equals at least 2, he would have utterly decimated these elite shinobi by now. When confronted individually, an elite ninja would be swept away with ease. Perhaps those elite ninjas possessing forbidden techniques could barely contend with Yuye's might, but it is evident that beneath the level of a shadow, Yuye can effortlessly dominate all opponents. Furthermore, should he unleash his agile speed combined with the nearly chakra-free shockwave technique, he could easily disregard strategies involving overwhelming numbers. As long as he is not faced with a legion of thousands or dozens of elite ninjas, Yuye can virtually sweep them aside. At this moment, however, facing the 3 Iwagakure elite ninjas, Yuye has grown weary of employing his speed for victory, for it is simply unnecessary. He has discerned their capabilities and confirmed that his own power is an absolute crushing force. Thus, with a calm demeanor, he strides towards the adversaries, wielding his katana, delivering blow after blow, treating the 3 Iwagakure shinobi as mere targets for honing his technique, the empty fragment. As Yuye advances, the trio of elite ninjas attempts to collectively execute defensive ninjutsu to withstand his empty fragment. With each step he takes forward, they are compelled to retreat, sometimes even several paces at a time. 1 sword against 3, forcing the Iwagakure elite ninjas to yield step by step. They dare not confront the sharp edge of Yuye's blade head-on. The scene grows increasingly surreal. It no longer resembles a battle between ninjas, but rather a practice session. Yet, the 3 Iwagakure elite shinobi are in dire straits. They cannot charge forward for they have repeatedly verified the futility of breaking through Yuya's shockwave. A head-on assault would be tantamount to suicide. As for a complete retreat, that is equally impossible. Only by teaming up can they barely withstand Yuya's long-range attacks. Should they attempt to flee and scatter, they would inevitably fall prey to Yuya, whose speed surpasses theirs. Thus, they can only watch helplessly as Yuya's sword descends again and again, depleting their chakra reserves as they desperately defend themselves. Initially, they held on to the notion that Yuya's chakra would eventually wane. However, as his strikes continued unabated, his pace and ferocity unwavering, panic began to set in. Their chakra was rapidly dwindling. What is this man made of? Is his chakra limitless? Such relentless assault, one elite ninja coughed up blood. Despite their efforts to fend off his attacks, they could not escape the occasional backlash of the shockwave. The cumulative effect became unbearable. All the while, Yuya remained nonchalantly swinging his blade, advancing steadily. The expression of the elite ninja transformed from astonishment to shock, then to disbelief, ultimately settling into despair as he realized that Yuya's chakra reserves were far beyond what he had imagined. It dawned upon him that for Yuya, eliminating them was a trivial task. They were merely practice dummies. At this moment, Yuya's serene figure, wielding his sword amidst the rain, appeared to the three Iwagakure shinobi as an insurmountable mountain, unstoppable, unassailable. The rain continued to fall, undeterred by the conflict. Thick clouds loomed overhead, perpetually shrouding the sky in a stifling atmosphere. With each swing of his sword, Yuya's movements became increasingly fluid. Initially, his use of the empty fragment was less skilled than that of the shockwave, but as the battle progressed, it became as effortless as a leisurely stroll. At this juncture, even the elite ninja could no longer endure. It was akin to a water tank. Once a single breach occurred, the entire structure would swiftly collapse. Yuya withdrew his katana, his figure flickering as he lunged forward, then suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the torrential rain seemed to freeze midair, akin to thunder crashing in the battlefield, shaking the very earth. The three Iwagakure elite ninjas, unable to withstand any longer, could only reveal despair in their eyes. A monster. Boom. The shockwave erupted violently, sweeping the rainwater into a turbulent flow, reminiscent of a brush painting a vivid scene of explosive energy. Under this force, the three elite ninjas could no longer resist. Collapsing under the overwhelming impact, their lifeless bodies fell into the rain-soaked ground. Thus, the ambush laid by Iwagakure's elite assassination unit on Yuya and his companions was entirely obliterated. An astonishing scene unfolded. Despite the battle's conclusion, the rain continued to patter down, washing away the blood from the earth, devoid of any grandeur or commotion. Yet, this very tableau was profoundly shocking. Yuya stood quietly amidst the carnage, surrounded by lifeless bodies, the ground stained crimson as if it were a hellish realm. Yet, not a single drop of blood marred Yuya's form. He stood as an embodiment of death itself. In the distance, Yamashiro Hige and Asakawa Zana, who had been mere spectators since the onset of the conflict, stood as if petrified, unable to process the scene before them. Their eyes remained filled with disbelief. They were dead. All of them? Yuya, his strength has reached such heights that even a squad leader, no, even a division leader would pale in comparison. If previously, Yuya's prowess and talent were likened to that of a prodigy, now his power transcended comprehension. At this age, possessing such strength was akin to being a harbinger of slaughterborn for the Second Shinobi World War, a hellish reaper. Slowly turning, Yuya approached the two in the rain, not pausing, but continuing onward until he reached the body of Tsukikage Kurinai, standing solemnly beside it. Asakawa Zana and Yamashiro Hige reigned in their astonishment and disbelief, joining Yuya's side. This is war. Death can come at any moment, whether to oneself or the enemy. Yuya murmured softly, his expression concealed beneath his mask. Then, without looking back, he commanded, "Tidy the battlefield. We shall depart." Understood. Asakawa Zana and Yamashiro Hige responded in unison, promptly commencing the cleanup. Unbeknownst to them, in that moment, their demeanor had naturally shifted to that of subordinates, with Yuya as their superior. After clearing the battlefield and severing the heads of the significant targets to seal within scrolls, Asakawa Zana and Yamashiro Hige quietly followed Yuya, leaving the scene behind. As they cast a final glance at Yuya's retreating figure, an involuntary respect emerged in their eyes. They would no longer underestimate him due to his age. All that remained was reverence. In the land of rain, establishing a camp necessitated elevated terrain as low valleys, where water collects, were unsuitable. On a high point within a hilly region lay the Konoha camp in the Land of Rain, not a temporary site, but a well-established location akin to a small village. At the center of this camp was the command post for the Second Shinobi World War. Kikuki Tsukumo stood quietly before a sand table, analyzing the battlefield situation. In secrecy, he served as the captain of Konoha Esambu. On the surface, he was an elite jonin with more experience than Orochimaru and others, serving as the frontline commander in this war. At that moment, a ninja burst into the room, battered and bloodied. Without needing to ask, the wounded scout quickly conveyed the life-and-death intelligence he had gathered. Lord Tsukumo, we engaged in combat with the ninjas of Iwagakure and discovered that an elite assassination team had infiltrated our defenses without detection. Such a revelation startled even Tsukumo. The infiltration of an assassination unit pointed to a target of significant importance within Konoha or its elite forces. The consequences of a successful ambush would be dire. The loss of an elite jonin, such as Orochimaru or Jiraiya, would drastically alter the battlefield dynamics. Can you ascertain their approximate location? He inquired. Roughly to the northwest. But the specifics are unknown. Understood. You should tend to your injuries, Tsukumo replied, nodding as he signaled for medical ninjas to assist the battered scout. Immediately, he summoned several intelligence and sensory ninjas into the room. Through mutual analysis, they quickly identified a general area of concern. Faced with the threat of an elite assassination team, Tsukumo refused to take any chances and decided to take matters into his own hands. However, at that moment, a figure intruded upon the gathering. It was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, one of the frontline commanders, typically operating in the shadows to execute various schemes and assassination missions, seldom intervening directly in open warfare. The battlefield decisions were generally left to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsukumo. Tsukumo, you must not act recklessly, Danzo admonished sternly. Tsukumo responded, anyone but me going could result in casualties. An elite team so close to our position must be eradicated. Otherwise, we risk losing our momentum. Danzo furrowed his brow. We are currently in a standoff, and the higher-ups have yet to engage. If you act prematurely, it may give the impression that Konoha is vulnerable. No, Tsukumo replied calmly, a quiet resolve emanating from him. If I eliminate them completely, no one will know I was there, and I will assume another identity. After a moment of silence, Danzo, faced with Tsukumo's determination, reluctantly nodded. Though a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes, Tsukumo swiftly departed the Konoha camp. His intention to operate under a different identity meant he would assume the role of the Umbu captain. Accompanied by 3 squads of Umbu ninjas, essentially all the Umbu he could mobilize at that moment, they hastened to the area where an ambush was likely, then slowed their pace. The incessant rain of the Land of Rain washed away many scents, so Tsukumo had initially not intended to sense any presences. However, after a while, all eyes narrowed in concern as an overwhelming stench of blood permeated the air, seemingly indelible even by the rain. After a thorough search, several Umbu ninjas stumbled upon a nightmarish battlefield, their eyes wide with shock. Tsukumo arrived shortly after, and upon witnessing the brutal scene, he too exhibited astonishment. All the corpses scattered across the ground belonged to Iwagakure ninjas. This must be the elite assassination unit that had infiltrated. Yet they had all perished here. Who could have done this? Who possesses such power? Captain, these are all elite Iwagakure ninjas, but the wounds do not suggest any identifiable attack. It appears as if they were obliterated by a ferocious force, one Umbu ninja observed, bewildered. Any thoughts? Tsukumo asked, his voice low. It does not seem like conventional ninjutsu or taijutsu. It is likely the attack of a summoned beast. As a human should not wield such strength, the Umbu responded uncertainly. Tsukumo fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, another Umbu ninja made a discovery. Captain, there are signs of corpse disposal here. It appears to be our handiwork. Really? Tsukumo exclaimed in surprise, rushing over to inspect the ground. Umbu operatives, when killed in the field, could never return with their bodies. Nor could information about their demise leak out. They were the clandestine guardians of Konoha, fading away silently in the shadows. Umbu often carried crucial secrets or intelligence. Their methods varied, and many could extract significant information from the deceased. Thus, it had become customary for comrades to eliminate any trace of their fallen, should the opportunity arise. How could one of ours be here? Did a squad encounter them? One Umbu ninja speculated, stunned. But who besides the captain could annihilate the entire Iwagakure elite team? Perhaps a squad leader or a ninja from the route. Listening to his subordinate's analysis, Tsukumo's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally shook his head. Let's return. Since they are already dead, we must go back. The severed heads indicate that it was likely a formidable ninja from our side. This could be the result of a special jutsu developed by Orochimaru. But this wound reminds me of someone. As Tsukumo and the Umbu made their way back, his expression was contemplative before he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Impossible. Yuya is still so young. Although present on this battlefield, his strength could not possibly reach such heights. I know his abilities thoroughly. It has only been a few short months. Most likely, it was Orochimaru's doing. His conviction solidified. Tsukumo recognized Orochimaru's dual identity, an elite jonin by day, yet one of the Umbu squad captains in secret. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, Danzo took charge of affairs in Tsukumo's absence, given his higher standing as the Hokage's advisor. Just then, a masked root ninja appeared before him, kneeling. Lord Danzo, an Umbu ninja has returned. Let them in, Danzo replied, nodding. With most of the Umbu having accompanied Tsukumo, he was left to handle the situation. Soon, Yuya, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Asama Suzune entered the command center. Upon returning, Yuya, uncertain how to relay the mission and Appo's transition after the death of their captain, Tsukiyakari Kurinai, sought out Tsukumo. To his surprise, the individual in command was not Tsukumo, but Danzo. Where's the other? Who is your captain? Danzo inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Due to his mask and Yuya's now more mature appearance, he did not immediately recognize the boy. Our captain, Tsukiyakari Kurinai, has fallen in battle, Asama Suzune responded. Taking a deep breath to answer Danzo's question, Danzo raised an eyebrow, surprised. Tsukiyakari Kurinai. Towanzo serves as an advisor to the Hokage. Although the Umbu is directly under the command of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he possesses a fundamental understanding of the Umbu's operations. The demise of the captain undoubtedly signifies an encounter with a perilous situation, yet it is remarkable that the three of you managed to return unscathed. Towanzo nodded thoughtfully before turning his gaze towards Yuya, now recognizing that this was the 8th squad led by Moonlight Honglian, and he could identify Yuya despite the mask she wore. After a brief moment of contemplation, Towanzo rose with an inscrutable expression and stated, "Follow me." As Asakawa Zana and Yamanaka Inoshi were about to respond, Yuya interjected, "I apologize, Lord Towanzo, but you lack the authority to command us directly." Towanzo's eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze on Yuya, his voice cold as ice. "Is that so?" "Indeed, we are Umbu ninjas, directly under the Hokage. Apart from the captain and the Hokage himself, even you, Lord Towanzo, have no right to issue orders." Yuya responded calmly. The notion of following Towanzo was absurd. Who knew where he intended to take them? Towanzo scoffed, his expression frigid. "The Hokage is not present. As the Hokage's advisor, I can assume his duties. Are you defying me?" Instantly, a formidable aura emanated from Towanzo, yet Yuya was undaunted. "I require to see the Hokage's directive," she stated, unwavering. At that moment, if Asakawa Zana and Yamanaka Inoshi still could not discern the gravity of the situation, they would be unworthy of their roles as Umbu ninjas. It was evident that a conflict existed between Yuya and Towanzo. With narrowed eyes, Towanzo glared at Yuya, a flicker of anger brewing within him. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always stood in his way, but now Yuya dared to confront him head-on. How audacious! Towanzo regarded Yuya with a chilling stare before a sudden rustle indicated the arrival of several masked root ninjas encircling Yuya and her companions. Just as tensions escalated, a voice erupted from outside. "Lord Towanzo, do you suspect my subordinates are spies sent from another village?" The voice caused Towanzo's expression to shift dramatically, revealing his astonishment. "Kiki Tsukumo, how did you return so swiftly?" In the next moment, Kiki Tsukumo entered with a squad of Umbu ninjas, surveying the scene before him. He calmly removed his mask, meeting Towanzo's gaze with an expression of tranquility. The dynamics of the situation instantly shifted. Towanzo had not anticipated Tsukumo's rapid return, nor his apparent unscathed condition. After all, he had faced an elite assassination unit from a Wagakure, yet it had been resolved with such ease. This was astonishing. Furrowing his brow, a glimmer of apprehension flickered in Towanzo's eyes as he cast a cold glance at Yuya before huffing, "Since you have returned, it is only fitting that you handle this matter. I shall take my leave." With that, he shot Yuya a profound look before turning to depart. Tsukumo shook his head before addressing Yuya and her companions. Captain. Yamanaka Inoshi and Asakawa Zana bowed respectfully to Tsukumo. Tsukumo nodded, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Moonlight Honglin has perished?" Upon hearing this, a sigh escaped Tsukumo, and the other Umbu ninjas exchanged solemn glances, each observing a moment of silence. However, within an instant, they regained their composure. Very well, in that case, you may withdraw and await reassignment, Tsukumo instructed, nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, a sudden spark of insight flashed through Tsukumo's mind, leading to an extraordinary realization. Moonlight Honglien is dead. The body must be disposed of. The elite unit from Awagakure has been annihilated. Wait, how did your captain die? What transpired? Tsukumo directed his inquiry at Yuye and her team. Though he shook his head slightly. This cannot be. It must merely be a coincidence. Yamanaka Inoshi glanced at Asakawa-zana and Yuye, his voice trembling slightly. Captain, I believe it would be prudent for you to examine this. He produced a sealing scroll and dispelled its seal. Instantly, a collection of severed heads appeared before them. All present were Umbu ninjas, and Tsukumo had participated in numerous battles, thus he was not easily startled by such gruesome sights. However, upon seeing the features of the heads and the accompanying evidence, disbelief washed over their faces. In that moment, even Tsukumo could not maintain his composure. Staring in utter disbelief at the severed heads. These were the heads of the elite assassination ninjas from Awagakure. Impossible. How did you acquire these? The Umbu ninjas were unable to contain their shock, voicing their incredulity. It was utterly unfathomable. They had long pondered who had slain the elite ninjas and where their heads were, only to have them appear so abruptly. Please recount the events in detail. What exactly transpired? Tsukumo inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he regarded Yamanaka Inoshi, who had produced the heads. Yamanaka Inoshi took a deep breath and recounted the entire sequence of events. When he mentioned that Moonlight Honglien had fallen into a trap, the expressions of those present remained unchanged. However, as he described Yuye's intervention, single-handedly dispatching all the enemy jounin in mere moments, astonishment swept through the Umbu ninjas. All eyes drawn to Yuye. As Yamanaka Inoshi continued, detailing how Yuye had overpowered 4 Awagakure jounin and ultimately slain them, the atmosphere shifted from mere shock to sheer awe, as if they were witnessing the scene unfold before their very eyes. Tsukumo regarded Yuye with profound disbelief. He could scarcely fathom her immense strength. This was nearly inconceivable. In just a few months, how could Yuye have grown so formidable? It was utterly preposterous. Tsukumo began to suspect that Yuye might be impersonating another ninja. Yet her bloodline limit was irrefutable. Perhaps only Yuye possessed the unique Shinton bloodline limit in the entire ninja world. Noticing the incredulous gazes directed at her, Yuye maintained her calm demeanor, but sensing the suspicion, she offered an explanation. I have trained in the 8 gates. Her words struck Tsukumo like a bolt of lightning. The tale of Might Guy had already circulated among the higher-ups, and most of the Umbu ninjas present were aware of his situation. The 8 gates could unleash near unimaginable power in a short time, enabling someone like Might Guy, a perennial lower-ranking ninja, to possess the capability to slay jounin. So it is. Hatake Tsukumo realized, given how closely Yuye and Might Guy were together, it was quite natural for Yuye to possess the 8 gates as well, since Might Guy could utilize them. However, Hatake Tsukumo remained unaware that Yuye and Appo's mastery of the 8 gates was fundamentally different from that of Might Guy. It was not merely a temporary surge of power, but a permanent enhancement. Even with this understanding of Yuye and Appo's source of strength, the Umbu ninjas present gazed in awe at Yuye. This power was astonishingly formidable. At such a young age, Yuye's capabilities were almost beyond imagination. If he were to grow further, the potential would be unfathomable. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath, his eyes still reflecting astonishment as he addressed Yuye. I will report this matter truthfully to Lord Hokage. Yuye, you should take some time to rest, as the side effects of the 8 gates can be quite severe. Understood. Yuye nodded without elaborating and departed the room. It was only after Yuye's exit that the Umbu ninjas seemed to awaken from their stupor. Such talent was truly remarkable. Indeed, it was likely that Yuye would soon become a squad leader. No, perhaps even a captain. Moreover, the accolades from this mission would undoubtedly be substantial, possibly affording him the privilege to select forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Many Umbu ninjas, though filled with reverence, could not help but express a hint of envy. When news of Yuye reached the higher echelons of Konoha, it sent shockwaves through the ranks, with Sarutobi Hiruzen profoundly moved. Even upon learning that the 8 gates allowed only for temporary bursts of power, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained deeply impacted. After a prolonged silence, he issued several directives. The orders were swiftly transmitted to the front lines. First, All information regarding Yuye was classified as top secret and must not be disclosed lightly. Second, Yuye was to be transferred to a special Umbu unit, retaining the codename Tianyu. Third, directives concerning Yuya's forthcoming covert missions were established. In addition to these three instructions, Sarutobi Hiruzen communicated other details, such as Yuya's ability to present his needs to Konoha, which would strive to accommodate them. Once the war concluded, should Yuye return to the Hidden Leaf Village, he would be permitted to peruse the Book of Seals and select suitable forbidden techniques. Of course, the war's conclusion was still a distant prospect. It had only just begun, and there was no time during the conflict to cultivate any forbidden techniques. Emerging from a concealed underground chamber, Yuye wore an expression tinged with intrigue. He had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would directly assign him to a special Umbu unit, a faction exclusive to Hiruzen, with only he and Umbu Captain Hatake Tsukumo authorized to issue commands. Orders from others, even Danzo, would bear no weight. While perhaps not as powerful as the Umbu squad leaders, in terms of status, he was effectively equal to them. Furthermore, members of this special division typically operated in isolation, functioning as Konoha and Appo's clandestine weapons. Upon reflection, Yuye found Hiruzen and Appo's decision to integrate him into this unit quite reasonable. After all, despite his formidable strength, his youth rendered it excessive to expect him to lead a squad or a platoon, bearing responsibility for the team. Moreover, given Yuya's capabilities, solitary operations were indeed the most fitting for him, as he required no assistance from others. Nonetheless, Yuya's public identity remained that of a genin, a fade to conceal his true standing. Only by achieving military merit on the battlefield would his public status be elevated. However, as the front lines had yet to ignite, their outcomes remained uncertain, yet Yuye would inevitably find himself on the battlefield, akin to Hatake Tsukumo, who thrived in both his hidden role as Umbu captain and his public persona as the legendary Konoha White Fang. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's indication that Yuye could make requests, Yuye, without hesitation, voiced his needs. He presently had no immediate requirement for a ninja blade, but he harbored aspirations regarding the Kusanagi sword, one of his requests being to access Konoha's intelligence concerning it. This was swiftly granted. Subsequently, Yuya's second request was for the lightning body forging technique from the Hidden Cloud Village. Although termed a secret technique, it was widely practiced within the village. However, attaining the level of mastery exhibited by the third Reikage would likely necessitate more advanced methods. The scrolls for the techniques were promptly delivered to Yuye. He now possessed two scrolls, one containing information about the Kusanagi sword, and the other detailing the lightning body forging technique. Within Konoha's encampment, there existed designated areas for Umbu operatives. Yuye and Appo's current status resembled that of a special genin, categorizing him as a unique Umbu, second only to Captain Hatake Tsukumo. Thus, he was allocated a separate room, spacious and private. Upon returning to his quarters, Yuye meticulously examined the two scrolls in his possession. He began with the scroll regarding the Kusanagi sword. As he perused it, astonishment mixed with contemplation flickered across his face. The information within was exceedingly detailed, commencing from the sword's inception. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword was a divine artifact forged by the Kusanagi clan, surpassing countless ninja blades in might. There was not merely one Kusanagi sword, multiple existed, each varying in power yet all capable of complementing ninjutsu. For instance, the swords utilized by Orochimaru and later by Sasuke were both Kusanagi swords, albeit not the same one. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword could extend and retract at will, adeptly complementing his secret techniques, even allowing countless serpents to emerge wielding blades. Similarly, Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka blade was also identified as a Kusanagi sword, sought after by Orochimaru, as it possessed sealing capabilities, seemingly resembling a gourd, and synergized perfectly with Susanoo, enabling the execution of Totsuka techniques. While the exact number of Kusanagi swords was unspecified, this scroll suggested that 3 were most probable. Yuye found this assertion plausible, as the original narrative featured one belonging to Orochimaru, one to Sasuke, and one to Itachi, totaling 3, but there could potentially be more. Through countless years of lineage, the Kusanagi sword had been passed down, ultimately residing in a small ninja village, which had recently been obliterated in warfare. The whereabouts of the Kusanagi sword remained unknown. The scroll concluded by suggesting that gathering all Kusanagi swords might yield unique benefits, though the specifics remained vague. Upon reading this, Yuya's gaze flickered. Orochimaru's pursuit of the Kusanagi swords now appeared justifiable, as one alone would suffice for his needs. The next section detailed the whereabouts of the Kusanagi swords. One was definitively stated to be in the possession of a shinobi from Sunagakure, who had seized it during the destruction of the small ninja village. Indeed, at this juncture, the Kusanagi sword was not in Orochimaru's grasp. As for the other two, one had reportedly surfaced in the underground black market before vanishing without a trace, while the last remained completely unaccounted for. The scroll's information concluded there. Yuye closed the scroll and incinerated it, maintaining an impassive expression throughout the process. While not entirely satisfied, he recognized the value of acquiring such knowledge. Simultaneously, a curious thought flickered in Yuye's mind, an odd notion suggesting he had encountered the Kusanagi sword before, accompanied by a peculiar sense of connection to it. However, this thought was fleeting, and Yuye chose not to dwell on it, instead shifting his focus to the scroll containing the lightning release secret technique, which he examined with great care. After thoroughly reviewing the text, Yuye's expression could hardly be described as joyful, yet it did not convey disappointment either. This secret technique indeed turned out to be merely a fundamental one, with the scroll explicitly stating that it represented only the first phase of the techniques from the hidden cloud village. There may also be a second phase, and possibly a third. However, the first phase alone sufficed for Yuye's current training needs. His, after being developed to the third gate, yielded diminishing returns when applied to his body. Yuye required supplementary methods to enhance his physique, and this undoubtedly aligned with his current requirements. Consequently, he promptly embarked on the path of its cultivation. The initial requirement of the was to cultivate a transformation of the lightning attribute, achieving a considerable level of mastery. Naturally, given Yuye and Appo's innate possession of both wind and lightning chakra transformations, this step was relatively straightforward for him. Advancing the transformation to a higher stage posed no significant challenge, as he had already attained a J-nin level chakra capacity, fully meeting the criteria for chakra transformation training. Moreover, Yuye's command over chakra far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In a remarkably short time, he effortlessly mastered an advanced form of lightning chakra transformation. At this juncture, even the development of would not require excessive effort on his part. However, both in the upgraded necessitated hand seals, which were not suitable for Yuye's purposes. His cultivation of the lightning attribute was solely to fortify his body. The body enhancement technique associated with the lightning attribute proved even more accessible than Yuye had anticipated, perhaps due to his already formidable physique, which could easily withstand the cellular activation induced by lightning. Under this rigorous training, not only did his physical strength improve, but his neural reflexes also saw a substantial increase, enhancing his overall speed. As he delved deeper into his training, the rate of improvement was nothing short of remarkable, effectively doubling his speed. If previously Yuye's could only accumulate 3 from 3 directions, he could now achieve 5. Of course, this quintupled effect represented the absolute limit, even with enhanced speed. That could not exceed the threshold of 5 instances in rapid succession. After all, was not a power rooted in speed, but rather a force that asserted itself with undeniable might. Additionally, the further enhancement of his physical strength significantly bolstered Yuye's. A full-powered punch, augmented with superhuman strength, could effortlessly shatter high-tier A-rank ninjutsu. Even a standard punch, without the superhuman enhancement, could rival the potency of mid-tier A-rank techniques. To Yuye, a non-augmented punch was merely ordinary, whereas one infused with superhuman strength was a serious strike. Following his ascension to J-nin level chakra, the energy expenditure for employing superhuman strength had diminished considerably. The cultivation of the lightning attribute's body enhancement technique granted Yuye an all-encompassing, albeit modest, augmentation. Though the first phase remained incomplete, Yuye was already eagerly anticipating the second phase and the potential for a third, contemplating a journey to the land of lightning. After dedicating a month to nearly completing the first phase, he could no longer defer the orders issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Initially assigned a covert infiltration and assassination mission, Yuye had postponed his involvement to focus on the. However, with the Second Shinobi World War escalating, he could no longer delay. Moreover, it was not impossible to train during his mission. Yuye's task was quite unique. Instead of donning a mask and cloak, he would disguise himself as an ordinary citizen of the Land of Rain and infiltrate the territory. Several targets had been designated for Yuye, including various elite J-nin from the hidden Rain Village, and even the notorious Hanzo of the Salamander. Nevertheless, Yuya intended to disregard Hanzo, deeming this formidable opponent better suited for the Leaf Village to handle, or perhaps a future collaboration with the legendary Three Ninjas. After all, defeating him alone would yield no equipment drops. In addition to the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village, Janine from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages also fell within Yuya's assassination targets. Furthermore, he was tasked with gathering intelligence. This amalgamation of objectives constituted Yuya's special assignment within the Umbu. Such a unique role afforded him considerable freedom, enabling him to employ any methods he deemed necessary to fulfill his mission. Soon, after making preparations, Yuya departed from the Leaf Village camp. Ultimately, he resolved to follow the mission's directives, first disguising himself as an ordinary citizen of the Land of Rain, then infiltrating the country, gathering intelligence, or conducting reconnaissance to determine his next steps. Yuya hoped to seize this opportunity to acquire information regarding the Kusanagi sword, which had fallen into the hands of the Hidden Sand Village's ninjas, aiming to find a chance to reclaim it. Shortly after Yuya's departure, in a concealed underground section of the Leaf Village camp, a root ninja was reporting to Danzo. Danzo squinted, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. A person had left the camp without a mask or cloak. What could this indicate? Was it a secret mission from Sarutobi Hiruzen? However, why would he assign such a task to a mere child like Yuya, especially pulling him into that particular division? As an advisor to the Hokage, Danzo lacked the authority to mobilize the Umbu, but possessed the right to access Umbu information and intelligence. However, the special department within the Umbu was entirely beyond his reach. Its personnel remained a mystery, known only to exist without any accessible information. Only two individuals were privy to knowledge of this special department, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hataki Tsukumo. Since Yuya's induction into this group, all intelligence concerning him had been classified, making it challenging for Danzo to discern Yuya's circumstances. Thus, he found himself utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Hiruzen's intentions. In his view, Yuya lacked the qualifications to enter that exclusive department. Even if Yuya was exceptionally talented, he had yet to mature fully. Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to protect the still maturing Yuya better. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of coldness flashed in Danzo's eyes. If that were the case, it would be better to hand him over to me, Hiruzen. Murmuring this, Danzo issued a command, and two root ninjas promptly appeared before him. Nara Shikaku, Kuruma Yazakura. You two are the most adept at control techniques. Bring Yuya to me, and ensure he is alive. Yes. The two masked root ninjas bowed to Danzo, and Nara Shikaku swiftly hoisted Kuruma Yazakura onto his back before disappearing in an instant. Watching them depart, Danzo shook his head slightly. The Kuruma clan's physical condition was indeed a significant issue. Even Orochimaru's external enhancement attempts had seemingly failed. It was a pity that the Yamanaka clan's ninja had perished days earlier. Otherwise, pairing them with Shikaku would have been ideal. It seemed he would need to pay another visit to the Yamanaka clan. With this thought, Danzo's mind returned to Yuya. After all, this was a battlefield, and casualties were commonplace. Once Yuya was under his control, he could infiltrate Sarutobi Hiruzen's Umbu, specifically that special department. Coupled with Yuya's unique and nearly perfect bloodline limit, he would undoubtedly become Danzo's most valuable asset. The unchanging overcast sky continued to loom, with the persistent drizzle falling steadily. Yuya traversed the muddy ground, yet his feet remained untouched by the muck, and his attire remained entirely dry. As the rain cascaded from the heavens, it was repelled to either side by a peculiar force as it approached Yuya's form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Yuya's body, or rather her garments, appeared to be enveloped in a subtle oscillation. Yuya had gradually mastered the art of controlling this oscillatory power to a remarkable degree, achieving an almost ethereal finesse. After traversing a short distance, Yuya abruptly halted, taken aback by the rapid approach of a shadow from behind. At first glance, it seemed merely a silhouette. But as it drew near, it revealed itself to be a person carrying another. Both were adorned with masks and cloaked in dark robes. Were they Umbu ninjas? Yuya cast a curious glance at their masks. In the next moment, Nara Shikachi and Kurama Yasen stood before her, with Shikachi gently setting down Yasen before turning his gaze to Yuya. Yuya, Lord Dan's requests your presence, he intoned. Upon hearing this, Yuya felt a flicker of realization. No wonder the masks seemed somewhat atypical of the Umbu, for these two were indeed agents of Dan's root organization. In other words, they had come to instigate trouble. I apologize, but I have no desire to meet with Dan's, Yuya replied, her expression growing indifferent. Shikachi's voice remained devoid of emotion as he stated, in that case, We shall have to subdue you. Meanwhile, Yasen observed the scene, subtly initiating his genjutsu. Yuya instantly sensed the influence of the illusion. Her body remained in a state of gentle tremor, her chakra resonating in kind. Yet, this genjutsu felt subtly different. Intriguing, she murmured to herself, remaining still as the oscillatory force within her surged, amplifying her chakra. Subsequently, this oscillatory power erupted outward, morphing into strange ripples that radiated in all directions as it departed her form. Witnessing Yuya stand motionless, Shikachi, who had presumed her subdued, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Retreat, he commanded, swiftly pulling Yasen back. With a silent hum, the ground beneath Yuya's feet suddenly formed a semicircular pit, as if the very earth had vanished. However, the area affected was not extensive. The combination of momentum, murderous intent, and oscillation. The resulting wave seemed to merely disrupt the genjutsu. Murmuring softly, Yuya turned her attention to Shikachi and Yasen. This genjutsu was not a technique of the Uchiha clan. Thus it must belong to the Kurama clan. Yet regrettably, you possess only a modicum of form, without truly awakening the power to control the five senses. With that thought, Yuya shook her head and suddenly charged towards Shikachi and Yasen. If she had been ensnared just moments ago, her fate would likely have been grim. Therefore, she would not permit those who sought to control her to enjoy a better outcome. So swift. Shikachi's pupils dilated as he quickly assessed that neither he nor Yasen could evade Yuya's velocity. Resolutely, he formed a series of hand seals. A shadow surged forth from beneath him, racing towards Yuya. The Nara clan. Observing this, Yuya shook her head slightly. Danza's root truly collected shinobi with diverse abilities. However, could shadows evade the force of oscillation? In essence, the Nara clan shadow techniques were a form of in-release ninjutsu, reliant on chakra. The shadow extending from the ground was infused with chakra. In this world, chakra is the essence. Although Yuya's oscillatory power consumed negligible chakra, it too stemmed from that source. Thus, when Kakashi's white fang utilized flowing chakra, it could sever her oscillatory force. Regardless of how ninjutsu transforms or how genjutsu disturbs, the fundamental essence remains chakra. In other words, Yuya could dismantle all. Shock release. Unmatched strength. Coming to a halt, she clenched her fist and then unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The air erupted violently, causing the relentless rain to hang suspended in midair, while the earth fractured before her. With a single blow, it seemed as if both sky and ground surged forward. In an instant, the shadow extended by Shikachi was shattered with overwhelming force, retracting back to him and reverting to a mundane shadow. What? Shikachi, still maintaining his hand seals, widened his eyes in disbelief. Even he, trained within the root to suppress emotions, found himself overwhelmed by incredulity. Countless battles and slaughters had never presented him with an opponent capable of dismantling his shadow techniques. It was utterly unfathomable. The terrifying oscillatory force bore down upon Shikachi and Yasen, leaving them no opportunity to evade as they were struck directly. In that moment, their masks shattered, their bodies contorting as if struck by a hammer, before collapsing onto the muddy ground. This fellow's intellect seems to lack the monstrous cunning of Nara Shikaku. No, he likely pales in comparison even to Shikamaru. Retrieving his fist, Yuya shook her head. While the training of the root was commendable, it also stripped ninjas of certain invaluable qualities. Thus, no matter how formidable the root's ninjas became, they would never rise to true greatness. Ninjutsu, secret techniques. It appears I can shatter them all with sheer strength. Glancing at his fist, Yuya couldn't help but murmur. The power that can dismantle all ninjutsu and secret arts is undoubtedly of the caliber of the Sage of Six Paths, the truth-seeking ball. It is the source of everything. Akin to a primordial substance, capable of dismantling shadow techniques or any specialized ninjutsu. Only the natural energy of senjutsu can counter the truth-seeking ball. Yuya's oscillatory force now bore an increasing resemblance to the natural energy of senjutsu, akin to the truth-seeking ball, as if it could resist all abilities within the shinobi world. Of course, Yuya had yet to encounter any shinobi versed in senjutsu, nor had she met any beings of the Six Paths caliber. Thus, she could not compare the differences between her oscillatory force, senjutsu, and the power of the Six Paths. Casting a glance at the two fallen figures, Yuya shook her head and turned to depart. Long after Yuya left, a grim-faced Danza appeared, flanked by several root ninjas. Nara Shikachi had indeed perished. Yet in his final moments, he had provided Danza with vital information, preserving the honor of the Nara name. Upon reading Shikachi's message, Danza's expression shifted from dark to one of astonishment, momentarily losing his composure. This is impossible. Surrounded by root ninjas, even though they noted Danza's discomposure, none dared to speak. Standing silently by, Danza's countenance turned increasingly incredulous, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The information left by Shikachi detailed an analysis of Yuya's strength and capabilities. Initially astonished that Shikachi and Yasen would falter, Danza found it hard to fathom. However, upon reviewing Shikachi's assessment of Yuya's prowess, all previous astonishments paled in comparison. Yuya's strength was astonishingly formidable. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned her to that department. It was not merely to protect her, but rather because she truly possessed the qualifications to belong there. Danza had witnessed countless remarkable individuals, including the genius Orochimaru, whom he had seen evolve over time. Yet, he had never encountered a prodigy like Yuya. Yuya's growth consistently defies expectations, even leaving him himself surprised at his repeated setbacks. It now seems nearly impossible to confront Yuye again. Taking a deep breath, Danzo finally managed to regain some semblance of calm, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Yuya has matured far too swiftly. If this continues, he will inevitably become uncontrollable. Sarutobi, what are your true intentions? In the heart of the Rain Country lies a bustling little town. In a shadowy corner, 3 ninjas are engaged in hushed conversation. What is the situation on your end? There is little movement from the Rain Shinobi, and neither the Rock nor Konoha have engaged in any fierce conflict. However, a significant action may be forthcoming, so stay vigilant and relay information as needed. Understood. As the 3 ninjas exchanged intelligence, an unexpected figure suddenly flashed from around the corner. Despite their quick reactions, the 3 were unable to evade or even use substitution jutsu in time. With a crackle of energy, the figure appeared directly behind them, wielding a katana that remained pristine and devoid of blood. Clad in the common raincoat of the Rain Country, albeit slightly tattered, the youthful visage bore an expression of calm that belied his age. It was none other than Yuye himself. After listening to their inconsequential chatter for so long, his disappointment was palpable. Turning around, Yuye shook his head slightly, muttering a remark. The 3 ninjas, however, were struck with sheer terror as they attempted to turn. Their upper bodies suddenly collapsed, blood spraying forth. With a casual sweep of his sword, Yuye silenced them entirely, leaving the blade untouched by a single drop of blood. Sheathing his sword, he retrieved a scroll. Sealing it, he swiftly made the katana vanish, leaving only a symbol of sealing on the scroll. Concealment was essential. Yuye knew he could not carry a long blade openly. A short sword would suffice, but this katana was too lengthy, necessitating its sealing within the scroll. However, accessing it would be effortless whenever required. Placing the scroll into his pocket, Yuye turned and nonchalantly exited the dark corner. This town in the Rain Country had been his temporary refuge for several days, yet he had gleaned no valuable intelligence. It was time to move on. As he prepared to leave, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. The town, though small and sparsely populated with ninjas, was primarily inhabited by ordinary folk. Yet, being situated deep within the Rain Country, it had managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, at least for the time being, as war would eventually encroach upon it. Capture those 2. They are thieves. The shouts grew louder as chaos erupted within the crowd, where 2 figures clutched long loaves of bread, struggling to break free from the throng. The pursuers, hindered by their size, found it difficult to navigate through the crowd. Yuye's pace remained unbroken, disinterested in the unfolding drama, until a particular shout caught his attention. Conan, let us hurry. A boy with orange hair pushed through the crowd, closely followed by a girl with blue hair. The sounds of their pursuers echoed behind them. Is it them? A hint of astonishment crossed Yuye's face, for the figures were all too familiar. Yahiko, Conan. Only Nagato was missing, and the trio that would eventually form Akatsuki was nearly complete. It was astonishing to encounter such pivotal characters in a mere town of the Rain Country. Without Yahiko, one could argue that Akatsuki would never have come to be. Even if Nagato were to establish a similar organization, it would require considerable effort from Uchiha Obito to guide it. Yahiko dashed ahead with Conan trailing closely, but she, unlike Yahiko, wasn't as adept at fleeing. Stealing was one thing, but escaping once caught was quite another. Tripping over a seemingly insignificant pothole, Conan gasped as she fell, her loaf of bread slipping from her grasp, and she was on the verge of landing in the muddy water, her position fortuitously right before Yuye. The loaf soared towards Yuye, Should he catch the bread or Conan? This posed a dilemma. A ninja from the shinobi world might have disregarded such matters. Yet Yuye found it impossible to ignore. Both Conan and Yahiko, not to mention the potentially emerging Nagato, were of utmost importance, especially Nagato, whose Rinnegan would weave through the very fabric of the Naruto narrative, a scheme initiated early on by Uchiha Obito. With one hand, Yuye deftly caught the loaf of bread, while with the other, he swiftly grasped Conan's hand, lifting her effortlessly. Thank you. Grateful, Conan instinctively expressed her thanks, having narrowly avoided a muddy fate. In that moment, she was not the icy beauty depicted in the original tale, but rather breathless from the chase. It's nothing, Yuye replied with a slight nod. Releasing her hand. Are you all right, Conan? Yahiko, noticing the unfolding situation, rushed over to inquire, to which Conan shook her head. At that moment, the owner of the loaf finally emerged from the crowd, spotting Yuye, Conan, and Yahiko. Sees all three of them. They are thieves. Although puzzled by the additional person, the seller quickly assumed Yuye was an accomplice, given that he and Conan were of similar age. This is bad. We need to flee. Yahiko's expression changed rapidly, urging Conan to escape. Bewildered, she instinctively began to follow, but then remembered Yuye. Come with us. Though Yuye was not part of their group, he was clearly perceived as such, and should they abandon him, there was a risk he might not be able to clarify the misunderstanding, potentially leading to a severe beating. Without a second thought, kind-hearted Conan seized Yuye's arm, pulling him along as they ran. Yuye's expression was somewhat bemused, yet he said nothing, allowing Conan to lead him for a few steps before he fell into step beside her. The trio wove through the bustling marketplace, quickly shaking off their pursuers and escaping the town. As they exited, Yahiko bent over, panting heavily, while Conan appeared somewhat more composed. In stark contrast, Yuye showed no signs of fatigue, his gaze flickering between the two. After catching his breath, Yahiko noticed that Yuye seemed unaffected, his surprise evident. Circling around Yuye, he couldn't help but chuckle. You've got remarkable stamina. You didn't seem winded at all after that sprint. Yahiko, Conan said, her expression turning apologetic as she glanced at Yuye. I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this. Not at all, Yuye replied with a gentle smile, extending the loaf of bread toward her. This is well, since you ran with us, Conan, just take it. It's clear he doesn't need any of that. Yahiko remarked, rolling his eyes at Conan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Conan looked at Yuye, but ultimately accepted the bread. I sincerely apologize. We are all orphans, and survival in this world is already quite challenging. It is only through such means that we can. I, too, am an orphan. As Shaonan spoke, Yuye suddenly interjected softly. At that moment, a hint of loneliness flickered across Yuye's expression. He had yet to discover the identity of his parents in this world. Only some vague memories remained, but they were fundamentally fragmented. Shaonan, evidently taken aback by Yuye's unexpected revelation, gazed at him in astonishment. However, upon observing Yuye's attire, which mirrored her own in its tattered and worn state, she recognized the authenticity of his words. Oh, you are also an orphan? Yahiko exclaimed in surprise, adding, yet you don't appear emaciated at all, and your physical condition seems quite robust. At this point, a glimmer of realization flickered in Yahiko's eyes. And with a chuckle, he proposed, how about we partner up? Given Yuye's evident strength, he would undoubtedly not be a burden, and with his assistance, their subsequent lives could potentially improve significantly. Yuye instinctively considered declining the offer, yet the sight of Shaonan and the pivotal figure of Nagato crossed his mind, prompting a shift in his thoughts. All right. Fantastic. Yahiko exclaimed with a hearty laugh, cheerfully introducing himself. I am Yahiko, and this is Shaonan. Yuye. He did not mind the potential implications of his name, as it had yet to reach a level of recognition among the ordinary people of the Rain Country. Well, from now on, we shall be companions. Come, let me show you our base. Yahiko clapped Yuye on the shoulder in a friendly manner and led the way. Yuye felt somewhat out of place with such a jovial Yahiko, as he was accustomed to the image of himself as Pain, with his perpetually calm and indifferent demeanor. Shaonan nodded gently at Yuye and proceeded to walk forward alongside him. Before long, they arrived at a cave filled with pilfered supplies, including food and clothing, essentially life as necessities. Yuye gazed at the scene with keen interest. How about it? Quite impressive, isn't it? Yahiko grinned, seated at a wooden table. Yuye merely shrugged in response. By the way, what about you? Considering Yuye's physical prowess, Yahiko inquired about his stockpile. Yuye shook his head. I have nothing. Well, that's not acceptable. Mayahiko said with a resigned expression, jumping down from the table and gazing seriously at Yuye. While your strength is commendable, and you might procure food when needed, what if a conflict arises here? Hence, it is imperative to stockpile essential supplies. You seem entirely unaware of how to navigate survival in this world. Mayahiko took a bite from an apple, adopting the role of a minner. Xiaonan smiled quietly by his side. Firstly, it is crucial to gather supplies, as we cannot predict when food might become scarce. Additionally, caution is vital while stealing. Some individuals are absolutely off limits, such as those ninjas adorned with metal plates. They are exceedingly formidable, and should you provoke them, you could very well find yourself killed. At this juncture, Mayahiko displayed an expression of trepidation, as if he had witnessed the grim realities of ninja confrontations. Xiaonan fell silent, her demeanor somber. Her hometown had been nearly obliterated by war, leaving her an orphan. When it comes to stealing, one can only target items from stores while also identifying escape routes, although such actions are not advisable. After all, getting caught would lead to significant trouble. However, given your strength, it's likely you wouldn't be apprehended, right? Mayahiko said with a chuckle, still envious of Yuye's physical capabilities. In essence, the most crucial point is to never provoke those ninjas. To them, we mere ordinary folk are akin to ants, and they would eliminate us without a second thought. After delivering a lengthy discourse, Mayahiko noticed that Yuye seemed oblivious to his words, resulting in a frustrated expression as he shook Yuye's shoulder. Hey, are you even listening? Don't say I didn't warn you if you end up in trouble. Yuye. Mayahiko is correct. Those ninjas are not to be trifled with. You must remember this, Xiaonan added softly. Getting caught while stealing might lead to a beating at worst. But angering those ninjas would lead to dire consequences. We lack the power to confront them. Actually, I am a ninja. What? Both Mayahiko and Xiaonan paused in disbelief upon hearing Yuye's declaration. Then, Mayahiko burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Indeed, I too am a ninja, and a high-ranking one at that. Xiaonan chuckled, her smile brightening as she remarked, if one could indeed become a ninja, it would be quite advantageous, at least for self-protection. Yuye regarded Mayahiko and Xiaonan with a bemused expression. Mayahiko stood up, playfully patting Yuye's shoulder while stating earnestly, with your talent, you could certainly become a high-ranking ninja like me in the future. Yuye merely sighed in response. As twilight descended, a group of sand ninjas moved swiftly through the drizzling rain. The leading ninja glanced skyward and said, we shall refrain from any action tonight to avoid ambush by the rain ninjas. Let us find a place to rest. Understood, responded several ninjas in unison. The sand squad consisted of approximately 10 members, likely organized into 3 smaller teams. They searched their surroundings. Captain, there appears to be a cave up ahead where we can take shelter. Let us check it out. While they could create a temporary shelter using earth techniques, a natural cave would certainly save them the effort. Meanwhile, within the cave, Xiaonan and Mayahiko had kindled a fire, with Yuye seated nearby, lost in thought. Finding dry firewood in the rain country was exceedingly challenging. The wood they had was well dried from prolonged exposure. Mayahiko scratched his head and smiled. In this environment, it's far more troublesome to find firewood. Yuye was momentarily distracted by the flickering flames, contemplating Nagato, the Rinnegan, and the affairs of Uchiha Bido. Hearing Mayahiko's words, he returned to the present, frowning slightly as he remarked, it's generally better not to start a fire at night. While it's acceptable in a town, making a fire in a cave like this is unwise. Though not a ninja, Mayahiko possessed keen insight and quickly grasped the implication, saying, exactly. Let us prepare the food and extinguish the fire. Agreed. Xiaonan nodded and stood up. I will fetch some water. As she approached the cave entrance, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she stood frozen in place. What's wrong, Xiaonan? Mayahiko queried, a perplexed expression on his face as he joined her at the entrance. Upon seeing the scene, his expression stiffened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Observing this, Yuye, who had been quietly seated, shook his head with a sigh and rose slowly to approach them. Outside the cavern, a group of ninjas stood vigilantly, none daring to enter the depths of the cave. Even when they spotted the figures of Xiaonan and Yahiko at the entrance, the leader noted that they appeared to be 2 wayward orphans. No, 3. One of the ninjas scrutinized Xiaonan and Yahiko, and as he spoke, he noticed a similar silhouette behind Xiaonan. Yahiko's heart trembled. As he had stated, it was imperative not to provoke the ninjas, otherwise they would surely face dire consequences. A flash of resolve crossed his mind as he clenched his teeth and boldly stepped out of the cave to confront the sand ninjas. Yahiko! Xiaonan gasped in alarm. unable to restrain herself as she followed him out. Yuye, however, merely shook his head slightly, assessing the group of sand ninjas. Most appeared to be lower-ranked ninjas. With a few nin leading the pack, it seemed there were no nin among them. Yuhiko took a deep breath and addressed the sand ninjas, saying, "If you seek something, I can offer it all to you. This cave can be yours as well. We will leave." He had no illusions that these ninjas would depart peacefully. His tone was soft and pleading. The ninjas shared glances, exchanging silent communication. "Captain, there should be no ambush within the cave. What should we do? Should we let these 3 kids go?" One asked. "No," the captain replied, his gaze icy. "We cannot expose our position. It is better to mistakenly harm than to let them escape." "Understood," the responding ninja affirmed, and the others grew cold and detached. Perhaps not all ninjas were devoid of humanity, but they had to harden themselves to execute their missions. Hearing those words, Yuhiko's face paled as regret washed over him. If only he had refrained from lighting that fire at night. He had merely wished to boast to Yuye about the abundant resources he had gathered, inadvertently leading the ninjas to discover their location. Beside him, Xiaonan's complexion also turned pale, her blue hair tousled by the rain. Oblivious to her disheveled appearance as fear overtook her features, a sense of despair crept in. There was no possibility of resistance or escape before the ninjas. In her moment of hopelessness, she cast a glance at Yuye, feeling a wave of deep remorse. If she hadn't involved him, he might have remained safe in that small town, far from their current predicament. Suddenly, a ninja stepped forward, hands forming seals. "Fire release! Fireball!" With a deafening roar, a searing flame erupted, hurtling towards Xiaonan and Yuhiko. Despite the damp environment of the land of rain, the fire release technique was still far beyond the capabilities of ordinary children like them to withstand. They could neither defend against it nor evade its deadly approach. "It's over. We're doomed." Yuhiko's face reflected a growing despair. Meanwhile, Xiaonan, in her desperation, wished to apologize to Yuye for dragging him into this perilous situation. At that moment, Yuye, who had been standing behind them, suddenly stepped forward, moving between them and the oncoming fireball. His expression remained eerily calm. Then, with a simple yet powerful motion, he punched the air before him. In an instant, the very fabric of reality seemed to shatter. A tremendous shockwave erupted, tearing the ground apart and spreading outward, fracturing everything in its wake. The display was nothing short of terrifying. The fireball was effortlessly obliterated, as if a mere flick of the hand had extinguished a small flame. Even the rain that had been falling from the sky seemed to freeze in place, scattering into nothingness. The sand ninjas, initially indifferent and preparing to enter the cavern, were now frozen in shock, their faces betraying disbelief. The ninja who had unleashed the fire technique turned away, uninterested in the outcome. Yet, in the next heartbeat, every one of them found themselves paralyzed, their expression shifting to horror and incredulity as the might of Yuye's punch reverberated through the air. The atmosphere fractured like shattered glass. An astonishing sight to behold. They felt the impending doom before the force struck them, a terror unlike any they had known. "What is this power? Impossible. That brat can't. We must flee." As they recoiled in shock, attempting to brace themselves against the oncoming force, they were met with the same helplessness that Xiaonan and Yuhiko had felt moments before. With no means of defense, they could only watch the specter of death approach. In rapid succession, the sounds of terrifying explosions erupted from among the ninjas. Their eyes widened in fear and despair, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of disbelief. The image of Yuye's fist descending upon them, as if it were sweeping away the heavens, haunted their minds. When the shockwave finally subsided, all the ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, none surviving the encounter. Even the Nin would struggle to withstand the full force of Yuye's serious punch. What chance did they have? In that moment, the torrential rain had ceased, leaving a rare emptiness in its wake. After a few breaths, the rain began to fall once more. Xiaonan and Yuhiko stood there, dazed, as if caught in a dream. It was utterly inconceivable. Yuye's single blow had seemingly flattened everything before them. Those formidable ninjas had proven so fragile, dispatched with a mere punch. "Yuye, Yuhiko stammered. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Yuye. Xiaonan mirrored his astonishment, her eyes sparkling with shock. "Yes, while I share your plight as an orphan, I am also a ninja," Yuye replied, turning to face them. You truly are a ninja? I thought you were jesting," Yuhiko exclaimed, his expression one of utter disbelief. "And to think we are all ninjas, yet the disparity is monumental." He could not help but voice his astonishment at the sight of the ninjas, reduced to mere fragments by Yuye's might. Then, A realization struck Yuhiko, draining the color from his face once more. If Yuya possessed such strength, his identity must be of great significance. Did this not expose their own identities? Would they then be silenced to eliminate any witnesses? Xiaonan, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, her earlier relief swiftly replaced by dread. Yuhiko instinctively took a step back, while Xiaonan stood her ground, aware that retreating would be futile. Noticing their apprehensive expressions, Yuya's demeanor shifted from stoic to slightly amused. Let us gather our belongings. We can no longer remain here. Seeing that Yuya retained his earlier warmth, unaffected by the revelation of his ninja identity, Yuhiko released a breath he realized he was holding. However, he could no longer approach Yuya with the same carefree familiarity as before. Nodding slightly, he entered the cavern to collect their things. Beside them, Xiaonan's delicate face regained a hint of color, and after pursing her lips, she directed a grateful expression towards Yuya. Thank you. She understood that Yuya had no obligation to be with them or to save them, yet he did. The image of Yuya's formidable punch that swept everything aside, leaving a breathtaking impact, lingered in her mind. Yuya smiled slightly and replied, "There is no need for thanks. In truth, even without my presence, you would have been safe." His words implied that had he not appeared, perhaps Mayan would not have ignited the fire, and that group of ninjas would not have sought them out. Subsequently, Mayan and Xiaonan would have encountered Nagato, ultimately meeting the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, who would take them in. However, it seemed that the plot had already diverged from the moment he arrived. After vanquishing a team of Sunagakure ninjas, it was clear they could no longer remain there. With Yuya's assistance, relocating supplies became significantly easier. With his help, they swiftly constructed a wooden cabin in a concealed area. Yuya was uncertain if they would still encounter Nagato, but regardless, Nagato's life was assured, for the Rinnegan resided within him. Without the white Zetsu covertly monitoring Nagato, even Yuya himself would not believe it. Inside the wooden cabin, Xiaonan handed Yuya a cup filled with water, her face adorned with a touch of respect. Yuya accepted the cup, unable to suppress a smile. The treatment was certainly different now. "Please, have a seat," he urged. Xiaonan obediently settled beside him, observing her compliance. Yuya found himself smiling quietly, feeling a bit unaccustomed. Yet, Xiaonan had always been obedient, and with strength came status. Yuya was no longer a mere insect. Mayan sat across from Yuya, hesitating before finally speaking up. Yuya, could you teach us ninjutsu?" A flicker of hope shone in Mayan's eyes. In such chaotic times, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to ensure their own safety, and the path to becoming a ninja seemed elusive. Now that an opportunity presented itself, Mayan felt compelled to ask, even if Yuya declined, for otherwise, he would remain unsatisfied. Yuya glanced at Mayan, his gaze flickering slightly before shifting to Xiaonan, who also looked at him with a glimmer of hope. A decision formed within him. Since the narrative had already altered somewhat, why not embrace a complete transformation? Addressing both Mayan and Xiaonan, Yuya spoke calmly. Becoming a ninja is not a matter to be taken lightly. The journey is fraught with hardship. Whatever hardships lie ahead, we have endured them all, Mayan replied. A sigh escaping him, his tone resolute, mirrored by Xiaonan's demeanor. Indeed, nothing could rival the suffering of orphans struggling for survival in a chaotic world. Even Yuya, raised in Konoha, empathized deeply with their plight. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Yuya's acquiescence, Mayan finally exhaled in relief, a smile breaking forth, while Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she gazed at Yuya. "All right, we shall begin with the fundamentals," Yuya said, taking a sip of water before setting the cup aside and commencing his instruction. While guiding Mayan and Xiaonan in their training, Yuya also pursued his own cultivation. He had only mastered half of the first stage of his lightning release body forging technique before having to leave Konoha's camp. This was the perfect opportunity to complete it. During the training sessions with Xiaonan and Mayan, Yuya remained connected to the outside world, frequently visiting nearby towns to hunt ninjas and gather intelligence. Additionally, he would regularly relay information and achievements back to Konoha. As time passed, over half a month flew by, and the situation of the Second Shinobi World War intensified. The most apparent change for Yuya was the increasing number of ninjas he encountered, including some spies and scouts he could not identify. At this juncture, Emigakure, under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, had begun its resistance and counterattacks. Despite the Second Shinobi World War being a conflict among the three major ninja villages, the Land of Rain served as the battlefield, continuously ravaged for resources by the three villages. As the leader of Emigakure, Hanzo could not remain passive. Even if he chose to ignore the situation, the three major villages would inevitably engage in battle with Sunagakure. While the war raged fiercely, Yuye maintained a rather ordinary routine, training diligently, instructing Xiao Nan and Mayan, and venturing out to hunt ninjas for information. Over the course of half a month, Yuye nearly completed the first stage of the lightning release body forging technique, not because he was exceptionally fast, but rather because this stage was relatively simple, coupled with his robust physique, allowing him to disregard many dangers during the training process. Thus, his progress was swift. As his body strengthened, so too did his ability to generate shockwaves, propelling him closer to the next threshold of the true 8 gates. Meanwhile, Mayan and Xiaonan had both successfully cultivated chakra. Mayan's chakra remained water-based, true to the original narrative. Although Yuye did not possess any water-based ninjutsu, acquiring some would be trivial given his status. As for Xiaonan, she chose not to pursue the elemental ninjutsu of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth, but instead focused on developing her preferred paper jutsu. Though the land of rain was often shrouded in relentless downpours, there were occasional dry days, albeit still under a gloomy overcast sky. In an open area, countless paper pieces floated around Xiaonan, yet they lacked any real power. At present, she could merely exert minimal control over the paper. Her chakra control was commendable, exceeding Mayan's by a significant margin. Standing behind Xiaonan, Yuye observed the scene with admiration. In truth, her mastery of chakra control was so impressive that it surpassed even Yuye's, a testament to her remarkable talent. Without such refined control, she could not hope to practice the intricate and complex paper jutsu. Teacher, Xiaonan called out, turning to Yuye with an embarrassed smile, causing the paper pieces around her to scatter to the ground. Since Yuye began instructing Xiaonan and Mayan, both had taken to addressing him as teacher. Although they were nearly the same age, approaching 10 years old, Yuye's psychological maturity far surpassed theirs, making him accustomed to the title. Xiaonan embraced it easily, while Mayan often felt it awkward and thus avoided using it. Teacher, look, Xiaonan exclaimed, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl eager to showcase a treasure. Waving her hand at Yuye, a single paper piece suspended before her began to bend and fold under her control, ultimately transforming into a small paper flower. This time, Yuye couldn't help but express his astonishment. Xiaonan's control over chakra was indeed remarkable. Although her chakra was still weak, she managed to achieve such delicate manipulation. Here, teacher, Xiaonan said, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she gently directed the paper flower towards Yuye. However, her chakra was still feeble, and halfway through, the flower fell limply to the ground. Yet Yuye took a few steps forward and reached out to catch it. Keep striving, he said gently. Gazing at the paper flower in his palm, Yuye nodded slightly at Conan before turning to leave. Conan replied, and resumed her chakra training. Subsequently, Yuye moved to observe Yahiko's training. Given that they were in the land of rain, water-based ninjutsu would experience significant enhancement. Thus, water element ninjas thrived in this environment. Consequently, Yahiko's training progress was also commendable. However, there was little remarkable about his water ninjutsu, as Yahiko lacked the Rinnegan and was not the legendary pain of the 6 paths. After offering a few pointers, Yuye commenced his own training. At that moment, not far from where Yuye and the others were situated, a peculiar figure clad in a black robe began to approach. He was a ninja, and his demeanor suggested he was far from ordinary. He belonged to the Umbu of Sunagakure, holding a rank superior to Yuye's, second only to the Umbu captain, yet above the squad leaders. In his possession lay the souls of numerous ninjas, including many jonin and even elite jonin. He was an assassin, perpetually operating alone. According to intelligence reports, he was believed to be within this vicinity. Gazing ahead, the expressionless face beneath the Sunagakure mask revealed a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Yuye remained in this area to instruct Conan and Yahiko. Although he could effortlessly eliminate any encountered ninja, he could not entirely evade detection by hidden scouts. Particularly, given the frequent disappearances of ninjas from Sunagakure in this region, some entire teams having been annihilated, this had drawn significant attention from the village. Consequently, they dispatched Sunagakure. Crackling thunder enveloped Yuye, relentlessly stimulating his skin and penetrating deep into his flesh. Had this been an ordinary person, they would have trembled uncontrollably and likely been severely injured by the electric arcs. However, Yuye's body was resilient enough to endure such training, merely experiencing a tingling sensation devoid of pain. It resembled training with shockwaves, which, while also painless, ultimately offered a feeling of exhilaration In contrast, the electric stimulation left one feeling as though their body were being hollowed out, an odd sensation, indeed. Finally, as another round of training concluded, Yuye opened his eyes, causing the electric arcs to dissipate instantly. Feeling a surge of strength, he permitted a faint smile to grace his lips. Yet, in the next moment, Yuye furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and turned his gaze toward the distance. In an expansive, desolate area, Yuye stood silently, facing a figure clad in a black robe, Senjin, the covert ninja from Sunagakure, who had set his sights on Yuye. Senjin found it peculiar that Yuye had detected his approach, even before he drew near. Yuye had already made his way toward him, and although Senjin considered himself a sensor-type ninja, he had sensed Yuye's advance as well. Thus, a standoff ensued. Upon their initial encounter, Senjin confirmed that Yuye was indeed his target. Conversely, Yuye was equally perplexed. He could not fathom why he had sensed Senjin's presence. As Senjin approached within a certain range, Yuye experienced an instinctual awareness, compelling him to move directly towards Senjin, leading to their fortuitous meeting face-to-face. Regardless, it was evident that this individual was an adversary, and being able to detect him in advance was undoubtedly advantageous. Otherwise, a surprise attack could have dire consequences. Senjin regarded Yuye with a slightly cold expression. He excelled in assassination. Given the chance, he was confident he could eliminate even a Kage. Engaging in direct combat was, of course, far more challenging than a stealthy assassination. Nonetheless, he was not intimidated by frontal confrontation. He was equally formidable in that regard. Yuye and Senjin locked eyes, neither uttering a word nor asking questions, for there was no need for inquiries. Only the impending battle mattered. Drawing forth a scroll, Yuye unleashed his great sword, gripping it firmly in hand. In front of him, Senjin formed a hand seal with one hand while the other grasped the air. Suddenly, a sword materialized in his grasp. The instant the sword appeared, Yuye felt a surge of intense awareness. This was the same sensation that had alerted him to Senjin's arrival, now amplified exponentially. Why was this happening? Yuye narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sword in Senjin's hand. However, before he could examine it in detail, Senjin launched his attack. Secret technique. Dance of Cherry Blossom Slaughter. The sword in Senjin's hand descended toward Yuye. It appeared to be a chakra-based technique, yet the effect was entirely different. As Senjin's sword fell, the sky flickered and transformed into thousands of identical swords, raining down upon Yuye like a torrential storm. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Yuye was momentarily taken aback, but soon speculated it might be a technique akin to shuriken shadow clones. Unfazed by the deluge of swords, Yuye simply executed a sweeping strike with his own sword. With a resounding hum, he unleashed a wave of shockwave energy, directing it upward and to the side. The rain of swords cascaded down like a fierce tempest, colliding in midair. Boom! The shockwave erupted with a thunderous roar, tearing through the air as if the very sky had fractured. With a single tremor, the torrent of swords shattered inch by inch, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, Senjin's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of wariness and astonishment. He had not anticipated Yuye's technique to be so extraordinary and powerful. Taking a deep breath, Senjin twirled his sword once more and launched a second assault. Secret technique. Shadow kill. In an instant, Senjin's figure blurred, transforming into several afterimages that suddenly surrounded Yuye from all directions. Each of these phantoms wielded a sword, and as they swung, their blades trailed afterimages, creating dozens of sword edges that enveloped Yuye entirely, leaving no room for evasion. Illusion? Clones. Observing this scene, Yuye shook his head, his expression remaining increasingly serene. The type of chaotic, dazzling attacks that seemed overwhelming were precisely what Yuye was least afraid of, flashy yet insubstantial. In the face of such an assault, he needed only a single punch to obliterate them. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yuye drove his great sword into the ground, crossing his arms lightly before abruptly striking outward. At that very moment, the multitude of sword shadows surged toward Yuye, as if intent on turning him into a pincushion. Boom! In the following instant, the shockwave erupted with tremendous force, shattering the air around Yuye like a mirror. The ground trembled and reverberated, cracking open inch by inch, spreading outward. The afterimages and sword shadows were obliterated under Yuye's overwhelming counterattack. This is bad. Senjin, concealed among the afterimages, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. He had not expected Yuye to possess such formidable strength and the capability to unleash an attack that enveloped all directions. In his astonishment, He infused chakra into his sword and swiftly retreated, unwilling to confront Yuye head-on without understanding the full extent of his peculiar power. Buzz. Although he endured Yuye's shockwave, his hands still tingled, and his body trembled slightly, deepening his astonishment at Yuye's might. At that moment, a strange expression crossed Yuye's face, not due to Senjin's techniques, but because of the sword in Senjin's possession. He finally discerned its identity, the Kusanagi sword. What an extraordinary coincidence that Senjin, bearing the Kusanagi sword, had come face to face with Yuye. Moreover, during their confrontation, Yuye's awareness of the Kusanagi sword intensified, though he remained uncertain about its significance. A vague hypothesis began to form in Yuye's mind. His gaze toward Senjin transformed from calm to one imbued with a potent killing intent. After 2 encounters, Yuye now comprehended Senjin's prowess. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, Senjin's strength surpassed that of an elite Genin, qualifying him to be on par with a quasi-Kage level, posing a credible threat to even Kage-level opponents. The Kusanagi sword was not merely a sharp blade. It possessed the ability to channel chakra, far exceeding the qualities of the great sword in Yuye's hand or even the white fang wielded by Kakashi Hatake. Furthermore, it bore the unique techniques of the Kusanagi sword. The earlier reign of swords and the accompanying shadows were manifestations of this very technique. Orochimaru's use of the Kusanagi sword to extend its length or summoned the Great Serpent's formation, with each serpent spitting forth a Kusanagi sword, also fell under this category. In simpler terms, it was akin to the 7 ninja swords of the mist, each possessing distinct abilities, and the Kusanagi sword was no exception. When a king's wrath is unleashed, rivers run red with blood, and countless corpses litter the field. While Yuye had not yet reached the level of Uchiha Madara, he was no longer a mere weakling. Thus, his murderous intent was palpable, suffusing the atmosphere with an oppressive chill. Senjin was not surprised by Yuye's overt hostility. He reciprocated with his own lethal intent. This time, Senjin refrained from employing the Kusanagi sword techniques and instead executed a simple gesture, gripping the Kusanagi sword firmly and positioning it horizontally in front of him. Buzz. A surge of chakra flowed and enveloped the Kusanagi sword. In truth, few possess the ability to manipulate chakra flow, yet Yuye happens to encounter one after another. When a dazzling white gleam manifested upon the blade of the Kusanagi, an overwhelming aura of slaughter, akin to the force of heaven and earth, began to permeate the air. The sword's brilliance seemed capable of severing all that stood before it, tearing apart the very sky. As Senjin gradually lifted the sword, its radiance intensified, accompanied by a continuously rising momentum. In that moment, he appeared to transform into a sword himself, a sword invulnerable and capable of cutting through anything. This maneuver, strictly speaking, transcended the realm of ninjutsu or secret techniques, resembling the techniques wielded by the warriors of the Iron Country, approaching the essence of pure swordsmanship. In a flash, as Senjin's aura reached its zenith, 2 piercing gazes emanated from his eyes. Suddenly, his figure morphed into an afterimage, swiftly charging toward Yuye. Witnessing this scene, Yuye chose not to counter with a shockwave, recalling that the Kusanagi could extend its reach. Similarly, he slowly raised his own katana, and an eerie, intangible wave pattern appeared upon its blade. Nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, one could nonetheless sense the distortion in the air, which instilled a hint of dread. Then, Yuye swung his sword with a sweeping motion. The figures of Senjin and Yuye momentarily intersected. A chilling gleam tore through the space between them, resembling the cracks formed when Yuye's shockwave shattered the air. However, it was more direct, manifesting as a singular line, an unmistakable mark of air being rent asunder. Silently, a crack appeared on Yuye's katana, followed by a small notch. Meanwhile, Senjin's Kusanagi remained unscathed as he turned around. That strike, it should have resolved the matter, right? Senjin harbored a flicker of doubt, for the sensation from earlier felt amiss. Yet, this maneuver was his strongest frontal assault. Even an average shadow-level powerhouse would not dare to withstand it head-on. Yuye's survival was improbable, or so he thought. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, he froze momentarily, for Yuye had also turned to face him, examining the crack and notch on his katana. It was not a matter of technique, but rather a question of the sword's quality. Truly, the Kusanagi lived up to its reputation, he murmured, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his finger, he struck the sword's body. Clang! From the crack, the katana broke cleanly, transforming from a long sword into a short blade in an instant. Witnessing this, Senjin was suddenly gripped by a chilling sensation. He was astonished that Yuya could withstand his sword flash without sustaining injury, instinctively sensing a degree of terror from Yuya's action. It was a sixth sense honed through countless brushes with death. He tightened his grip on the sword, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In that moment, Senjin dared not display any carelessness. He was acutely aware that this seemingly youthful figure before him was extraordinarily powerful, unreasonably so. As the severed sword fell to the ground, Yuya ignored it, holding the remaining half of the broken sword and coolly gazing at Senjin. It was my turn to strike, was it not? Whoosh. In the next instant, Yuya's body erupted forth with a speed surpassing even Senjin's, instantaneously becoming a blur that flickered across the field. Merely this velocity elicited a look of astonishment from Senjin. His speed was already capable of overwhelming those of higher ranks, far surpassing that of elite J-Nin. It was an attribute that marked his transcendence beyond the J-Nin. Yet now, Yuya's speed exceeded his own. Senjin failed to notice that as Yuya unleashed this speed, faint arcs of electricity danced around him. This was no longer merely the speed granted by the eighth gate. It was further enhanced by the near completion of the lightning release body refinement technique. Yuya, flickering like lightning, did not charge directly at Senjin but rather moved rapidly around him, creating a myriad of afterimages. At last, Yuya raised the half-broken sword, and a sudden white halo emerged from its blade. Shockwave, air fragmentation flash. Buzz. In the next moment, a white halo shot towards Senjin like a comet. Here it comes. Senjin's pupils constricted as he gripped the Kusanagi, preparing to meet the attack, only for his expression to change drastically. For almost simultaneously, not just one halo, but several white halos surged in from all directions. 5 halos in total completely encircled him, leaving no avenue for escape. This is bad. A look of horror crossed Senjin's face. He had just witnessed the power of these halos, capable of directly countering his secret technique, the dance of cherry blossom slaughter. The 5 halos did not touch Senjin, but detonated a few feet in front of him, shattering the air. Crack! In an instant, terrifying fissures spread wildly. This was the first time Yuya had unleashed 5 consecutive air fragmentation flashes, and even he was taken aback by the power. One instance of air fragmentation caused the air to bear mirror-like cracks. However, 5 instances, compounded together, produced a wholly different effect. After the 5 halos detonated, the area surrounding Senjin was engulfed, with the cracks radiating outward and connecting, creating a horrifying sight reminiscent of a shattered glass cup, but one of immense size. Crack! The white light erupted violently, and within its midst, Senjin, struck by fear, dared not withstand it. His mind raced, and without hesitation, he plunged the Kusanagi into the ground below. Simultaneously, he dove underground. Yet Yuya's shockwave was not so easily evaded. Even as he burrowed into the earth, the violent shockwave erupted above, cascading downward. Boom! The terrifying shockwave caused the ground to fracture incessantly. Crack, crack! Every bone in Senjin's body emitted horrific sounds, as if on the verge of breaking. In his panic, he unleashed all his strength, desperately burrowing into the ground with the aid of the Kusanagi. Finally, the shockwave subsided. But Senjin could not suppress a mouthful of blood, some of which contained fragments of his internal organs. His face was etched with disbelief. He had not anticipated such a terrifying technique from Yuya. The power of Yuya's air fragmentation flash was incomparably superior to his own secret techniques. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. On the surface, Yuya marveled at the might of the 5 consecutive air fragmentation flashes. His body trembled slightly. This was a minor side effect from the rapid succession of shockwaves, but with his near completion of the lightning release body refinement technique, he could easily endure it. Noticing that Senjin had vanished, leaving behind a deep pit, a faint smile crept upon Yuya's face. Once again this maneuver? Seeking refuge underground. As the tremors in his body gradually ceased, Yuya suddenly lifted his leg and forcefully stomped down upon the earth. Shockwave, earthquake technique. Boom. The terror of Yuya's shockwave was incomparable. The difference between this and his earlier battle with Uchiha Han was like the chasm between heaven and earth. With a single stomp, it was as if a meteor descended from the heavens, crashing into the ground. Instantly, the earth cracked open, unleashing a multitude of terrifying fissures that spread far and wide from beneath Yuya's feet. Meanwhile, the entire earth began to tremble violently. In the distance, Xiaonan and Mi Yin were still engrossed in their training. They had heard some rumblings earlier but thought little of them. Now, as they felt the ground shaking beneath them, astonishment spread across their faces. What was happening? Within the earth, Qianren retrieved a secret potion meant to temporarily suppress his injuries and prepared to retreat from a different direction, momentarily abandoning the mission to hunt Yuye. Yuye was far too powerful. It was impossible to defeat him head-on. To kill Yuye, he would need to devise a strategy for a stealthy ambush. However, before he could contemplate his next move, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, causing the ground to undulate as if it were molten lava. This was dire. Qianren's expression shifted dramatically. In fear, he began to wield his Kusanagi sword with great speed. Secret technique, Dance of Fallen Leaves. He transformed into a gust of autumn wind, sweeping through the fallen leaves, whether scattered across the ground or still fluttering in the air. A torrent of sword energy erupted, slicing through the surging earth and rocks from all directions. This technique bore resemblance to the Hyuga clan's katen, a rotational defensive form of Kusanagi swordsmanship. Orochimaru had acquired the Kusanagi sword at the level of a Kage, hence he relied less on it to develop ninjutsu, using it merely in conjunction with his own techniques. Qianren, however, was entirely dependent on the Kusanagi sword, with nearly all his techniques derived from it. Though he managed to fend off Yuye's attacks, Qianren remained in a precarious position due to his severe injuries. In such a state, employing secret techniques imposed an overwhelming burden. With such a technique, it seemed escape was futile. At that moment, Qianren's gaze steadied, a frigid light glimmering in his eyes. He resolved to strike back with all his might. In the next instant, he grasped the Kusanagi sword with both hands, channeling chakra into it. The blade glimmered with a white luminescence, and in the blink of an eye, it elongated dramatically, piercing through the earth and rocks above. On the ground, Yuye was poised to deliver another kick, but before his foot could descend, a sword tip suddenly erupted beneath him. Yet, to this scene, Yuye showed no signs of surprise. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. Finally, this move had come. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the strike and decisively pressed his hand against the blade. The Kusanagi sword was, in fact, a tachi, a sword with a single edge. However, in the world of ninjas, the distinction between tachi and sword was often blurred. Yuye's hand lightly pressed against the back of the Kusanagi sword. With a hum, a momentary surge of shockwave energy erupted from Yuye's hand, spreading along the Kusanagi sword. The elongated blade trembled violently, yet under the influence of Yuye's shockwave, it showed no signs of breaking. Boom! The shockwave radiated outward, causing the very rocks and soil of the earth to crumble inch by inch, eventually falling into Qianren's grasp. This was bad. Qianren reacted swiftly, letting go of the sword. However, the shockwave exploded around him, forcing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The Kusanagi sword, now out of his control, rapidly shortened. Since the other end was gripped by Yuye, it shrank and fell into Yuye's hands. At last, the Kusanagi sword was his. Gazing at the sword in his possession, Yuye's lips curled into a slight smile. The Kusanagi sword trembled continuously, emitting a clear ringing sound. This was not due to Yuye's shockwave, but rather the sword's own quivering. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the great sword Samahata was unique, seemingly possessing a life of its own, and the Kusanagi sword shared this characteristic. Yet, most individuals could not perceive the will inherent within the Kusanagi sword. Only the members of the Kusanagi clan, who forged the sword, could sense it. Enduring his pain, Qianren forced his way to the surface. Upon seeing Yuye clutching the Kusanagi sword, he immediately summoned it back to his hand. However, the sword trembled gently in Yuye's grip, showing no sign of responding to his call, as if completely subdued by Yuye. Qianren was momentarily stunned. Even if the Kusanagi sword were restrained, it should still respond to his summons, yet it remained unresponsive. What did this signify? It indicated that in this fleeting moment, the Kusanagi sword no longer belonged to him. To have so swiftly stripped him of control over the sword could only be the work of. The answer was apparent. Impossible. You are a remnant of the Kusanagi clan. There are still survivors from the Kusanagi clan. Qianren finally exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yuye. Indeed, Yuye hailed from a small ninja village, the very village that forged the Kusanagi sword. Yuye's true identity was that of a Kusanagi clan member. His name should have been Kusanagi, but due to his previous life, he had retained the name Yuye. The destruction of that small village was carried out by the ninjas of Sunagakure, with Qianren among them. Upon receiving word, Konoha could not allow the Kusanagi sword to fall into the hands of Sunagakure and immediately dispatched personnel. However, it was too late. The ninjas of Sunagakure had already retreated, and Konoha ultimately only rescued Yuye, thus bringing him to Konoha. The Kusanagi sword rightfully belonged to the Kusanagi clan. In the original narrative, even when Orochimaru was afflicted by the Shiki Fuin, unable to mobilize his chakra, he could still sense and command the Kusanagi sword with his will. Thus, for Yuye, it was equally feasible, requiring no deliberate effort. Yuye could sense a peculiar response when Shinrin approached within a certain range, a phenomenon attributable to the Kusanagi sword. Thanks to you, I was an orphan in my previous life, and upon entering this world, I remained an orphan, Yuye murmured softly, his expression revealing a complex blend of emotions as he looked at the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Ultimately, he reined in his thoughts and turned to face Shinrin. The Kusanagi sword was, after all, mine. I shall reclaim it piece by piece. Do you know the whereabouts of the other Kusanagi swords? Listening to Yuye's words, Shinrin remained silent. His expression was beyond description, filled with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stumbled backward. The revelation that Yuye was a member of the Kusanagi clan sent shockwaves through his mind, like thunder rolling through the heavens. Using the Kusanagi sword filled him with trepidation. He feared that the sword would be reclaimed by its rightful clan members, for all his strength hinged upon it. Yet, believing the Kusanagi clan to be wholly annihilated had gradually brought him peace over the years. But now, encountering a survivor of the Kusanagi clan, his heart was thrown into turmoil, infused with a sense of panic and dread. At that moment, two figures emerged in the distance, making their way toward the battlefield. It was Xiao Nan and Mi Yin, having rushed over upon sensing the commotion. They immediately beheld the shattered earth, riddled with cracks and mud, a scene of utter devastation. A look of shock crossed Mi Yin's eyes. Previously, he had not practiced ninjutsu and was not a ninja, thus unable to gauge Yuye's true strength. However, after training alongside Yuye, he could now sense the vast chasm between their abilities. The scene before him was nothing short of breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Beside him, Xiaonan wore a similar expression, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of shock as she caught sight of Yuye. Teacher Yuye, she couldn't help but call out. This utterance caused Shinrin, on the opposite side, to abruptly turn his head, narrowing his eyes in an instant. Yuye? Perhaps it should be Kusanagi Yoru. He mused. Wait, are these two his students? How splendid. If he could capture them, there might be a chance to escape. Shinrin no longer harbored hopes of reclaiming the Kusanagi sword. Wresting it from the Kusanagi clan was utterly impossible. He was solely focused on how to flee. The appearance of Xiaonan and Ihiko brought a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Shinrin pushed through the pain of his injuries and charged toward Xiaonan and Ihiko. Despite his wounds, Shinrin's speed remained astonishing. Fast enough that Xiaonan and Ihiko could only catch a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. Not good. Ihiko silently cursed, fear flickering in his gaze. Meanwhile, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she bit her silver teeth, preparing to deploy her still immature ninjutsu in an attempt to fend off Shinrin. Yet, it seemed utterly futile. However, Shinrin's intention to seize Xiaonan and Ihiko to coerce Yuye was nothing more than a vain hope. Just as he was about to reach them, his body abruptly froze in place. A line of blood suddenly appeared from Shinrin's head and extended downward. In the distance, Yuye gazed calmly at the scene, casually retracting the Kusanagi sword he had just acquired. With a mere flick of the blade, he unleashed a wave of power akin to a shockwave, capable of transforming into a form reminiscent of sword energy. The Kusanagi sword flawlessly channeled the force of the shockwave slash, its speed astonishing. In his injured state, Shinrin had no time to react before the slicing wave struck him with devastating precision. A look of despair and unwillingness crossed his face as his body abruptly split apart, crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Having witnessed the brutality of war, Xiaonan and Ihiko did not display any fear at Shinrin's demise. Instead, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. They turned their grateful gazes toward Yuye in the distance. Teacher Yuye, are you all right? Xiaonan inquired with concern. Ignoring the fallen Shinrin as she approached Yuye, Ihiko followed closely behind. Yuye shook his head, discarding the broken katana, and bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the Kusanagi sword. With that drop, he traced a rune resembling a summoning technique in the air, then mirrored the symbol on his palm. He then reached out toward the Kusanagi sword with a gentle grasp. With a soft puff, The sword transformed into smoke and vanished. It had been sealed within Yuye's palm. Whenever he required it, all he needed to do was reach out, and it would reappear in his hand. This method was far more convenient than Orochimaru's approach of swallowing the sword, as Yuye, being a member of the Kusanagi clan, wielded the sword with greater finesse. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Nan and Ihiko were momentarily taken aback, but chose not to question further, their attention drawn to the lifeless body of Qianren. Noticing their confusion, Yuye casually remarked, "He was merely an enemy of mine, already dead. There's no need for concern. However, it seems we can no longer stay here. Let us relocate." With that, he turned and took a step forward. Xiao Nan and Ihiko nodded in agreement and followed him. After tidying up briefly, Yuye led Xiao Nan and Ihiko away from the area. They traveled through the land of rain for a while before settling in a new location. While continuing to guide Xiao Nan and Ihiko in their training, Yuye began to delve into the mysteries of the Kusanagi sword. After acquiring the sword, he felt an inexplicable urge to retrieve the remaining Kusanagi swords. This was not a mere whim. He intended to search for them. For a vague notion lingered in his mind, aligning with the information provided by Konoha regarding the Kusanagi sword. Collecting all the Kusanagi swords was bound to bring about some transformation, undoubtedly beneficial. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't expend such effort searching for them, as one would suffice for his needs. Yuye was uncertain whether gathering the Kusanagi swords could summon a divine dragon, but as a member of the Kusanagi clan, he could not allow the swords to languish in obscurity. The Kusanagi sword was vastly superior to the ninja blade he had obtained from Uchiha Suki. Even the shockwave slash left it unscathed. Moreover, it could extend, retract, and transform. Beyond these capabilities, its ability to unleash the shockwave slash as an invisible blade of energy greatly pleased Yuye, as did its capacity for concealment akin to summoning techniques, allowing for ease of access far surpassing that of the previous ninja sword, with the Kusanagi sword in hand. While it might not elevate Yuye's power to an entirely new level, it would certainly enhance his abilities significantly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Yuye had completely perfected the first stage of the lightning release body refinement technique. To advance further, he needed to acquire the methods for the second stage. After mastering the first stage, there were no significant manifestations of lightning on Yuye's body, only faint arcs that were nearly imperceptible. He speculated that only upon achieving the second stage could he possibly exhibit an exterior layer of lightning akin to that of the fourth and third Reikage. With the first stage perfected, Yuye's skin and some of his flesh had undergone considerable enhancement, transitioning his physique from youthful tenderness towards a more mature form, taking on a slightly healthy bronze hue. It is noteworthy that Yuye was merely around 10 years old. However, he appeared to be 14 or 15. This early maturation was not solely due to the nature of the world of shinobi, but also attributed to his rigorous physical training. The growth of his body significantly accelerated Yuye's progress in mastering the true 8 gates. Originally, attaining the 4th gate would require nearly a year of uninterrupted physical training. Yet, amidst the Second Ninja World War, there was hardly any opportunity for extensive practice. Currently, Yuye had very limited time to train while simultaneously instructing Konan and Ihiko. He was also compelled to venture out frequently to hunt down ninjas and scouts from rival villages. It could be said that under such battlefield conditions, it might take years to reach the 4th gate. However, the first stage of the lightning release body refinement technique had compressed this timeline dramatically. Having spent several months in the land of rain, the training had effectively been akin to continuous physical exercise. Yuye surmised that if he could obtain the second stage of the lightning release body refinement technique, he might only need to practice it for half the time to unlock the 4th gate. Yet, like the Kusanagi sword, obtaining such a technique within a short period was exceedingly difficult. After shaking his head, Yuye concluded that regardless of whether the Kusanagi sword was in Sunagakure, he must prepare to search for it on this battlefield. He believed that as long as the sword approached a certain range, he would sense its presence. If it remained elusive during the chaos of battle, he would infiltrate Sunagakure either during or after the conflict. Furthermore, Yuye was determined to journey to Kumobikure as well. Given the substantial enhancement offered by the lightning release body refinement technique, it was something he could not afford to overlook. Exhaling deeply, Yuye stood up, and the faint arcs of electricity on his body vanished instantaneously. He stepped out of his room, taking a moment to observe the training progress of Konan and Ihiko. Since they were of similar age, their training speed surpassed that of the younger students at the Ninja Academy. In this world, Age was not the sole determinant of training efficacy. Chakra was drawn from bodily cells, necessitating a certain age for effective practice. Konan and Yahiko were perfectly positioned within the optimal training age, and their chakra levels were nearing that of Jinin. Moreover, Konan had finally developed her initial paper ninjutsu. With this newfound technique, they were essentially equipped with the strengths of a Jinin, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to pose a threat. Yuye acknowledged this with a nod. Neither fully satisfied nor dissatisfied. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of helplessness as he had been trying to locate Nagato for some time without any success. It seemed as though he had completely vanished. Following protocol, Yuye ventured out once more to a nearby town. The land of rain was relatively small, and towns were few, so nearly every town had scouts from Sunagakure. It was noteworthy that when Yuye killed Senbon, the news reached Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time before finally inquiring what Yuye required. Naturally, what Yuye sought was the training method for the second stage of the lightning release body refinement technique, but his inquiry sank into silence, likely indicating Konoha truly lacked it. After wandering the town, Yuye casually dealt with a few Rain Village ninjas and eliminated an Awagakure scout he stumbled upon. He then sought out the ninja responsible for transmitting information for Konoha. The method of communication on the battlefield was unique, and for someone in Yuya's special Umbu role, it was even more so. They utilized the most ancient method of scroll transmission, which required a specific technique to open. Otherwise, the scroll would self-destruct, erasing its contents. This was an absolute confidentiality measure. Yuye had not received any updates from Konoha for a long time, mostly sending messages to them. However, this time, he received a message from Konoha. Upon reaching a secluded corner and deciphering the scroll and Appo's special seal, Yuye casually glanced at its contents. Yet, that single glance caused his eyes to narrow, and a fierce aura radiated from him. He almost inadvertently exposed his ninja identity but paid no heed to it. Even his fingers involuntarily tightened, nearly crushing the scroll. The information contained within was alarming. Tsunade led a team from Konoha that had encountered an ambush from Awagakure and was forced deep into the land of rain. The situation was dire, and they required Yuya's immediate assistance. Given Tsunade's prowess, at the very least, she was an elite J-nin. If not approaching the level of a Kage, the term used was not support, but rescue. The distinction in wording implied a genuine crisis. Otherwise, such language would not have been employed. Taking a deep breath, Yuye destroyed the scroll and departed without hesitation. He could not stand idly by while Tsunade was in peril. The narrative had already shifted too much due to his interventions, and he could not predict Tsunade's fate should he choose not to assist. Therefore, he had to act. The scroll provided a rough location, and the route coincidentally passed by the residence of Yuye and his companions. Consequently, he decided to inform Konan and Yahiko beforehand. Had the direction indicated by the scroll been reversed, Yuye might have opted not to notify them and would have directly proceeded to the designated location. Without expending too much energy, Yuye utilized his full speed and quickly returned home. Konan and Yahiko were still engaged in their training. Yuye briefly informed them of his impending departure, advising them to remain hidden and preferably relocate to a nearby town during his absence. They were no longer defenseless ordinary individuals. So, when will you return, Yuya-sensei? Konan's face bore a tinge of disappointment. Her unspoken question was whether he would come back at all, whether they would meet again. While uncertain, Yuye assured her that he would indeed return. He nodded slightly at Konan and then reminded Yahiko, "Be cautious not to reveal that you are ninjas. Avoid showcasing your jutsu for the sake of pride. You will be safe that way." Of course, we wouldn't do that. Yahiko chuckled awkwardly, though it was evident that the thought lingered in his mind. After all, he was still a child, having learned ninjutsu and become a ninja. It was natural to feel a sense of pride. Yuye shook his head slightly, refraining from further discussion, and swiftly turned to leave. Time was of the essence. In the background, Konan watched Yuye disappear into the distance, her expression tinged with a hint of sadness as she let out a soft sigh. Yahiko offered consolation, saying, "Yuya-sensei is incredibly strong. He will surely be fine. Once he resolves his matters, he will come back to us." "Yes." Xiaonan gently nodded her head. Reflecting on Yuye's formidable strength, she felt a flicker of confidence arise within her. Indeed, even if they were to perish, Yuye would likely remain unscathed. Her primary concern should be her own safety. Dark clouds loomed overhead, casting a heavy and chilling aura. Within a dense thicket of trees, numerous rock-hidden ninjas, adorned with headbands, scoured the area. However, This forest was vast, nearly resembling an expanse of wilderness, even with many sensory-type ninjas among them. Locating a specific target proved to be a daunting task. They meticulously searched, determined not to let that woman escape. In addition to the uniformed rock ninjas, there were individuals wearing distinctive masks. These were members of the rock hiddens Umbu, easily identifiable by their masks, which differed significantly from those of the leaf Umbu. The Umbu ninjas assisted the rock forces in their search. The sensory-type ninjas dispersed, keenly attuned to any fluctuations of chakra, pairing into groups of 2 for a thorough investigation. An elite rock ninja bore an expression of anger on his face. Ambushing a leaf team should have been a straightforward task. Yet that detestable woman had led her entire squad through a bloody escape. After fleeing into this thicket, the battle had dragged on far longer than anticipated. Despite their continuous efforts to eliminate the ninjas under Tsunade's command, their own losses equaled those of Tsunade's forces. In fact, an elite and 2 special J-nin had met a grim fate at the hands of Tsunade's iron fist. This ambush was already a failure. If that woman were to escape now, it would be an unbearable stain on their honor, severely demoralizing the entire rock ninja unit. With the main battlefield yet to erupt into full-scale conflict, encountering such setbacks felt akin to stumbling before even stepping outside. Thus, the Umbu had been mobilized. Their objective to decisively eliminate Tsunade. Following their relentless pursuit, it was expected that few of Tsunade's remaining ninjas would be left. Into. If we fail to find that woman soon, we may have to retreat, one of the Umbu ninjas remarked coldly to the elite rock ninja. The rain and sand ninjas have likely received intelligence and are observing us. Leaf ninjas could arrive at any moment. Yenta gritted his teeth and replied, "It is impossible that we cannot find her. Beyond this forest lies the vicinity of Rain-Hidden Village. There is no way that woman can escape in that direction. Moreover, given our proximity to the heart of the Land of Rain, leaf ninjas cannot suddenly appear here without a process. We have time to retreat and will not be caught between the leaf and sand forces." "Humph. Your mind remains somewhat clear," the Umbu retorted, clearly agitated. Having mobilized nearly an entire battalion for the ambush, yet failing to capture Tsunade's squad, they could only rely on sheer numbers to force her to push deeper into the heart of the Land of Rain, unable to evade their encirclement. Now, as they found themselves in this forest, many days had passed since the ambush began. He viewed Yintu as utterly useless. "Of course my mind is clear. That woman's strength is extraordinary, and she excels in medical ninjutsu. How else could she continuously evade pursuit?" Yintu felt frustration welling up within him. Should he bear the blame for this failure, he feared he would lose his leadership position. Thus, his tone grew sharper. "Even if it were you, you would not resolve this so easily. Fool." The Umbu glared coldly at Yintu. Yintu's anger flickered, yet he refrained from retorting. Recognizing that this Umbu operated under the directives of the Tsuchikage, Inoki, rendering his authority equivalent to that of Inoki himself. Due to their location within the heart of the Land of Rain, the downpour was significantly heavier than outside. However, the thick foliage shielded them from most of the rain. Even so, the ground beneath them was soft and yielding. Amidst the intertwining vines of the dense thicket, several battle-worn ninjas rested. Leading them was Tsunade. In this moment, even she appeared quite disheveled, unwilling to expend chakra on minor injuries. At such a time, conserving chakra and stamina was essential for survival. Besides Tsunade were 2 ninjas, their injuries more severe than hers. However, they had been bandaged, and the scent of blood was suppressed by special means. Otherwise, they would have been discovered long ago. "Tsunade-sama, the rock ninjas are drawing closer," one of the ninjas warned. His eyes, framed by a distinctive white circle, revealed the veins bulging at his temples. He was a member of the Hyuga clan. In such a dense forest, Hyuga ninjas surpassed sensory-type ninjas by a considerable margin. Tsunade, being a medical ninja, possessed exceptional skill in controlling and concealing chakra. The Hyuga clan's mastery of chakra was exquisitely precise. Without this Hyuga ninja's presence, Tsunade would likely have been caught much earlier. Upon hearing Hyuga Yuchen's words, Tsunade's already somber expression darkened further. If they continued in that direction, they would approach Rain-Hidden Village, where numerous rain ninjas awaited, presenting no possibility of escape. However, in nearly every other direction, rock ninjas lurked.